Xu Erlong hurried through the hospital corridors, carrying a thermos with both hands. His steps were brisk, his mind racing. Once a charming and handsome man, he now looked worn out, his strong jawline slick with sweat, his tall frame slightly hunched under the weight of life's burdens. For days, his brows had been furrowed in worry, but today, they finally relaxed a little. He had sold his house for 100,000 yuan below market value, raising a large sum to cover his father's urgent medical expenses. With a cancer patient at home, money was draining away fast, but Xu Erlong didn't care. As long as it could keep his father alive, every penny was worth it. As long as there was life, there was hope. All other family members were long gone. Now, his only living relative was his aging father. No matter the cost, he was willing to pay it. He refused to watch the last person he loved die because of money. Inside the hospital room, Xu Dongsheng lay on the bed, an oxygen tube in his nose, his emaciated face barely holding onto flesh. Monitors beeped around him, their blinking lights the only sign of life in the otherwise still space. A group of people stood by the bedside. They were relatives from the Xu family. Madame Zhou Fengru, Xu Erlong's auntie, her son Xu Damin, Xu Erlong's cousin, and a well-dressed, polite-looking man in a suit. Xu Erlong paused for a moment before forcing a smile. "Auntie, cousin, you've come to visit my father?" No one responded. Xu Erlong chuckled bitterly to himself. Of course, who would want to acknowledge someone like him, a former convict, just out of prison? Still, he was glad they came. At least they showed some semblance of family ties. He placed the thermos filled with eel soup on the nightstand and stepped back respectfully. The man in the suit pulled out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Xu Dongsheng. "Mr. Xu," the lawyer said calmly, "based on your wishes, we've drafted this agreement. Your hometown is about to be demolished, and the compensation payment from that demolition will go entirely to Mr. Xu Damin. Along with the property allocation, all assets will be legally transferred into his name. Please take a look and sign if there are no objections." Xu Erlong straightened up sharply. "What kind of will? Why is the demolition compensation going to Xu Damin?" The lawyer pursed his lips and kept his eyes fixed on Xu Dongsheng, waiting for the client to respond. "What's going on here?" Xu Erlong turned to his cousin. "Why is Dad suddenly leaving everything to you? What demolition money? What house?" Xu Damin avoided eye contact, looking uneasy but silent. "Speak up. What's happening? All of a sudden, you bring a lawyer into the hospital and get Dad to write a will giving everything to you?" Xu Erlong's voice rose in anger. "Dad has been sick for so long. When did any of you ever come to visit him? And now you show up demanding demolition money? Are you taking advantage of his illness? Do you think he's too weak to fight back?" His middle-aged face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice loud enough to echo outside the ward. "It was my idea." The frail old man on the bed finally spoke, each word labored. "It's my stuff. I decide who gets it." Xu Erlong turned back, disbelief etched across his face. Dad, he was the real son. For years, he had taken care of his elderly father, feeding him, dressing him, accompanying him to countless doctor visits. Even when he was broke, he never let his father go hungry or cold. When his father fell ill, it was he who carried him from hospital to hospital seeking treatment. People always say even the most filial child tires after years of tending to a sick parent, but he never gave up. He even sold his own home to raise medical funds. And now, his auntie and cousin had brought a lawyer to his father's hospital bed, pushing him to write a will handing over all his inheritance. How could that be fair? If it were his siblings fighting over the inheritance, he might understand. But for these distant relatives, his auntie and Jacinto, come and demand everything, right in front of him, the true son? It was absurd. And worse, his father agreed to it. "Dad, have you lost your mind? You've been sick for so long. When did they ever visit you? Did they lend you a single dime when we needed surgery money?" Xu Erlong's voice cracked with emotion. He accepted that his relatives looked down on him. But how dare they treat his father the same way? How could they claim any right to his inheritance? "You leave. This doesn't concern you." He pointed at the lawyer. "My father is confused from illness. I'm his son, his real son. I've been the one handling everything since he got sick. This will, it's invalid." The lawyer remained silent, clearly choosing not to intervene. "I'm not confused," the old man gasped, struggling to sit up. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed off the thermos on the nightstand. "It's my stuff. He'll give it to Xu Damin. That's final." Xu Erlong took a step back, staring at his father, then at Auntie Zhou, then at Xu Damin. The old man was stubborn. Auntie Zhou looked confident. Xu Damin stayed cold and indifferent. The whole scene felt surreal. "Why?" Xu Erlong asked, his voice trembling with confusion. "All my life, you favored Xu Damin. When we fought, you always beat me with a bamboo stick, no matter who was right. When we couldn't afford high school, you gave him the chance to study while I had to drop out. He went to college, and we had to tighten our belts, save every penny, send him monthly allowances so he wouldn't suffer. And now, I've sold my own home to pay for your medicine, and you want to leave the demolition money to him? Decades of buried pain poured out in waves. His voice broke as he finished speaking. There are biased parents, but had anyone ever seen a father favor his nephew over his own flesh and blood? Get out. My business isn't yours to handle. Xu Damin shouted, furious at being questioned. After yelling, he coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. His eyes rolled back, passed out. Doctors and nurses rushed in to begin emergency treatment. Erlong leaned against the wall by the door, frustration boiling over. He kicked the wall hard, trying to vent his fury. Xu Damin stepped out of the room. Erlong grabbed his collar and slammed a punch into his face. You bastard. Dad is dying, and you come here to steal his inheritance? What kind of poison did you feed him to make him obey you like this? Xu Damin's black-rimmed glasses flew off. He bent down, picked them up, wiped them clean, and put them back on. Wiping blood from his lip, clearly hurt by the blow, smirked at Erlong. Can't figure it out? Erlong couldn't. Then let me tell you, Xu Damin leaned in close, whispering, because I'm also his son. Chapter 2. No longer feeding my heart to the dogs, Erlong widened his eyes, with his pupil sharply constricting, revealing a hint of danger. Xu Damin, are you seeking death? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't believe me? Then go and ask him. He himself lacks the courage to admit it. He drunkenly entered the wrong room and sullied my mother, which is how I came to be. Thus, he owes us a debt. Xu Damin raised an eyebrow, his gaze equally laced with resentment. A certain belief within him crumbled suddenly. Erlong clenched his fists tightly, then released them with force. At this juncture, what was there left to misunderstand? His father was, after all, such a man. He had always believed his father to be a patient, responsible, and selfless man, devoted to the Xu family. Yet, it turned out that Xu Damin was merely his illegitimate son. The doctor emerged from the ward. We have done our utmost. The patient does not have much time left. If there are any words, Erlong truly did not wish to enter that room. Yet ultimately, he stepped inside. On the hospital bed lay a frail old man, his mouth slightly agape, cracked lips barely moving. If one listened closely, one could hear him calling for his son. In the past, Erlong would have rushed to his side. But now, he was uncertain whether the call was for him or for Xu Damin. He remained still, his gaze shifting towards Xu Damin. He could sense Xu Damin's bewildered eyes searching for Xu Damin's figure. Yet, the man in the black-framed glasses stood coldly aloof, showing no inclination to approach. Xu Damin's hand fell limply at his side. Even in death, this illegitimate son had not uttered a single word, despite just having drafted a will leaving all his assets to him. A hint of mockery curled at the corners of Erlong's lips. What was the point? If life could be lived anew, he would never again feed his heart to the dogs. Erlong, rise. It is time to embark on the journey. A deep voice resonated from outside the door. Erlong shivered. Embark on what journey? Get up quickly, or you will miss the bus. The voice grew increasingly impatient. Erlong cautiously opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a blue pillow made of coarse fabric, filled with rice husks that rustled as he shifted. He rubbed his eyes, confusion etched across his brow. Before him was an environment far too familiar, an old wooden bed draped with a mosquito net made of burlap. A heedless mosquito buzzed persistently in front of him. With a swift motion, Erlong clapped his hand down, silencing the creature. The crisp sensation and the vivid reminder of its blood on his palm assured him that this was no dream. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the earthen walls, the only decoration being an image of the great leader, yellowed from years of being soothed by oil lamps. Had he been reborn? Had he awakened to a new life? The creaking of the ancient wooden door heralded Xu Damin's entrance, his face stern. What time is it? Still in bed? With your demeanor, what great feat can you accomplish? At this moment, Xu Damin was only in his 40s, in the prime of life, unburdened by illness, exuding the authority of a middle-aged patriarch. Where am I to go? Erlong pondered, bewildered. Look at you. Did we not agree yesterday that you would work at the brick kiln? Have you forgotten after a single night's slumber? Xu Damin inquired. At the mention of this, Erlong finally recalled. It was August of 1982, and Xu Damin had just received his university admission notice. In his previous life, to finance Xu Damin's education, the family had accrued substantial debt. To expedite the repayment, they arranged for him to labor at the brick kiln to earn money. In his youthful arrogance, he had pledged to Xu Damin, Brother Damin, go ahead and study. I shall resolve the family's debts and ensure you need not worry about your education. He honored his word, supporting Xu Damin throughout his studies until misfortune struck and he was imprisoned. At that time, he felt a sense of brotherhood. Now, upon reflection, he realized he had been quite foolish. "No, I will not go," Su Erlong declared as he rose from the bed, the bamboo mat torn at one corner, causing discomfort to his thigh. "What?" Su Dongxing exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I refuse to work at the brick kiln," Su Erlong answered deliberately. "If I go back to moving bricks, I must be a fool." Su Dongxing was tempted to remove his shoes and strike him, incredulous at his audacity to claim that he could choose whether or not to work. Su Erlong cast a disdainful glance at him. Indeed, it is as trivial as a flatulence. Previously, he had held his father in high regard, perceiving him as steady and responsible, tirelessly laboring for the family. However, upon learning his secret, the once-admired image of his father crumbled, leaving Su Erlong devoid of any respect for him. Their quarrel echoed outside, attracting attention. A middle-aged woman, stooped and clad in an apron, entered. "It's early in the morning, and you're still scolding him as he prepares to leave?" This was Su Erlong's mother, Zhang Jinfang. At just over 40, she appeared considerably aged, her back slightly bent, and still carrying the scent of pig feed from her time in the kitchen. This troublesome child, going back on his word, refusing to go to the brick kiln, Su Dongxing vented his frustration toward Zhang Jinfang. What is wrong with working at the kiln? So many people would give anything for such an opportunity. It took considerable effort to secure him a position, and now he refuses. The commotion drew the attention of the villagers, who came to offer their counsel. Su Laotai, maintaining a stern demeanor, admonished Su Erlong. "What folly is this? You are nearly 18. Look around. Who in the village your age isn't working? A position at the brick kiln is a coveted opportunity that many would wish for, yet you refuse to seize it? I shall not be a worker." Su Erlong replied nonchalantly as he stepped outside. After a night's reflection, "I realized that working at the brick kiln pales in comparison to becoming a university student like Brother Damin. This nonsense. Is it so easy to become a university student? You think you can just decide to be one?" Su Laotai scolded. "If not for your grandfather's rash decision to give up my chance for higher education to you, perhaps I would be the one attending university today." Su Erlong replied calmly. "You believe I envy your admission? Envy your bespectacled appearance or your diminutive stature?" Xu Damin looked at Su Erlong in surprise. "Erlong, how can you say such a thing? Are you envious of my university admission?" Su Erlong shot him a glare. "Envy you? Envy your four-eyed look or your chicken-like physique?" At this moment, Su Dongxing could no longer restrain himself. He removed his straw sandals and hurled them. Su Erlong, with a swift kick, sent the flying sandal directly into the nearby chicken coop, causing two hens to flutter about in a frenzy. Su Dongxing's face flushed crimson. This was an outright rebellion. This little rascal dared to send his sandal flying, a blatant challenge to his authority as a father. Seizing a small stool from beside him, Su Dongxing aimed to strike Su Erlong. Chapter 3. Not considered my son. Stop, stop. Zhang Jinfang, frightened, pulled Su Dongxing back. "Father, since Erlong is unwilling to go, there's no need for such violence. Let us discuss this calmly. This scoundrel, 3 days without a beating, and he thinks he can run amok, neglecting all responsibilities. I must teach him a lesson," Su Dongxing bellowed, then turned to berate Zhang Jinfang. "Look at you. What kind of offspring have you raised? This is simply insurrection." The others present pretended to be invisible, refraining from speaking, allowing the father and son to quarrel, as if the matter did not concern them. Zhang Jinfang tugged at Su Erlong, speaking in a low, conciliatory tone. "Erlong, don't stubbornly oppose your father. If you soften your stance and agree to work at the brick factory, it's all for your own good." "For my own good?" Su Erlong scoffed internally, fearing that all of this was merely for Xu Damin's benefit. "No," he continued resolutely, "whoever owes the debt should repay it themselves. I will not go to that brick factory." Seeing his determination to refuse, a sobbing voice from Zhou Fengru's side broke through. "In the end, this is all my Damon's fault. Damon, don't go to university. It's better than having someone constantly comparing you to others." Su Erlong cast a glance at her. Zhou Fengru was among the educated youth sent to the countryside in the early 60s. Despite years spent in the riding saddle brigade, she still retained some charm and had not suffered greatly within this family. Although only 2 years younger than Zhang Jinfang, she appeared a decade apart. Su Erlong pondered whether his father had mistakenly recognized someone else while intoxicated, leading to the unfortunate birth of Xu Damin, or if Zhou Fengru had orchestrated it intentionally. Observing closely, he realized that this aunt was not to be underestimated. Indeed, as soon as Zhou Fengru spoke, The entire family erupted in protest. After all their efforts to nurture a university student, how could he choose not to pursue his studies? Most agitated of all was the elderly matriarch. No, Damin must go to school, she insisted, stamping her foot. Xu Erlong, you are to work at the brick factory. If you do not send back 300 yuan within a year, you needn't think of returning to this house. Very well, Xu Erlong replied eagerly. I don't even need to wait a year. I no longer wish to remain in this family. Since everyone is present, let us divide the household now. At this moment, all he desired was to separate himself from the family. He would never allow Xu Damin's family to drain him any longer. As for the scandal regarding Xu Damin being Xu Dongshan's illegitimate child, he was in no hurry to expose it. Firstly, family shame should not be aired publicly. Such matters becoming widely known would not serve anyone well, as both father and son would lose face in the village. Labels such as the daughter of a murderer or the son of a rogue would forever follow their children. Moreover, devoid of any evidence. Even if such words were indeed uttered, who would believe them? In this day and age, there exists no such thing as a paternity test. Mere words hold no weight. Thirdly, this matter can serve as leverage. A trump card should be reserved for the most pivotal moments to wield decisive influence. You audacious wretch, do you dare to speak of division? As long as I draw breath, this family shall not be fragmented. The matriarch, Mrs. Xu, trembled with indignation. As a widow, she had painstakingly raised 2 sons, fostering a harmonious household that garnered admiration for her adept management and familial unity. The age-old adage, as the tree branches, so shall the sons separate, rings true. Now that our generation has grown, is it reasonable to deny the prospect of separation, forcing an entire clan to cohabitate? Xu Erlong questioned. Separation is out of the question. I decree it shall not happen, Mrs. Xu asserted with unwavering authority. I have no desire to divide the family. Xu Chunqing added. Xu Dongsheng bellowed at Xu Erlong. You insolent brat, did you hear that? No one wishes to separate. So why do you prance about like a fool? You haven't even grown a full set of hair, yet you aspire to live independently? I could cast you out, and you'd likely perish of hunger within days. Fine. If you wish for me to leave, I shall, Xu Erlong retorted defiantly. I will summon the team leader to attest to this matter, and if you refuse to divide, I shall live independently henceforth. In life, Xu Dongsheng consistently favored and protected Xu Damin, even bequeathing the entirety of a hard-won demolition compensation to him upon his death. Whether alive or deceased, his thoughts revolved solely around Xu Damin's interests, and such a father is better left unacknowledged. However, his mother and younger sister, who shared a close bond with him, were ones he intended to take with him. Leave, and do so quickly. I shall pretend you are not my son. Xu Dongsheng shouted, his face flushed with fury. You have never regarded me as your son, Xu Erlong roared, his voice surpassing Xu Dongsheng's in volume. In a previous life, he had never had the opportunity to voice these words. Now, they erupted forth. His eyes glistened with tears of unrestrained rage, startling Xu Dongsheng. The Xu family was bewildered, questioning why Xu Erlong, who had eagerly agreed to work at the brick kiln the night before, had awoken transformed, his temper volatile as a powder keg. All eyes turned to Zhang Jifang, wondering if she had whispered something to Xu Erlong that had incited this change. Second brother, Xu Erlong's sister, Xu Xiaoling, hurriedly followed him, her eyes brimming with tears. This young girl had always been prone to weeping, her sensitivity evident even when witnessing him receive a beating. Xu Erlong gently wiped away her tears and asked, if the family divides, will you stand with me? Xu Xiaoling nodded. Second brother, I will accompany you. This little girl had always been his shadow, growing up closely attached to him, and their bond was undeniable. Very well, wait for me. Shortly, I will summon the team leader to arrange the division, and you shall come with me, Xu Erlong declared. Mrs. Xu was incensed, and upon seeing Zhang Jinfang's worried expression nearby, she barked, Are you the one orchestrating this behind the scenes? Zhang Jinfang hesitantly replied, Mother, I have not. Have not. If you truly had no hand in it, why has his demeanor changed so suddenly this morning? Mrs. Xu was unconvinced. You have sown this discord. Now you must reap the consequences. Regardless, this family shall not be divided. A division would lead to its disintegration. Zhang Jifang lowered her gaze, saying, Mother, I understand. I will find a way to persuade him. Su Eryong sought out the village leader, Huang Jingno. They belonged to the Saddle Brigade, which comprised 4 production teams, with Su Eryong belonging to the first. As spring arrived, when the household production responsibility system was implemented, Huang Jingno, the team leader, found himself with considerably more leisure time. often assisting villagers with various trivial matters. Family divisions, disputes, and land conflicts. These domestic squabbles would invariably seek his intervention. Upon hearing Su Eryong express a desire to split the family, Wang Zhengnong was taken aback. It is crucial to note that old Madame Su had declared that as long as she remained alive and vigilant, this family would remain whole. Yes, we must divide. Su Eryong replied. Regardless of her consent, I demand a separation, even if I have to leave with nothing. Observing his demeanor, Huang Zhengnong nodded. Very well. I shall make a visit. If your grandmother adamantly refuses to divide, there is little I can do. The Su family, upon seeing Huang Zhengnong enter, glared at Su Eryong in disbelief. Was he truly intent on splitting the family? No division shall occur, old Madame Su asserted. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. I endured countless hardships to raise them from infancy. Did I not suffer enough? We have persevered through so many difficult days, relying on the unity and collective strength of the Su family. If we split apart, this family will shatter, and anyone could take advantage of us. Chapter 4. Resolute in separation, Su Eryong interrupted her nostalgic lament. Grandmother, we must look forward. In the past, we shared communal meals. Now, we embrace the household production responsibility system. Old Madame Su was momentarily at a loss for words. Eryong, I do not understand why you are so adamant about this separation today. Heed my advice. Consider your grandmother's advanced age. It would be wise to accommodate her wishes, lest you provoke her to distress. Xu Damin counseled. Su Eryong replied. Yes, you speak sweetly. Do encourage her to agree to the division. Otherwise, if she succumbs to anger and requires hospitalization, it will incur further expenses, and our family is already burdened with debt that cannot be increased. You wretched child. Are you wishing ill upon your grandmother? Su Dongsheng scolded him. Get out. Old Madame Su was infuriated, waving her hand. Yes, let him leave. There shall be no division. This family is built upon my hard work, and he shall not take even a single matchstick away. Amid the cacophony, the matter of separation was reluctantly settled. Su Shaoling timidly approached Su Eryong, tugging at his sleeve. Brother, I will go with you. Su Eryong gently ruffled her hair. Of course, you shall accompany me. Su Dongsheng glared at Zhang Jinfang. This ungrateful child insists on a division. Henceforth, you shall not offer him any assistance. Only when he faces hunger shall he recognize the strength of the iron pot. Zhang Jinfang, equally timid, lowered her head. On one side were her own 2 children, and on the other, the entire Su family, including her husband. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter, I will follow my son. What? Both old Madame Su and Su Dongsheng were taken aback. What did you say? You ungrateful wretch. After I took you in with kindness, this is how you repay me? You dare to incite a division of the family? Are you intent on driving me to despair? Lady Su questioned vehemently. Zhang Jinfang bit her lip, casting her gaze downward. Mother, I acknowledge my wrongs, but Erlong and Shaoling are my children. I cannot abandon them. If you must, consider it my betrayal to you. Su Dongsheng's eyes blazed with ire. This woman, who had always been submissive and compliant, now dared to oppose him. Zhang Jinfang, are you truly going to side with them? Do you wish to sever our life together? Su Dongsheng demanded. Despite trembling, Zhang Jinfang stood her ground, resolute in her decision to be with her children. Su Erlong and his mother took residence in the storage room of the production team. The space, once utilized for storing various tools and agricultural implements, had become vacant after the distribution of resources to the members. Naturally, this accommodation was not granted unconditionally. After all, it belonged to the team, and they could not allow anyone to take advantage freely. Brother, will we be living here from now on? Su Shaoling asked, clutching a small bundle containing their entire belongings. Su Erlong was unfazed, as their home was burdened with insurmountable debts, leaving little to divide. A good son does not partake in the division of family assets. A good daughter does not wear the wedding garments of another. For now, we will stay here for a couple of days. Trust in your brother. In the future, I promise you will have a spacious home, with everything you desire, Su Erlong reassured her. Su Shaoling nodded in agreement. The young girl had a delicate, oval face, with elegantly arched brows, large, dark eyes reminiscent of grapes washed clean by the September rains in the mountains, and dimples gracing her cheeks that made her smile sweetly. Both siblings found themselves in an awkward position within the family hierarchy. They were neither the eldest nor the youngest among the grandchildren, leading to their inadvertent neglect. Particularly for Su Shaoling, as a young girl, her presence often went unnoticed. Yet, the prospect of accompanying her brother brought a flicker of joy to her heart. Zhang Jinfang, on the other hand, held a different sentiment regarding the separation. In her youth, she had longed for such a division, but without her husband's support, she felt powerless. Now that her children were grown, the notion of separating felt somewhat foreign to her. She surveyed the storage room, which had remained uninhabited for quite some time and had fallen into disrepair. Cobwebs adorned the corners, and the spiders were larger than mahjong tiles. Zhang Jinfang procured a long stick and began to clear the webs, with Su Shaoling assisting in sweeping the floor. Su Erlong borrowed a water bucket from a neighbor and went out to fetch water. Though the storage room was rudimentary, it did possess a wooden bed, previously used by the caretaker for rest, which could serve as a sleeping space. The three of them worked diligently, and after a while, they managed to tidy up the room to a livable standard. Friends of Su Erlong, like the toothless Yu Ping and others, hearing of his separation, came to visit. Each brought a few living essentials, enabling them to scrape by. Su Erlong instructed Shaoling to start a fire and cook sweet potatoes for their dinner. We refer to it as sweet potato, which can be processed into various products such as sweet potato skins, sweet potato flour, sweet potato pastries, and sweet potato cakes. Said Shaoling elder brother, peel a couple of sweet potatoes and boil them with a little extra water. She added, we should mix in some cornmeal, or we won't feel full. We must be frugal. This is our only food supply. Su Erlong chuckled inwardly, feeling a pang of sadness. His younger sister, So Young, had to meticulously calculate their daily needs. Regrettably, in his previous life, she had passed away too early, never having had a full meal before her death. Don't worry. Elder brother won't let you go hungry. Just eat your fill, he thought to himself as they shared their meal. After dinner, Zhang Jifang washed the dishes while Su Erlong took Shaoling to the fields. This season was prime time for catching yellow eels and loaches. Armed with tools, they made their way through the muddy terrain. Elder brother, there's one here. Shaoling pointed at a yellow eel's burrow, gesturing excitedly. Su Erlong focused, pinching the eel with his fingers, and soon the slippery creature was tossed into the basket. There's another one. Before long, they had filled the basket with eels. He signaled for Shaoling to return home and rest, while he ventured to the riverbank, hoping for good fortune. Living off the land, catching fish and shrimp, climbing trees, and catching snakes were all essential skills for children in the countryside. The county town was rich in water systems and hills. After a night of labor, Su Erlong was pleased with his haul. Besides the usual grass carp and carps, he had also caught a soft-shelled turtle, quite a treasure in these times. In the past, they would have brought such finds home to share with the family, even saving the best for Xu Damin to ease his burdens of study. But now things had changed. Su Erlong examined the few fish he had, stringing them together with grass rope, while he hung the turtle separately. He then lowered the fish trap back into the water, tying it down and burying the rope in the soil, concealing it from view. When he returned, he would simply retrieve the trap and, if luck was on his side, find more fish inside. With his catch in hand, Su Erlong hurried towards the town, determined to exchange the turtle for money. However, he chose an unconventional route rather than the typical roadside market. Chapter 5. A visit to relatives. Changshu County town was relatively affluent. The third-line construction projects had left behind various factories and mines, including chemical plants, phosphate fertilizer factories, cement factories, and the second-largest dye factory in the country. Each industrial area was like a small community, complete with kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, technical schools, and hospitals. The Zhonghua factory, in particular, boasted the greatest scale and efficiency. It was here that the first piece of industrially produced neoprene was born, and the workers were a proud lot. Holding the turtle, Su Erlong relied on his memory to locate the factory hospital of Zhonghua. What brings you here? In the duty area of the factory, a person clad in a red armband obstructed his path. Su Erlong raised the soft-shelled turtle in his hand slightly, indicating, my relative has just given birth, and I was asked to procure some turtles from the countryside. Although he felt that the situation was not particularly dire, Su Erlong opted for caution. What is your relative's name? The guard inquired. Li Yuanchao, Su Erlong replied calmly. The surname Li is quite common in the nation, and Yuanchao resonates with the zeitgeist. Su Erlong could wager that among the thousands of workers in this factory, even a random guess would yield a few correct answers. The guard scrutinized him from head to toe. Earlier, Su Erlong had borrowed a white shirt from Xu Damin. Now, clad in a slightly faded white shirt and blue trousers, he stood there looking like a simple, innocent young man, not at all resembling a nefarious character. Go on in, the guard gestured for him to proceed. Su Erlong, clutching the turtle, made his way to the hospital's inpatient department. The newly constructed three-story building of the inpatient ward saw Xu Erlong slowly passing by the various rooms. This turtle was something the average citizen would hesitate to purchase, opting instead for pork. The ones truly in need of nutritional support were the patients undergoing surgery or the new mothers within the hospital. Moreover, only a factory with good economic performance could afford to consume such delicacies. Otherwise, the common folk would consider a few eggs as the pinnacle of nutritional sustenance. After pacing back and forth in the corridors several times, Xu Erlong identified 4 potential targets. "Do you want a turtle?" he asked, blocking the first individual at the restroom door. This man, in his 30s, wore glasses and bore a scholarly demeanor, appearing to be a technician from the factory. His wife had just given birth, and he looked troubled, concerned about the lack of milk. The man lifted his gaze, initially wary of Xu Erlong, and retreated slightly. Only when he had backed up to the door of his ward did he regain his composure and quietly inquire, "Are you selling that turtle?" Xu Erlong glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he replied softly, "I brought this for my relative, but he has been discharged and no longer needs it. In this sweltering heat, I would rather not take it back. How much do you want for it?" the man asked. 10 yuan, Xu Erlong stated. Upon hearing the price, the man shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, forget it. Pretend I didn't," he asked. 10 yuan. Wouldn't it be better to buy a few chickens instead? Xu Erlong did not press further. Such items required discerning customers, and he had no desire to sell at a loss. As he made his way toward the corridor, he encountered an elderly couple, each supporting the other. It seemed the elderly lady had recently undergone surgery and was still in recovery, taking slow, careful steps with her husband as assistants. "I see you've been wandering this corridor for a while. Are you looking for someone?" the elderly man asked him. Xu Erlong feigned embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. "Yes, I came to find my relative, but it appears he is not here." Alas, this turtle was quite a challenge to catch over the past few days. The elderly man glanced around cautiously and whispered, "How about you sell it to me? I will pay you." Xu Erlong, somewhat reluctantly, agreed. "All right, considering your wife's condition, I will let it go." "How much?" the elderly man queried. 10 yuan, Xu Erlong replied. So expensive. Forget it, we'll pass." Upon hearing the price, the elderly woman shook her head repeatedly. Their monthly wages amounted to only 30 or 40 yuan. And a single turtle cost 10 yuan, how could they possibly afford it? This delicacy is indeed remarkable, rich in nutritional value, and beneficial for one's health. The old man was somewhat tempted, yet he reasoned that no matter how good it was not a miraculous remedy. The elderly woman remained reluctant. Mindful of their finances, the expenses of surgery and hospitalization were substantial. Although the unit would reimburse medical costs, she felt that even reimbursement was insufficient. The couple murmured back and forth, with the elderly woman firmly opposing her husband's desire to purchase the turtle, having endured hardship in their youth. The elderly were reluctant to spend frivolously. Even with a pension and the possibility of reimbursement, they hesitated to part with their money. Xu Erlong, undeterred, strolled once more through the corridors, seeking his next potential client. He spotted a rather imposing figure, unmistakably a high-ranking official. Indeed, this was Li Yongyan, the second in command at the factory, whose mother was currently ill and undergoing surgery in the hospital. "Master, you are well versed in such matters. Pray tell me, how does this turtle fare?" Xu Erlong inquired, showcasing the turtle before him. "Quite impressive, indeed. Where did you procure it?" Li Yongyan asked. "It was a gift from a relative," Xu Erlong replied, maintaining a steady demeanor. Given the current uncertain circumstances, he was cautious, wary of any potential accusations that might arise. "Do you have more from your relative?" "Alas, no. However, I could part with this one, but it cannot be for free," Xu Erlong stated. "Very well, name your price." Li Yongyan replied knowingly. With his mother's health in jeopardy, monetary concerns were secondary. He merely wished for her to have good nourishment. 10 yuan, Xu Erlong insisted. "That seems a bit steep," Li Yongyan remarked. "Not at all. This is far more nourishing, far superior to chicken. Consuming this will bolster the immune system, enabling one to resist illness," Xu Erlong explained. "All right, 10 yuan it is," Li Yongyan conceded. This amount was manageable for him, and he was not overly concerned about the expense. He retrieved a bill from his pocket and handed it to Xu Erlong. In return, Xu Erlong promptly exchanged the turtle for the money. Having completed the transaction, Xu Erlong carefully stowed the money away and turned to retrace his steps. Just then, the elderly man he had encountered earlier approached him from behind. Upon noticing Xu Erlong's empty hands, disappointment washed over his face. Your turtle is gone? Indeed. It has been sold, Xu Erlong replied, his demeanor cautious as he was unsure of the elderly man's intentions. Ah, the old man sighed. I had hoped to purchase it quietly, but it appears it was snatched up too quickly. Xu Erlong chuckled lightly. I inquired earlier, but you declined. The old man forced a smile. My wife has been frugal all her life, reluctant to indulge in food or drink. I intended to secretly buy it and prepare it for her. Alas, I dawdled, and now it is gone. Chapter 6. A Taste of Meat. Xu Erlong shrugged, feeling helpless. He tentatively proposed, perhaps I can look for another one in the next couple of days? That would be wonderful, the old man replied, his spirits lifting. Please, do your best to find another. Alas, age has brought a multitude of ailments. Now I find myself weary and lacking strength to walk. I have no recourse but to prepare nourishing dishes for her as best as I can. After falling ill, my grandmother has grown weak and her legs feel feeble. In our countryside, there exists a folk remedy. Have you ever tried it? Xu Erlong inquired. What remedy? Please share, I prompted, as we have indeed experimented with various folk methods. The old man is a quintessential case of desperation, willing to try any remedy that comes his way. Grind the yellow eel into powder and take it once daily. Xu Erlong offered this remedy. No, we haven't tried that one. Give it a shot. I believe it might indeed prove effective. My grandfather taught me this, and my grandmother often consumes it now. Her legs are quite robust. Xu Erlong elaborated on the remedy in detail for the old gentleman. Very well. I shall procure some yellow eels then. The old man noted the remedy and suddenly recalled, Young man, are you sharing this remedy with the intent of selling me yellow eels? Xu Erlong chuckled. I merely intended to share this remedy, but now that you mention it. Weren't you seeking soft-shelled turtles? I can catch some turtles and bring you a few yellow eels as well. One task serves two purposes. The old man laughed in response, agreed, but do remember to keep the price reasonable. If it proves effective, I shall recommend it to my colleagues at the factory. Xu Erlong considered this opportunity, hoping for someone to actively facilitate connections. Such arrangements would provide a semblance of stability, sparing him the need to seek customers as he did today. How shall I find you later? Xu Erlong inquired. Just ask around for Li Yuan Chao, the old man replied. Laughing heartily, my son bears that name. He works at the factory's broadcasting station, and everyone knows him. A simple inquiry will suffice. Xu Erlong smirked, recalling how he had whimsically conjured a name upon entering the factory gate, yet it had proven fortuitously accurate. Upon exiting the chemical plant, Xu Erlong withdrew 3 cents to purchase a cable car ticket and ascended. This cable car, the longest and steepest of its kind in the country, has borne witness to the memories of generations within the county. It serves as the primary means of transport between the upper and lower halves of the town, with the nearby Sandao Gui still showcasing many ancient structures from the Ming and Qing dynasties, now a popular photo spot. Since its inception, the fare has remained a mere 3 cents uphill and 2 cents downhill, only increasing at the end of 85. As Xu Erlong sat in the cable car, gazing down at Sandao Gui, memories surged within him. In the past, he could scarcely afford even a 3-cent ticket, often opting to climb Sandao Gui to reach the county. He recalled the first time his sister, Su Shaoling, rode the cable car. She cried and refused to disembark, riding up and down 10 times before finally relenting. Reflecting on those days elicits both laughter and an inexplicable pang of sadness. He vowed never to endure such a pitiful state again. He would not allow himself to bow to financial constraints. Xu Erlong made his way to the Shajing agricultural market. At this moment, it was not yet called the Shajing agricultural market. This area belonged to a sand casting factory, situated at the crossroads of several alleys, where passers-by would exchange small items in secret before its official opening, eventually giving rise to a spontaneous agricultural market. Xu Erlong meandered for a while, observing the market trends. Although the 1980s heralded an era of openness, progress varied significantly across different regions, and Xu Erlong had no desire to be a trailblazer. A person approached him discreetly, inquiring if he needed eggs. While Xu Erlong had no need for eggs, he welcomed the conversation. Lacking tickets, he could only procure what he required here. After a brief exchange, he spent $1.50 to purchase 10 pounds of rice, followed by over $1 for a pound of meat. During these times, the prevailing preference was for fatty cuts. However, such options were no longer available. Xu Erlong mused that lean meat would suffice. He envisioned slicing the moderately fatty shoulder meat, then retrieving a handful of pickled ginger and chili from the brine jar to stir-fry a delectable dish of spicy meat slices. He also acquired 2 pounds of noodles and essential seasonings such as salt, Next, he purchased several small enamel basins, versatile items suitable for drinking, holding goods, or even dining. With the division of the family, the list of necessities had grown considerably. The little money he earned from selling soft-shelled turtles dwindled rapidly. Ultimately, he spent his last dime to buy 2 red flowers for Su Shaoling, carrying these items home. He was fortunate that the storage room was situated at the edge of the village, alleviating concerns of being seen. As Su Erlong entered the house with his woven bag, Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with unspoken anticipation. She instinctively knew her elder brother possessed remarkable skills, always managing to procure food for her. Under her watchful gaze, Su Erlong deliberately took out the items one by one. Rice, and meat. Xiaoling joyfully covered her mouth. This year, having just been allocated land, their harvest had yet to come in, and the meager rations distributed among households had long since been consumed, leaving only vegetables in their stead. Where did you get these? Zhang Jifang asked softly. I traded that soft-shelled turtle from this morning for these, Su Erlong replied. This revelation astonished Zhang Jifang. That turtle could exchange for so much? She scrutinized Su Erlong, anxiously probing, are you engaging in some sort of speculation? Su Erlong chuckled in disbelief. Indeed, Zhang Jifang had never ventured beyond the village, remaining blissfully unaware of the world beyond, aside from knowing the term. It's nothing, Ma. You and Xiaoling should prepare the meat. Tonight, we shall feast, Su Erlong declared. We'll stir-fry the lean meat with green peppers to make shredded pork with green peppers. Having arranged this, he borrowed a mat from the neighboring Yuping and sought refuge in the shade beneath the yellow pear tree at the village entrance, where he fell into a deep slumber. His nap did not go unnoticed. As someone had already informed Su Dongxing, your Su Erlong is sleeping under the yellow pear tree at the village entrance. Let him be, Su Dongxing replied in anger. That good-for-nothing spends his days indulging. He can sleep his life away. Even now, he remained furious, upset with his rebellious son for insisting on partitioning the family. Wishing to hear nothing of Su Erlong's affairs, Zhang Jifang meticulously sliced the piece of meat Su Erlong had brought home, cutting it into thin strips. Ready for a sumptuous meal. Once again, Xiaoling ventured into the private plot to gather a dozen or so green peppers, threading them onto a piece of iron wire, which she then tossed into the fire, transforming them into charred peppers. After brushing off the ashes and cutting them into segments, they would be ready to accompany stir-fried meat. Su Erlong awoke as dusk began to settle, and Xiaoling tiptoed to his ear, whispering softly, Second brother, wake up, it's time to go home for some meat. She feared that calling out too loudly might attract unwanted attention, perhaps leading someone to snatch the meat away from her. Chapter 7. A fortuitous rescue. Su Erlong rose, rolled up the bamboo mat, and led Xiaoling homeward. The prospect of meat filled Xiaoling with joy. Before their separation, meat had been a rare indulgence. Often, she would plead for it, and end up receiving a scolding instead. How delightful it was to be independent. Xiaoling eagerly rummaged through the meat, her cheeks stuffed to capacity, free from the scrutiny of others. Su Erlong chuckled and placed several pieces of meat into Zhang Jifang's bowl, declaring, Life will only get better from here. After dinner, Su Erlong strolled along the riverbank, hoping to catch a soft-shelled turtle. Alas, fortune was not on his side that night. After a long vigil, he returned empty-handed as dawn began to break. As he rounded the riverbank, he spotted Huang Xiaojiang from his village, accompanied by his sister Huang Xiaoxia, who appeared to have had better luck, as they had managed to catch a turtle. These two children were also unfortunate. Just a few years prior, their father had passed away, and now their mother was gone as well. At only 13, Huang Xiaojiang was left to care for his 7-year-old sister, relying solely on the meager charity of their production team to survive. Su Erlong pondered their plight, standing at the crossroads before the two young souls. Little Huang Xiaoxia, with her tousled golden hair, shrank back in fear behind her brother. Although Su Erlong was not a delinquent, his robust physique was well known throughout the production team, and his imposing presence naturally intimidated the young girl. Huang Xiaojiang, summoning his courage, called out, Second brother, what brings you out so early? You too, Xiaojiang, Su Erlong replied. Would you be willing to sell me your turtle? After a moment's thought, he added, How about a pound of meat in exchange for 10 pounds of rice? At the mention of meat, Huang Xiaojiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly handed over the turtle, saying, Second brother, you mustn't deceive me. Rest assured, I would never trick you. Su Erlong reassured him as he took the turtle and hurried off towards the Zhonghua factory. However, he was stopped at the factory gate. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Li Yuanchao, Su Erlong replied calmly. Yesterday had been a blur, but today he had a clear purpose. Which Li Yuanchao? The guard scrutinized Xu Erlong, his unease evident as he continued to interrogate him. After all, Xu Erlong was dressed in the typical blue work vest of rural youth, which set him apart from the factory workers coming and going. Furthermore, the turtle in his hand and the fish basket at his waist made it clear he was a farmer, with remnants of mud still clinging to his legs. The Li Yuanchao from the factory broadcasting station is a distant relative of mine. His mother is ill in the hospital, and I've come to bring him something, Xu Erlong explained. The inquiry posed was devoid of any complications. The gatekeeper pondered momentarily, finding no grounds for concern, furrowing his brow and gesturing for him to enter. Xu Erlong, clutching a soft-shelled turtle, retraced his steps towards the factory hospital. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air ahead. Xu Erlong cast a glance and beheld an elderly woman, struggling to carry a small boy who stumbled out of the corridor. The child, around 6 or 7 years of age, bore a wound on his forehead, blood gushing profusely from the injury. The elderly woman, frail and in her 60s or 70s, was hardly able to manage the boy. Her grasp was more of a desperate tug than a supportive embrace. "Let me assist you," Xu Erlong said. Unable to bear the sight, he stepped forward, effortlessly taking the child from the elderly woman's arms. "Is he being taken to the hospital?" he inquired. "Yes," the woman replied, visibly shaken. "I never imagined he would injure himself on the glass." With the child in his arms, Xu Erlong hurried towards the hospital, moving swiftly and purposefully. He soon arrived at the emergency room, watching as the boy was wheeled inside, releasing a subtle sigh of relief. The elderly woman followed closely, breathless and overwhelmed with self-recrimination. Before long, the boy's parents received the news and rushed to the emergency room in a flurry. "How is Xiaohu? What happened to him?" the elderly woman stammered, explaining in a disjointed manner that the child had been mischievous and had poked at the glass. "Thank goodness for this young man who helped bring him to the hospital," she praised Xu Erlong. In these times, the notion of exploiting others was virtually unheard of. Moreover, they were all part of the same community, familiar faces. The elderly woman instinctively regarded anyone present in the factory as a worker. "Thank you, comrade," said a short, stout man, shaking Xu Erlong's hand. "Which workshop are you from?" Xu Erlong politely responded, "I'm not from here. I'm merely visiting relatives." At that moment, he suddenly realized, "Where is my soft-shelled turtle?" "What turtle?" The man looked puzzled. Xu Erlong, in his haste to bring the child to the hospital, had completely forgotten about the turtle. "I must retrieve my soft-shelled turtle," he stated, no longer exchanging pleasantries, and turned to exit. That turtle was his hope for the day. Fortunately, at the flower bed he had passed earlier, he spotted his turtle still striving to crawl along the roadside, with a few children curiously watching nearby, and the fish basket resting beside it. Xu Erlong stepped forward, lifted the turtle, and quickly returned to the hospital ward. According to the agreement made the previous day, he sought out the elderly gentleman who intended to purchase the turtle. The old man exchanged a knowing glance with him. It was clear that he wished to keep the transaction concealed from the elderly woman, who would surely hesitate to part with her money. Xu Erlong waited outside as the old man calmed the woman. "Young man, does your basket contain only loaches?" the elderly gentleman inquired, gesturing towards the fish basket at Xu Erlong's side. "Yes, indeed. Take a look. They're all quite sizable," Xu Erlong replied, lifting the lid of the basket to reveal the contents to the old man. Observing the slick, sticky eels within, the elderly gentleman instinctively averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of disgust. "Young man, could you assist in handling this?" he inquired. Xu Erlong offered a wry smile, contemplating the peculiar notion of ensuring proper after-sales processing for a humble local product. Sighing, he acquiesced, for he still harbored hopes of benefiting from this transaction. Following the elderly man, they retraced their steps back to the factory housing area. The rows of cylindrical buildings resembled pigeon coops, nestled beneath the canopy of towering trees. Together, they returned to their abode, where Xu Erlong assisted in placing the eels into a water bucket and then carried it to the corridor to fill it from the tap. Upon lifting his eyes, he spotted the couple from the hospital returning, child in tow. "Comrade, do you reside here?" the man queried, taken aback. "Do you know each other?" Elderly emerged with a basin in hand. "Ah, I must admit my shame. My child was mischievous and injured by glass, and it was this comrade who graciously helped take him to the hospital." The couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude, inquiring of Elderly, "Is this your relative?" Elderly chuckled. "You could say that. Even better. Later, I shall host a gathering at my home to show my appreciation. I must first settle my child," the man replied, retreating into his home. Elderly leaned towards Xu Erlong, quietly introducing, This gentleman is Wang Bolan, the head of the factory's dining hall. The title of dining hall head was unique to their locale, akin to a cafeteria director or logistics manager elsewhere. You have aided him. This presents a splendid opportunity. Elderly noted, wary that Xu Erlong might not grasp the implications. Aren't you looking to sell eels? Perhaps you could inquire if the dining hall has a need for them. Xu Erlong responded with a grin. Thank you for your thoughtful concern, Elder. If you could speak a few kind words on my behalf, I would gladly forego payment for these eels today. What kind words should I speak? You have just rendered him significant assistance. Such a small favor should pose no issue for him. Elderly understood the situation well. Once Wang Bolan had settled his child, he approached with a pack of cigarettes, courteously inviting Xu Erlong to partake. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and quickly became acquainted. Wang Bolan's culinary skills were commendable. As he put it, his position as head of the dining hall had been earned through diligent effort in the kitchen. Xu Erlong believed him wholeheartedly. Xiao Wang, doesn't your dining hall need to procure ingredients daily? Elderly deftly steered the conversation towards this topic. Xu Erlong added, to speak candidly. My family hails from the Qinan commune. We are quite impoverished and can only manage to trade a few eels for some salt. I would be immensely grateful for any guidance you could provide. Wang Bolan hesitated slightly. Our dining hall primarily sources its supplies from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Currently, the market is not fully developed. Various vegetable teams around the county deliver produce to the cooperative daily, which then distributes it to our units. However, if the quantity is not large, I could still accept your eels. Wang Bolan contemplated, recognizing that the man had aided in saving his child. It was a matter of reciprocity. I can take your eels, but the daily requirement is modest, as the meals provided by the dining hall follow a set quota. Xu Erlong repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother Wang, your words are more than enough. No matter the quantity, you have greatly assisted me, and I am profoundly thankful. Allow me to raise a cup of tea in place of wine, as a gesture of respect. Wang Bolan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, noted that he hadn't tea contributed much. How about this? If it's agreeable, starting tomorrow, could you bring over 50 pounds of eel each day? That should be manageable, Wang Bolan inquired. Given that their chemical plant employed thousands, the daily consumption of 50 pounds of eel was feasible. After leaving the chemical plant, Xu Erlong sold today as soft-shelled turtle to Old Li at the previously agreed price. As for the eels, they would serve as a token of appreciation for Old Li's assistance in making connections. This sum of money was trivial. Securing these relationships would pave a smoother path ahead. After all, the chemical plant's thousands of employees enjoyed stable wages, making them the most affluent and willing consumers in the county. Xu Erlong wandered around the river street again. At the entrance of the cinema, he encountered Xu Damin. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Xu Damin was visibly anxious. Xu Erlong nodded in greeting, but was puzzled by Xu Damin's evident distress. He then noticed Zhou Yu standing 2 steps behind Xu Damin. Like many girls of her time, Zhou Yu was dressed in a checkered shirt, her hair styled into 2 small horn braids, with a prominent mole on her forehead. Suddenly, Xu Erlong experienced an epiphany, realizing the source of Xu Damin's alarm. Zhou Yu was indeed the girl Xu Erlong had been betrothed to. In his previous life, Zhou Yu married Xu Damin. Xu Erlong held no resentment towards her for this, understanding that after spending so long in prison, it was unreasonable to expect a young woman to wait for him. In fact, he thought marrying Damin was quite suitable, as they were familiar with each other as families. Even though Zhou Yu had treated him with indifference and sharp remarks, Xu Erlong bore no ill will. After all, he had brought misfortune upon himself by being incarcerated. Her resentment was only natural. Yet now, the situation was decidedly unusual. The expressions on their faces hinted at a deeper entanglement. In his previous life, he had been blind to the fact that Zhou Yu had not waited for him after his imprisonment. Xu Erlong chuckled softly, not feeling particularly angry. After all, he had never harbored any unrealistic expectations regarding Zhou Yu. She was merely a fleeting memory to him. Are you here to watch a movie? Xu Erlong calmly greeted Xu Damin. In a fluster, Xu Damin stammered an explanation. No, it's not that. I just happened to run into Zhou Yu here. So we exchanged a few words. Xu Erlong smirked inwardly at this. He stepped up to the 2 steps leading to the cinema entrance, positioning himself at eye level with Xu Damin, allowing him to look down upon him. Why not join us? I've never seen a movie before, today. I'll take advantage of your company. This seemed like the most ordinary of conversations, yet both Xu Damin and Zhou Yu were eager to escape, desperate to avoid a 3-way interaction. No, I've seen it already. No, I was merely passing by. Each had their own ulterior motives. and the awkwardness hung palpably in the air as they exchanged excuses. Xu Erlong chuckled softly, thinking that as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel the awkwardness. Zhouya, her face flushed, lowered her head and said, I really have something to attend to. I must take my leave. As she hurried away, Xu Erlong called out to her, Zhouya, when you return, please remember to inform your parents to rescind our engagement. What? Both Xu Damin and Zhouya exclaimed in unison. Nothing significant, just asking to withdraw the marriage proposal, Xu Erlong reiterated. Zhouya's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Her initial embarrassment had now transformed into anger. Xu Erlong, you are being excessively cruel. Xu Damin chimed in, Erlong, your words are utterly uncalled for. Why would you wish to withdraw the engagement? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Xu Erlong replied, It's nothing. Zhouya has been accepted into university, while I have barely completed high school. I sense that there will be no common ground between us in the future. To avoid hindering her, I believe it is best to end this engagement sooner rather than later. Only a fool would publicly announce their own humiliation if others felt shame. Would it then bring him glory? Xu Erlong, you shall regret this. Zhouya cried as she covered her face and ran away in tears. Xu Damin, wanting to chase after her, suddenly realized that his stance was inappropriate. He glared at Xu Erlong in fury. Xu Erlong, do you truly comprehend the consequences of your actions? You are being utterly disgraceful. Calling for the withdrawal of the engagement is nothing short of humiliation. With his hands in his pockets, Xu Erlong regarded Xu Damin with the same amusement one might reserve for a performing monkey. You are being ridiculous. I can hardly be bothered to engage with you. Xu Damin, in a huff, turned away, appearing to be angry at Xu Erlong. But in truth, he was simply eager to pursue Zhouya. Xu Erlong, however, would not permit him that satisfaction. Chapter 9. A lesson to be learned. Xu Erlong intercepted him, delivering a punch to his face. Xu Damin, you worthless creature. Your family has sacrificed to provide you an education, plunging themselves into debt while living frugally, and yet you come here to watch movies? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandmother. What a waste of a person you are. Xu Damin, refined in appearance yet frail in stature, was knocked to the ground by a single blow. Xu Erlong continued to rain down several more punches. You unfilial child, lacking respect for your elders and affection for your parents. Do you not understand the values of propriety and shame? You squander your family's hard-earned money to indulge in frivolities? Xu Damin curled up, shielding his head, too afraid to cry out. He suspected that Xu Erlong had uncovered the truth about his relationship with Zhouya. Otherwise, how could he be chastised for lacking a sense of decorum? Yet, curiously, Xu Erlong refrained from mentioning that matter, focusing solely on reprimanding him for his wasteful behavior. From a distance, Zhouya stood at the street corner, watching Xu Erlong fiercely assault Xu Damin, her anxiety causing her to stomp her feet. However, she dared not approach, lest it confirm any rumors of an affair between her and Xu Damin. Having vented his frustration, Xu Erlong felt invigorated. He dusted off his hands and looked down at Xu Damin with a sneer. Today, I taught you a lesson on behalf of your grandmother. Reflect on your actions. Do not continue to be a leech, draining your family's resources. If there is a next time, I shall bind you and take you back to face them. Xu Damin cradled his bruised mouth, stifling his breath and remaining silent. Having just been caught in his own words, claiming to be out for a movie, he found himself unable to rebut Xu Erlong's moral high ground. In a good mood, Xu Erlong leisurely strolled around the county town once more before returning home with 2 pieces of meat and 10 pounds of rice. He left a pound of meat for his family, carrying another pound along with 10 pounds of rice to Huang Xiaojiang's home. Promises must be fulfilled. Huang Xiaojiang and his sister lived at the pig farm of the production team, somewhat distant from the other villagers. At that moment, Huang Xiaojiang buried several sweet potatoes in the pile of firewood, waiting for the flames to rise before tossing in the captured eel. This was the simplest and most primitive method, requiring neither oil nor salt. Purely roasted eel, a dish that nearly everyone from that era had tasted. Now, Huang Xiaojiang and his sister were preparing this for dinner. As Xu Erlong entered the semi-enclosed pigsty, he saw Huang Xiaoxia gnawing on the roasted eel, her little mouth and face smeared with soot. Big brother, you're here? Huang Xiaojing exclaimed, astonished to see Xu Erlong. Xu Erlong chuckled, dropping the bag he carried. Here, I brought a pound of meat and 10 pounds of rice. You can stretch it for a few meals. Huang Xiaojiang looked at the cloth bag, visibly excited. Villagers often offered them a little assistance, typically sweet potatoes or similar items, but this was the first time they could enjoy rice. Big brother, you're so kind. Huang Xiaojiang expressed with flattery. Xu Erlong remained speechless. Eagerly, the siblings set about making a fire to cook the rice. Having not used the iron pot in quite some time, its surface now covered in rust, unable to bear the sight. Xu Erlong helped move the large pot to the yard, instructing Huang Xiaojiang to fetch some gravel to scrub off the rust. Huang Xiaojiang, if I asked you to gather 50 pounds of eel every day, would that be manageable? Xu Erlong inquired. In those days, eels could be found in abundance in the fields, and anyone from that era would understand this. With no chemical pollution, children like him could easily gather 50 pounds in half a day. No problem, Huang Xiaojiang replied, scraping the rust off the pot. But big brother, what do you need all that eel for? What I do is none of your concern. Just remember to bring me 50 pounds of eel each day, Xu Erlong stated. Are you planning something illicit? Huang Xiaojiang asked, his tone wary. Xu Erlong neither confirmed nor denied it. Leaning closer, Huang Xiaojiang whispered, that's very dangerous. Last year, my uncle got caught. To ensure Xu Erlong believed him, he added, really, I was so desperate the other day that I tried selling some eels in the city and ended up being chased for several blocks, losing both the eels and my straw sandals. Xu Erlong believed his words. He patted Huang Xiaojiang on the shoulder. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just focus on gathering eels for me, at least 50 pounds a day. I'll pay you 10 cents per pound. Are you willing? This arrangement served two purposes. It offered the two young siblings, orphaned and vulnerable, a means of livelihood, and it acknowledged Huang Xiaojiang's remarkable skill in catching eels. At the tender age of 12 or 13, he was wiry and agile, much like a monkey, and although he knew nothing of farming, he spent his days with his sister wandering the fields, adept at catching fish, birds, and snakes. Is there really such a good opportunity? Huang Xiaojiang exclaimed, elated, realizing this was akin to being given a job. This is merely a preliminary discussion. I cannot ascertain how long it will last, Xu Erlong remarked. Huang Xiaojiang, though slight of build, was no fool. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Xu Erlong, Brother Heir, I understand that your intentions are for our benefit, that you pity our plight and wish to assist me. Rest assured, even if you do not provide financial support, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. It is merely 50 pounds of eels, after all. Payment is, of course, essential. Xu Erlong would never stoop to deceiving children. Furthermore, he did not regard this modest sum with any significance. However, offering too much would be unwise. He needed to focus on accumulating funds, as securing initial capital was invariably challenging. Let us agree upon this, he stated. Procure 50 pounds of eels for me daily. If you cannot catch that many in a day, you may enlist the help of other children in the village. Xu Erlong then produced a bag of fruit candies from his pocket, adding, tell them they may exchange their efforts for sweets. Huang Xiaoxia licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the candies. I can also catch eels. It matters not. In any case, I require 50 pounds each day. You must find a way to gather them, Xu Erlong instructed. Once the task of catching eels was delegated to others, Xu Erlong was free to enjoy restful sleep without the burden of sleepless nights. In his dreams, he envisioned Wen Yi, the enchanting woman with captivating eyes, who gazed at him with a tranquil demeanor. Even in silence, she seemed to soothe the wounds of his heart. Upon waking, Xu Erlong found himself unable to return to slumber, his eyes wide open until dawn. In his previous life, he had first encountered Wen Yi only in middle age. If, in this life, he sought her out earlier, would his fate have shifted? Xu Erlong was uncertain and did not feel an immediate urgency to pursue her. Huang Xiaojiang, accompanied by Huang Xiaoxia, spent the night gathering a large bag of eels. They had no means to weigh them, nor could they be certain if the quantity was sufficient. Xu Erlong inspected the eels, which were as thick as his fingers and entirely wild-caught. Regrettably, there were no additional seasonings. Otherwise, preparing a spicy eel dish would have been delightful. He selected out the noticeably small or dying eels. After weighing the remaining ones in his hands, he estimated they amounted to approximately 50 to 60 pounds. I shall take these with me and return later to settle the payment, he stated. Brother, today I wish to have some meat. Can you provide some? Huang Xiaojiang asked, licking his lips. The siblings, long accustomed to hunger, valued food far more than money. Recalling the succulent meat they had consumed the previous day, and Huang Xiaojiang swallowed hard. Very well, Xu Erlong agreed. Xu Erlong utilized a fishing basket to divide the eels into several containers, which he then carried on a shoulder pole to the chemical factory. The gatekeeper observed him, rendered speechless. Upon first encountering him, it was evident that this lad was up to something significant. Now, it was clear he had indeed made a bold move. having initially entered to visit relatives with a single turtle. He was now openly transporting a large basket of goods to the dining hall. Chapter 10. Drinking to foster relationships. Xu Erlong noted the gatekeeper's expression and silently resolved to offer him a cigarette later to avoid any complications. According to their agreement, he delivered the eels to the dining hall, where Wang Bolin did not personally attend but summoned someone to weigh the catch. The individual at the scale was a young man with a round face. He understood that those who came to this place were mostly connected by familial ties, and thus, he did not impose any unnecessary difficulties. He conducted a cursory inspection and allowed the transaction to proceed. The total weight was 56 jin. Whether it was a bit more or less did not concern him too much. After the goods were stored, a receipt was issued to Xu Erlong, enabling him to collect his payment from the finance office. With the connection to Wang Bolin, the eels he provided were purchased at a price of 50 cents each, which could be considered a significant favor. Xu Erlong then made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased a bottle of bamboo leaf wine and 2 packs of Defiance cigarettes. Along the fork on the right side of the factory gate, numerous small stalls were set up, where local farmers sold vegetables from their own fields, and others offered eggs for sale. Nearby residents, possessing a modicum of intelligence and discernment, set up stalls selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, steamed buns, and cold noodles, gradually forming a small market. After all, with a factory housing thousands of workers, there was a great demand for food and drink. Moreover, these small stalls did not require various tickets to operate. After strolling through the market, Xu Erlong settled at a stall selling wontons, indulging in a bowl of spicy red oil wontons while engaging in casual conversation with the vendor. He learned that most of the vendors here were family members of the factory workers, which afforded them a degree of protection against being driven away. After paying 15 cents, a steaming bowl of wontons was soon placed on his small table. The locals referred to these wontons as chaos ho, a term unfamiliar to outsiders. Xu Erlong stirred the wontons and chuckled upon noticing the half bowl of vegetables beneath. In these times of rising prices for meat and grains, these small business owners were reluctant to use ample ingredients. To give the appearance of a generous serving, they would place a half bowl of vegetables at the bottom, creating the illusion of a full bowl brimming with substance. Feeling hungry, Xu Erlong took his chopsticks, mixed the wontons, and began to eat heartily. After his breakfast, he bought half a jin of salted peanuts, half a jin of pig's head meat, and half a jin of uniquely flavored broad beans before making his way back to the factory. This time, he produced the prepared Defiance cigarettes and courteously handed them to the gatekeeper, saying, "Master, here, have a smoke." Upon seeing the brand, the gatekeeper's demeanor visibly softened as he accepted the cigarettes. Xu Erlong struck a match to light one for him. In these times, many items were prefixed with the word foreign. Matches were called Zhanghua, kerosene was Yagyu, soap was Yangjian, and even bicycles were referred to as Yangma. With the cigarette lit, their rapport was significantly strengthened. "You're doing well. Now you're even on friendly terms with the mess hall," remarked the gatekeeper. Xu Erlong replied with a smile. "There's no choice. My family is struggling to make ends meet, so I have to think of ways to manage." After a pleasant chat, during which he learned that the gatekeeper's surname was Chun, Xu Erlong quickly grew fond of addressing him as Brother Chun. This gesture was not in vain. At least, with this gatekeeper, he had established a relationship that would likely ensure smoother passage in the future. After bidding farewell to him, Xu Erlong proceeded to Wang Bolin's home, waiting for his return from work so they could share a couple of drinks together. "Brother, what brings you here? You didn't have to bring wine and food for me," Wang Bolin remarked. Xu Erlong smiled, acknowledging Wang Bolin's culinary skills. "I know you are quite the chef, but why not sample some of the local delicacies outside the dining hall? They are quite delightful," Xu Erlong remarked. Wang Bolin brought over a small stool and joined Xu Erlong at the entrance, sipping on a cup of bean wine. Yesterday, he had merely aimed to return a favor by introducing the dining hall services to Xu Erlong, with no intention of forming a deeper bond. However, now, observing this young man, he found him surprisingly astute for his age. Xu Erlong, in turn, engaged Wang Bolin in light banter, touching on various topics. As their conversation flowed, Wang Bolin expressed his astonishment. "Young brother, despite your tender years, you've journeyed to so many places. In these times, it is nearly impossible to traverse without a letter of introduction. How could a young lad like you have ventured so far?" Xu Erlong realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. In his previous life, who hadn't he embarked on spontaneous adventures, escaping the mundanity of their existence for the allure of new locales? However, Sharing such tales felt somewhat excessive now. Truth be told, I haven't traveled to all those places. I have an aunt residing in the provincial capital, and I often visit her. Soaking in her stories, Xu Erlong concocted an excuse to justify himself. Oh, that sounds more plausible. Wang Bolin accepted the explanation. After some idle chatter, Xu Erlong decided not to overstay his welcome and took his leave. Drinking, after all, was not the goal but merely a means to nurture social connections. At home, Su Laodai was fuming alongside Zhou Fengru. Look at this. It's high time for dinner. Yet the meal remains uncooked, and the pigs in the pen have not been fed. They are about to leap out. What on earth have you been doing all this time? Su Laodai chastised Zhou Fengru. Previously, Zhang Jinfang managed these chores with ease, but now, with her absence, the pigs went unfed, and the meal was still unprepared. Mother, I was tending to Damin's headache and completely forgot about cooking, Zhou Fengru explained. Upon hearing of Xu Damin's discomfort, Su Laodai quickly shifted her focus, asking with concern, Damin, tell Grandma, does your head still ache? Xu Damin could only helplessly support Zhou Fengru's fib. Grandma, Mom just massaged my head, and I feel much better now. That's good to hear. You should rest a bit. Studying can be taxing on the mind. Now that you've been accepted into university, take the time to recuperate at home, Su Laodai advised. She then instructed Zhou Fengru to start a fire, while she grabbed some cornmeal, sprinkled it into a pot, and stirred it into a porridge. From a jar of pickled vegetables, she retrieved some radishes, diced them, and prepared the meal. The family gathered at the threshold to enjoy their corn porridge. Mother, it's been a couple of days now. Perhaps you should go fetch my sister-in-law back? Zhou Fengru suggested to Su Laodai. Why should I go get her? Su Laodai shot her a glare. If she chooses to follow that scoundrel Xu Erlong, she must be prepared for a lifetime of absence. Zhou Fengru couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to herself. If Zhang Jinfang did not return, all the household chores would fall to her. She was someone who preferred to take shortcuts. Otherwise, she would not have hastily married a local upon arriving in the countryside, seeking to simplify her life and reduce her workload. Mother, that's not quite how it is. As the head of the household, you must maintain your dignity. Zhou Fengru delicately persuaded old lady Su. Her skill in flattery was remarkable. Over the years, she had utilized her eloquence to secure the greatest resources for herself and her son. Perhaps the elder sister-in-law had realized her mistake. But without a nod of approval from old lady Su, she felt too embarrassed to return. Thus, it would be wise for you to show magnanimity and extend a hand, encouraging her to come back. Upon hearing this, old lady Su nodded. Very well, go find her and bring her back. She also felt that having Zhang Jinfang at home was convenient, as it spared her the trouble of consuming corn porridge. Just then, a member of the production team named Dyer passed by the door and greeted her. Yes, old lady Su replied, rolling her eyes and snorting disapprovingly through her nostrils. Choosing to ignore him, Dyer, the son-in-law of the Wang family and their team, was tall and sturdy, yet he was looked down upon by everyone. Aware of their disdain, he took pleasure in provoking them, relishing their discomfort. Ah, just drinking corn porridge, huh? He mockingly inquired. What a disparity. While Xu Erlong enjoys fine delicacies in the city, you folks are stuck with this at home. What did you say? Old lady Su glared at Dyer, clutching her bowl. Had it not been for the half bowl of corn porridge in her hands, she would have liked to smash it over his head. I said, Xu Erlong is out there living it up while you're at home eating the bare minimum, Dyer declared loudly. Old lady Su's anger flared. If you keep shouting, I'll tear your mouth apart. What I consume is none of your business. It's just unfortunate that you've raised a grandson who is a university student, and yet he is reduced to drinking corn porridge. Seizing the opportunity while old lady Su was about to explode, Dyer laughed and ran off. Old lady Su was genuinely furious. Her ire was not directed at her university student grandson, Xu Damin, but rather at Xu Erlong, that good-for-nothing. She had thought that after the three of them, Xu Erlong and his family, separated, they would have nothing and would soon return home in disgrace. Little did she expect that they were living lavishly outside, indulging in cigarettes and alcohol. I knew they were determined to split up and live separately. But it seems they already had money. Old lady Su seethed. Where did Erlong get this money? Zhou Fengru inquired, puzzled. Old lady Su's gaze shifted to Su Dongxing. Have you secretly saved up some money for him? Su Dongxing frowned, as a stonemason. He had given every penny he earned to his mother. He remained silent, further inciting old lady Su's wrath. Ah, Su Dongxing, you act like the eldest. Yet you're secretly plotting to separate from me. Is this your intention, to drive your mother to despair? Mom, I haven tea. Su Dongxing protested. Zhou Fengru glanced at him. adding her support. I believe my elder brother is not that kind of person. Are you implying that I'm wrongfully accusing you? Old Lady Su challenged. Su Dongxing's face turned pale as he turned to leave. He knew that Zhang Jinfang was currently in the storage room, and he needed to question her about whether she had secretly stashed any money. Su Erlong had been drinking with Wang Bolin, causing him to lose track of time. When he finally thought of buying some meat to take home, he discovered that no meat was available for sale. Yet he had promised Xiaoling that she would have meat today. I still have a pair of pig offals here. Do you want them? The stout master, clad in an apron, brandished a large cleaver in his hand, a sight both imposing and intimidating. Su Erlong responded, indicating that this batch comprised pig entrails. However, the more desirable parts, such as the kidneys and hearts, would be picked away, leaving only the dirtiest and least appealing sections, the fatty intestines. In truth, fatty intestines can be quite delectable, whether braised or stewed, with a taste that is nothing short of delightful, albeit the cleaning process can be rather cumbersome. Master, look. This is all that's left. Could you possibly offer a discount? Su Erlong inquired. The stout master slammed the cleaver onto the chopping board. Take this whole heap for 50 cents, no receipt. Su Erlong estimated the pile to weigh around 3 or 4 pounds, and 50 cents seemed quite a bargain. All right, 50 cents it is. He produced the coins and handed them to the stout master, who then tied the intestines with a piece of twine made from palm leaves and passed them to Su Erlong. Su Erlong carried the pungent fatty intestines homeward. As he passed by the Peach Blossom River, the sight of the clear waters inspired him to squat by the bank and wash the intestines, even clearing away some weeds to aid in the process. Hey, what are you washing over there? 2 swimmers splashed into the river, wiping their faces. Washing pig intestines. Su Erlong replied. Damn, one of them cursed. I was just thirsty and took a few sips of that water. Su Erlong nearly burst into laughter but managed to maintain a straight face, pointing to a water buffalo lazily soaking in the river, and said, You should be scolding that buffalo. It's likely doing more than just bathing. The swimmers chuckled at this exchange. Serves you right for drinking from the river, one remarked. What could I do? I was swimming for ages and was parched. The water looked clear, so I took a few sips, but I didn't notice that. Listening to their banter, Su Erlong felt a flicker of inspiration, but he would ponder that further tomorrow. After thoroughly rinsing the intestines multiple times to ensure they were clean, he headed home. As he approached the village entrance, he noticed a gathering around the storage room. The plaintive pleas of Zhang Jinfang and the cries of Xiaoling echoed from within. These grains and flour. Where did they come from if you haven't been saving any money? Zhang Jinfang defended herself pitifully. I truly haven't saved any money over the years. You've given me nothing to save. Xiaoling, wiping her tears, added, Really, Dad, these things were brought back by my brother. Mom isn't lying to you. Trouble was brewing. Su Erlong pushed through the crowd to see Zhang Jinfang on her knees, her expression a mixture of grievance and fear. Not telling the truth, are we? Zhang Jinfang. It seems I must resort to force to make you confess. Su Dongxing gritted his teeth and struck her. Stop. Su Erlong stepped forward, firmly grasping Su Dongxing's wrist. The onlookers wore expressions of eager anticipation, reveling in the unfolding drama. A son confronting his father was indeed a spectacle. Su Dongxing glared fiercely. You little brat, dare you lay a hand on me? From behind, old Su added, You scoundrel, are you really going to strike your own father? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Su Erlong forcefully shook off his hand and pulled Zhang Jinfang up from the ground, speaking with deliberate clarity. This is my mother, the one who gave me life. If my mother is being harmed and her son does not stand up for her, that is truly deserving of divine retribution. The villagers surrounding them, captivated by Su Erlong's fervor, were taken aback. Countless heads bowed in shame at his words. Any man with a sense of honor would be unable to bear the humiliation of his mother and would rise to defend her, even at the cost of his own life. But why is it that when the one tormenting my mother is my father, I cannot retaliate? Well said. Someone in the crowd shouted, prompting others to join in applause. All right, since you possess the courage to defend your mother, I shall see just how capable you truly are. Su Dongxing's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes blazing with fury. The authority of a father, repeatedly challenged by his son, especially in front of so many villagers, had pushed Su Dongxing to the brink of rage. Chapter 12. Unconcerned about a bitter split as Su Dongxing raised his hand, intending to punish Su Erlong, the latter swiftly seized his wrist. You scoundrel! Before Su Dongxing could utter a word, Su Erlong leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. If you wish to retain some semblance of dignity, you had best cease this at once. You disgraceful wretch, You have already stripped me of all dignity, Xu Damin retorted. His face flushed with anger. He realized that Xu Erlong had indeed grown stronger. The grip on his wrist rendered half of his arm numb and immobile. Is that so? Xu Erlong scoffed, a chill in his voice. It seems you are unconcerned about losing a bit more face. What if I were to reveal to everyone that Xu Damin is truly your son? How do you think they would perceive you? Xu Damin felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He slowly turned to Xu Erlong, his voice trembling. What? What did you say? What did I say? Xu Erlong's face bore a cold expression. I merely mentioned the true lineage of Xu Damin. He is the first college student in the village. If it were revealed that his biological father is someone else, how would he hold his head high in the village? If word of this reached his university, would he not spend his life in shame? Xu Damin's heart raced with dread on this hot summer day. Half of his being felt as if it were submerged in snow. He believed he had concealed this matter well, even from Xu Laodai, his mother, who had not perceived any signs. Yet now, Xu Erlong had divulged such a monumental secret. You were spouting nonsense. Xu Damin managed to utter after a long pause. If one wishes for their deeds to remain unknown, they must refrain from wrongdoing. Xu Erlong whispered close to his ear. Originally, I had no intention of mentioning this, but if you insist on pressing me, then it seems we must part ways. Xu Damin gazed at him. This son who now seemed increasingly unfamiliar. I have no further demands. I merely wish to take my mother and sister and live separately. As long as you do not trouble me, I shall turn a blind eye. Xu Erlong gradually released Xu Damin's wrist. Now, the choice lay with Xu Damin. Xu Damin remained silent for a moment before finally addressing Xu Erlong, urging him to keep the matter confidential and warning that he would not show mercy if it were to be publicized. Xu Erlong smirked, assuring him that family disgrace should not be aired publicly, and that he had no intention of revealing such an embarrassing incident unless compelled. Xu Damin's chest heaved as he struggled to suppress his anger. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he turned, parting the crowd as he made his exit. The onlookers exchanged glances, puzzled by the whispered exchange between Xu Erlong and Xu Damin that had seemingly calmed the latter's fury, prompting him to walk away. Damin, why are you leaving like this? Xu Laodai called after her eldest son as he departed. Xu Damin turned back, grasping her arm, insisting, Mother, let us go home and avoid causing a scene here. No, I cannot. Xu Laodai protested. They were meant to confront Zhang Jinfang and demand answers, even attempting to drag her back. However, Xu Damin dismissed her objections, firmly pulling her away. Mother, stop this. It has nothing to do with her. Zhou Fengru, sensing the shift in dynamics, awkwardly smiled and remarked, You all take your time to talk. We are all family, and misunderstandings happen. I shall take my leave now. Hold on. Xu Erlong interrupted. You intend to leave just like that? Xu Damin glared at him. What more do you want? Apologize to my mother. Xu Erlong demanded fiercely. You cannot bully my mother without evidence. That is unacceptable. Remember, as long as I, Xu Erlong, draw breath, I will not allow anyone to mistreat her. His presence exuded determination, leaving no doubt that any further attempts to harm his mother would meet with severe consequences. Xu Damin's features twisted in disbelief. He had not anticipated Xu Erlong would demand an apology from him to Zhang Jinfang. Xu Laodai was equally unlikely to apologize. She sprang up, ready to unleash her fury, but Xu Damin swiftly covered her mouth, turning his face away, whispering, This time, we were in the wrong. With that, he forcibly led Xu Laodai away. Zhang Jinfang covered her mouth, nearly overcome with emotion at that moment. Having endured a lifetime of hardship and submission, she had never imagined her son would acknowledge his wrongdoing and apologize to her. It became painfully clear to her that her son had grown up, capable of fiercely protecting her. Those around them could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Xu Erlong had truly matured into a man. Anyone who dared to bully Zhang Jinfang in the future would need to reconsider their actions. Yu Ping approached Xu Erlong, giving him a thumbs up. Erlong, you were impressive just now, daring to stand up to your father. Xu Erlong sighed, wishing that if given a choice, he would prefer that family disputes did not draw the attention of the entire village. Tonight, we are having pig intestines at my house. Call the toothless ones to join us for a meal and a drink. He shifted the topic. Sounds good, Yu Ping replied, heading off to find the others. Oh. And invite Huang Xiaojing too, Xu Erlong called after him. Yu Ping acknowledged with a wave. Xu Erlong helped Zhang Jinfang to a seat, then asked Xiao Ling to bring a basin of water for her to wash her face. Mother, wash your face. Xu Erlong offered her a towel. I truly did not steal any hidden money, Zhang Jinfang declared, her voice tinged with grievance as she continued her defense. Yes, I understand. They have acknowledged their mistakes and will no longer create disturbances, Su Erlong reassured Zhang Jinfang with calmness, holding a towel to her face. Zhang Jinfang's shoulders trembled as she wept inconsolably. In the past, she had endured countless injustices in silence, but now, she suddenly realized that her son had indeed grown up, and she had someone to rely on. Xiaoling, let me rest here for a moment. You go tend the fire while I prepare dinner. Su Erlong called to Xiaoling, who followed him to the kitchen. The pork intestines had already been cleaned on the way, and now they merely needed to be cut into sections and briefly blanched. As the intestines entered the pot, their distinct aroma filled the kitchen. Xiaoling covered her nose, exclaiming, "Brother, this smells terrible. No one really eats this." "That's because they didn't handle it properly," Su Erlong replied, tossing in a handful of salt. He then fetched some scallions from the back door, along with white wine and ginger, tossing them all into the pot for blanching. While waiting for the ingredients to blanch, he dashed over to Yu Ping's house and retrieved a generous handful of pickled ginger and pickled peppers from the fermentation jar. He finally chopped the pickled ginger and peppers, along with homemade bean paste and Sichuan peppercorns. The blanched intestines were drained in a bamboo sieve and set aside to dry. Next came the preparation of the seasonings. Xiaoling, keep the fire low now to avoid burning, he cautioned. Xiaoling removed a couple of pieces of firewood from the stove, allowing a gentle flame to persist. As various seasonings were added to the pot, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. "It smells divine," exclaimed Yu Ping and the toothless boy as they entered, their voices filled with excitement. The toothless boy, a childhood companion of Su Erlong's, had lost 2 teeth in a fight and had never replaced them. Over time, his true name became forgotten, and Toothless became a name known to all. "You all arrived quite swiftly. Who will go fetch the liquor?" Su Erlong inquired, pulling a dollar bill from his pocket. "Here, take this to buy some alcohol." The 2 young lads were taken aback by Su Erlong's readiness to part with his money. "Erlong, where did you get this money?" they asked in astonishment. "I will explain later. Right now, I'm busy," Su Erlong dismissed them casually. As the toothless boy went off to buy liquor, Su Erlong turned his attention back to the pot, ensuring the intestines were evenly stir-fried. He then covered the pot with a wooden lid, allowing it to simmer gently. A makeshift table was assembled from wooden boards, and Yu Ping returned home with a few stools, setting up a simple dining arrangement. The pot bubbled with steam, the unique aroma of the intestines wafting through the air. Su Xiaoling could not help but swallow hard. "It smells so good." Noticing that the cooking was nearly complete, Su Erlong added the diced winter melon and potatoes, continuing to simmer over low heat. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of scallions into the pot, instructed Xiaoling to extinguish the flame, and ladled the intestines into a large iron basin before bringing it to the table. "In my own hands, I prepared 2 pounds of fatty intestines and 4 ounces of yellow beans. With such a substantial dish of fatty intestines as the main course, I need not concern myself with anything else. Yu Ping, I shall bring a bowl over to your home." Su Erlong took a bowl and served a portion for Yu Ping. In recent days, they had little to eat, and with Yu Ping's family providing multiple acts of kindness, it was only natural to reciprocate with this modest offering. Yu Ping, not one to be polite, took the bowl of fatty intestines back, emptied it, and returned it for more. Just then, Huang Xiaojing arrived and, seeing the number of people at Su Erlong's home, hesitated at the door, feeling somewhat embarrassed to enter. Su Erlong waved him in, gesturing for him to come. Huang Xiaojing tiptoed inside, his body and legs covered in mud, evidently having just returned from the fields. "Brother, what do you need me for?" he inquired. Su Erlong took another bowl and filled it with fatty intestines. "I was late today and couldn't buy any meat, so I only have offal. This is what I prepared. Let this suffice, for it is quite delightful." Fortunately, when he cooked the fatty intestines, he had added a piece of winter melon and some other vegetables, making the large pot appear bountiful. Otherwise, just a few pounds of intestines would not suffice for so many people. He then pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket, the agreed payment for Huang Xiaojing's eels. "Take this money and keep it safe. I don't have enough bowls and chopsticks here, so I won't keep you for dinner. Take this bowl of fatty intestines home and share it with your sister," Su Erlong instructed. Huang Xiaojing tightly held the bowl, nodding repeatedly, vowing in his heart to follow brother diligently from now on. Su Erlong had no inkling that such a casual gesture of assistance would yield a devoted little follower. After bidding farewell to Huang Xiaojing, Xu Erlong and the others sat down to drink and enjoy the fatty intestines. The tender, glutinous intestines whetted their appetites. A toothless man praised, "This is simply exquisite. Though, I must say, it looks quite revolting when washing it. It's all filth." Xu Erlong chuckled, giving him a playful kick under the table. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. No one thinks you are mute." Laughter erupted among the group. "I invited you all to drink, but I also have something else for you to do." Xu Erlong began to lay out his plans. "When you have spare time each day, go catch eels. Bring back however many you can. I will purchase them at a rate of 10 cents per pound. During July and August, eels are at their most succulent and plump. After this period, they will become increasingly elusive. I need to stock up while I can. And one person alone cannot manage this." "What do you need so many for?" Yuping asked. "To sell in the city," Xu Erlong replied. "As you can see, since my family separated, I am left with nothing. I can only dabble in this to earn a little money." "I have also heard that people from other villages are secretly selling eels," Yuping remarked. "Indeed, which is why I plan to gather as many as possible during this time," Xu Erlong affirmed. "Mother, during this period, you will handle the eel purchasing in the village." Xu Erlong instructed Zhang Jinfang, "Buy them at 10 cents per pound, no matter how many there are." Zhang Jinfang expressed her concerns. "Could this pose a risk? I do not wish for you to encounter trouble." "Do not worry, everything is fine. I have already arranged for the next buyer. You need only to collect." Xu Erlong reminded Su Shaoling once more, "Assist your mother in purchasing the eels, keep a close watch, and do not make any mistakes. If the funds are insufficient, simply note it down temporarily and settle the payment in a few days." Su Shaoling obediently nodded. Having completed elementary school, she had no trouble keeping accounts. After dinner, Zhang Jinfang and Shaoling cleared the dishes. Yu Ping, with a flushed face, was a spirited lad of 17 or 18, and he, bare-chested, clamored to sleep on the large bluestone behind the house to cool off. This bluestone, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, had originally been moved to serve as a countertop for the commune's canteen, and now it lay there for everyone to rest upon. "Do not sleep on it." Xu Erlong laughed, intervening. In his youth, Yu Ping, unaware of the consequences, often sought the coolness of the stone in summer, only to later suffer from severe rheumatism. "From now on, avoid resting on that stone. Rheumatism will be the death of you," Xu Erlong warned solemnly. He instructed Yu Ping to return home and fetch a bamboo mat, and the three of them lay down together, giggling. With their heads tilted back and arms cradling their heads, Xu Erlong gazed at the starry sky above. On this unpolluted summer night, the stars twinkled, and the distant Milky Way appeared as a luminous ribbon. Occasionally, fireflies flitted by, adding to the enchanting scene. This was a childhood memory cherished by countless individuals, and he could now reach out and touch it. The regrets buried deep within those memories offered him a chance to gradually make amends. As the horizon brightened with the blush of dawn, Xu Erlong slowly opened his eyes. The morning breeze wafted in, heralding yet another beautiful day. He took a porcelain jar to the stone basin to scoop up some water and rinse his mouth. After rinsing, he splashed some water on his face, which sufficed as a wash. Huang Xiaojiang, yawning, came over to assist in weighing and sorting the eels into several baskets for Xu Erlong to carry into the city. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Jinfang also arose, observing Xu Erlong and Huang Xiaojiang preparing the eels in the morning light. "Erlong, there are 2 sweet potatoes simmering in the stove. Take them with you. They can stave off hunger on the way," Zhang Jinfang advised. "All right," Xu Erlong replied, turning to retrieve the 2 roasted sweet potatoes from the stove. These had been buried during dinner preparation the previous night, and now they emerged soft, sticky, and fragrant. Regrettably, they had cooled down, diminishing their delightful flavor. Chapter 14. Exploring New Business Avenues. Mother, today please see if anyone in the village has large baskets. We need to buy 2 big ones to carry things. Xu Erlong pondered. "Sure," Zhang Jinfang replied. Xu Erlong, as usual, delivered the eels to the factory area, settling the payment according to the quantity. Pocketing the money, he made his way directly to Taohua River. The county town was uniquely situated, bisected by a grand canyon, with Taohua River cascading through it, creating several tiers of drops before finally merging into the Yangtze River. In an era devoid of air conditioning, and with fans being a rare luxury, the best way for everyone to cool off was to swim in the river. The dam constructed at the first tier of the river formed a hydropower station, unintentionally creating a natural swimming pool, where nearly all the townsfolk gathered to enjoy the water. Xu Erlong wandered along the banks of the Peach Blossom River for quite some time. The river was teeming with people, as if they were dumplings being boiled. Both adults and children leapt into the water, and occasionally, elegant young women clad in swimsuits strolled by in groups. After surveying the area, Xu Erlong noted that there were indeed no vendors selling cool water by the riverside. He resolved to seize this opportunity to sell refreshing beverages, thereby embarking on a lucrative venture. Do not underestimate the humble trade of selling water. Even a small enterprise can yield substantial profits. In the 1980s, there was a popular saying, "Those wielding scalpels are outdone by those with butcher knives. Those working on atomic bombs earn less than those selling tea eggs." And even selling sunflower seeds could turn one into a millionaire in the 1970s. This serves to illustrate that seemingly insignificant businesses, even those that earn mere pennies, can accumulate great wealth in a robust buyer's market. In my hometown of Chongqing, during the sweltering summer, swimming is a favored means of escaping the heat. Selling water by the river was inspired by the young men who had been swimming there the previous day. Swimming is an incredibly physically demanding activity. After 2 hours of exertion, many find themselves both thirsty and hungry. In this era, without conveniently portable bottled water, most individuals carry military-style canteens when venturing out. Xu Erlong recognized that the majority of those swimming were young people, particularly young men, who are often less sensitive to expenses. In a state of thirst and hunger, they would willingly part with 2 or 3 cents for a refreshing drink. Without hesitation, Xu Erlong dashed back to the chemical factory to find Wang Bolin and requested to borrow a metal water bucket. "What do you need this bucket for?" Wang Bolin inquired. Curious, but not obstructive, pointing to a bucket in the corner that was currently unused. "You can take it, but make sure to clean it." "Sure. I'll borrow it for just a few days," Xu Erlong replied, slipping Wang Bolin half a pack of cigarettes. "When you need them, I'll bring more." With the bucket in hand, Xu Erlong positioned himself at a water faucet within the factory and thoroughly cleaned the bucket inside and out. Then, he proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative outside the factory to purchase a pound of local specialty tea known as Laoyin tea. Technically, it is not classified as tea leaves, but rather tree leaves. When boiled, it transforms into a reddish-brown liquid that is refreshing, thirst-quenching, invigorating, and does not spoil easily, making it a popular choice among the masses. Xu Erlong placed the pound of Laoyin tea into the bucket and then made his way to the boiler room of the chemical factory. The state-owned factory had the advantage of providing hot water from the boiler room, which was readily accessible. After offering a cigarette to the boiler room worker, Xu Erlong comfortably stood to the side, turning on the water tap to fill his bucket with hot water. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, he became acquainted with the boiler room worker, and soon, the 2 buckets were full. As he prepared to leave, Xu Erlong bid farewell to the worker, saying, "Wang Gu, I'm off now." "All right, see you tomorrow." Wang, the boiler master, replied warmly. After all, whether it was him or someone else fetching the hot water, it made little difference to the boiler operator. Xu Erlong, balancing a water bucket, ambled towards the Peach Blossom River. As he passed the supply and marketing cooperative, he veered inside to purchase several glass cups. He meandered along, stopping intermittently, until he reached the riverbank, where the water in the bucket had cooled. Finding a sturdy wooden board, he propped it atop one bucket and arranged the glass cups, assembling a simple stall for cool water. He then poured the aged Yin tea into the glasses, the amber liquid sparkling and crystal clear. After a day of toil, Xu Erlong felt fatigued and parched. He lifted a cup and drank heartily, quenching his thirst. "Is this water for sale?" a passerby inquired. "Indeed, it's aged Yin tea, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Would you like a cup?" Xu Erlong replied. "Is there a charge?" Xu Erlong chuckled. "What a question. On such a hot day, I'm merely doing a good deed. No charge for the tea. However, the boiled water incurs a cost, doesn't it? You must pay for that, and the tea was purchased as well." This reasoning seemed sound, as even a pot of boiled water purchased elsewhere would cost a penny. "How much for a cup?" 3 cents, Xu Erlong stated. 3 cents? Isn't that a bit steep? Ice pops are only 4 cents each, the passerby remarked. Xu Erlong smiled, but ice pops can't quench your thirst like this. 2 young men in shorts passed by, overhearing the sale of water. Licking their parched lips, they promptly paid 3 cents for a cup. This marked a promising start, and gradually more people approached to buy water. Xu Erlong's idea proved to be astute. This natural swimming pool attracted numerous villagers of all ages. Even if only 1 in 10 desired a drink, it constituted a profitable venture. Xu Erlong collected his coins, savoring each one, no longer considering them trivial. For most, apart from those with inherent advantages, life was a gradual progression. In his previous life, He had experienced much: imprisonment, polishing shoes, manual labor, repairing cars, driving forklifts, selling barbecued food, and running an online store. He had enjoyed moments of triumph and endured times of despair, but what of it? Life's grand narrative was merely about starting anew. As he gazed at the evening glow painting the horizon and noticed the number of swimmers in the Peach Blossom River dwindle, Xu Erlong realized he had sold all his water. Rising, he packed up his stall, placing the glasses into the bucket before heading home. At home, Zhang Jinfeng and Su Shaoling were following his instructions to gather eels. However, Zhang Jinfeng, feeling bashful, hesitated to announce their eel collection to the village. So the eels at home were actually those gathered by Yuping, Jin Yachi, and Huang Xiaojiang. Meanwhile, the children, having heard from Huang Xiaoxiao that they could exchange eels for candy, were excitedly wading in the rice fields and ditches, catching eels to trade for sweets. Chapter 15. Outsiders arrive in the village. By the time Xu Erlong returned home, twilight had descended. Zhang Jinfeng had anxiously scanned the village entrance several times, worried that something might have happened to him. It was only when Xu Erlong's figure appeared at the village's edge, on the ridge of the fields, that Zhang Jinfeng felt a sense of relief. "Brother, why are you so late returning?" Su Shaoling set the dishes on the table. There was little left of yesterday's pig intestines. Unwilling to discard the remaining broth, Shaoling had added some winter melon to it. Xu Erlong was hungry as well. He had stayed by the river all day, neither wandering elsewhere nor having the time to eat, only managing to drink a bellyful of old shade tea. Holding his bowl, he eagerly dug in. While it could not be said that every meal consisted of lavish delicacies, it was certainly an improvement compared to the time before they had separated. After dinner, Xu Erlong entered the inner room and emptied the small change from his cloth bag onto the table. So much money? Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xu Erlong was speechless. This small change hardly seemed significant. "Count it, and see how much there is," he instructed Xiaoling, before heading to the back of the house to fetch a bucket of water for a refreshing bath. With a towel in hand, he returned with his hair still damp. Just as Xiaoling was finishing counting the coins, although the small denominations appeared insignificant, once totaled, they amounted to nearly 5 yuan. Xu Erlong estimated that this was indeed the case. This sum was based solely on his initial attempt, having sold only one load of water with a limited variety. If he had gone out earlier, sold a few more loads, and introduced some new flavors, such as mint water or orange water, the price could be raised. After all, this was a venture that held great potential for profitability. The cost of water was negligible, and mint leaves could be easily gathered from the fields. As Xu Erlong, Xiaoling, and Zhang Jifeng conversed, they were interrupted by a cacophony of barking from the village dogs. Many families in the production team owned dogs, and typically, these dogs did not bark at their own. It was evident that outsiders had arrived. Xu Erlong signaled for Xiaoling to secure the money and stepped outside to take a look. In the distance, he saw someone approaching with a flashlight. Likely startled by the barking, the individual did not come closer but shouted in a foreign dialect towards the village, "Is anyone there? We need a bit of help." Most of the production team members were outside on the embankment enjoying the cool evening air. Upon hearing the barking, they understood that strangers had arrived. Huang Jingnong, who was chatting with a few others from the production team, stood up, adjusting his short coat, and shouted towards the newcomer, "Who are you?" "I am a driver passing through from another region. Our vehicle has encountered a minor issue and is currently parked by the roadside. I noticed people here and thought to come over to ask for some fire and a warm meal," came the reply. Eco Village was not far from National Highway 319, and it was common for trucks from other regions to pass through. "Come over," Huang Jingnong called out. This was his territory, and with so many people from the production team around, he felt no fear of a single outsider. It could be said that, in these times, most people remained simple-hearted. Seeking fire or a bowl of water in times of difficulty was still acceptable. The stranger, holding a flashlight, crossed the ridge and entered the village. Faced with so many men watching him, he too felt a pang of apprehension. Originally intending to borrow fire in the village to prepare a meal, he has now altered his plans. "Are there any mechanics among you?" the other party inquires. If they can repair the vehicle, they could drive away directly, significantly enhancing their safety. In these times, long-distance freight transport is akin to playing a dangerous game, where opportunities for profit abound, yet risks are ever present. Banditry and road piracy are pervasive issues throughout the country. Many truck drivers embark on their journeys, never to return home. Naturally, the repair would not be without compensation. They would pay for the service, initially offering 10 yuan. The other party then reconsidered, suggesting 20 would suffice. "Let us go," I'll take a look. Huang Jingnong felt a surge of excitement. In the past, he had attended training at the commune to learn about tractor repairs, acquiring some skills in the process. What if he were to successfully fix the vehicle? It would mean earning 20 yuan without effort. The men and women of the village, brandishing torches, followed the man out of the village. Long-distance drivers typically travel in pairs, taking turns and looking out for one another. At that moment, Xiong Yaowei was guarding the truck. Startled by the approaching procession of torches, he wondered if he had stumbled into a den of thieves. Alas, with the vehicle broken down, he could not abandon it and flee. Grabbing a metal rod, he cautiously concealed himself behind the front of the truck. Yaowei, his partner, called out, "I brought them to see if they can repair the truck." Xiong Yaowei cursed under his breath, blaming his unreliable companion for bringing such a large crowd. If their intentions were malevolent, they could be in serious trouble. Slowly emerging from behind the truck, he eyed the group warily. As they drew nearer, he noticed that despite their numbers, many were children, seemingly there to witness the spectacle. This observation eased his tension. No bandit would bring such a multitude of little ones along for mischief. "Let me take a look," Huang Zhenong declared confidently. Xiong Yaowei, harboring doubts, pondered whether there truly existed someone in this village capable of repairing vehicles. In these times, skilled drivers were in high demand, yet those with mechanical expertise were scarce. However, Xiong Yaowei could not show his skepticism. What if he offended the group? He graciously offered each person a cigarette and assisted in opening the hood of the truck. As Huang Jingnong peered inside, he was taken aback. This vehicle was nothing like a tractor. Yet, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. He could not allow the production team to look down upon him or mock him. This issue appeared to be quite serious. With hands clasped behind his back, Huang Jingnong circled the truck, concluding, "We'll have to take it to the county to find a major repair shop." Xiong Yaowei concurred. Indeed, as a driver himself, he understood some basic repairs, but this time he was truly at a loss, uncertain of where the problem lay. Huang Jingnong was still fixated on that 20 yuan. He turned to the crowd, asking, "Who among you has the skill to identify what's wrong with this truck?" There's a reward of 20 yuan. This sum was nearly equivalent to half a month's wages for a laborer. Xiong Yaowei added, 50 would be acceptable, provided it gets fixed. Instantly, envy flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Su Xiaofei was among a group of children, and upon hearing the conversation, he exclaimed, "My brother is capable. He is a university student and quite talented." Listening to her grandson, Su Laotai recalled the fact that her grandson was indeed a university student, remarkably intelligent, and likely capable of handling such tasks. This realization filled her with immense pride. Puffing out her chest, she declared with a hint of arrogance, "Of course. My Damin is a university student. There is nothing he cannot comprehend." Chapter 16. Assisting with car repairs isn't that different? Xiong Yaowei hesitated, stating, "Repairing a car and attending university are two distinct matters. Being able to enter university does not imply one can fix cars. Knowing how to drive does not guarantee university admission. These are two separate professions." This objective remark struck Su Laotai like a public humiliation. Ever since Xu Damin received his university acceptance letter, she had been soaring with pride, boasting about her grandson's capabilities to anyone who would listen. The members of the production team mostly indulged her, offering flattering remarks to avoid inadvertently offending the university student. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you dare suggest my Damin is incapable? He is a university student, freshly accepted into college. Do you possess the ability to gain admission to university?" Su Laotai questioned, her tone confrontational. Xiong Yaowei, having traveled far and wide, sensed that Su Laotai was not one to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, he offered an apology. "I apologize. I misspoke." Huang Jingnong interjected, "How about we let Xu Damin give it a try?" "Yes, let Xu Damin give it a shot. If he succeeds, there's 50 yuan in it for him," called out other villagers. Many of the elderly, who had never even visited the county seat, regarded university students as remarkably impressive figures. "Let Damin come. Who will go fetch him?" Su Xiaofei shouted, "I will go get my brother." He dashed barefoot along the embankment, his small figure barely visible in the twilight. Before long, he returned, tugging at Xu Damin, who was pulled along amidst the commotion. "Damin, come help this gentleman repair his car," Su Laotai urged, guiding him to the front of the vehicle. Her confident tone startled Xiong Yaowei. Could it be that Xu Damin truly possessed the skills to fix the car? "Hello, comrade. I would be grateful for your assistance." Xiong Yaowei extended his hand for a handshake, but upon seeing the grease-stained hands from earlier inspecting the vehicle, he withdrew his hand and bowed to Xu Damin instead. Su Laotai beamed with joy, believing that her grandson's abilities had earned him the respect of the driver. Standing before the car, Xu Damin felt a surge of anxiety as he realized his brother had brought him over to repair the vehicle. How could he possibly fix a car? I cannot, Xu Damin admitted candidly. Su Laotai was incredulous. Damin, how could you possibly not know? You are so bright and excel in your studies. You must certainly grasp this as well. Help him fix it, and you will earn 50 yuan. Indeed, Xu Damin, please assist this gentleman with the repairs. Observing their urgency, they hadn't even had a sip of warm water. Could you lend a hand? Xu Damin felt his face flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the torches cast a warm glow around, concealing his reddened cheeks. He stammered, repairing this vehicle requires replacement parts. Without them, it cannot be fixed. What? Replacement parts? What seems to be the issue, and which parts need replacing? Xiong Yaowei inquired. His companions had already fetched a toolbox. Just tell us which parts to replace. We have several on hand. You can point out the one needed. Xu Damin stared at the toolbox, unable to identify even the tools, let alone the specific parts. However, having spoken, he knew that elaborating further would only lead to self-deprecation. He glanced aimlessly at the toolbox and declared, it's not merely an issue of one part. The entire vehicle is problematic. Replacing a single part won't suffice. We require specialized repair tools. Su Erlong, who had been observing from behind the crowd, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. His laughter rang out so loudly that everyone present turned to look at him. Xu Damin's expression soured. Su Erlong waved dismissively, it's nothing, just a hiccup. Please continue. Pay no mind to me. Xu Damin felt deeply ridiculed. He fixed his gaze on Su Erlong, shifting the burden of this difficult situation onto him. You laugh with such delight. Do you know how to repair it? If you can't, then refrain from causing trouble here. After all, if he couldn't fix it, dragging Su Erlong into the fray would shift the embarrassment onto him, diverting attention from his own failure. I can't. You go on. Su Erlong waved his hand, deflecting the suggestion. Yet, this very attitude confirmed Xu Damin's suspicions that Su Erlong was indeed incapable. Determined to redirect the focus onto Su Erlong and ensure he bore the brunt of the embarrassment rather than himself, Xu Damin suggested, my brother can repair vehicles. Perhaps he could assist. Su Yaowei paused, having clearly witnessed Su Erlong's earlier refusal. He just said he can't fix it. Why would we let him try? Don't indulge him. What could he possibly repair? Perhaps just a latrine. Old Lady Su, exasperated by the villagers' antics, had lost her patience. She could only approach Su Erlong with a desperate plea. Brother, if you could help me with this significant task, I, Xiong Yaowei, will surely remember your kindness. Old Lady Su was now frantic. What good will remembering his kindness do? He is utterly incapable. Let him be for 3 days. And he'll be up to no good. If he could repair anything, I'd fry an egg in the palm of my hand for him. The phrase about frying an egg in one's palm is a local saying, used to belittle someone, implying they are utterly inept. Fine, I shall repair it. Su Erlong replied lazily. In truth, he had always intended to assist Xiong Yaowei with the repairs, as he had known him from a previous life. This is a fellow inmate he met during his time in prison. It is said that while he was engaged in long-distance transportation, his wife, unable to endure the solitude, sought companionship elsewhere. This led to a confrontation with Xiong Yaowei, resulting in a fierce altercation in which Xiong, blinded by rage, inadvertently took a life. Unexpectedly, fate granted him the opportunity to encounter this individual once more in his lifetime. He navigated through the crowd, stepping forward as the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path. Their faces etched with astonishment. Since when did Su Erlong acquire the skill to repair vehicles? Had anyone ever heard of such a thing? Alas, this young man, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, thought he could take a chance for a mere 50 yuan. It was an act of sheer folly. Would he not end up making the vehicle worse, perhaps incurring further costs? Su Erlong, unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him, approached the front of the vehicle with a calm demeanor. Xu Damin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, stepped aside to allow him space. He had intentionally introduced Su Erlong to the task of car repair, hoping to humiliate him publicly and divert attention from himself. Yet, witnessing Su Erlong's composed and self-assured manner, Xu Damin began to feel uncertain. Chapter 17. Those who understand do not struggle. Those who struggle do not understand. He watched as Su Erlong ascended to the front of the vehicle, inspected it briefly, and then leaped down. Xu Damin exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, this fellow clearly knows nothing and is merely putting on a show, startling me for no reason. But to his surprise, Xu Erlong suddenly bent down and crawled beneath the vehicle. The relief Xu Damin had just felt returned swiftly as he thought. You should just step aside if you cannot do it. Don't embarrass yourself here. Xu Laodai scolded him. Then, they saw Xu Erlong emerge from underneath the car, his face and hands smeared with grease. A group of young children erupted in laughter. Xu Damin mused that Xu Erlong surely would not be capable. After all, he had rarely ventured out and could not possibly know how to repair a car. Even he, who was studying in the county, lacked such skills. So it was implausible that Xu Erlong could. With this thought, Xu Damin's confidence solidified. He remarked to Xu Erlong, "It's perfectly fine if you don't know how to repair it. This machinery is particularly complex and requires a skilled technician. Without 10 or 8 years of experience, it cannot be done properly." On the surface, this statement appeared to comfort Xu Erlong, yet it subtly implied that Xu Erlong would fail, simultaneously absolving himself of any blame. Xu Erlong shot him a glance tinged with mockery. "Who says I cannot do it?" Xu Laotai, unconvinced, retorted, "You dart about like a monkey, climbing up and down. And you think you can repair it?" This was a case of the layman enjoying the spectacle while the expert discerned the nuances. Xiong Yaoi recognized a glimmer of understanding in the situation. He once again approached Xu Erlong with a gesture of camaraderie. "Brother, could you do me a favor? I am pressed for time." With that, he attempted to offer Xu Erlong a cigarette. Xu Erlong accepted the cigarette, casually tucking it behind his ear. Old Lady Xu remarked, "This master, let me tell you, I have watched him grow since childhood. The moment he squats, I know exactly what he intends to do. Do not be deceived by him. He is utterly incapable of repairs and merely seeks to swindle your cigarettes." Before she could finish her sentence, Xu Erlong had already poked his head under the front hood, twisting and turning, and removed some component. "Hand me a penny," he called out to Xiong Yaoi. Xiong Yaoi rummaged through his wallet, producing a 10 yuan note and handing it to him. "I asked for a penny," Xu Erlong insisted. "Brother, I have a penny here," Xu Shaoling said, retrieving a coin from her pocket and offering it up. Xu Erlong took the penny and began to wipe it against something, leaving Xu Damin on the verge of laughter. "What kind of car repair is this? Wiping a machine with a penny?" Xu Erlong, oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, gestured for Xiong Yaoi. "Try starting it again." "All right," Xiong Yaoi replied, getting into the car and turning the key. The vehicle, which had previously shown no response, roared to life. "It works. It works," Xu Erlong exclaimed, jumping down from the front of the car and eagerly helping to close the hood. "Is this truly fixed?" Xu Damin questioned in disbelief. He turned to Xiong Yaoi. "This can't be true. How could it be repaired so easily?" He watched Xu Erlong closely, knowing full well that he had done nothing but wipe a part with a penny. If he were in Xu Erlong's position, he too would have simply wiped it. Xiong Yaoi chuckled. "For those who know, it is not difficult. For those who do not, it remains a challenge. No, my friend, you should inspect it further. It's evidently not repaired. Indeed, you ought to give it a try." Xiong Yaoi got back in the car and slowly drove it forward. It was indeed functioning properly. "Brother, you've truly fixed it. There's no issue." "Thank you so much," he said, stopping the car and earnestly expressing his gratitude to Xu Erlong. From his pocket, he counted out 5 10-yuan notes and handed them to Xu Erlong, saying, "Brother, I keep my word. Take this 50 yuan. Xu Erlong accepted the 50 yuan with ease, feeling no hesitation. Why would he refuse? The connections from a past life are indeed valuable. In this life, while Xiong Yaoi was driving long-haul transport, Xu Erlong was still selling eels and cold water, earning a meager living. This was a legitimate income derived from skill, after all. The onlooking villagers were envious. "Damn, what luck Xu Erlong has, making 50 yuan with just a few moves. Brother, you have quite the skill. Which repair shop do you work at? If my car has issues in the future, I'll bring it to you," Xiong Yaoi said with polite remarks. Xu Erlong waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I don't really know how to repair cars. It was just a bit of tinkering." The villagers shared the same sentiment. When had Xu Erlong ever learned to repair cars? They had all watched him grow up, well aware of even what he had for breakfast. "Back when the production team had a tractor, I watched the agricultural technician make repairs a few times," Xu Erlong humbly explained, justifying his newfound ability. Upon hearing this, the villagers had a moment of realization. They had not discerned that Xu Erlong was so clever. He had merely observed a few repairs on tractors and learned from it. There were compliments exchanged. Huang Jingnon felt a pang of shame, realizing that Xu Erlong was indeed superior to himself. He has undergone specialized training, yet he can only address minor issues with tractors. However, Xu Erlong, with his keen intellect, is able to learn how to repair cars simply by observing others fix tractors. Ever since childhood, I have recognized his exceptional intelligence, and I am convinced he is destined for greatness. An elderly man boasts, is that so? You discerned this merely by observation? Was it not said that Xu Damin is the brightest in their family? It seems apparent that this skill is not indicative of exceptional intelligence. Back during the literacy campaign, when you struggled to recognize even a single character, repeating, "One day is one day, and one day is another," you failed to remember. The old man reveals his shortcomings, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Amidst the chuckles, everyone's gaze shifts between Xu Damin and Xu Erlong. Was it not asserted that Xu Damin was the most astute of the Xu family? Yet, at this moment, it appears the college student may not surpass Xu Erlong. Had Xu Erlong been afforded the opportunity to pursue his studies, he too might have gained entry into university. Xu Damin's expression darkens. He had been the pride of the village, walking tall after his acceptance into university. But now he feels as though his dignity has been stripped away. He resents his grandmother and younger brother for bringing him to this place. Would it not have been better to remain at home in peace? This is a public demonstration of his inferiority to Xu Erlong. Xu Erlong waves goodbye to Xiong Yaowei, reminding him, "Brother, I have merely provided a temporary solution to your problem. You must take your vehicle to the repair shop in the county for a thorough inspection. Also, I must emphasize, while you earn your living on long journeys, remember that wealth is merely a transient possession. Sometimes it is wise to let go. Do not cling too tightly." In a past life, Xiong Yaowei, consumed by the pursuit of money, neglected his home, leading to disaster. 20 years, 20 entire years, are they not more significant than the relentless chase for wealth? Chapter 18. My brother is incredible. He can only offer this caution to Xiong Yaowei, hoping he can avoid misfortune. After all, he is not Xiong Yaowei as parent, nor can he be by his side constantly to avert calamity. Xiong Yaowei nods, "Understood, brother." As he drives away, the villagers gather around Xu Erlong, celebrating him like a celestial body surrounded by stars. Who would have thought you possessed such skill? You managed to repair such a large truck. Treat us, will you? You earned 50 yuan in a single task. It would take me ages to earn that from my crops. Xu Erlong smiles. All right, I will treat everyone. Tomorrow, I shall bring cigarettes and sweets. In the village, there is no small shop. One must travel several kilometers to purchase anything, so the treat must wait until tomorrow. Old Mrs. Xu wears a stern expression. Today was meant to be Xu Damin's moment to shine, yet it has turned into Xu Erlong's triumph. Though both are her grandsons, she has always favored Xu Damin, placing all her hopes upon him. Humph, mere luck. What is so remarkable about that? She mutters disdainfully, leading Xu Damin and Xu Xiaofei away. As the crowd gradually disperses, Xu Erlong returns home with Xu Xiaoling. At that moment, Zhang Jinfang was not present. She was at home attempting to tidy up the yellow eels. "Mom, today my brother was incredible," exclaimed Xiaoling with immense pride as she entered the room. "What did your brother do? Get into a fight?" Zhang Jinfang inquired, well aware of her son's prowess, knowing that few could rival him. Xu Erlong chuckled, "Mom, look at what you're saying, in your eyes. Your son is simply a troublemaker who only knows how to fight. Haven't you fought your fair share?" Zhang Jinfang remarked with amusement, her gaze reflecting both affection and exasperation. "In the entire commune, how many Haven Tea crossed fists with you?" Zhang Jinfang smiled. Xu Erlong self-deprecatingly laughed. Was he really such a source of worry in the past? The truth was, he didn't relish being a bully. It was merely that Xu Damin, his brother, was inept, often mocked for wearing glasses. Moreover, during his school days, Xu Damin had a penchant for tattling on others, a behavior that boys typically despised, leading to their collective disdain toward him. Xu Erlong, protective of his brother, could not bear to see him bullied and frequently stepped in to defend him. While everyone saw Xu Erlong brawling, few understood the underlying reasons. "Mom, I promise I won't fight easily anymore," Xu Erlong assured Zhang Jinfang. He had come to realize that true loyalty was often unreciprocated, and he would draw a clear line with Xu Damin, refraining from further fights on his behalf. "It's good that you recognize you've grown up. If you keep fighting, who would dare marry you in the future?" Zhang Jinfang sighed deeply. Xiaoling, indignant, retorted, "Mom, how could anyone not want to marry my brother? Isn't he already engaged to Sister Zhouya?" Zhang Jinfang expressed her concerns, "But she has been accepted into university. I worry she might look down on your brother later." "Humph, what is so great about going to university? My brother is even more capable than those students." Xiaoling responded. "Just now, he was amazing, helping to fix the big truck. It's a shame that Damin, Being a university student, can't even repair one. Is that so? Zhang Jinfang's eyes brightened. Of course. My brother even earned 50 yuan, Xiaoling exclaimed, her pride palpable. Earning 50 yuan was trivial. But the essence lay in Xu Erlong's skill to fix vehicles. The young girl began to entertain new thoughts. With such abilities, perhaps my brother could work in a repair shop, earning a steady wage, making him worthy of Sister Zhouya. Xu Erlong chuckled. Indeed, young girls remained naive about the world. Being a mechanic was dirty and exhausting. What was so appealing about that? In recent years, it seemed that being a worker was esteemed, yet in another decade or two, laborers would be among the most overworked and looked down upon. Moreover, the path of becoming a mechanic was not straightforward. One must first find a mentor to learn from. Being an apprentice was grueling and unremunerated, performing the dirtiest tasks while enduring criticism from the master. If one chose to venture alone without guidance, success would be nearly impossible. Firstly, establishing a car repair shop necessitates finding an appropriate location and requires a substantial financial investment to acquire various tools and equipment, which he currently lacks. Secondly, being young and inexperienced in the automotive industry, others are reluctant to trust his skills, particularly in such a small county where the success of a repair shop relies heavily on word-of-mouth reputation. Brother, Wei returned with some eels, said the toothless one, as he and Yu Ping entered the room, rolling up their trousers and carrying a basket of eels. They had been diligently following Xu Erlong's instructions to catch eels all day. I even caught a snake today. The toothless one pointed to another pocket, which contained a bag of fertilizer, clearly marked with the word urea. Ah, Xiaoling gasped, taking a step back. The toothless one waved the snake in front of her, causing her to retreat behind Xu Erlong in fright. Don't scare her, Xu Erlong admonished protectively. Let us stew the snake, Yu Ping suggested. All right, Xu Erlong agreed, also eager to indulge. In the past, he would personally handle the task of killing and skinning the snake, but now he felt a peculiar inclination towards accumulating virtue. Leave the snake gallbladder for me, Xu Erlong instructed. The toothless one, and Yu Ping chuckled. What's wrong? Feeling hot? Need to cool down? Xu Erlong retorted grumpily. Is it abnormal to feel hot? It's the absence of heat that is truly strange. Yu Ping swiftly set to work, deftly skinning the snake and extracting a gallbladder the size of a pinky finger. With 2 ounces of alcohol left from yesterday, Xu Erlong tossed the gallbladder into the drink, gave it a swirl, and took it over to Zhang Jinfang. Upon seeing it, she immediately waved her hands. No, take that away. Come on, swallow it. Xu Erlong insisted with a hint of authority. This gallbladder is beneficial. It can clear heat and detoxify, dispel wind and dampness, and even sharpen vision and calm the mind. He was reluctant to consume it himself and had saved it specifically for Zhang Jinfang. Under Xu Erlong's firm insistence, Zhang Jinfang pinched her nose and swallowed the gallbladder like medicine. Leaning against a large stone, Xu Erlong observed the toothless one and Yu Ping preparing the snake meat. In these times, there were not many culinary intricacies. The method was simple. Boil some water, place it over the stove, add a few pieces of charcoal, and let it stew. I'm going to sleep now. Wake me up in the morning for breakfast, the toothless one mumbled before heading home. Xu Erlong followed him, lying on a bamboo bed in the open air. The sound of the toothless one snoring was unbearable for him. Chapter 19. Finding a way to help you connect, as if merely snoring was not enough, the toothless one began grinding his teeth. The grating noise made Xu Erlong's teeth ache. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he contemplated kicking him out of bed. How to prevent the grinding of teeth? It seemed that a folk remedy suggested that grinding teeth at night signaled hunger, and a bit of rice could remedy the situation. Xu Erlong quietly got up and tiptoed into the house to find rice. Inside, Zhang Jinfang and Xiao Ling were sleeping. In a hazy state, Zhang Jinfang was startled awake by the sensation of someone quietly entering the room, fearing it was a thief rummaging through their belongings in the middle of the night. Thinking of their son sleeping outside, Zhang Jinfang called out, "Mom, don't shout. It's me," Xu Erlong replied. "Erlong? Is that you?" Zhang Jinfang felt relieved and asked, "What are you rummaging through the cabinets for at this hour?" "I need rice," Xu Erlong answered helplessly. "My toothless gums are bothering me, making it impossible to sleep. I heard putting some rice in my mouth might help." Xiaoling, half asleep, sat up and questioned, "Why would you want rice? There is barely enough for meals. Why waste it?" Xu Erlong and Zhang Jinfang reflected on this, realizing the validity of her point. Everyone was struggling for food, often relying on sweet potatoes as their staple. Why squander it? Zhang Jinfang, full of domestic wisdom, suggested, just let him hold a chopstick in his mouth. All right, Xu Erlong responded, turning to the kitchen to fetch a bamboo chopstick, which he placed in the toothless man's mouth. Indeed, it worked wonders. The grinding sound ceased, and tranquility enveloped the space. Xu Erlong then turned to lie down, finding solace in sleep. In the morning, upon waking, Xu Erlong noticed the toothless man tilting his head, gazing at the nearby yellow osmanthus tree. What could possibly be so intriguing about that tree? Xu Erlong tilted his own neck and peered up at it. The tree was lush and vibrant, with the sounds of birds chirping, yet the birds themselves remained elusive. After a couple of glances, unable to discern anything, he patted the toothless man's shoulder and asked, "What do you see up there?" The toothless man shrieked, "Erlong, don't pat me. Last night, I somehow woke up with a stiff neck, and now my head is tilted." How foolish of him to follow along, tilting his head to gaze at the tree as well. Realizing this, Xu Erlong felt a surge of annoyance. What nonsense was this? He chose to ignore him and went inside to find breakfast. The toothless man, still with his head askew, followed him in. "Erlong, it's strange. How did I end up with a stiff neck?" Xu Erlong pretended not to hear. The snake from last night had already cooked to tenderness in the clay pot. He ladled out a bowl and added a pinch of salt. What a delightful and savory dish it was. Zhang Jifeng arose and stoked the fire, preparing noodles for Xu Erlong. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Erlong gathered his belongings. He packed the old shade tea bags, fresh mint leaves that Shaoling had picked for him the day before, and even a few saccharin tablets. In an era where even white sugar was precious, saccharin stood as the finest substitute, sweetening an entire jar of water with just one tablet. "Today, you continue with the eel," Xu Erlong instructed as he prepared to leave. "There's no more space for extra." Zhang Jinfeng replied, "All right, I will find a way." Xu Erlong, well acquainted with the route, headed to the cafeteria of the chemical factory to deliver the eels. The guards no longer stopped him. They greeted him with more familiarity than the factory workers. After handing over the eels, Xu Erlong turned and walked toward Wang Bolan's home. Wang Bolan's son, the one who had injured his head last time, was still at home with a bandaged forehead. Such a large wound on his brow would require time to heal. The Wu Ti let him outside to play for fear of sweat causing an infection. At this tender age, when children are full of energy and vitality, keeping him cooped up indoors was nothing short of torturous. At this moment, Xiaohu sat on a chair, swinging his legs and muttering incessantly. Xu Erlong rummaged through his pocket and produced a bamboo dragonfly. Such trinkets are merely distractions for children. In this era, children's toys are exceedingly scarce. The only playthings available are glass marbles, slingshots, iron hoops, and illustrated storybooks. However, these are best enjoyed in the company of friends. "Is this for me?" Xiaohu inquired. "Of course," Xu Erlong replied, demonstrating the bamboo dragonfly in his hand. When Wang Bolan returned, he found Xu Erlong entertaining Xiaohu. "Erlong has come?" Wang Bolan asked. "Yes. I wanted to invite you for a drink. I saw you busy at the dining hall earlier and didn't want to disturb you," Xu Erlong responded. Wang Bolan chuckled. With thousands of workers at the factory, he, as the dining hall manager, was indeed quite occupied. "You seem rather idle," Wang Bolan teased. "What can I say? I'm just a country fellow without a formal job. Aside from supplying you with 50 pounds of eels, I have little else to occupy my time," Xu Erlong lamented. "Perhaps, Brother Wang, you could guide me on a clearer path?" Wang Bolan pondered for a moment before addressing Xu Erlong. "My brother, since we are all on familiar terms, I want to keep anything from you. Here's what I propose. You first bring me a pack of cigarettes, and I will see if I can assist you in establishing a connection." Xu Erlong had been awaiting such words. After all, as the dining hall manager of a state-owned factory, Wang Bolan must have a considerable network. If he could introduce Xu Erlong to someone similar, it would open a new, reliable avenue for supplies, a tremendous boon indeed. "I'll go prepare it now," Xu Erlong replied. Exiting the chemical factory, he first went to the market to exchange some ration tickets, then sought a way to procure cigarettes. In these times, acquiring cigarettes is quite a challenge. With commerce and logistics in disarray, most locals smoke regional brands, leading to a plethora of cigarette varieties across the country. Aside from widely known brands like Dakiamin and Dazhangjiu, locally, there are economical cigarettes priced at 8 cents per pack, Honggang at 16 cents, and Fian at 24 cents. Additionally, renowned brands like Ingchun and Jinsui are also well regarded nationally. Xu Erlong intended to procure a pack of Quayman, as it was a local brand within an acceptable price range, suitable for gifting without raising eyebrows. However, obtaining a pack of cigarettes from a state-run store proved to be exceedingly difficult. Xu Erlong's gaze naturally fell upon the private cigarette stalls outside. Cinemas are also known hotspots for private vendors, often selling sunflower seeds, candied hawthorn, and cigarettes in clusters. Xu Erlong wandered to the Hedges cinema. Sure enough, after a short while, a young man, only slightly older than himself, approached and asked if he wanted cigarettes. Yes, Xu Erlong replied. Do you have Quayman? Of course. The young man displayed a pack of Quayman, offering it to Xu Erlong. I don't want a whole pack, just a single one, the vendor asked. In these times, due to limited finances, many young people still wish to indulge in smoking, prompting sellers to creatively offer single cigarettes for sale. I would like a pack, Xu Erlong stated. His flamboyant demeanor left the other party utterly astonished. In this day and age, the request for a single cigarette is indeed a rarity. Brother, are you jesting? The other party inquired. Xu Erlong replied, Do I seem to be joking? Do you have one? If not, I shall seek someone else. After scrutinizing Xu Erlong for a moment and confirming he was serious, the other party spoke in a hushed tone. If you want a whole one. I currently have none in stock. But fear not, the entire county has run out. If you can wait, I can procure one for you by tomorrow. Surprised that acquiring a single cigarette would require such time, he said, Really, if you doubt me, feel free to ask around. Xu Erlong hesitated but ultimately agreed. Very well. I shall return at this time tomorrow to collect the cigarette. After a moment's thought, he added, However, remember, this cigarette is a gift. I cannot accept a patchwork assembly of loose ones. A gift must be presented elegantly. If the cigarette is merely cobbled together, it would be a source of ridicule. Certainly. If one can sell a whole pack, who would break it apart? The other party replied. Xu Erlong confirmed the time and place with him. In an era devoid of mobile phones for instant communication, such repeated agreements were necessary. He returned to the chemical factory and, at a nearby food stall, spent a dime to enjoy 2 servings of noodles. While the state-run restaurant charged only 8 cents for the same amount, this place required no ration tickets, making the expenditure worthwhile. After satisfying his hunger, Xu Erlong re-entered the factory and headed to the boiler room, intending to engage in conversation with Master Wang. From a distance, he spotted Master Wang whistling at a passing female worker, which amused Xu Erlong. In this era, men often resorted to whistling as a habitual form of flirtation. This was a hallmark of the 1980s. In another decade or two, such overt displays of attention on the streets would become increasingly rare. Brother Wang, admiring the beauties? Xu Erlong approached with a smile to greet him. Hee, isn't it just a bit of boredom? I have nothing else to do, Master Wang chuckled, unabashed. As Xu Erlong filled a bucket with hot water, he chatted with Master Wang. There are quite a few attractive female colleagues in this factory. Have they ever held a beauty contest or something of the sort? Huh. Master Wang spat dismissively. The women here are all old and weathered. There are hardly any young beauties around. Xu Erlong expressed disbelief. You simply haven't encountered a truly beautiful woman, Master Wang remarked, growing secretive and lowering his voice. I've seen one woman who is genuinely stunning. I would take the long way home just to catch a glimpse of her. Oh, really? Xu Erlong replied. Hee. Master Wang chuckled lewdly. If I could just hold her hand, it would be worth dying for. Then go ahead and touch it, Xu Erlong suggested. You truly are a Navi youth. You have no idea of the dangers involved. Such liberties cannot be taken lightly. Master Wang shot him a glare. Last time, a young lad, not believing in the risks, tried to flirt, and before he could even touch her hand, he ended up with a broken one. Is it really that perilous? Xu Erlong played along. Thus, we can only use the pretext of buying cigarettes to get a glimpse, Master Wang chuckled. Xu Erlong merely intended to listen to a tale as he observed the water barrel brim with hot water. After bidding farewell to Master Wang, he hoisted the bucket and set off. Having gained experience from yesterday's exploration, he established a sign at the tea stall, crafted from the paper of a discarded cigarette box. It displayed the prices, 1/3 of a cup for old Ean tea and 5 cents for a cup of mint tea sweetened with sugar. This clear pricing alleviated the need for constant haggling with each customer. With a dogtail grass stick clenched between his teeth and a straw hat perched atop his head, he lounged with one leg crossed over the other, gazing at the river where people frolicked. Occasionally, young and enchanting maidens would saunter by, showcasing their long, slender legs as they came to quench their thirst. Ah, how splendid is youth, Xu Erlong mused, though his heart remained as steadfast as an old houndess. His body was still that of a 17 or 18-year-old, bursting with vigor. He resolved to indulge in a few more cups of old Ean tea to stave off the heat. Once he had sold the entire barrel, He noted the time was still early and ventured out for more water. This time, he did not return to the chemical factory for hot water, but sought out a well to fill his bucket with cool water. I do not produce water. I am merely a porter of nature, he declared with a sense of righteousness, while others, acting as nature's porters, amassed substantial industries. He saw no issue in transporting well water himself, emulating their success. This time, he added mint leaves and sweetener to the water bucket. The 3-cent old tea was transformed into a 5-cent minty refreshment. After selling the entire bucket, Xu Erlong closed up shop and made his way home, balancing 2 large iron buckets. Today, Zhang Jifeng had collected a considerable amount of yellow eel at home. The villagers, aware of her family's endeavor, naturally brought over their catches. The price was set at 10 cents per pound, a common rate. Wang Shujun from the eastern edge of the village approached with her yellow eels, repeatedly extolling their quality and insisting on a price of 15 cents per pound. Look at how thick this eel is. Surely it deserves 15 cents. She chattered. Moreover, I've heard that in the county, such eels fetch at least 30 to 40 cents per pound. Is it unreasonable for you to expect us to sell for just 10? Zhang Jinfeng, somewhat tongue-tied, struggled to counter her claims. Xiaoling, irked, chimed in Aunt Wang. Everyone sells at this price. How can you expect to be treated differently? Besides, regardless of how thick your eel is, it is still sold by weight. Well then, I shan't sell them, Wang Shujun retorted. I'll take them to the county myself. I can sell for 2 to 3 more cents per pound there. Pretending to leave, she encountered Xu Erlong returning and reiterated her position to him. See, I'm not asking for much, just 15 cents per pound. In the future, I'll bring my eels to your house. Xu Erlong chuckled, and I can only offer 10 cents here. A higher price wouldn't be profitable for me. Besides, I've already accumulated several hundred pounds. I'm not inclined to take in more. Despite purchasing at 10 cents and selling at 50, the expenses for entertaining guests, buying cigarettes, and maintaining relationships all required funds, thus constituting a considerable cost. You shouldn't. If I take it to the city, don't blame me for selling it against you, Wang Shujun remarked. Xu Erlong, however, was quite indifferent, for his expertise did not lie in hawking eels on the street. Wang Shujun carried the eels a distance, contemplating that, although selling them in the county could yield a higher price, the round trip would consume precious time. There were crops to tend to, pigs to feed, and laundry to do. Ultimately, she turned back, resigning herself to the idea. All right, a dime is a dime. Just weigh them for me. Chapter 21. The endless desires of humanity. Zhang Jinfeng meticulously weighed the eels, arriving at a total of 10.5 pounds, amounting to $1.08. Su Shaoling diligently recorded the transactions in her ledger. Over the past 2 days, they had amassed nearly 500 to 600 pounds. Zhang Jinfeng gazed at the mountain of eels, troubled by the thought of how to sell such a large quantity. Don't worry, Mom. They will sell, Xu Erlong reassured her. After setting aside the water bucket, Xu Erlong took a towel and went to the backyard to wash his face and hands. The cool water washed away the sweat and dust, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. With the towel draped over his shoulder, he hummed a little tune. Xiaoling, come help me count the money, he beckoned. He poured a bag of coins onto the bed for her to sort through at her leisure. Upon his return, he had purchased a pig's trotter, intending to stew it with yellow beans. With prices low at present, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in some hearty eating. He tossed the trotter onto the firewood pile, where the flames consumed all the bristles, and the pig skin sizzled, releasing its unique charred aroma into the air. Once the skin was thoroughly roasted, Xu Erlong submerged the trotter in a basin, allowing it to soak briefly before scrubbing it vigorously with a loofah made from aged gourds. The loofah, crafted from sun-dried gourds, served as a natural dishcloth, remarkably effective for cleaning. After scrubbing the trotter to perfection, Xu Erlong retrieved a large cleaver. With a swift motion, he chopped the trotter into several pieces, which he then placed into the cooking pot on the stove for a slow simmer. Meanwhile, Xiaoling had nearly finished sorting the money. Beyond the fixed earnings from 50 pounds of eels, the additional water sales amounted to nearly $10. After all, they had sold an extra load of water today, and the price per unit had increased without any rise in costs. Brother, we made over $30 today, Xiaoling exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. This nearly matched a laborer's monthly wage. She diligently noted their historic earnings in her ledger. Xu Erlong, observing her serious demeanor, nearly chuckled. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Have you counted it all? Remember to wash your hands before dinner. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. One meal skip can leave one famished. Let us set a modest goal first. Ensure that our family can enjoy meat at every meal. freeing us from the worries of hunger. Although he is not yet able to provide his family with a life of carefree indulgence, he can at least ensure they have meat for every meal. The Xu family gathers around the dinner table, where the evening repast consists of porridge made from a mixture of sweet potatoes and rice, slices of winter melon boiled to tenderness, a cold dish of eggplant, pickled cucumbers, and a generous serving of stir-fried chives with eggs, which serves as the main course. Compared to the years of hunger, this fare is quite satisfactory. Yet, human desires are insatiable. Having filled their stomachs, they now yearn for finer dining, especially Xu Damin. In his school days, his family had to tighten their belts and endure hunger to support his education. He could count on 1 egg a day, often accompanied by a drizzle of oil. At that time, Xu Erlong had not yet established his own household and frequently fished or foraged for wild game, ensuring their meals were not overly bleak. However, now that the family has been divided for several days, the quality of their meals has plummeted, and Xu Damin feels uneasy. A bowl of thin porridge consists mostly of sweet potatoes, as Zhou Fengru, in her laziness, failed to chop them into smaller pieces. A large chunk of sweet potato lodged in his throat causes Xu Damin to roll his eyes in frustration. He longs for the school year to commence, hoping to report to university and escape the monotony of such meals in the countryside. Tomorrow, I will go to the river and catch some fish and shrimp, Xu Damin declares, implying that the current fare is unacceptable. No, Grandma Xu interjects. You are a university student. Your hands are precious, destined to hold a pen. How can you do such labor? Grandma, I merely wish to bring back some fish and shrimp to supplement our dishes, Xu Damin replies. Grandma Xu turns her attention to Xu Xiaofei, instructing, you should go. Tomorrow, catch some fish and shrimp. Do you understand? You spend all day idling about. Xu Xiaofei pushes his rice bowl away. No, I want to go. I want to catch eels. 1 eel can be traded for a piece of candy. He has no desire for fish or shrimp, finding them too fishy. He only craves sweets. Grandma Xu slams the table in frustration. You lazy glutton. I ask you to catch fish and shrimp, yet you only think of trading eels for candy. Xu Damin intervenes to quell Grandma Xu's anger. Grandma, it has nothing to do with Xiaofei. Yes, it's all Xu Erlong's doing. Grandma Xu curses. I don't know what he intends to do with those eels. The fields and ditches are swarming with people catching them. Perhaps he aims to engage in some illicit trade. Xu Damin adjusts his glasses, scoffing. Him? He aspires to engage in trade? He will surely be caught and face years of imprisonment. Grandma Xu curses again, reminding Xu Damin, don't concern yourself with him. Thankfully, we have separated from him. When he is caught, it won't implicate you. Xu Damin nods, I understand. He senses that the times have changed. For instance, the reinstatement of the college entrance examination has afforded him the chance to attend university. Yet, he remains bewildered about how else things might transform. It is not just he who feels this confusion. The majority of people in this era share the same sentiment. Otherwise, the phrase crossing the river by feeling the stones would not exist. Only a select few possess the courage and audacity to navigate through such uncertainty, forging ahead to carve out a path and create a broad avenue for themselves. In a short while, I will go to see how he catches the eels. Xu Damin said, what is so interesting about that? Those creatures can be found everywhere in the fields and ditches, Xu Laotai remarked. If you want to eat some, I can prepare a couple for you. Xu Damin remained silent. He had no desire for eels. His curiosity lay in observing what Xu Erlong was up to. Despite his academic achievement, he still possessed intellect and the ability to contemplate matters. Brother, don't go. I fear others will mock you, Xu Xiaofei shouted from the side. In recent days, people have been gossiping, claiming you've wasted your studies and cannot even repair a vehicle, while Xu Erlong surpasses you. Xu Damin's slightly fair face visibly darkened. Studying and repairing vehicles are entirely different matters, aren't they? Who says that being academically inclined equates to mechanical skill? Is being able to fix a car superior to pursuing education? If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at Xu Laotai for her excessive pride. Ever since he was accepted into university, she has boasted throughout the village that her grandson is more intelligent than others. If he is indeed brighter, it is only natural that he should excel in all aspects. Contemplating that evening's events left Xu Damin feeling heavy-hearted. He abandoned the idea of visiting Xu Erlong and chose instead to remain at home, engrossed in his studies. Yes, reading by the light of a kerosene lamp would certainly highlight his thirst for knowledge as a prospective university student. Chapter 22. Terrified and closing his eyes tight, Xu Erlong, adhering to his promise, sought out the cigarette vendor at the cinema. This fellow truly had skills, tightly wrapping the cigarettes in 2 large newspapers. Xu Erlong unfolded the paper to inspect the Quayman cigarettes. The packaging was intact and appeared quite upscale. After accepting the cigarettes, he additionally purchased 2 packs of Dakiaman. Should you require more cigarettes in the future, feel free to come find me, the vendor said. Xu Erlong exchanged pleasantries, then bought 2 tails of sunflower seeds from a vendor selling snacks before returning to the chemical factory. Instead of heading to the mess hall to find Wang Bolan, he opted to wait at Wang's home. Only Little Hu and his grandmother were present. Xu Erlong handed the sunflower seeds to Little Hu. You were too kind. Each time you visit, you bring something for the child. How can I accept that? Wang Laonai smiled as she conversed with Xu Erlong. Feeling quite fond of the young man, he had shown warmth and righteousness, having helped save her grandson in the past, and now he never came empty-handed. Wang Laonai grew increasingly fond of him and often praised him in front of Wang Bolan. After playing with Little Hu for a while, Xu Erlong pushed the cigarettes toward Wang Bolan upon his return. I'll take these cigarettes and help you make connections. Whether it works out is another matter entirely, understand? Wang Bolan stated. Xu Erlong responded with a smile. Brother Wang, I understand this matter. Take these 2 boxes of cigarettes with you. Your willingness to assist is already deeply appreciated, regardless of the outcome. Having completed the business with Wang Bolan, Xu Erlong continued to carry his water buckets to the boiler room to fetch water for sale at Taohua River, until Wang Bolan's connections were firmly established. He had no intention of abandoning this profitable venture of selling water. The heat was intense, and the cicadas sang ever louder in the branches. Upon reaching the riverbank, Xu Erlong discovered a vendor selling popsicles. A bright green wooden box stood there, boldly labeled with the word popsicles. Xu Erlong chuckled, for it was indeed true that there was no shortage of clever individuals at any given moment, adept at riding the waves of trends. He had been selling water here for merely 2 days when others discerned the opportunity and flocked to sell ice pops in his vicinity. Fortunately, this gentleman was only selling ice pops, which did not pose a direct competitive threat. Xu Erlong nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting, and then, balancing his water, he positioned himself a tad further away from the ice pop vendor. He set up his sign and plucked 2 willow branches from the trees by the riverbank, fashioning them into a sun hat. Sitting by the riverside, he squinted his eyes, indulging in the legitimate pleasure of observing the vibrant and youthful beauties adorning the river. It was a splendid arrangement, earning money while admiring lovely maidens, both pursuits harmoniously intertwined. He could also engage in casual conversation with the elderly ice pop seller nearby. Yet amidst their light-hearted banter, he sensed an unsettling shift. A multitude of people were rushing toward the riverbank. Something had gone awry. The Taohua River, harnessing natural elevation, had constructed several small hydropower stations. Their current location was at the head of the tunnel, where a dam had been erected to restrain the river's flow. Just beyond it lay a rocky beach exposed to the elements, a mere 20 meters from the precipice of a towering cliff. A downpour or the release of water from the reservoir would result in a breathtaking waterfall. In contrast to old photographs, where the dam's line was clearly visible, a tall young woman now stood perilously on the rocky beach outside the dam, seemingly attempting to retrieve a swimming ring. It's dangerous, others cried out. The rocky beach appeared deceptively shallow but was riddled with treacherous moss, akin to hidden traps that could inexorably claim lives. As the girl stretched her hand towards the swimming ring, she took a step forward, only to slip and fall onto the riverbank. Don't move, the crowd shouted in unison. A few young men, perceiving the gravity of the situation, rushed nearby to fetch a long bamboo pole, extending it towards her. Hold on to the pole. Quickly. Grab the pole, and we'll pull you up. The girl bent forward, trembling as she reached for the pole. Alas, her strength faltered, even when she grasped it. Before the crowd could hoist her onto the dam, her foot slipped on the moss, sending her tumbling once more. In fact, her body slid several meters downward. Ah! The crowd gasped in horror. Another slip, and she would plunge over the cliff. Each year, several individuals met their demise on this riverbank. The girl, paralyzed by fear, could not even muster a cry, as an overwhelming dread enveloped her heart. Stand back, Xu Erlong shouted, rushing forward with a rope in hand. This was the rope he used for carrying water, a lengthy segment, now proving invaluable. He secured one end to an iron hook on the riverbank and tied the other around his waist, leaping down onto the rocky beach. He no longer expected the girl to grasp the rope and climb back up. He feared that any misstep would lead her to plummet over the cliff. Every year, lives were lost on this riverbank, often those of young and vigorous individuals unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Xu Erlong descended onto the riverbank. Gripping the ground tightly with his toes, hoping to maintain his stability and avoid slipping himself. He cautiously approached the young lady, urging her to remain still. The more perilous the situation, the more one must maintain composure. The crowd on the embankment held their breath, too frightened to utter a sound. At this moment, the only hope for her salvation rested upon Xu Erlong. By chance, his task of selling tea had left him with a piece of rope, far superior to any bamboo pole. "Hurry up, she can't hold on much longer," shouted a young man wielding a bamboo pole, evidently a companion of the girl. Xu Erlong felt an urge to gesture rudely in response. He risked his life to save her, and here was someone urging him to act recklessly. Below them lay a precipice. Unless one were superhuman, survival was impossible. Step by step, he finally reached the girl. Terrified, she looked up at him with desperation in her eyes. As she grasped his extended hand, fear made her grip tight, and in her panic, she inadvertently pulled him down. A chorus of gasps erupted from the embankment, with some timid souls covering their eyes in fright. Cold sweat broke out on Xu Erlong's forehead. Saving someone was indeed fraught with risk. One could easily lose their own life in the process. Fortunately, his rope was securely fastened, though he had fallen. He had not tumbled towards the edge of the cliff. The girl, paralyzed by fear, was so overwhelmed that she could not even cry out. Xu Erlong, no longer expecting her to save herself, positioned himself more firmly and extended his strong arms to encircle her waist with a vice-like grip. However, the wet and slippery fabric of her swimsuit yielded an unexpected sensation. Where had his hands landed? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the girl's eyes widened in horror, her lips forming silent cries of protest. Instinctively, she struggled against him. In that moment, her body slipped further, her legs dangling perilously over the edge. Xu Erlong's mind went blank. In a flash of instinct, he clamped his legs tightly around her, fearing she would plummet into the abyss. The crowd on the embankment erupted in frantic shouts, with the more timid collapsing in place, unable to stand. Xu Erlong, oblivious to where he had grasped her, focused solely on the imperative thought. He could not die. He had just been reborn. There was still money to be earned, and his mother and sister depended on him. As he steadied himself, he shouted to the crowd, "Pull the rope tight." He feared the rope could not withstand their combined weight, leading to a disastrous fall into the chasm below. The crowd atop the embankment finally grasped the situation and assisted in tightening the end of the rope. "Pull us back," Xu Erlong shouted upwards. At this moment, he could not move. His hands could not loosen, nor could his feet shift. Any relaxation would mean helplessly watching the girl plummet into the abyss. In the fleeting moment of looking down, Xu Erlong noticed that the girl had tightly shut her eyes. Whether from fright or an unwillingness to witness the harrowing scene before her, he could not tell. Perhaps it was for the best. Being unconscious would prevent her from thrashing about. Much like rescuing those drowning, often it is necessary to render them unconscious to save them, for their panic struggles could endanger the rescuer's life as well. An older, experienced man stepped forward to devise a plan. "Everyone, heed my command. On the count of 3. We shall pull together and bring them back. 1, 2, 3, lift." The rhythmic chant resonated among the men on the embankment as they united in effort, gradually pulling the rope closer. As they neared the embankment's edge, distancing themselves from danger, several individuals descended to assist, helping Xu Erlong and the girl back to safety. Through this arduous tugging, Xu Erlong's arms, thighs, and shoulders bore numerous abrasions, stained with blood. "You are quite commendable," some middle-aged men praised him. "In such perilous circumstances, one misstep could cost you your life." No one else among the crowd would have dared to risk themselves in such a manner. He truly had put his life on the line to save another. The women gazed at Xu Erlong with admiration, reflecting an era that still revered heroes. Furthermore, the young man who had performed the act of bravery was strikingly handsome, with refined features and a robust physique. The rescued girl, Li Yingtong, gradually regained consciousness. Surrounding her were several friends, both male and female, with one woman weeping openly in embrace. The scene was reminiscent of mourning. "Tong Tong, you are finally awake. You terrified me. I thought you were going to fall," one exclaimed. "We called you to swim. How could I explain to your parents if something happened to you?" Li Yingtong had been invited by her friends for a swim that day. Lacking swimming skills, she had brought a flotation device. No one had warned her of the treacherous riverbank, and after carelessly tossing her flotation device aside, she foolishly ventured to retrieve it, leading to such dire consequences. "Tong Tong, let us leave. Swimming is too frightening," another girl suggested. Li Yingtong, still in a state of shock, nodded anxiously. The group escorted her to the changing area by the bamboo grove, where they helped her change before departing. How can they just leave like that? The middle-aged man who had earlier directed the rescue muttered, visibly agitated. We risked our lives to save someone, and not even a word of thanks. Xu Erlong, however, paid little mind. His actions had stemmed from an instinctive drive within, without any expectation of gratitude. Dragging his battered body back to his stall, he resumed selling cold water. Perhaps the recent feat has commanded the respect of all. With no other means of gratitude available, the villagers approached him, purchasing water as a token of support and appreciation. Some even insisted on leaving a small sum without expecting change. Soon, both barrels of water were sold out. Xu Erlong secured the barrels, retied the ropes, and departed. He made his way to the nearby clinic, intending to procure some anti-inflammatory medication. The doctor tossed him a bottle of red ointment and another of blue, the standard topical treatments of the time. It was common to see children on the streets, their bodies adorned with these colorful salves from various scrapes and bruises. A sight both familiar and unsettling. At that moment, Xu Erlong paid little heed to such thoughts and applied the red ointment. In summer, wounds were prone to infection, and he needed to take precautions. Bearing the marks of his injuries, he walked back to the Qianan commune. Upon his return, the villagers noticed his battered state, especially those who had come to deliver eels. They shook their heads in dismay at his wounds. "Brother, what happened to you?" Xiaoling set aside her ledger and rushed over. "It's nothing, just a few scrapes," Xu Erlong replied. "How could you have gotten hurt like this?" Zhang Jinfang felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to fetch some water to clean his wounds, but seeing him apply the red ointment, she hesitated. "It was just an accident," Xu Erlong chuckled lightly. However, he could not reveal the true nature of his injuries. If Zhang Jinfang were to learn that he had risked his life rescuing someone from a cliff, she would be terrified. "Brother, you should lie down," Xiaoling insisted. Xu Erlong found it amusing. While his injuries were indeed numerous and the sight of the red ointment might seem alarming, they were not severe enough to warrant resting. Soon, news of Xu Erlong's injuries spread throughout the village, reaching even the Xu family. "Serves him right," old lady Xu remarked. "He must have been involved in some shady dealings and got beaten up." Xu Damin felt a shiver run through him upon hearing this. He had once entertained the thought of following Xu Erlong's lead in collecting eels to earn some money for college. However, upon learning of Xu Erlong's beating, he suddenly realized the risks associated with such ventures. He had a bright future ahead and could not afford to jeopardize it for a fleeting gain. As for their family's current poverty, he decided to disregard it, prioritizing his educational expenses above all else. The next day, Xu Erlong carried 50 pounds of eels to the dining hall of the chemical factory. Wang Bolin stood nearby, casting him a knowing glance. Xu Erlong understood, and after weighing the goods and handing out cigarettes to the kitchen staff, he discreetly followed Wang Bolin to a secluded corner. Chapter 24. I have made connections, Wang Bolin whispered to Xu Erlong in the afternoon. "Come with me to meet this person." Noticing others glancing their way, he patted Xu Erlong on the shoulder and turned to walk away. Xu Erlong felt a surge of joy at this newfound connection. Otherwise, with nearly 1,000 pounds of eels already collected at home, delaying any longer could lead to unforeseen complications. In a small county like this, everything relied on personal networks. Without anyone acting as an intermediary, many places barred entry. As long as he could establish a connection, Xu Erlong was confident he could secure the deal. Feeling elated, Xu Erlong settled his accounts in the finance office and decided against selling cold water at Taohua River. He lingered near the dining hall, preparing to wait for Wang Bolin to finish work. Beneath the large locust tree, a group of retired elders engaged in a game of chess. It was heard that Director Li's daughter nearly fell to her death from the cliff while swimming in Taohua River yesterday. Is she all right? Yes, she was rescued. Thank goodness, she is fortunate. Otherwise, Director Li would be devastated, as she is his only child. It's good for these youngsters to learn a lesson. Look at those girls, utterly shameless, swimming in the river, exposing themselves. Oh, today's youth, claiming to pursue freedom while cursing us as old-fashioned. What does it matter? She is not my granddaughter. If she were, I would break her legs for being so brazen. The discussions among these elders essentially mirrored the sentiments of the entire factory workforce. Some expressed relief, others took pleasure in the misfortune, and many voiced their discontent. The entire factory was abuzz with gossip. Li Yongnian hurried home, feeling embarrassed. His daughter had been involved in such a significant incident, and he was the last to know. He was already overwhelmed with work at the factory, and his mother was bedridden in the hospital with a tumor, leaving him frazzled. The small building where the factory leadership resided housed a modest 2-bedroom apartment for Li Yongnian, considered a decent benefit within the factory. Upon entering, one would find two single-spring sofas with a lace-covered coffee table adorned with a set of exquisite tea-colored coffee cups. Across from it, a 14-inch black and white television sat atop a dresser, a symbol of affluence in those times. Li Yingtong reclined on the spring sofa, her spirits low. The shock from yesterday's events had left her in a daze. Now, reflecting on the harrowing experience, it felt vividly present. She had truly escaped death at Taohua River. She vowed never to return to that place again. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Yongnian strode in. "Dad!" Li Yingtong jumped up from the sofa, startled. "Did you go swimming yesterday?" Li Yongnian interrogated her directly. Li Yingtong hesitated in her response. Seeing her expression, Li Yongnian inferred the truth. "You have driven me to the brink of madness," he exclaimed in exasperation. He considered reprimanding his daughter, but, gazing at her youthful face, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. His daughter, still under 18, was in the throes of youthful rebellion. Having grown up in a favorable environment, she had not faced the harsh realities of the world, rendering her somewhat willful and unruly. However, at least she harbored no malicious intent and had not committed any egregious acts. Before he could discipline her, Li Yongnian found himself justifying his reluctance. After all, she was his only child, and he could not bear to chastise her. This is also a common situation in families nowadays, with only one child, treasured in every way. Li Yingtong stepped aside, repeatedly admitting her mistakes. "Dad, I understand my error. I will not go there again." Having narrowly escaped with her life, she would naturally remember this lesson. His partner, Luo Chunmei, gently persuaded him, "Since our daughter has acknowledged her fault, you need not remain angry. Young people learn wisdom through adversity. Without facing some setbacks, how can one grow?" Yet, the lesson she learned was nearly one that cost her life. Li Yongnian lamented. "Do you know how dangerous that place is? Every year, someone falls. The county town is not large, and how could Luo Chunmei be unaware?" She sighed. "Fortunately, Tong Tong is blessed and was saved." Speaking softly, she handed a cup of tea to Li Yongnian. "Drink some water. Look how anxious you are." Li Yongnian gulped down nearly half a cup of tea and asked, "Who saved you? Did you express your gratitude?" Li Yingtong was at a loss for words. "Yesterday." She was so frightened that she hardly remembered anything. "Tong Tong, that is not right. Someone saved your life, and we must express our gratitude," Luo Chunmei insisted. There were so many people present, and not a single word of thanks was spoken. The workers at the factory might gossip about it later. Who was it that saved you?" "I will go and thank them," Li Yongnian declared. "I heard he was selling water by the river, but I don't know his name." Li Yingtong replied, clasping her hands behind her back. "Go find out. The county town is small, and if we genuinely seek them, we shall not fail," Li Yongnian asserted. Rising decisively with Li Yingtong to search for the person. "Wait, take something with you," Luo Chunmei suggested. "We have a few pounds of apples at home, 2 boxes of royal jelly in the cupboard, and a few bottles of cod liver oil. These are considered high-quality nutritional products these days." Luo Chunmei filled a net bag with these items, making it appear full and sincere. The three of them braved the scorching sun and arrived at the banks of the Peach Blossom River. Many were still swimming, and the thrilling incident from yesterday seemed to have vanished. They circled the riverbank, but did not see the young man selling cool water. Instead, an elderly man selling popsicles was nearby. "Dad, he is not here," Li Yingtong inexplicably sighed in relief. She was genuinely apprehensive about encountering her savior, feeling an awkwardness linger. Li Yongnian, being an adult, was not one to easily give up. He approached the popsicle vendor, purchased 2 popsicles, and handed them to Li Yingtong and Luo Chunmei, thus tending to the old man's business while quenching his wife and daughter's thirst. He offered a cigarette to the elderly man and helped light it. "Excuse me, sir. I would like to inquire about a young man who sells cool water here. Do you know where he is?" The popsicle vendor recognized the girl beside him. "Oh, you're the girl from yesterday's incident? It was all thanks to that young man selling cool water. You're asking where he is? How would I know? He didn't come today. If he is not here, then he is simply not here. Oh, I just know his surname is Su, from the Yoke Saddle Commune. Beyond that, I cannot say." Chapter 25. The obstreperous individual in the county town's state-run restaurant. The entrance features 2 wide doors painted in a vibrant vermilion hue. On the walls flanking either side, slogans proclaiming hard work and self-reliance are boldly displayed. Above the entrance, the grand characters state-run restaurant stand proudly, serving as the most illustrious sign, overshadowing any imperfections of the establishment. The entire county takes pride in the opportunity to dine here. At this moment, Su Erlong, Wang Bolin, and a middle-aged man with a receding hairline are seated at a table. Xu Erlong is treating, having ordered an impressive array of 4 substantial dishes: braised pork knuckle, spicy kidney, couples lung slices, and garlic pork, complemented by several cold appetizers. The meal is of considerable quality, and even Wang Bolin, the head of the food committee, feels the sincerity behind such a spread. Xu Erlong also requests a bottle of Huzhou Laojiao. In truth, he yearns for Maotai, which is said to cost only 8 yuan at this time. In contrast to the exorbitant prices that will follow, this price is remarkably accessible. Regrettably, it is unavailable here. He fills the glasses of the 2 men across from him. The bald man, known as Director Feng, hails from the county's fishery company. The connection Wang Bolin mentioned refers to this very link. The county fishery company has substantial demands for aquatic products, particularly for supplying the city, which alters the nature of their needs. With Wang Bolin facilitating the introduction, a package of cigarettes as a token of goodwill, and now this lavish meal. Securing Director Feng's approval is assured. In the future, Xu Erlong will be responsible for supplying 1,000 jin of eels to the fishery company. Brother Xu, remember, the quantity must not be lessened, and those small, dead ones must not be sent. There must be no errors in this regard, Director Feng emphasizes. Xu Erlong naturally assures him that there will be no difficulties. Once again, Xu Erlong raises his glass to toast. The cost of this meal is nearly equivalent to a worker's monthly wage, yet Xu Erlong remains unconcerned. As a rural lad without connections, resources, or capital, he understands that the only way to cultivate relationships is through such gatherings. Money is not saved, it is earned, an insight born from Xu Erlong's half a lifetime of experience. After a satisfying meal, Xu Erlong bids farewell to the 2 men and ambles back, his steps light and buoyant. The effects of the alcohol, combined with the success of securing a significant deal, render him exuberant, almost wishing to tumble on the ground in joy. Life's triumphs should be celebrated. Fortunes spent can be regained. He has no intention of continuing his small water-selling business, with a lucrative deal now in place. He sees no point in quibbling over petty earnings. He must hasten back to ramp up his procurement efforts in preparation for tomorrow's delivery. At the entrance of the production team's storage room, a throng of people gathers, chattering excitedly in layers. Despite the sweltering heat, they seem undeterred by the discomfort. Is there a disturbance? Xu Erlong pushes through the crowd to get a closer look. In the village, the Yang family confronted Xiao Ling with fierce aggression. And amidst their verbal clash, they even raised their fists to strike her. Did they intend to brawl? Xu Erlong felt a surge of anger and stepped forward, brushing aside Yang Liming's fist. How dare they bully his sister in his absence? Brother, Xiao Ling's eyes brimmed with tears as she saw Xu Erlong return, rushing to his side as if seeking a stronghold. Do not fear, I am here, Xu Erlong reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. They brought 48 pounds of eels but insisted it was 50, making me remember that number. Xiao Ling recounted the injustice, her eyes reddening. Is that so? Xu Erlong sneered, turning to Yang Liming. Are you trying to play tough with me, preparing to force your way? It is indeed 50 pounds, Yang Liming asserted stubbornly. I waited at home. But we waited, and it only came to 48 pounds, Zhang Jinfang interjected, standing beside Xiao Ling. You tampered with it. Yang Liming's voice grew increasingly loud, as if raising his tone would lend him more credibility. No, it is truly only 48 pounds, Xiao Ling argued passionately. I let you check the scale yourself, but you do not trust it. It is 50 pounds, Yang Liming insisted, refusing to yield. With a stern expression, Xu Erlong picked up the scale and attached the sack of eels to it. The weight settled on the scale's arm, climbing steadily to the 50-pound mark. Yet the weight fell short, indicating it was insufficient. He then adjusted the weight to rest on the 48-pound mark, achieving a balance. See? 48 pounds, everyone can observe. Xu Erlong stated, grinding his teeth in frustration. Who is truly at fault here, still arguing? The gathered onlookers nodded in agreement, murmuring that there were not 50 pounds. And the 48 pounds were indeed balanced, making it fair to record it as such. Faced with the undeniable truth, Yang Liming stubbornly maintained, their scale must be faulty. Enough with your nonsense, Yu Ping exclaimed. This scale belongs to the production team. It has been used for distributing and collecting grain. Are you questioning the integrity of the production team's scale? I suspect your scale is the one with issues. Nearby, some elderly villagers tried to mediate, urging both parties to let it go, noting, it's only a matter of 2 pounds. The eels need water, and it's normal for them to lose some weight. This statement leaned towards justifying Yang Liming's position, allowing them to save face and complete the transaction amicably. Yet, Yang Liming seized the opportunity to press further. Did you hear? They lost some water weight. When we brought them, it was 50 pounds. We cannot be blamed for the loss, and you must account for us as 50 pounds. That's a mere 2-pound discrepancy, Xu Erlong retorted. With so many waiting to buy eels, you shouldn't be so petty. The others fell silent, regretting not having thought of this angle themselves. Had they known, they too might have added some water weight. A single pound could yield an extra dime. Xu Erlong surveyed the crowd, noticing the villagers' furtive glances and understanding expressions, allowing him to surmise their thoughts. Xu Erlong couldn't help but smile in exasperation. 2 pounds of eel, merely a trivial matter worth 2 dimes. But is this truly a mere 2-dime issue? The crowd present is substantial. If leniency is granted now, 48 pounds may be deceptively inflated to 50. Tomorrow, perhaps with a touch of water, 95 pounds could easily be passed off as 100. If this behavior becomes the norm, how will it ever end? At home, the ones handling the eels are Xiaoling and her mother, 2 women who could easily be manipulated. Do not presume that rural folk are simple and innocent. Many are shrewd, calculating, and ready to take advantage, inching forward with each concession. Chapter 26. Dismantling his arrogance without rules, chaos reigns. Xu Erlong is determined to suppress this arrogance, refusing to yield an inch. The scale we use is borrowed from the production team, which has relied on it for years to measure grain without issue. My sister is meticulous and diligent. She would never make a mistake, and the accounts of these recent days are recorded with utmost clarity. Yet, you dare to bully and intimidate my sister simply because you outnumber us? We have committed no wrongdoing. Why should we concede to your unreasonable demands? Should we choose to suffer in silence? Xu Erlong rebuked them point by point, with reason and evidence. At this juncture, his tone sharpened with a hint of aggression. I shall not accept these eels today. Take them back and deal with them as you please. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to those behind him. Come, those wishing to sell eels, line up here. Do not waste time. What is this? A circus act? After laboring tirelessly to catch these eels, you tell me to take them back? Are you raising a fool? Yang Limin's temper flared, his words laced with vulgarity. Who are you cursing? Xu Erlong, incensed, delivered a punch directly at Yang Limin's face. After enduring Yang Limin's incessant prattle, he had restrained his anger in hopes of a peaceful transaction, attempting to reason with them. But now, faced with such insults, he felt compelled to retaliate. The punch landed squarely beside Yang Limin's mouth, yet Xu Erlong, unsatisfied, followed up with a fierce kick. Yang Limin stumbled back, wiping his face, and to his astonishment, blood trickled from his nose. In the countryside, strength dictates reason. The one with the strongest fist and the loudest voice holds the upper hand. Xu Erlong's fighting prowess is renowned throughout the commune. However, he does not resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yang Limin had simply gone too far. I am teaching you a lesson. Do you dare to provoke me, thinking I won't fight back? Xu Erlong scolded, pointing at him. The crowd stepped back, recognizing the validity of Xu Erlong's words. It was evident that Yang Limin was indeed being unreasonable, resorting to coercion. With a roar, Yang Limin lunged at Xu Erlong, engaging him in a scuffle. Even several of his relatives joined the fray, attempting to overwhelm Xu Erlong with their numbers. Yet, Xu Erlong feared no one. Though the effects of alcohol still lingered, he was invigorated. After toppling Yang Limin, he swiftly brought down Yang San as well. With a combination of force and cunning, he held his own against multiple opponents, refusing to be outmatched. Yu Ping and the Toothless Man found themselves embroiled in a brawl, joining the fray as everyone became entangled in a chaotic melee. Such altercations, born from mere disagreements, are commonplace in the countryside. Which boy does not grow up engaged in skirmishes? Each one bears a resilient exterior, toughened by countless encounters. With fists and feet flying, the blows land heavily. Yet as long as no tools like hoes or shovels are involved, lives are spared. Village chief Huang Zhongnong rushed over, and with much effort, the two factions were separated. Each participant bore the marks of the scuffle. Yang Limin's face was smeared with blood from his nose, while Yu Ping had scratches on his neck, and Yang San's face was swollen, with blood trickling from the corner of the Toothless Man's mouth. What are you fighting for? Huang Zhongnong admonished the group, exasperated. Are you simply bored? Yang Limin, clutching his nose, retorted. Xu Erlong threw the first punch. In the presence of many witnesses, Xu Erlong did not deny it. Yes, I initiated it. What do you expect when you insult me? If you keep talking back, I will deal with you again. Yang San, of similar age to Xu Erlong, brimming with youthful vigor, shouted back, "Xu Erlong, don't get too cocky." Xu Erlong, dismissively patting his hands, replied, "What is there to be cocky about? Should I let you all run rampant here?" Yang Limin, infuriated, turned to Huang Jingnom to file a complaint. "Captain, you heard him. Just look at how arrogant Xu Erlong is. He attacked me, and now I'm injured. You must render justice." Xu Erlong countered, "You're injured, but what about us? They were merely trying to mediate, yet you still inflicted harm. Shouldn't we seek justice for that as well?" It appeared that both sides had suffered. They were not mediating. They were indeed mediating, Xu Erlong insisted defiantly. "Everyone saw it. It was your family that surrounded me and assaulted me. They simply feared trouble and came to intervene." Yang Limin was left speechless by Xu Erlong's brazen argument. Who did not know that Yu Ping and the toothless man followed Xu Erlong like shadows? They were not mediating, but rather aiding Xu Erlong in the fight. Yet, Xu Erlong refused to acknowledge this. Gritting his teeth, Yang Limin declared, "Xu Erlong, you're bold. This matter is far from over." Xu Erlong, with a raised brow and an air of dominance, replied, "Fine, I'll see this through to the end. Bring it on." Initially, this dispute was trivial, but Yang Limin's escalating provocations had intensified the conflict. He sought no trouble, but when cornered, he feared none. "Let us go," Yang Limin gestured to his two brothers. Yang San and Yang Si turned back, picking up the burlap sack containing eels from the ground, pushing through the crowd. They were determined to find a way to vent their frustration today. The brothers grumbled as they made their way back, the sack heavy in their hands. The eels wriggling within. What to do with these eels? This was the pressing issue at hand. They had heard that Xu Erlong was buying eels, neglecting his fields to catch them for quick cash. However, with their relationship with Xu Erlong now irreparably damaged, it was likely he would no longer accept their eels in the future. What should we do with all these eels in hand? I've grown weary of this fare. Xu Erlong is collecting so many eels to sell in the city. Perhaps we should also take ours there, suggested Yang San. Upon hearing this, Yang Limin responded, "Very well. Tomorrow we shall also venture to the city to sell. I refuse to believe that Xu Erlong can sell them, while I cannot." After dispatching the young brothers, Xu Erlong resumed his eel acquisition with renewed diligence. Following the earlier display of authority over Yang Limin, the others adhered to the rules more strictly, abandoning any thoughts of adulterating their catch and refraining from any further disturbances. "Please line up, one at a time, do not crowd," Xu Erlong called to the gathering crowd. He assisted in weighing the eels, allowing everyone to verify their quantities before having Xiao Ling record the numbers. Once confirmed, they would sign and seal the agreements, awaiting payment in a couple of days. Thanks to the prior announcements, the entire village was now aware of Xu Erlong's eel collection. Villagers could catch eels at home for a quick profit, leading to a surge in participation, including women and children. Each person brought in dozens of pounds, and before long, over 1,000 pounds had been collected that day. Chapter 27. Arranging tomorrow's tasks. Zhang Jinfang felt uncertain. Collecting so many daily while only sending out 50 pounds each day. How long would it take to sell all these eels? "Trust me, these eels will be dealt with," Xu Erlong reassured her. As evening approached, he instructed Xiao Ling. "You and mother go prepare dinner. Let us enjoy a good meal tonight so we can work hard tomorrow." Xiao Ling and Zhang Jinfang headed to the kitchen to cook, while Xu Erlong, accompanied by Jinya, continued to handle the eel collection. He meticulously recorded every transaction, striving for clarity and fairness, ensuring no one was cheated, young or old alike. By the time night fell, around 9 o'clock, the eel collection drew to a close. Zhang Jinfang and Xiao Ling had finished preparing dinner. Xu Erlong went to the back to fetch water from the stone vat to wash his face and hands, observing Jinya approach with dirty hands to take bowls. Xu Erlong lightly slapped his hand and admonished, "Go wash your hands. Just look at how filthy they are." Jinya chuckled and, under Xu Erlong's watchful eye, went to wash up. He jested, "Erlong, you've really become quite particular. No hand washing, no dinner." Xu Erlong could only sigh. In these times, hygiene habits were poor. Many lacked the routine of washing hands before meals and after using the restroom. Even the practice of bathing regularly was not common in rural areas. Numerous girls could be seen with lice in their hair, and many boys suffered from scabies, constantly scratching their skin. It wasn't until later, when living conditions improved, that such issues began to be eradicated. Emphasizing the importance of washing hands before the meal, dinner was served, plain white rice, a request specifically made by Xu Erlong. Tomorrow would require hard labor, so a hearty meal was essential. The menu included spicy eel slices, stir-fried garlic shoots with pork, cold marinated eggplant, cold water spinach, and cucumber and egg soup. Xu Erlong not only invited Yu Ping to stay for dinner, but also asked him to summon the Huang siblings. It was evident that something significant was about to unfold. Erlong, are you planning to deal with Yang Limin and his brothers? Huang Xiaojing inquired. Xu Erlong shot him a glare. Why would I confront them? The fight is over. I have no interest in resorting to underhanded tactics. It turned out that it was not about fighting after all, Huang Xiaojing muttered. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoxia, with her bowl in hand, gazed at the stir-fried garlic sprouts and pork belly, salivating. Zhang Jifang, unable to bear it any longer, offered her 2 chopsticks of food. Eat up. Huang Xiaoxia, glancing furtively at Xu Erlong and Su Shaoling to ensure they were not watching, quickly stuffed the piece of pork belly into her mouth. Xu Erlong was methodically assigning tasks. After dinner, you all will package the eels into these woven bags, aiming for 51 pounds each. Let us prepare 20 bags, or perhaps 21. The recent incident with Yang Limin had served as a reminder. The goods being sent must have sufficient reserves to account for moisture loss. Yu Ping, you and the one with the missing teeth, neither of you is to return home tonight. Sleep here. Tomorrow morning, around 4 or 5. You will assist in moving the eels to the roadside. The village lacked direct access to the road, necessitating a long trek to reach the 319 National Highway, which required prior transportation. As for Xiaojing and his sister, they were tasked with guarding the goods by the roadside to prevent anyone from taking them away. Xu Erlong meticulously organized the arrangements, recognizing that Huang Xiaojing, being younger, should not be burdened with heavy lifting and could only manage lighter tasks. I will head to the neighboring village to borrow a cart. It will be useful for transporting the goods with an ox. The weight was not negligible, ideally. A small truck would suffice. However, in these times, even a tractor was a rarity, let alone a small truck. Xu Erlong reminisced about his past experiences driving a Wuling Hongguang, a true pride of domestic production. As he lit his torch and traversed the field ridges, the fragrance of rice flowers heralded a bountiful harvest, accompanied by the symphony of croaking frogs. Frogs occasionally leaped past his feet as he walked. Xu Erlong, torch in hand, made his way to Jiang Guangwen's home in the Erqi Brigade. In the entire commune, only Jiang Guangwen owned a cart. This simple wooden cart, equipped with 2 wheels, was quite convenient for transporting grain and straw. Whenever someone needed it, they would borrow it from Jiang Guangwen, offering some beans or corn as compensation. Xu Erlong had previously approached Jiang Guangwen about borrowing the cart. Just let me know when you need it. Jiang Guangwen had readily agreed. At that moment, Jiang Guangwen was reclining on a cool bed, resting in the open courtyard while occasionally waving his handheld fan to fend off mosquitoes. Noticing the flickering light of the torch approaching, he straightened up. Uncle Jiang, Xu Erlong greeted. Erlong, Jiang Guangwen responded. Come, sit down and cool off. Xu Erlong approached, setting his torch down on the ground and carefully extinguishing the flame before placing it aside. He retrieved the large front door from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Guangwen. The large front door? Jiang Guangwen squinted slightly. Xu Erlong leaned in, struck a match, and helped Jiang Guangwen light his cigarette, then extinguished the match and tossed it aside. It's hot today. Indeed, it's so hot that I can't sleep. Lying here. At least there's a cool breeze, Jiang Guangwen replied. Xu Erlong chuckled to himself. This was just the beginning. Considering the temperature, it was only around 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. In contrast to later times, the temperature here would soar to 45 degrees, setting an all-time national record. Uncle Jiang, I would like to borrow this cart to transport some goods to the city tomorrow morning. Xu Erlong shifted the conversation to the cart. Sure. What time do you need it tomorrow? I'll have Jiang Jun bring it over for you, Jiang Guangwen replied. Around 5 o'clock would be ideal. If Jiang Jun could help pull the cart and deliver the goods, that would be even better. He won't miss out on his pay, Xu Erlong considered, planning to give Jiang Jun $2 for his labor and the cart's use. After all, they were from the same village. Money was secondary. Jiang Guangwen was polite. However, Xu Erlong felt he couldn't take that for granted. He smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, lending the cart is already a tremendous help. I am not one to be ungrateful. Then it's settled. At 4:30, I'll have him bring it over, Jiang Guangwen said, yawning. Xu Erlong, sensing the moment, remarked, Thank you, Uncle Jiang, for taking care of this. I'll be on my way now. See you in the morning. Not long after Xu Erlong left, Jiang Jun returned outside. Who was that? Jiang Jun inquired, observing the distant flicker of the torch. Xu Erlong. Oh, by the way, he wants to borrow the cart tomorrow morning. Please help bring it to the road, Jiang Guangwen instructed Jiang Jun. Why should I lend it to him? Jiang Jun responded, a hint of emotion in his voice. Why not? He had already made arrangements with me, Jiang Guangwen replied. Moreover, it's not a free loan. By lending out the cart, I will at least earn some money back, or at the very least, some food. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Jun smiled and agreed. All right, I'll take it to him in the morning. Xu Erlong hardly slept that night, his mind preoccupied with worries about oversleeping. Without a clock or a watch, he could only gauge the time by observing the sky and listening to the village roosters crow. As the first crowing echoed, Xu Erlong quietly got up from the cool bed. His movement stirred Zhang Jifang, who also rose, evidently sharing his restless night, burdened with thoughts. Xu Erlong nudged the sleeping Qiu and Yu Ping, signaling them to wake. Qiu yawned widely and followed Xu Erlong to fetch water for brushing their teeth. I'll cook some noodles for you, Zhang Jinfang offered. No need. We'll grab something to eat in the county later, Xu Erlong replied. According to their arrangement from the previous day, Xu Erlong, Yu Ping, and Qiu carried the packed woven bags to the road outside. Huang Xiaojing stood by the roadside, gazing at the stars above, yawning repeatedly. Weren't we supposed to bring the cart? Where is it? Huang Xiaojing grumbled. Xu Erlong glanced at the sky, estimating the time. It was likely still early. No matter, he could wait a little longer. They would finish selecting the goods, and soon enough, Jiang Jun would arrive. He turned back to continue sorting through the items, his thoughts drifting to the necessity of purchasing a watch once this batch of eels was delivered. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the exact time. The three of them busily moved back and forth, handling the goods until everything was piled up on the road. Where was the cart? It was nowhere in sight. Could it be that someone has stood us up? Yu Ping inquired. Xu Erlong pondered for a moment. I'll go take a look. This was a prearranged matter, and he hoped nothing had gone awry. He followed the road until he reached Jiang Guangwen's doorstep. The door was tightly shut, and there was no sign of the cart in the yard. A sense of unease crept over Xu Erlong as he furrowed his brow and knocked on the door. Who is it? With a creak, Jiang Guangwen opened the door. Uncle Jiang, it's me, Xu Erlong replied with a smile. Dawn is approaching, and I've come to fetch the cart. Fetch the cart? Didn't Jiang Jun take it for you? Jiang Guangwen asked. The doubt in Xu Erlong's heart was confirmed, yet he refrained from voicing it. Suspecting that Jiang Guangwen was unaware, otherwise, he wouldn't have uttered such a falsehood. Uncle Jiang, let me head back and check. We might have missed each other. Wait. I'll go with you, Jiang Guangwen insisted, following him out. The two walked along the road for quite some time. It was just one road. There was no way they could have taken a wrong turn. Where could Jiang Jun have taken the cart? On the roadside, a few individuals eyed the goods before them, feeling anxious. The sky was gradually brightening, yet they still had not located Jiang Jun or the cart meant for transporting the goods. Instead, the figures of Yang Limin and his brothers stumbled out from the village, each carrying bags of urea, throwing Xu Erlong a taunting grin before departing. What on earth are those fellows so pleased about? Yu Ping remarked disdainfully. Brother, do you think Jiang Jun might be in cahoots with Yang Limin? Huang Xiaojing voiced a suspicion. It's certain, said Keiyachi. Jiang Jun has a good relationship with Yang Limin. They often play cards together. If that were indeed the case, it would make sense. Just last evening, Jiang Jun had played against Yang Limin, and it was only natural for him to deliberately hinder their progress by withholding the cart. Unexpectedly, after all their planning, they encountered this mishap. As the sky grew ever brighter, further delays would mean missing the delivery time. Xu Erlong surveyed the goods before him. This was his first supply to the Aquatic Products Company, and any mistake could jeopardize future cooperation. Though anxious within, he maintained a calm exterior. He was no longer a naive youth of 17 or 18. Having weathered many storms, he could manage this situation. With determination, he instructed Yu Ping. Return to the village and find a few strong laborers. Offer them 5 yuan each to help transport these goods to the county town. We need to move quickly. He certainly did not believe that living beings could be incapacitated by the need to relieve themselves when the quantity was smaller. He could carry the eels to the county town himself. Now, with a larger load, he could simply hire a couple more to assist. Understood, as Yu Ping responded. At this juncture, there remains but one course of action. He ascended the ridge and began his return. Xu Erlong called out to him. Remember to remind them to bring the carrying poles. Understood, Yu Ping replied. We will carry what we can for now. Xiaojing, you wait here. Shortly, they will bring the goods to catch up with us. Xu Erlong bent down, ready to carry his load. If we can send part of it ahead, it is better than sending nothing at all. After taking a few steps with the yellow eels, A large truck approached from a distance. They assumed it was merely a passing vehicle, paying it little mind. To their surprise, the truck halted not far ahead, and the driver leaned out of the window, asking, "Hey there, where are you headed? Need a lift?" Xu Erlong looked up and recognized the driver as Xiong Yaowei. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune, akin to finding a pillow when one is drowsy. Such good fortune was indeed welcome. "Yes," Xu Erlong replied. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "What will the fare be?" It is best to clarify up front to avoid any misunderstandings. These days, truck drivers earned well, and the transportation fees could be steep. Should Xiong Yaowei demand an exorbitant price, the earnings from the yellow eels might not even cover the transport costs. "You worry too much," Xiong Yaowei chuckled. "When one is out in the world, having more friends opens more doors. You helped me tremendously last time. This is merely a matter of convenience for me, no charge required. If you insist on being courteous, treat me to some local delicacies later." This was a reasonable proposal. Xu Erlong nodded and called out to Yu Ping's retreating figure. "Yu Ping, come back. No need to summon anyone. We have a vehicle now." With the assistance of the Toothless Man and Xiao Jiang, they hurriedly loaded the goods into the back of the truck. "Brother, you are quite fortunate as well. I just delivered my cargo, and the truck bed is empty, perfectly suited to carry yours," Xiong Yaowei said with a broad smile. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have stopped midway." "Thank you," Xu Erlong said, offering him a cigarette. Despite Xiong Yaowei's past as a convicted felon, Xu Erlong understood that his heart was not inherently wicked. The truck sped towards the county town. "Second brother, look, isn't that Yang Limin and the others?" The Toothless Man nudged Xu Erlong's arm. Up ahead on the road, a cart was halted. Yang Limin, Jiang Jun, and others rested atop the cart, exchanging cigarettes, borrowing flames, and engaging in light-hearted banter. Indeed, they had converged. Chapter 29. A timely rescue. Xu Erlong cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. This served as a timely reminder. He needed to seek out additional allies and prepare for contingencies to prevent a recurrence of such events. Xiong Yaowei, driving the truck, listened to their conversation and began to grasp the situation. "Brother, did they leave you in the lurch?" Xiong Yaowei inquired. "Do you want me to teach them a lesson?" Xu Erlong shook his head. "No need for that. It isn't worth it." In their previous lives, both he and Xiong Yaowei had endured prison time. This life must not repeat the same mistakes. Xiong Yaowei chuckled, glancing at Xu Erlong. This young brother, though appearing youthful, carried himself with a calm and composed demeanor. As the truck passed alongside the cart, he casually flicked the cigarette butt from his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, Xu Erlong noticed the same gesture from his companion, who flicked away the cigarette butt. The glowing ember, now detached, might have landed on one of the individuals by the cart. Yang Limin, Jiang Jun, and others sprang up, eager to confront the instigator. However, the large truck sped away, leaving the group behind, jumping and cursing in frustration. "Ha ha ha!" Xiong Yaowei exchanged a glance with Xu Erlong, bursting into laughter. This was truly delightful. "By the way, brother, what are you transporting?" Xiong Yaowei inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just a bit of eel from the irrigation ditches, taking it to the aquaculture company," Xu Erlong explained. "That sounds laborious," Xiong Yaowei remarked. Xu Erlong replied, "Isn't driving a long-haul truck just as tiring?" "It's different," Xiong Yaowei countered. He initially intended to elaborate on his own cargo for the long journey, but a glance at Xu Erlong made him reconsider. They had only met twice. There was no need for such earnestness. As they chatted and laughed, they followed Xu Erlong's directions and drove the truck to the entrance of the aquaculture company. At this hour, still before 6, the county town remained in slumber, enveloped in tranquility. In contrast, the meat processing plant and aquaculture company were bustling, with a cacophony of voices as vehicles came and went, all engaged in the hustle of loading and unloading. Following the instructions, Xu Erlong had all the eel weighed. It was approximately what he had estimated, just over 1,000 pounds after accounting for moisture loss. Holding the receipt, he asked Xiong Yaowei and the Toothless Man to wait a moment while he headed to the finance office to collect his payment. This batch of goods was purchased at the price of 35 cents per pound, lower than what the chemical factory's mess hall offered. However, the sheer volume far exceeded the small quantities handled by the mess. The aquaculture company had standards and grading for their goods, the lowest at 22 cents per pound, mid-grade at 28 cents, and the finest at 35 cents. Xu Erlong's delivery consisted entirely of top-grade produce, receiving the higher price. He was quite pleased with this rate. If he maintained this pace, supplying 1,000 pounds daily to the aquaculture company, by the end of August, his earnings would be substantial. Holding the 10 yuan bills in his hand, the reassuring weight brought a sense of security. This represented his most significant income in recent times. He bundled the cash neatly and placed it securely within a small pocket sewn into his underwear. With pickpockets rampant, he could not afford to let his hard-earned money slip away. After securing the larger bills, he stashed some loose change in the pocket of his outer garment. "Let us go grab a meal," Xu Erlong suggested as he patted the toothless man's shoulder. "We should eat pancakes at the state-run restaurant." "That is not necessary," Xiong Yaowei protested, suggesting they could just grab something simple outside. "It's absolutely essential," Xu Erlong insisted. "You've given me a ride and helped me out tremendously. I must treat you to a proper meal featuring our local specialties." With Xu Erlong's insistence, Xiong Yaowei relented. The group was indeed hungry. Xu Erlong led them to the state-run restaurant, where breakfast offerings included large meat buns and dumplings. Xu Erlong ordered 10 large meat buns and 3 servings of dumplings for each of them. "Isn't that too much?" the toothless man questioned. "Not at all," Xu Erlong replied. Xu Erlong remarked, "A true man must indulge in hearty meals. In the past, there was little to eat, but now one must savor every bite. In the future, we shall drink abundantly and feast on meat." Kia, with missing teeth, and Xiong Yaowei both chuckled. Particularly Xiong Yaowei, the more he observed Xu Erlong, the more he found him appealing. He possessed talent, capability, and a sense of brotherhood, coupled with a generous disposition. "Brother, I see you toiling away here. Why not join me for long-haul trips?" Xiong Yaowei suggested. He currently had a driving partner, but he felt the team was slightly understaffed. An additional member would be advantageous. "Join you for long-haul trips?" Xu Erlong cast a sidelong glance at him. "Indeed, I find you commendable, skilled in repairs, courageous, and full of ideas and vigor. Traveling with me would be far superior to selling eels in this countryside," Xiong Yaowei replied. Kia looked on with yearning. Driving long-haul trucks means traveling across the entire country. Doesn't he it? His eagerness was palpable. Xu Erlong chuckled and said to Xiong Yaowei, "Brother Xiong, I appreciate your kindness, but I currently have no such intentions." Kia, anxious beside them, pointed to his heart, exclaiming, "Erlong, how could you let such a splendid opportunity slip by? Even if you don't go, I will." He had never ventured beyond the county and longed to explore the world outside. "Driving a truck is just a free way to travel." Xu Erlong patted his hand, signaling him to be patient. "Kia, don't fret. Give me a little more time, and I will arrange something for you." Xu Erlong reassured him. "As for driving, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Xiong Yaowei smiled. "All right then, whenever you change your mind, just let me know. I've been on this route long enough. I will certainly have opportunities to cross paths with you." As they engaged in lively conversation, the waitress rolled her eyes nearby, announcing, "Table 2, dumplings are ready." The call was quite spirited. Xu Erlong quickly stood up and rushed to the counter to fetch the dumplings. Kia followed closely, exhaling. The staff at the state-run restaurant certainly have a temper. Xiong Yaowei chuckled and pointed to a sign on the wall. "Look, it strictly prohibits unwarranted violence against customers. So, merely shouting is quite lenient." Goodness, to dine in a state-run restaurant and still endure such treatment, Kia scratched his head. Previously, he had always dreamed of dining in a state-run restaurant. However, now that he was actually there, he realized it was rather ordinary. Truth be told, the flavor at the state-run restaurant is indeed delightful, Xu Erlong remarked. "Indeed, it is quite delicious," Kia mumbled, having just taken a hearty bite of a dumpling. The rich sauce burst forth, filling his mouth with exquisite flavor. Kia could swear that these were the best dumplings he had ever tasted in his life. Xiong Yaowei remained composed. Having driven through many places and sampled various cuisines, he too had gradually developed a fondness for the spicy, bold flavors of this region. For instance, there are these red oil dumplings. Although they are spicy, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, he simply cannot resist them, relishing each bite. Even after finishing an entire bowl, with his lips swollen, he remains unfazed. Laughter erupts around him, and Xu Erlong joins in. "Excuse me, do you have eel noodles?" A customer inquires of the waiter. "No," comes the haughty and aloof response from the server. This remark sparks a memory in Xu Erlong. He suddenly recalls that he must supply eels to the cafeteria of the nearby chemical plant. This is troublesome. This morning, while busy delivering goods to the seafood company, he was thrown off schedule when Jiang Jun stood him up. As a result, he completely forgot about the supply arrangement with the cafeteria. "Can we not deliver?" asked the toothless man. "Absolutely not," Xu Erlong replies sternly. "This is a previously agreed upon commitment. How could it possibly be altered? Consider it this way. This morning, Jiangjun let me down, and you would surely be furious, right? The same logic applies here. If I fail to deliver on time today, no matter the reason, it will be perceived as me standing them up. They certainly want to collaborate with me again in the future. Xu Erlong lays out all the possibilities before him. What should we do now? The toothless man queries. Should I run back to pick some up? I could drive back and help, suggests Xiong Yaowei. No need. Xu Erlong says, it's probably too late for that. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, I'll take a stroll over to the black market and see if anyone is selling eels. He resolves to procure a batch from the market, even at a premium price, to ensure he can gather the 50 pounds of eels needed to fulfill his obligation to the cafeteria. This long-standing and stable supply relationship must not be jeopardized. Xu Erlong hastens to settle the bill, with several large buns still remaining. Xiong Yaowei retrieves 2 newspapers to wrap them up. Little brother, I'll take my leave now. I'll bring these buns to my partner. Until we meet again. His partner, who travels with him, is currently napping in the back seat of the car, as he watches Xiong Yaowei's figure elongate in the morning light. Xu Erlong hurries a few steps forward, advising, Brother Xiong, be careful on the road. Stay vigilant against bandits and robbers. Remember the old adage, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Life is long, and money is endless. Take it easy. There's no need to rush for money and end up in prison. Understood, Xiong Yaowei waves his hand. After bidding farewell to Xiong Yaowei, Xu Erlong, accompanied by the toothless man, heads to the black market. Although there are fewer people around, vendors selling eggs, vegetables, and snacks can still be found in abundance. After a brief survey, Xu Erlong encounters 2 youths selling eels, approximately 20 to 30 pounds in total. These boys, likely emboldened by their youthful bravado, have ventured out to test their luck, lacking a firm grasp on the market conditions, and are asking 4 dimes per pound. Xu Erlong approaches them confidently, directly inquiring, If I were to purchase all these eels, could you lower the price? The 2 youths exchange glances, their interest piqued. After some haggling, Xu Erlong successfully acquires the 30-plus pounds of eels at the price of 3 dimes and 5 cents per pound. Xu Erlong, having already paid, gazed at the eels in his hand with a furrowed brow. He was still short of the 50-pound mark. I shall search further. I refuse to believe there are no eels for sale here, he declared. As he continued his search, a slender, seemingly shrewd young lad darted past him. Xu Erlong instinctively shielded his abdomen, for the more slippery a character appeared, the greater the likelihood of being a pickpocket. Fortunately, the boy merely approached Xu Erlong and, lowering his voice, inquired, Do you still want eels? Xu Erlong remained vigilant, locking his gaze onto the lad. Yes, do you have any? The boy glanced furtively around before responding, Just tell me how many pounds you need and at what price. Xu Erlong lifted the woven bag containing his eels. I bought these at 35 cents per pound. No, that price is far too low. The boy shook his head. Then what do you propose? Xu Erlong pressed. The boy, biting his lip, replied, 60 cents. Anything less is non-negotiable. Xu Erlong's companion, missing a few teeth, nearly erupted in anger. 60 cents? Why don't you just rob someone? The boy fell silent. Xu Erlong, in dire need of eels, said, Fine, 60 cents it is. Where's the merchandise? I want it now. The boy, visibly anxious, gestured, Just wait here. I will return within half an hour. All right, we shall wait for you. But hurry, I am pressed for time. Xu Erlong replied. Watching the nimble lad sprint away, his companion chuckled. Who would have thought this boy possesses such a keen sense of caution? How else could one survive in this environment? Xu Erlong retorted. He took the straw hat from his companion and donned it, stealthily following the shrewd lad. The boy trotted swiftly towards the grain station, murmuring to himself. Xu Erlong smiled as he rounded the corner. The sellers of eels at the grain station were none other than the Yang family brothers. He found it peculiar that he had not seen them earlier at the black market. It seemed they operated in different locales. Little did he expect this crafty lad to be profiting in the middle. Was he purchasing eels from the Yangs and then reselling them to Xu Erlong? Xu Erlong chose not to expose the boy's scheme. His urgent need for 50 pounds of eels overshadowed any suspicions he harbored. Though the boy's actions could be seen as aiding the enemy, desperate times called for desperate measures. In fact, he felt a sense of relief that the lad was acting as an intermediary. Otherwise, given the enmity between him and Yang, it was likely that the Yangs would refuse to sell him any eels. Xu Erlong returned to his original position, patiently waiting for the boy. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the boy appeared, panting heavily with a bag of urea slung over his shoulder. Brother, here are 15 pounds of eels. Now pay up. Xu Erlong accepted the bag, weighing it in his hand and assessing its heft, finding it satisfactory. At the agreed price of 60 cents, he counted out $9 and handed it to the boy, smiling. "You did well, lad. You've made quite a profit with such a quick turnaround." Upon realizing the boy's method of earning, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xu Erlong curiously inquired, "Could you share with me how much you paid while in their hands?" Chapter 31. Distributing money to everyone. The young man pursed his lips, remaining silent, clearly unwilling to divulge any secrets. This was his expertise, and he would not share it indiscriminately. Just as shrimp have their own ways, crabs have theirs as well. If he were to disclose this knowledge to others, they would inevitably learn and follow his path, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Xu Erlong, unable to extract any information, was not overly concerned. It was a matter of mere price discrepancy, easily discernible. The crux lay in the information gap. For instance, while they were unaware of who was currently selling eels, this young man possessed that knowledge, granting him a distinct advantage. Carrying a bag, Xu Erlong headed to the dining hall of the chemical factory, timely submitting his dues. As he exchanged cigarettes with Wang Bolin, the latter chuckled, "I thought that with a large order, you might cease coming here." "Not at all," Xu Erlong replied with a smile. "I intend to continue supplying." The dining hall represented his first stable source of income, one he had no intention of relinquishing. After collecting his payment from the finance office, Xu Erlong realized that he would not profit from this transaction. It was merely a matter of gaining recognition. "Toothless, let's go buy some supplies," he urged, leading the way. Their home had run out of rice, necessitating a trip to purchase more. In their region, rice was the staple food, and the demand for wheat was quite limited. They would eat noodles when available, but it was not a necessity. Xu Erlong procured 50 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 3 pieces of pork, along with an assortment of condiments including debanjiang, star anise, nutmeg, and Sichuan peppercorns. In the countryside, as long as one was diligent, there was plenty to eat: fish, shrimp, eels, and loaches, among others. However, the lack of spices often left dishes tasting overwhelmingly fishy, which deterred many from enjoying them, leading to a longing for rich, fatty meats. "Why are you buying all this?" Toothless asked, perplexed. "With that money, you could have purchased more meat." Xu Erlong chose not to explain, instead buying another piece of meat and handing it to Toothless. Although the black market prices for meat were significantly higher than those at the slaughterhouse, there was no need for tickets. One could buy as much as desired. Having purchased a substantial quantity, Xu Erlong even haggled for an extra piece of miscellaneous bones, which, though generally disregarded for lack of meat, were excellent for making broth. He acquired a hodgepodge of items, leaving Toothless somewhat overwhelmed. Finally, while at the town commune, Xu Erlong bought a large bucket of locally pressed rapeseed oil. The oil appeared murky but emanated a delightful aroma that wafted through the air. "Take these items back first. I have some matters to attend to," Xu Erlong instructed Toothless. He needed to seek someone in the town, specifically a person known as Luobo. In the countryside, many people had nicknames that overshadowed their given names. This individual, surnamed Luo, was slightly bow-legged, which led everyone to call him Luobo. Even his true name was a mystery to most, Xu Erlong included. All he knew was that Luobo had previously worked at the commune tending to cattle and was responsible for transporting grain with ox carts. Xu Erlong had not previously considered seeking him out due to the considerable distance between the commune in town and his village. Naturally, one would prefer to find someone nearby rather than someone far away. However, the disappointment caused by Jiang Jun made Xu Erlong realize that he had no choice but to look for someone else. Xu Erlong sought out Luobo, who was currently lounging under the shade of a tree, resting with a fan placed over his face, indulging in a deep slumber. "Uncle Luo," Xu Erlong greeted politely, refraining from the impulsive informality of calling him Luobo as he had in his youth when he would often tease him. Now, having undergone a rebirth and a change of heart, he no longer acted with the impetuousness of youth. Luobo," he murmured, slowly opening his eyes and wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Upon recognizing the person before him, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Ah, yes. It's me, Uncle Luo. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you," Xu Erlong said, extending a cigarette towards him. The sight of the cigarette piqued Luobo's interest. He sat up, took the cigarette, but did not light it immediately. Instead, he tucked it behind his ear. "What a fine cigarette. It's too good to smoke haphazardly. I must save it for the right occasion to impress others." Noticing that there were only 2 cigarettes left in the box, Xu Erlong handed both the box and the remaining cigarettes to him. "Here, take this and enjoy." "Is it really appropriate?" Luobwa chuckled but did not refuse, accepting the gift. Now, what is it that you need from me? You're being unusually courteous, bringing me cigarettes. It's like this, Xu Erlong began to explain. I wish to transport some goods to the county town, and I would like your assistance in pulling the cart. Are you referring to transporting eels? Luobwa squinted his eyes in realization. Did you hear about it? Xu Erlong inquired. Of course, Luobwa replied with a grin, clearly proud of his knowledge. Almost everyone in the commune is aware, and some are even inquiring if you are still accepting them, hoping to bring them from your village. Though the distance is a bit of a hindrance. Xu Erlong chuckled. Of course, I am accepting them. That is precisely why I came to find you. Here's the deal. You will be responsible for collecting the eels from your area. We will maintain a uniform price of 10 cents per pound. Keep track of the quantity collected. Then, every morning at 4 o'clock, you will transport the goods to the county town. I will pay you 3 yuan per day for your efforts. How does that sound? Xu Erlong proposed, putting forth the incentive first. The allure of 3 yuan a day was undoubtedly hard to resist. As expected, Luobwa's eyes lit up. Really? 3 yuan a day? Absolutely. After 10 days. I will have 30 yuan. Luobwa exclaimed, slapping his thigh excitedly. Isn't that even higher than what I earn as a worker? I barely make that much in a month. However, you must ensure the eels are collected and the task is executed properly, Xu Erlong reminded him. I can certainly handle it, Luobwa assured eagerly. You need not worry. I am quite reliable. Have I ever made a mistake while working for the commune before the household contract system? I knew I could count on you, Uncle Luo, Xu Erlong said, patting him on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. So it's settled then. You will be in charge of collecting the eels. Tomorrow morning at 4. Bring the cart to the outskirts of our village. Just to confirm, you know the location of our team, right? He asked, wanting to be sure. Of course. Luobwa laughed. Who would he know your illustrious name, Xu Erlong, the man who fears neither heaven nor earth? Xu Erlong smiled, recalling how, in his youth, his impetuousness led him to suffer great losses and endure imprisonment. However, in this lifetime, he resolved to adopt a more measured approach. Upon returning home, he found his family still busy collecting eels. Xu Erlong addressed the individuals delivering the eels, inviting them to review the accounts and collect their payments from the previous days. He further instructed them to notify anyone who had yet to receive their dues. The news of the payment spread swiftly throughout their production team, who would not be delighted at the prospect of receiving money. Everyone abandoned their tasks, hurrying to Xu Erlong's home to claim their earnings. Here you go, Aunt Zhang. A total of 110 pounds, that's 11 yuan for you. Grandma Wang, you have 168 pounds, which amounts to 16 yuan and 80 cents. Please check and confirm with your fingerprint. Uncle Li, you have 180 pounds, totaling 18 yuan. Take care of it. Xu Erlong meticulously counted the money, allowing everyone to verify against the ledger. The tangible arrival of funds filled the group with excitement, and they eagerly inquired of Xu Erlong, will you continue to collect eels? Of course, he replied. I will immediately return to catch more. After sending off several groups, Jiang Guangwen and Jiang Jun approached. Upon meeting, Jiang Guangwen appeared somewhat embarrassed. Erlong, I sincerely apologize. This morning, Jiang Jun mistakenly took the cart in the wrong direction and ended up in town. Xu Erlong smiled gently, choosing not to confront the situation directly. Oh, it's no problem. Miscommunications happen. As long as it doesn't hinder your work, he reassured Jiang Guangwen. Xu Erlong remained uncertain whether the father and son had conspired together, but it no longer mattered. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang. There's no need for self-reproach. I found someone else to assist with the delivery to the county town, and I compensated him with 3 yuan for his efforts. I have also arranged for him to handle future deliveries at the same rate. Xu Erlong stated calmly. Originally, I intended for Jiang Jun to take on this task. We are all neighbors. Mutual assistance is far more trustworthy than relying on outsiders. I would have been willing to pay 5 yuan, Jiang Guangwen remarked. You don't need to concern yourself with monetary matters, Uncle Jiang, Xu Erlong interjected. When I borrowed the cart from you, I assured you I would pay for the labor. I would never take advantage without recompense. Look at Yu Ping, who helped me. I paid him 10 yuan for his work. Jiang Guangwen felt a pang of regret, recalling Xu Erlong's promise of payment. Although he had initially insisted that no payment was necessary, he wondered how many would refuse such compensation. He shot a furious glare at Jiang Jun, frustrated by his son's incompetence in handling the matter and causing such a blunder. Jiang Jun, on the other hand, felt a twinge of discomfort. Surely, no one wished to forgo money. This morning, he had taken Xu Erlong for a ride, and he felt a sense of satisfaction in sharing the tale with Yang Limin. Yet now, It dawned on him that this meant he had lost out on the 5 yuan that Xu Erlong had mentioned for himself. Why did my father not clarify things? Do you still need a vehicle? Jiang Jun inquired. Xu Erlong, coldly mocking within, maintained a cordial facade. I have already made arrangements with someone else. It would be unwise for me to alter my commitment. Otherwise, wouldn't that be akin to a woman changing her mind at the slightest whim? This was a direct refusal to Jiang Jun, accompanied by a subtle jab, implying that one who frequently shifts their stance is hardly a man. Jiang Jun walked away, awkwardly. The toothless man leaned in and whispered to Xu Erlong. Erlong, why bother explaining so much to them, since they are so casual about breaking promises? It would be fitting to declare it before the entire village, so they know who will still engage with them in the future. Xu Erlong smiled. I intentionally wanted to say all that. Jiang Jun followed Jiang Guangwen back, increasingly agitated. Casting a glare at Jiang Jun and reproaching him. Look at what you've done. You can't even manage the crops properly. And now you've squandered a chance to earn some pocket money. Jiang Jun muttered. I didn't know he was offering money. You didn't clarify anything for me. Jiang Guangwen retorted. Does that even need saying? Who borrows a vehicle from the production team without expecting to pay some form of compensation? Surely, after selling the eels, he could spare some money, right? Jiang Jun fell silent. Jiang Guangwen sighed. Alas, it must be a matter of luck. Upon returning home, Jiang Jun felt increasingly discontented. He had offended Xu Erlong and lost an opportunity to earn money. No, he needed to seek out Yang Limin. He was merely aiding Yang Limin and seeking retribution. Moreover, Yang Limin and his group had also gone to the city to sell eels today. Among the eels sold, he had contributed a portion, having assisted in catching quite a few last night. Losses within the dike could be compensated from outside. Realizing this, Jiang Jun eagerly sought out Yang Limin. Limin? They went out to catch eels, replied Yang Limin's mother. Eels, now every household is captivated by them. Jiang Jun followed the waterway and found Yang Limin and his brothers. Today, they had nearly 100 pounds of eels, all sold, earning 30 to 40 yuan. And they were immensely pleased. This invigorated their enthusiasm. Upon returning home, they wasted no time resting, quickly devouring 2 bowls of thin rice porridge before rushing back to the riverbank to catch eels. Catching eels again? Jiang Jun asked. Yang San replied, his feet still immersed in the muddy water. The eels are selling well today, right? Jiang Jun inquired. Of course, they sell well. Damn it. Why didn't I discover this sooner? Nearly 100 pounds of eels sold out rapidly, and someone even bought over 10 pounds in one go, Yang San lamented. Sensing the situation was becoming precarious, Yang Limin nudged Yang San with his elbow, signaling him not to elaborate further. This profitable opportunity had been inspired by Xu Erlong. If others were similarly inspired to take eels to the city for high prices, who knows, everyone might follow suit. Though the gesture was subtle, Jiang Jun observed it keenly, and his heart grew heavier. Damn it, I considered you friends. You were bullied by Xu Erlong, and I was trying to devise ways to help you. Yet you were still hiding things from me. I suppose you all made quite a bit of money today, right? Jiang Jun asked. 100 pounds of eels. Xu Erlong collects them for a mere dime, but once transported to the county town for sale, their worth surely surpasses that trivial amount. No. There isn't that much money, Yang Limin muttered ambiguously. Jiang Jun, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring, stated plainly, we are friends. And since you have made some profit, how about giving me 2 yuan as a gesture? That seems reasonable, does it not? Yang San chuckled awkwardly. Of course we are friends. We often go to the river together to catch shrimp, and we climb the mountains to hunt rabbits. We share many moments, even playing cards and smoking together. However, parting with 2 yuan feels a bit painful. Yang Limin, being the elder and more composed, replied, in truth, it's not much money. Xu Erlong refuses to take our goods, and when we sell them in the city, we earn a little hard-earned cash, perhaps only 10 yuan. You know our family is large, and we still owe debts. I merely seek 2 yuan. Last night, I helped you catch quite a few eels, which can also fetch some money, Jiang Jun insisted. You stayed up all night helping us catch eels, Yang Si retorted impatiently, but we did not ask for your assistance. Chapter 33. Dogs barking at each other. Hearing this, Jiang Jun's anger intensified. I merely saw you being bullied by Xu Erlong, and, considering our friendship, I wanted to help you. Is this how you repay me? Indeed, we are friends, Yang Sin interjected, attempting to mediate. I'll treat you to a smoke later. No, I simply want 2 yuan, Jiang Jun reiterated. Is that even possible? Have you no shame? Who demands money for no reason? Yang Si exclaimed. Jiang Jun's eyes blazed with fury. I demand money for no reason? Do you know that if I had delivered goods to Xu Erlong today, he would have paid me 5 yuan? Out of loyalty to our friendship, I chose to assist you and abandon my own delivery. And now you accuse me of lacking shame? That's your own affair. We did not ask you for help, Yangxi shouted back. Perhaps you were just trying to avoid your delivery, he added provocatively. At this point, Jiang Jun could no longer contain himself. He lunged at Yangxi, shoving him into the ditch, and a scuffle ensued in the muddy water. You bastard, say one more word and you'll see, he shouted. What was I thinking? Befriending you? Who needs it? The two exchanged insults as they rolled around in the mud, inadvertently toppling the bucket of eels nearby. Seeing the fight break out, Yang Limin and Yang Sen rushed to intervene. Blood is thicker than water. Friends can't compare to one's own brothers. Observing Yang C's frail stature struggling, they joined the fray, one pinning Jiang Jun down, while the other assisted Yang Si in submerging Jiang Jun in the muddy water. Dare to bully my brother, will you? On the ridge by the ditch, numerous bystanders were engaged in various tasks, some farming, others catching eels, when they halted to watch the commotion, exchanging bewildered glances. Jiang Jun is fighting with Yang Limin and his brothers? Aren't they usually quite amicable? They often play cards together. The Yang brothers are being underhanded, 3 against 1. Jiang Jun deserves it. Why choose to associate with the Yangs? Jiang Jun was firmly held underwater, his face smeared with mud and water, pleading for mercy. Until the Yang brothers finally released him. Scram. If you dare to hit my brother again, you will pay dearly, they warned. Jiang Jun, resembling a mud doll, crawled out, dragging himself through the muck, becoming a conspicuous spectacle along the field ridge. Everyone watched, laughing heartily. It was not uncommon for the village's little ones to fall into the rice paddies, emerging covered in mud, much to the amusement of others. However, no one expected that a young man like Jiang Jun could also end up in such a state. Some more composed individuals seized the opportunity to quietly admonish their younger kin. Do you see? Friends like these bear no true loyalty. In the future, be cautious in choosing your companions. Huang Xiaojiang, carrying a basket of eels, abandoned his catch and dashed like the wind to Xu Erlong's home, rushing to deliver the news. Brother, you won't believe it. Jiang Jun just got into a fight with Yang Limin and his brothers. He was pinned down in the ditch, and who knows how much mud he swallowed. Huang Xiaojing exclaimed. The toothless elder chuckled upon hearing this. Huh? He got what he deserved for standing us up. It serves him right for getting beaten. I must go see the commotion. Xu Erlong couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Oh, were they not friends? Did they not claim to value loyalty? Just like that, their brotherhood is shattered? The toothless elder turned to Xu Erlong. Erlong, did you foresee this? Xu Erlong nodded. In this world, the majority of people can only share misfortune, not fortune, he mused. In rural areas, where poverty is widespread, even a few coins can reveal a person's true nature. No wonder you didn't want us to teach Jiang Jun a lesson. Letting young Limin's gang deal with him is far more effective. The toothless elder laughed. Come, let us go see the spectacle. Yuping laughed heartily, his earlier frustration over being stood up by Jiang Jun dissipating completely. This was indeed far more satisfying than taking matters into his own hands. Watching them tear into each other was quite a delight. Don't go, Xu Erlong chuckled. We still have important matters to attend to. He divided the rice and fatty meat he had purchased that day into 3 portions, handing one each to Yuping and the toothless elder. Take these home for your families. This is unacceptable. I've already been eating and drinking at your place for days, the toothless elder protested. This is for your elders at home, Xu Erlong replied. While you stay with me, have you forgotten about the elderly at home who haven't eaten? Softening his tone, he continued, take the supplies back first. I'll need your assistance with something later. All right. The toothless elder and Yuping accepted the provisions and returned to their families. As the toothless elder walked home, his grandmother began to scold him. Look at you, always wandering around with Xu Erlong instead of coming home. What good is that? Unyielding. He tossed the rice bag and meat onto the table. Here, this is what he gave you. It was as if they were dismissing his goodwill. His grandmother opened the cloth bag, exclaiming, wow, white rice. And a piece of meat. I catch eels every day, and he pays me $0.10 per pound. I even helped deliver goods to the county town, and he paid me $10 for my labor. Still concerned about your unfulfilled meals, I offered to bring something back. What is the issue? The toothless one interrogated. His words rendered the elder speechless. Alas, our worries stem merely from your involvement in brawls and disturbances outside. If you refrain from fighting, we shall have no complaints. The elder took the fatty meat, joyfully heading to cook. The toothless one dined elsewhere, having spoiled his appetite after several days at Xu Erlong's home. Having dined at state-run eateries, how could he still consume the humble fare at home? He set down his belongings and counted the money in his pocket. Over the past few days, he had caught eels and, including today as delivery assistance, amassed around 20 or 30 yuan. Here, take this. It represents my earnings from the past few days. I am diligently making money now, and perhaps, in time, I shall have the opportunity to run long distance with the truck. Just you wait and see, he declared with a proud tilt of his head, exuding a sense of accomplishment. The two elders felt genuine relief. The toothless one hurried back to Xu Erlong's side. Toothless, from now on, you must go to the town and assist Labwa in gathering eels, Xu Erlong instructed. I currently lack capital. Today's funds have already settled previous debts. Your task is to help collect eels in town, priced at a dime per gene, and all transactions must be recorded meticulously, just as we do here. Every account must be clear and precise, understood? The toothless one scratched his head. I will do my best. Xu Erlong, with a serious tone, continued. This is not merely about your effort. If any mistakes occur, all our hard work will be in vain. Do you comprehend? He sighed internally, recognizing the persistent shortage of manpower. Chapter 34. Following trends in business. If Xu Damin's family were not so exploitative, he would genuinely wish to uplift his family and strive together toward prosperity and a better life. At the very least, Xu Damin's educational background should suffice for basic accounting. Shall I stay with him then? The toothless one inquired. Yes, stay with him and help pull the cart in the morning. Xu Erlong detailed every small task. The morning's events with Jiang Jun served as a warning. Thus, having the toothless one reside with Lu Abua was also a precaution against similar issues arising. Yang Limin and his brothers dealt with Jiang Jun decisively. However, during the scuffle, the barrel containing the eels was overturned, and all the eels escaped. Damn it! All that effort wasted, Yang Si exclaimed in frustration, kicking the barrel. We'll have to think of ways to catch them again, Yang Limin suggested. Catch them slowly? How long will that take? Yang Sen retorted. Look, the entire village is out catching eels. There won't be many left for us. From dawn till dusk, how much can we truly catch? Yang Limin lamented. Had I known, I should have given Jiang Jun 2 yuan to assist us in catching eels. Nonsense, Yang Si scoffed. Why should we pay him 2 yuan? Damn it. He shouldn't profit without effort. I refuse to engage with him again. Yang Sen fell silent, contemplating the situation. Staying here tonight. We'll likely not catch even 100 gene, Yang Si fumed. Why don't we follow Xu Erlong's example and gather eels ourselves? Yang San proposed. Gather eels? Yes, precisely as Xu Erlong does. Yang San remarked. Look, has he come down to catch the eels? No, he merely collects them. Even at a meager 10 cents per pound, he takes them to the county town and sells them for 20 or 30 cents, still making a profit. Yang Limin chuckled. We also collect eels. Damn it, Xu Erlong thinks he is the only one capable of this? After a discussion among the brothers, they decided to join Xu Erlong in this venture, which seemed quite promising. Without hesitation, they ceased their eel-catching endeavors. The three washed the mud from their hands by the ditch and lifted their buckets. Observing the numerous individuals still catching eels in the fields, Yang Limin called out. We are now collecting eels as well. If you have any, feel free to sell them to us. His voice resonated, and everyone heard him. A gossiping sister-in-law chirped. How much do you pay per pound? 10 cents per pound, Yang Limin replied, matching Xu Erlong's purchasing price. Then I might as well sell to Xu Erlong. At least he is honest. He just settled all his previous debts, the sister-in-law retorted. The rest shared her sentiment. It seemed more prudent to deal with someone familiar. Over the past few days, they had unintentionally established a supply relationship with Xu Erlong, and now, with clear transactions, they preferred to maintain this stable arrangement. Yang Si secretly cursed. These women are so calculating. Let us go shout around and inform everyone that we are also collecting eels, Yang Limin urged Yang Si. As they walked, they announced their intentions, inviting anyone with eels to bring them along. During dinner, Xu Erlong became aware of the news. There was no escaping it. Yang Limin's voice was too loud, and he had deliberately passed by Xu's doorstep, making it impossible not to hear. Brother, they are collecting eels too. What should we do? Xiao Ling asked anxiously. Zhang Jinfeng grew worried as well. Alas, it's my fault for suggesting we collect more earlier. I feared they would spoil in our hands. Now that others are joining in, what should we do? Xu Erlong smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Business thrives on integrity and mutual consent. As long as we uphold honesty and fairness, we will be fine. He examined the amount he had collected over this period. There were still 2,000 to 3,000 pounds left, enough to last several days. Let us continue collecting. I've sent the toothless fellow to the town to manage the collections from a few other production teams. It should be fine. Xu Erlong steadied everyone's nerves. Moreover, having accumulated such a substantial stock from their own team, they faced no immediate issues. Before bedtime, Xiaoling approached Xu Erlong with her ledger to reconcile accounts. Brother, it seems today's collection hasn't diminished. In fact, it's increased compared to before. She meticulously calculated each entry with her pen, using the simplest method. Xu Erlong took the ledger and glanced through it. Indeed, the quantity had risen significantly. This increase stemmed from his earlier payments of outstanding debts, making it clear to everyone that he was a man of his word and would not leave them in debt. Thus, those who previously held a wait-and-see attitude or were indifferent began to catch some eels to sell. Indeed, my sister Xiaoling is quite capable. Xu Erlong praised her with a smile. Xiaoling, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Second brother, please don't laugh at me. You know I lack education." In truth, she had only completed her studies at the village primary school and had not even attended junior high. Fortunately, the bookkeeping involved merely simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, with no overly complex operations. If it were any more difficult, she would likely be at a loss. Xu Erlong resolved in his heart that when school commenced in September, he would surely send his sister back to study. The young brothers awaited the delivery of eels at home. Yet, despite their village's persistent calls, few brought eels to them. Those who did were merely some distant relatives, and even their numbers were scant. Some relatives even inquired directly, "Do you also keep accounts before payment? Can you guarantee timely payment like Xu Erlong?" Yang Si retorted angrily, "Uncle, that's not fair. Xu Erlong is in debt first, and we are also in debt. Why do you trust him but not us?" "I never trusted him. Just the other day, I didn't catch a single eel for him. Today, seeing him settle all debts, I finally believed," the other party replied emphatically. "Otherwise, I wouldn't even consider catching eels." Yang Limin patiently explained, "Uncle, we will certainly pay. We are just deferring payment for now." "All right, make sure to keep accurate accounts," the relative said as he handed over the eels caught that day. When totaled, they amounted to nearly 100 pounds, which was already the limit. "This one do." Yang San sighed. "With this meager quantity of eels we are collecting, it's almost the same as catching them ourselves." He cursed Xu Erlong under his breath. Yang Limin angrily remarked, "Everyone has gotten used to delivering to him. Why don't we offer a bit more money?" Yang San proposed his dubious idea. "If he pays 10 cents, we'll pay 1 dime and 5 cents. Then everyone will surely bring them to us." This notion seemed plausible. Yang Si looked at him with admiration. "Third brother, you're truly clever." Chapter 35, The Price War Begins. "Oh dear, it's too late today. Tomorrow morning, I'll start shouting around, collecting at 1 dime and 5 cents, and completely undermine Xu Erlong's business." Yang Limin chuckled to himself at this thought. "Xu Erlong, you have brought this upon yourself. I shall leave you with no avenue of escape." Xu Erlong, estimating the time, rose at the first crow of the rooster to begin loading the goods. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinfang quietly prepared a few egg pancakes for them to stave off hunger on their journey. She also filled a large military water bottle with cool water to quench their thirst along the way. Xu Erlong wrapped the pancakes in a lotus leaf. Then, alongside Yu Ping, he took the goods in batches to the roadside. With the morning star shining in the sky, 2 figures approached from afar. Pulling a cart, it was Luobuer and Kuiachi. Xu Erlong let out a slight sigh of relief. "Everyone, let us work hard to deliver the goods to the county town and treat everyone to a meal," he encouraged his companions. "Really?" Luobuer wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm grown up, yet I've never been to a restaurant in the county town." With a sneer, the toothless man remarked, "Look at your prospects. You've never even been to a restaurant." He failed to consider that he himself was hardly in a better situation, having only just had dental work done yesterday. "Do not fear. As long as you follow my lead diligently, dining out daily will soon be a reality," Xu Erlong assured everyone. The enthusiasm among the group soared to unprecedented heights as they busily loaded goods onto the cart. Yesterday, they had breezed away in a truck, feeling light and joyful. However, today they were relying solely on human effort. Luobua and the toothless man pulled from the front, while Xu Erlong and Yu Ping pushed from the rear. Maneuvering over 1,000 pounds of eels required considerable strength. The toothless man murmured, "Why is there no truck for us today?" "You still have a truck?" Luobua asked, astonished. "Of course. Yesterday, we had a dedicated truck," boasted the toothless man without a hint of modesty. Luobwa chose to ignore him. These young men were truly full of hot air. Do not believe it? They even claimed they would let us ride along. But we declined. The toothless man continued. All right, you certainly are impressive. After scaling a small steep hill while pushing the cart, Erlong took out several egg pancakes he had brought along, offering them to share. After drinking some water, their strength replenished, they resumed their journey, united in their efforts to deliver the goods to the seafood company. With the same supply of 1,000 pounds, Erlong collected 350 yuan in payment from the finance office. True to his prior promise, he took everyone to the state-run restaurant for a meal. The dumplings here are simply delightful, the toothless man declared. Adopting the tone of a seasoned patron as he introduced them to Luobwa, his two missing teeth visible as he spoke. Luobwa devoured the dumplings, swallowing several whole before finally slowing down to savor the taste. After settling the bill, Erlong, adhering to their agreement, paid Luobwa the full wage of 3 yuan, instructing him to take the cart back first. Luobwa was taken aback. He had expected Erlong to deduct part of the payment for the meal. To his surprise, Erlong honored their agreement in full. This left Luobwa quite satisfied. Previously, he had viewed Erlong as a mere inexperienced youth. Yet now he recognized his reliability in conducting business. No wonder the toothless man and Yuping chose to follow him. With a contented burp, he said to Erlong, "From now on, if you ever need anything from me, just say the word. If I refuse, I truly do not deserve to be supported," he declared, raising his pinky finger. Erlong chuckled and lightly kicked him, saying, "You are not a delicate young lady. What would I need you for?" The group burst into laughter. Erlong instructed Luobwa to return with the toothless man while he continued collecting eels in town, and he himself would handle the food delivery. After completing these tasks, Erlong finally made his way home. "Brother, you're back. I must tell you that young Limin and his group have started collecting eels too," Xiaoling exclaimed urgently. Erlong wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, responding, "Didn't they just begin collecting eels yesterday?" Xiaoling circled from the right to the left. However, they unexpectedly raised the purchasing price of the eel to 1 dime and 5 cents per pound. Really? Erlong was taken aback. What a bold maneuver to increase the price. It is astonishing that, in these times, someone has initiated a price war. Even a fool, if using their feet to think, would opt for the higher price. It is no wonder that Xiaoling was so anxious and tense. Indeed, based on Yang Limin's price increase, the members of the production team instinctively chose to sell their eels to him. Even an aunt passing by expressed her apologies to Zhang Jifeng, saying, "I am truly not keen on this, but to be frank, my family is short on money. With the school year starting in September, I need to earn some tuition." Erlong nodded. "It's all right, auntie. Business may not be successful, but integrity remains. People naturally strive for higher ground. Just as water flows downward, it is completely normal. Why not raise your price to 1 dime and 5 cents as well?" The aunt cautiously suggested, glancing at Erlong's expression. Erlong shook his head. Price wars are traditionally a tactic that harms both parties, where one may inflict damage on the enemy while suffering losses themselves. Unless one possesses substantial capital to sustain a price war to the point of monopolization, only then can they slowly reap the benefits. Otherwise, engaging in a price war when resources are limited could result in self-destruction before the adversary is subdued. For instance, if Yang Limin raises the price to 1 dime and 5 cents, and he follows suit, only for the opponent to increase it to 2 dimes, and he again matches the price, this back and forth yields no benefits for either side. It is better not to follow the trend. The aunt departed with a heavy heart. Gradually, others continued to come to Su's house to deliver eels. The Yang family offered a higher price. Could they be trusted to pay on time? Some elders harbored this sentiment. Although you do not raise prices, your reliability ensures that whatever quantity I deliver, I will receive the corresponding payment. This exemplifies the benefits of conducting business with integrity. Others have come to trust this brand. In total, the household received around 200 pounds of eels today. Erlong mused that this was likely the extent of today's collection. He intended to shift his operations to the town. After gathering eels in the village for some time, the stock was dwindling. He had planned to relocate, but unexpectedly, the Yang brothers hastened his departure. "Tomorrow, we shall cease collection and head to the town," Erlong reminded Zhang Jinfeng and asked Xiaoling to assist in tallying the finances. In the past 2 days, they had collected a total of 700 yuan from the aquatic products company, and with the supply to the food team, adding up to over 200, along with 50 yuan from Xiong Yaoi for vehicle repairs and several tens from selling cold water, The total income was nearly 1,000 yuan. Chapter 36. A warm face against a cold backside. However, after paying for the initial batch of eels yesterday, they had depleted the several hundred yuan, leaving only the over 300 yuan received today. For now, there is no need to settle accounts. Let us finish supplying these eels before settling up. The following day, after deliveries, there were hardly any villagers left to bring goods. Everyone chose to deliver to the Yang brothers. Su Erlong, undeterred and unperturbed, decided to take Zhang Jifeng and Xiaoling to the town, where they embarked on a large-scale procurement of eels. In the initial phase of their acquisition, they relied on Su Erlong's established reputation and the connections of their acquaintance, Luobua, to facilitate deliveries. However, those who were unfamiliar with them remained skeptical. Without tangible currency in sight, who would dare to deliver goods? How could they be certain they weren't being deceived? The community's vigilance was notably high. Observing the cash transactions, where eels could be exchanged for immediate payment without the need for bookkeeping or concerns about delayed remuneration, sparked enthusiasm among the onlookers. Su Erlong rallied the crowd, brandishing a thick stack of cash, proclaiming his unwavering commitment to honor his word. This promise of immediate payment in exchange for goods resonated deeply with the villagers, liberating them from the constraints of relying on the meager savings from the poultry bank. As the previously hesitant individuals began to feel encouraged, they returned to their villages to initiate their own eel-catching endeavors. Yet, a voice from the crowd challenged Su Erlong, stating that in their production team, Yang Limin and his associates were buying at a rate of 15 cents per pound. This particular production team, being relatively close and well-informed, was aware that in this world, secrets rarely remain concealed. Su Erlong anticipated such inquiries. "Auntie," he replied with a smile, "would you prefer to hold cash and purchase goods directly, or wait for credit and return at a later date for your payment?" The aunt hesitated. The allure of cash was undeniably appealing, yet the competing price was higher elsewhere. Nevertheless, she decided, "I'll sell now. I want to take advantage of today's market to buy some meat. There are plenty of eels in the fields, so it's better to exchange for cash now rather than risk a shortage in the coming days. After all, one lives for today." This sentiment echoed the reality of many, a lack of patience to wait for uncertain future gains. Thus, disregarding any reservations, they exchanged their eels and departed with cash in hand. Encouraged by this momentum, even those who were still ambivalent could no longer restrain themselves and opted for the cash transactions. Yu Ping, with his missing teeth, handled the weighing, while Su Erlong and Xiao Ling managed the payments. Remarkably, on that day alone, they procured over 3,000 pounds of eels, disbursing more than 300 yuan in cash, flowing like a stream. Yet, the community remained invigorated, brimming with confidence about the prospects ahead. Yang Limin and his brothers, too, collected over 2,000 pounds that day. With a cost of 15 cents per pound, they could sell for 30 to 40 cents, yielding a profit of over 50%. Selling the 2,000 pounds could net them several hundred yuan. As the brothers lay in bed that night, excitement kept them awake, dreaming of their future. "Once I have money, I will certainly dine out," one declared. "I must buy a permanent bicycle, the first in the village." Another chimed in. "I just want to marry Dongmei when I have the means." Yang Limin thought of his romantic interest, grinning from ear to ear. However, when the time came to transport the eels to the city for sale, Yang Limin found himself troubled. "How can we possibly carry all of this? We have over 2,000 pounds of eels." With the need for a cart arising, they turned to their neighbors for assistance, knowing that in the production team, everyone borrowed from Jiangjun when they needed a vehicle. Su Erlong also sought to borrow a cart from their family, Yang Limin remarked. "However, we have just had a confrontation with Jiangjun." Yang Sen hesitated, fearing that he might refuse to lend it. Yet, apart from Jiangjun's family, no one else possesses a cart. The Luobor family in town has one, as they have always relied on it for transport. However, it is evident that Luobor has allied with Su Erlong. Yang Si noted, "They are also assisting in collecting eels in town. Had I known this, I would not have engaged in a fight with Jiangjun," Yang Limin expressed with regret. His remorse stemmed not from the altercation with Jiangjun, but from the immediate challenge of procuring a cart. Yang Si, with a defiant stance, declared, "Why should we refrain from fighting? He was the one who struck first. What audacity does he have to demand money from us? What purpose does it serve to argue over who initiated the conflict?" Yang Limin turned to Yang San, third brother. "Speak with Jiangjun, offer him 5 yuan to assist us in transporting goods. We shall match the 5 yuan he was promised." Yang San gazed at the substantial amount of goods before him, realizing that only a cart could facilitate their transport. "Very well, I shall discuss it with him." Yang San replied, steeling himself for the task. Over the past few days, Jiang Jun had remained at home, diligently husking corn. He leaned over, vigorously rubbing the corn cob against his liberated shoe, letting the plump kernels cascade down like golden grains from a dune. This is how I used to husk corn. Have you ever tried it? He mused. Before him lay a mound of corn kernels, resembling a golden hill from afar. Jiang Jun, Yang San greeted cheerfully, as if the previous day's altercation had never occurred. Jiang Jun, bending low, continued his task, feigning ignorance of Yang San's greeting. Yang San, taking the initiative, offered him a cigarette. Are you still upset with me? Surely, you aren't holding a mere fight against me? Jiang Jun scoffed. You weren't the one who got hit. Of course, it doesn't bother you. All right then, how about you hit me a couple of times, and we can call it even? Yang San proposed, lowering himself to a squat. Jiang Jun remained silent, focusing intently on his corn husking. Yang San squatted beside him, earnestly attempting to persuade him. Come on. We are all men here. Let us not be petty. It's just about 2 yuan. Tomorrow, help us transport the cart to the county town, and we will give you 5 yuan. Jiang Jun scoffed inwardly. How utterly absurd. After he had been assaulted, they now sought his aid, offering a mere 5 yuan? Was this how friends treated one another? He had regarded them as companions, yet they viewed him as a fool. So, will you agree? Yang San inquired. Fine. Jiang Jun replied, his expression darkening as he nodded. Yang San continued, but you must keep your word. Do not leave us hanging like you did Xu Erlong. I won tea, Jiang Jun assured him. No, you must swear. If you abandon us, may your family suffer dire consequences, Yang San insisted. Jiang Jun glared, feeling pressured to swear on his family's well-being. Ultimately, he acquiesced. I promise, I will not leave you hanging tomorrow, otherwise my family will face dire consequences. Having secured this assurance, Yang San returned home in high spirits, having resolved a significant matter. Jiang Guangwen returned from the fields, observing Jiang Jun preparing the cart for delivering goods to Yang Limin the following day. You have just fought, and the bruises on your body are still fresh. Yet you shamelessly go to assist him? Jiang Guangwen gazed at his son, filled with disappointment. He never regarded you as a friend, and you are foolishly offering your warmth to someone else's cold indifference? This sentiment was too much for him to bear as a father. Chapter 37. The Vengeful Individual Regardless. I have already agreed, Jiang Jun declared. Jiang Guangwen could only sigh heavily, feeling utterly helpless. Alas, his son had grown up, disregarding counsel. The only recourse was to hasten the search for a bride, entrusting her with the responsibility of guiding him. Around 5 o'clock the following morning, Jiang Jun pushed a cart, waiting as promised by the roadside. Yang Limin and his brothers approached, carrying yellow eels to place upon the cart. We cannot carry too many, or the cart will be unable to move, Jiang Jun cautioned them. Furthermore, it may burst the tires. His words were delivered with conviction, leaving Yang Limin at a loss for a rebuttal. Shall we just return them? Yang Si inquired. Do as you wish. The cart can only carry 1,000 pounds at a time, Jiang Jun replied. Yang Limin and his brothers felt utterly helpless. Why was this not clarified earlier? They lamented. Having exerted so much effort to transport all the eels, only to be told they must now return half. Have you truly considered your options? Time is of the essence. Jiang Jun urged. Let us move. Yang Limin could only acquiesce, leading his brothers to carry half the load back. After making 2 trips, Yang Si sensed something amiss. Damn it, is Jiang Jun toying with us? Yang Limin shared this sentiment, yet it was not the time to confront Jiang Jun. Do not act impulsively. Once this matter is resolved, we shall settle the score, Yang Limin cautioned his brother. Jiang Jun, eavesdropping on their conversation, was taken aback. These brothers were still plotting retribution? His expression darkened considerably. He believed he had forged a friendship with Yang Limin and his brothers, only to find they had conspired against him. Now, he thought, perhaps a little jesting would balance the scales. Yet, upon hearing their intentions for future retribution, he resolved to be more astute this time, unlike the last, when he had acted rashly. As the group continued on their journey, each harbored distinct thoughts while loading the goods onto the cart. Along the way, Jiang Jun feigned exertion, appearing to pull the cart with effort, while in truth, he contributed not a single ounce of strength. All the burden fell upon Yang Limin and his brothers, who toiled like weary dogs. After much toil, they finally reached the county town, where Yang Limin gestured to pull the cart to the grain station. It was here that he had previously sold his yellow eels, and in his mind, this place was a treasure trove of fortune. They unloaded the eels from the cart, attracting the attention of citizens purchasing rice. One inquired casually. Are you selling yellow eels? How much per pound? 60 cents a pound, Yang Limin replied. So expensive? Where's the expense? No grain tickets are needed, Yang Sin interjected. Lower the price a bit. I'll take 2 pounds. After some haggling, they ultimately sold 2 pounds for 50 cents. Jiang Jun stood silently at the back, merely a backdrop, watching them sell the eels and collect their earnings. Yang Limin extended his hand to pull the cart, only to be jostled on the thigh by it, at which point he realized Jiang Jun was still nearby. He said to Jiang Jun, "You may return now. As for the 5 yuan you are owed, I shall repay you upon our return." "All right," Jiang Jun replied, turning the cart around and departing. Ever since Yang Sin had approached him yesterday, requesting assistance in transporting goods to the county, his heart had been consumed by a simmering anger. He yearned for vengeance. Jiang Jun was inherently a person driven by a strong desire for retribution. When he considered someone a friend, he would wholeheartedly support them. For instance, he had treated Yang Limin and his companions as friends. When one was wronged, he would not hesitate to stand up for them, avenging Xu Erlong to relieve his friend's grievances. However, now that the Yang brothers were no longer his allies, thoughts of revenge began to fester within him. Damn it, he thought. I helped them catch at least a dozen jin of eel, didn't I? At 50 cents per jin, the Yang brothers made 5 yuan from that. I merely sought 2 yuan, and they had the audacity to gang up and beat me. They even expected me to shamelessly assist in delivering goods to the county. A cold laugh escaped Jiang Jun's lips. Was it truly a matter of him having no brothers? Unable to hold his own in a fight? He leaned against the cart, contemplating. This county was not unfamiliar to him. He had frequently aided others in transporting goods here and was well acquainted with the ins and outs of the place. As he wandered about, he spotted 2 men donning red armbands, their faces twisted with hostility. A smirk crept across Jiang Jun's face. He approached them and said, "Comrades, there are individuals engaging in speculative trading ahead, selling a large quantity of eels." The year was 1982, a time when chaos still reigned, and the market economy had yet to fully materialize. The charge of speculation lingered, albeit more leniently enforced than in the past. Generally, it sufficed to turn a blind eye. However, should someone voluntarily report such activities, the authorities could no longer afford to ignore them. Where are they? The 2 men in red armbands exchanged glances. Over by the grain station. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourselves, Jiang Jun replied, hunching his shoulders slightly. But you mustn't mention that I reported it. Understood, they said, glancing at Jiang Jun before waving him off. You may go, we won't say a word. Jiang Jun, pulling his cart, quietly trailed behind the 2 men in red armbands. Watching them approach Yang Limin and his brothers, he felt a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of vengeance. Observing the ensuing argument and even shoving between Yang Limin and the officials, Jiang Jun found himself smiling. Were they not relying on their numbers to intimidate him? Now, he was eager to see if they could maintain their bravado here. Gossip is an intrinsic human trait, and rural folk indulge in it even more fervently. After laboring so hard each day without other forms of entertainment, gossip about various families and their affairs serves as a delightful seasoning, alleviating the monotony of life. Presently, as everyone toiled in the fields, the most talked about subjects were Xu Erlong and Yang Limin, particularly after Xu Erlong returned to the village covered in bruises, leading the townsfolk to speculate that he had been beaten for engaging in speculative trading. Now, the 3 brothers of the Yang family returned home, their spirits notably low, and everyone instinctively sensed that trouble was brewing. Yang Limin, what has happened to your clothes? Have they been torn in a scuffle? A rather bold daughter-in-law inquired loudly. The crowd paused their tasks, straightened their backs, and burst into laughter. With a grim expression, Yang Limin hurried home, unable to comprehend why they had found themselves in such a predicament. It was also unfortunate that Yang Xilong, in his youthful exuberance, had engaged in a pushing match with 2 individuals adorned in red armbands. Those individuals had turned back and summoned reinforcements. Although the 3 brothers appeared somewhat formidable in the village, they were utterly outmatched in the county town. Had it not been for his pleas to his father and grandmother, they might not have returned today. The over 1,000 jin of yellow eels were, of course, lost. Why had this transpired? Yang Limin could not fathom. No one had warned him that trouble could find them in the marketplace. They seldom ventured into the city, and although they had occasionally heard tales of red armbands apprehending those engaged in speculative trading, they had been lulled into a false sense of security by the smooth sale of 100 jin of yellow eels last time, which had obscured any perceived risks. They were also misled by Xu Erlong, who sold yellow eels daily, leading them to mistakenly believe they could boldly market their own. As they pondered this perplexity, upon entering their home, they were met with villagers eager to sell yellow eels. Yang Limin, come weigh this. I've nearly 100 gene of yellow eels here. Once you weigh them, I'll go catch more. Yang Limin, I have some too. Come weigh them. Each villager called out to him. Just yesterday, such sounds would have filled Yang Limin with delight, as if he were hearing the clinking of coins. He would have welcomed an influx of yellow eels from every villager. But now, the prospect of receiving yellow eels made his head spin. No, I don't want them, he exclaimed, clutching his head in distress. Why not? They responded. We specifically brought them here, and we're not selling them to Xu Erlong. Indeed, he had firmly declared to Xu Erlong that he would no longer patronize his establishment. And now they wondered what they should do if he refused to accept their catch. The crowd of villagers, confused and murmuring, sought an explanation. Yang Si, listening to the cacophony, felt his temper flare. If I say I don't want them, then I don't. You may sell them to whomever you wish, he retorted. Regret flooded him. He lamented his earlier avarice and the foolish notion that they could sell yellow eels. Oh, Yang Si, how can you speak like that? It was you who said you would accept yellow eels, and now you say you want tea? This change of heart is too swift. Indeed, just yesterday, the village had echoed with cries to bring yellow eels to their home. The elder Yang, observing his despondent sons, recognized the gravity of the situation. Alas, these children are utterly oblivious to the realities of life. Are we not farmers? Must we not simply toil earnestly in the fields? The land has been allocated to households. And with ample labor at home, once the harvest is stored away, we need not worry about sustenance. What is the purpose of toiling over eels? Even if we were to pursue them, catching a few dozen pounds to discreetly exchange for supplies in the county would suffice. A small-scale endeavor is entirely acceptable. Why must we create such a grand spectacle and pay exorbitant prices for eels? Old man Yang, with a forced smile, addressed the crowd. Apologies. My children are a bit naive. We cannot accept these eels for now. There are simply too many. I hope you can understand. The villagers were both furious and anxious. Was it not absurd to wear a hat too large for one's head? If such a quantity was unmanageable, why speak so grandly? We have already created discord with Xu Erlong. How embarrassing it would be to seek him out again. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, sharing their current predicaments. Some, wiser than the rest, realized it was time to cut their losses and cease their fervent pursuit of selling eels. Their attention now turned to the eels delivered a few days prior. Would they receive payment? Li Min, when will we be compensated for the eels? One voice ventured. If you choose not to accept today's eels, so be it. But surely, you must pay us for those from yesterday and the day before. You wouldn't dream of withholding our payments, would you? As the discussion escalated, so did their agitation. Their fields lay neglected, weeds unpulled, fertilizer unused. As they had devoted their efforts, indeed, the entire family toward catching eels. Now, with the eels delivered but no payment forthcoming, this felt like a cruel jest. No. This was enough to incite fury. Yang Limin and his brothers, witnessing the ire of the crowd, since they had overstepped. In their imaginations, everything was perfect. They would owe money, sell the eels, and return to pay the villagers thereafter. Yet now, with the eels confiscated, where would the funds come from to settle these debts? Pay us. Our hard-earned money. Old man Yang observed the escalating tension. If a solution was not presented soon, conflict would surely arise. Fights among villagers were commonplace. Disagreements often led to brawls. Everyone, please remain calm, urged Yang, turning to Yang Limin, his voice trembling. How much can you actually offer? Just 40 yuan, Yang Limin mumbled, his head bowed. This paltry sum represented their first earnings from selling eels, and it had inflated their sense of ease, making them believe wealth was easily attained. Give it to me. Settle my account first. It's not much. Just a few dozen pounds, a few yuan at most. Settle mine. The crowd surged closer to Yang Limin, eager to reclaim their money. Old man Yang stepped forward, seizing the cash in hand, addressing the crowd. This matter is indeed our fault. We are obligated to pay what we owe. The account book remains here. Grant us a few days' grace, and I will surely find a way to gather the funds to repay you. Hearing Yang repeated assurances, the villagers restrained their impulses to resort to violence. Very well, we shall grant you 3 days. If the money is not forthcoming within that time, you shall not find us to be accommodating. As the crowd dispersed in pairs, they did not forget to leave behind some harsh words. Xu Damin lingered nearby, observing the spectacle. In just 2 days, he watched Yang Limin transform from a spirited individual to one now dejected, and Xu Damin felt a twinge of relief. Initially, He too had entertained the notion of emulating Xu Erlong by meddling with eels to earn some tuition, but fortunately, he refrained. Otherwise, he might have shared a similar fate with Yang Limin and his brothers. Indeed, all endeavors may be deemed inferior, except for the pursuit of knowledge, which remains devoid of risks. By focusing on his studies, he could await a stable job, secure a reliable position, and enjoy the comforts of a government salary. After bidding farewell to the guests and closing the door, the old man inquired of Yang Limin, "How many eels do we still have at home?" "About 1,000 jin." Yang Limin responded sullenly. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly resolve the situation with the eels to free up some funds. "If we disperse and take just a little into the city, wouldn't that draw less attention and allow us to sell the eels?" Yang Si finally articulated a point. Yang San, however, was somewhat apprehensive. What if they were indeed caught for speculation? This time they were fortunate to have only their eels confiscated, but next time, luck might not be on their side. "No need for that," the old man sighed. "Let us not speak of this again. A lesson learned. We must abandon thoughts of sudden wealth and return to the honest toil of farming." After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to the remaining eels in the room, stating, "I believe we should hand these over to Xu Erlong to minimize our losses." "How can that be possible?" Yang Limin exclaimed, eyes wide. He had clashed with Xu Erlong, resulting in this predicament. Now he was to relinquish the eels to him. "Are you unwilling? Can you present any funds to these villagers? Must you incite their wrath to the point of injury?" The old man lamented. "No," Yang Limin protested. "If you cannot bear to seek Xu Erlong, then I will. I will swallow my pride and speak with him," the old man resolved. With his son having caused trouble and unable to remedy the situation, it fell upon him as the father to help salvage what remained. Meanwhile, Xu Erlong and his companions were collecting eels in town. As dusk approached, he began to head back with Zhang Jinfang and Su Shaoling. As they walked, Shaoling bent down, exclaiming, "My shoe is broken." Frowning, she revealed the plastic sandals she had worn for several years. With her feet having grown, the shoes were now ill-fitting, with her toes protruding uncomfortably. The back of the sandal had been repaired multiple times with a heated plier, but now it was beyond mending. Xu Erlong, observing the irreparable sandals, felt a pang of guilt. The previous home had been mercilessly drained by Xu Damin, leaving his sister to wear the same pair of plastic sandals for years without a replacement. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of regret for being so preoccupied lately that he had failed to notice the dire state of his sister's footwear. "Tomorrow, I will buy you a new pair," Xu Erlong stated. Shaoling waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Brother, there's no need. I can walk barefoot, it's fine. The weather is turning cool soon, and purchasing sandals wouldn't be sensible." The more she exhibited her understanding and thoughtfulness, the deeper Xu Erlong felt his guilt. Regardless of whether his sister wanted them or not, he was resolute in his decision to buy her a pair of sandals the next day. "Let us go," he said, as Shaoling swayed her shoes and walked barefoot along the path between the fields. In the distance, Su Dongxing was seen balancing a bucket of water, swaying as he approached. Lately, Xu Erlong had been preoccupied with his business endeavors and had not seen Su Dongxing for quite some time. The brief separation felt as if they had been apart for centuries. "Dad," Shaoling called out cheerfully. However, Su Dongxing appeared to have not heard her, shifting the weight of the burden from one shoulder to the other as he passed by. Tears welled in Shaoling's eyes. She hadn't expected her father to ignore her completely. Zhang Jinfang stood a distance away, equally at a loss. They had evidently fallen out of favor with Su Dongxing. In his previous life, Xu Erlong had endured much, and he had grown accustomed to Su Dongxing's current demeanor. He often pondered whether Su Dongxing harbored resentment towards Zhang Jinfang, his child bride, or if he simply disliked him, leading to their mutual disdain. Regardless, he, along with Zhang Jinfang and Shaoling, had become the objects of disdain. Xu Erlong remained silent, guiding Shaoling back. Upon reaching the storage room, he noticed old Yang loitering at the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. Zhang Jinfang retrieved the key, unlocked the door, and invited old Yang inside for a drink. "No, I just need to speak with Xu Erlong," old Yang replied. Shaoling dutifully fetched 2 bamboo chairs, indicating for them to sit. Old Yang regarded Xu Erlong, reflecting on how he had watched this young man grow. Not long ago, he had been rather immature. Yet it seemed that after the family was divided, this 17 or 18-year-old had matured rapidly. "Uncle Yang, what brings you here?" Xu Erlong asked politely, offering him a cigarette. Old Yang waved his hand, saying, "I don't smoke." Xu Erlong retracted the cigarette, not pressing the matter further. "I've come to ask for your assistance," old Yang said, his demeanor humble as he briefly outlined the situation. Xu Erlong was taken aback by the magnitude of the dilemma awaiting him upon returning home. Listening to the tribulations faced by Yang Limin and his companions in the county, Xu Erlong felt a sense of relief. Grateful he had not taken the risk of engaging in such dealings on the black market, as it could have easily been his misfortune. He had managed to navigate his way out of such a predicament thanks to his connections. Now, with old Yang standing before him, expectantly looking at him, Xu Erlong found himself reluctant to take on the burden. He was curious to see how Yang Limin and his brothers would resolve their troubles. Yet, witnessing old Yang's humble disposition stirred something within Xu Erlong. As a father himself, he wondered whether Xu Dongsheng had ever considered the well-being of his two children, Xiaoling and himself. Here was a father willing to humble himself and seek help for his child, who had landed in grave trouble. One can reflect upon one's father, pondering from beginning to end what thoughts he harbored for his wife and children. The only consideration that seemed to occupy his mind was Xu Damin. Xu Erlong felt a sense of frustration brewing within him. After much contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced. "Uncle Yang, since you sincerely seek my assistance, I shall certainly grant you this courtesy," Xu Erlong replied. However, he could not accept the matter lightly. "Uncle Yang, are you proposing to transfer the eels to me? Do Yang Limin and the others agree to this?" Xu Erlong inquired. He was capable of taking on the eels, yet if Yang Limin and his brothers were opposed, it would likely lead to further complications. "This decision rests with me. They will have no choice but to comply," old Yang asserted. Xu Erlong paused briefly, then spoke earnestly. "Uncle Yang, let me be clear. The price I pay for the eels has always been 1 cent. If you agree, then we proceed. If not, we shall leave it at that." This amounted to a loss of 5 cents for every pound of eels Yang Limin's group relinquished. "I understand," old Yang admitted, feeling a twinge of shame. He could only blame his sons for their reckless antics. Rather than undermining their competitors, they had brought ruin upon themselves. "Furthermore, my place of receipt has now moved to the town. If you truly wish to transfer these goods, you must ensure they are delivered to the town," Xu Erlong stated. "Indeed," old Yang acknowledged. "Moreover, the weight must be determined solely by my scales, not yours," Xu Erlong added. Old Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling how his unruly son had previously insisted on counting 48 pounds as 50. "Very well, I shall abide by your terms," old Yang murmured. "Since there are no objections, remember to deliver the eels to the town tomorrow," Xu Erlong instructed. Old Yang expressed his gratitude profusely before taking his leave. "Brother, do you really intend to accept their eels?" Xiaoling cautiously peeked from behind the door. Xu Erlong chuckled and beckoned her over. "Do you wish to accept their eels?" "I do not," Xiaoling replied, twisting her braid. "They were so fierce towards me back then." "Then we shall not accept their eels," Xu Erlong decisively responded. Chapter 40. A smile resolves hostilities. Xiaoling gazed at him in astonishment. "Brother, do you truly agree not to accept their eels? Of course you are my sister. If you do not wish to accept them, I certainly shall not disregard your feelings. Why should I prioritize the feelings of outsiders over yours?" Xu Erlong laughed. "In this world, many people are courteous to strangers while being unkind to their own family, offering smiles to outsiders while reserving frowns for kin. He was not one to follow that path." Listening to his words, Xiaoling pressed her lips together, unable to conceal her smile. In the Xu household, she had always been the overlooked child, her existence scarcely acknowledged beyond her silent labor. Her feelings had never seemed to matter to anyone. But now, when her second brother explicitly stated that he would consider her emotions, she felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. After suppressing her smile, Xiaoling solemnly declared, "Brother, I was just speaking out of anger earlier. I believe we should indeed accept their eels." Why do you say that? Please, share your thoughts." Xu Erlong gazed at her, encouraging her to articulate her thoughts. If they chose not to accept their eels, and the sight of the eels weighed heavily on their minds, they might impulsively rush back to meddle with the eels, which would indeed spell trouble. Even a cornered dog will leap over a wall. Xiaoling pondered seriously for a long while. Xu Erlong chuckled and nodded, acknowledging Xiaoling's insight. Indeed, if they refused to take Yang Limin's eels, the latter, feeling desperate, would not allow the eels to remain in their hands without action. Given the slightest opportunity, they would find a way to recuperate. They would continue to gamble on the eel business, watching their competitors thrive. If we accepted their eels, they would no longer be able to contest with us for business. Moreover, for every pound we took, they would incur a loss of 5 cents. Xiaoling grinned, remarking that the more we collected, the greater their losses would be. Their mounting losses would weigh heavily on their minds. and they would likely refrain from competing with us for the eel trade in the future. Su Erlong could not help but pat Xiaoling's head. The young girl surprisingly grasped this reciprocal notion. By accepting their eels, we not only extend a personal favor but also instill in them a psychological burden, making them less inclined to seek high prices for eels for the time being. After a while, once they have regained their composure, the eel business would likely reach a lull. Such a multifaceted strategy was undoubtedly worth pursuing. Zhang Jifang observed her daughter and son laughing together, her heart swelling with joy. The earlier unpleasant encounter with Su Dongxing faded into oblivion. Without a man. At the very least, she had her son and daughter. Since separating from the family, not only had her daughter's smile become more pronounced, but Zhang Jinfang herself wore a brighter expression as well. Alas, they had no mirrors here. Otherwise, they might have noticed that their faces had, unbeknownst to them, become fuller. Erlong, do you still accept eels here? I caught several dozen pounds today to bring over, Wang Shujun announced, carrying eels with her. Besides her, other villagers accompanied her. With Yang Limin no longer accepting eels, they had no choice but to turn back and continue delivering their goods to Su Erlong. Yes, I do. But I can't take them here right now. My collection point has been moved to the town, Su Erlong replied diplomatically. Why not gather for 2 or 3 days and bring a larger quantity to the town? To the town? The group hesitated. The round trip would consume considerable time. However, compared to the prospect of unsold eels, delivering them to the town seemed more acceptable. Furthermore, payment at the town would be immediate, without any credit involved. Su Erlong dangled this small temptation, which everyone quickly embraced. Delivering to the town would yield cash on the spot, making it worthwhile. Thus, with just a few words, Su Erlong deftly resolved the situation, securing the upper hand. He also spared himself a great deal of trouble, no longer needing to transport eels from the village to the roadside for loading. Unbeknownst to him, he saved on distance, labor, and time. When old Yang returned home, he successfully persuaded Yang Limin to shoulder the burden of bringing the eels to the town. Su Erlong did not act arrogantly. Rather, he amiably handed out cigarettes to Yang Limin and his brothers, embodying a spirit of amicable resolution. Decades of life experience have taught him that when dealing with adversaries, one must either decisively eliminate the threat to ensure that they never return or transform hostility into harmony. After all, leaving an enemy alive may invite future complications. It is far wiser to extend a hand in reconciliation. Given the current level of provocation from the Yang brothers, it has not yet escalated to the point of requiring their demise. By voluntarily offering a cigarette, he not only demonstrates his magnanimity but also indirectly dissolves any lingering animosity, leaving no room for future grievances. Indeed, those around him began to murmur. Has Su Erlong reconciled with Yang Limin and the others? How generous of him to take the initiative. The ability to overlook past disputes speaks volumes of his character. Despite Su Erlong's youth, he possesses the qualities of a person destined for greatness, for true achievers do not sweat the small stuff. Alas, he lamented. How foolish he had been to once sell eels to Yang Limin. Blinded by folly, he resolved to trust Su Erlong from then on. Without spending a single dime, Su Erlong had successfully restored his image. In the eyes of the villagers, he was no longer just a green youth, but a figure of significance. Meanwhile, the Yang brothers, in their first foray into business, incurred losses amounting to over 200 yuan, an amount that, in rural terms, represented nearly a year's income for a family. This setback left them significantly weakened, forcing them to toil diligently in the fields for many years to recover. At the chemical factory, Li Yongyan finally found the time to take Li Yingtong to the Qianan commune to express gratitude towards the young man surnamed Su. A few days prior, he had learned from an elderly vendor by the river that the seller of water was indeed a member of the Qianan commune. Unfortunately, as the factory's second-in-command, Li Yongyan had been exceedingly busy, causing the delay. We must go today. It has been several days already, and further procrastination would convey a lack of sincerity, he declared. Luo Chunmei assisted him in adjusting his attire, carefully opening the collar of his white shirt. However, Li Yingtong felt a sense of reluctance. Why must we go thank him in person? I'm too embarrassed to face anyone, she protested. Come, take these gifts with you, Luo Chunmei instructed, organizing the contents of a net bag. Compared to their previous offerings, this time the gifts were considerably more valuable. A pack of Quayman cigarettes, a box of Shuangwan Tucha tea, 2 bottles of milk powder, 2 jars of canned fruit, and several pounds of apples, packed in a red net bag. The gifts appeared highly respectable and replete with sincerity. Tong Tong, it's time to go, Luo Chunmei called as she finished her preparations. Li Yingtong rose from the sofa. Clad in a checkered dress with puffed sleeves, her hair pulled back with 2 pink ribbons, exuding a youthful and playful charm. Must I really go? She pouted, questioning her necessity in this endeavor. Chapter 41. Inquiring about the young man named Xu. What is wrong with you, child? How can you behave like this? You are acting like an ungrateful wretch, Li Yongnian scolded in frustration. Everyone in the factory is aware of this situation. If I do not take concrete steps to express our gratitude, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity would only invite criticism. Let us not create a spectacle for others to laugh at, Luo Chunmei reassured, trying to calm the father and daughter. Li Yingtong, with a reluctant demeanor, trailed behind Li Yongnian. Li Yongnian had borrowed a small car and enlisted the driver's assistance to transport them to Qianan Commune. Along the roadside, Li Yongnian inquired among a few passers-by, comrades, might you know of a young man surnamed Xu, around 17 or 18 years old, relatively tall? One passerby, a classmate of Xu Damin, pointed ahead and said, you must be looking for Xu Damin, right? Their home is just up ahead, beneath that large locust tree. Walk past that and navigate through 2 ridges, and you'll find it. Subconsciously, they believed they were searching for Xu Damin, as he was the very first individual from the entire commune to gain admission to a university. The entire commune was aware of Xu Damin's intelligence and promising future. He was destined to wield a pen, drawing a salary from the state, and occupying an office. The presence of individuals arriving in a black sedan could only mean they were seeking this promising scholar. Apart from him, are there any other Xu surnames in your commune? Luo Chunmei inquired thoughtfully. No, we only have their family with the surname Xu. Several individuals by the roadside responded in unison. Li Yongnian exchanged a glance with Luo Chunmei, and it seemed they were indeed correct. He expressed his gratitude to the locals, mentally noting that the young man they were searching for was named Xu Damin. What a rustic name, Li Yingtong silently scoffed. Following the directions, the driver soon located the distinctive large locust tree. Li Yongnian opened the car door and gazed toward the small village nestled behind the 2 ridges. Li Yingtong, pouting, unwillingly stepped out of the car. Luo Chunmei cheerfully urged her, Tong Tong, come down and take a stroll. The air in the countryside is truly refreshing. Li Yingtong languidly replied, refreshing? The air is filled with the stench of cow dung. Li Yongnian turned back and glared at her. I do not appreciate that remark. Your grandparents, who are from the countryside, would not take kindly to such comments. If it weren't for my opportunity to work in a factory, you would still be molding clay in the fields. Li Yingtong felt wronged. Luo Chunmei gently advised her, Tong Tong, you must refrain from such remarks. She glanced around, knowing that had this been a few years prior, making such statements could have led to severe repercussions, as one would be condemned for belittling the working class. Understood. Li Yingtong responded sullenly. In truth, her disdain for the countryside was not profound. What troubled her was the prospect of encountering her life-saving benefactor again, which felt particularly awkward. Lady Xu, you have visitors, esteemed guests have arrived. At the village entrance, upon hearing Li Yongnian inquire about Xu Damin's home, a quick-footed villager dashed off to inform Lady Xu. Lady Xu was sorting grains from the rice. In the rural areas, the rice was often processed in local mills, resulting in unclean grains that still contained a fair amount of husks, necessitating their removal. What guests? Lady Xu pondered. They were considered outsiders in this village, having fled famine to settle here, with hardly any relatives around. They came specifically to seek you. Just a moment ago, they were inquiring about Xu Damin's home. The messenger explained. As they spoke, Li Yongnian and his companions, adhering to the directions given, had already arrived at Xu Damin's residence. Behind them trailed a group of half-grown children, their curious eyes fixed upon the newcomers. These little ones, with their innocent wonder, followed closely, captivated by the sight of what appeared to be affluent individuals clad in impeccably clean and crisp attire. The contents of their net bags, filled with tobacco, tea, and large red apples, filled the air with a sweet aroma that lingered as they passed by. Li Yingtong, feeling a sense of disdain, nestled closer to Luo Chunmei, anxious that the children's runny noses might stain her garments. Is this the home of Xu Damin? Li Yongnian inquired politely with a smile at the entrance of the Xu residence. Su Laotai, holding a dustpan, stood momentarily stunned. Truly, they were distinguished guests seeking Xu Damin. After a brief moment of surprise, excitement surged through her. Her grandson had not disappointed her. He had indeed brought honor to their family, as even strangers sought him out. Yes, this is Xu Damin's home, she finally responded, wiping her hands on her apron before rising to set the dustpan aside. Good sir, who might you be? Li Yongyan asked, still smiling. Oh, I am Xu Damin's grandmother, Su Lauda replied, diligently wiping 2 long benches with a cloth before offering them to Li Yongyan. Please, do have a seat. Is Xu Damin at home? Li Yongyan inquired further. Su Lautai answered, Damin is not at home at the moment. He has stepped out. Is there something you require? As she spoke, she turned to call for Su Xiaofei. Hurry and fetch your brother home. Su Xiaofei's gaze remained fixated on the red apples in the net, momentarily oblivious. Frustration welled within Su Lautai. How could he be so inattentive when distinguished guests were present? She reached out, pulling at Su Xiaofei. Quickly, summon your brother back. There are esteemed guests here to see him. At that moment, Li Yongyan felt assured that he had indeed found the correct recipient of his visit. With a smile, he extended the net bag towards her. I apologize for our presumption in intruding. You are far too gracious. Your presence alone is a gift. There is no need for offerings, Su Lautai responded with polite words. Though her hands trembled slightly as she accepted the net bag, the items within were of considerable value: tobacco, tea, and malted milk essence. What were they hoping to achieve? Her gaze flitted between Luo Chunmei and Li Yingtong before settling on the latter. This young lady, adorned in a red checkered dress with puffed sleeves, her hair beautifully styled, appeared shy as she lowered her head. Could it be that she had taken a liking to her beloved grandson? Contemplating this, Su Lao scrutinized her with a discerning eye. This was not merely a visit from esteemed guests. Perhaps it heralded the arrival of a future granddaughter-in-law. She must observe closely. Li Yingtong felt a shiver of discomfort under Su Laotai's relentless gaze, akin to being appraised like livestock. To explain, Li Yongyan interjected, a few days ago, Comrade Su rescued my daughter by the river, and we have come specifically to express our gratitude. Xu Damin saved your daughter? So that is the case, Su Lautai responded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, my daughter was so frightened that she fainted and forgot to express her thanks, Li Yongyan continued. We sought him out afterward, but were unable to find him, leading us to his home. Madame Su could not help but chide. This child, often wandering outside, engages in various activities but fails to inform us of his deeds. To think he has saved someone. Ah, Comrade Su is indeed a modest do-gooder. Reminiscent of the selfless Lei Feng of the new era, a true role model for us all. Chapter 42. My Damin is quite promising. Upon hearing these words, Madame Su became animated. Indeed, my Damin has always been a good child, intelligent, filial, obedient, and academically accomplished. He is our commune's very first university student. Is that so? Li Yongyan inquired, somewhat taken aback. A young man selling water is, astonishingly, a university student? Indeed. Madame Su, noticing his skepticism, rose and went to the inner room. She returned with Damin's university acceptance letter, presenting it to Li Yongyan. Take a look. This is my Damin's acceptance letter. He will be reporting to university as soon as the term begins. Li Yongyan was filled with respect. It was hard to believe that a young man selling water by the river was, in fact, a university student who had earned his place through merit. In the midst of their conversation, Su Dongsheng returned home. He had been working on the mountain, and upon hearing that distinguished guests had arrived, he hurried back, puzzled. Upon seeing such notable individuals gathered in his home, Su Dongsheng was astonished. These esteemed guests have come from the city to express their gratitude. As Damin saved their daughter while he was by the river, Madame Su explained their identities. Su Dongsheng was quite moved. He had not anticipated that Damin would perform such a heroic act, bringing honor to their family. He truly is my flesh and blood, he thought. Excitement evident on his face. Li Yongyan asked, is this gentleman Damin's father? No, Madame Su corrected him. He is Damin's uncle. Our children bear a striking resemblance to one another. Ah, my apologies for the misunderstanding, Li Yongyan replied with a sheepish smile. Su Dongsheng realized he had been overly enthusiastic and composed himself. This was a significant occasion, and any slip of the tongue could tarnish Damin's reputation. He must not jeopardize it. He shifted the conversation, asking Madame Su, where is Damin? Where has the child gone? He is not at home right now. I have already sent Xiao Fei out to find him, Madame Su replied. Oh, that's good. Shall I go inform Chunsheng and Zhou Fengru to return? Su Dongsheng asked. Madame Su glanced around and responded, no need. With such esteemed guests visiting, it is inappropriate for the family members responsible for the household to be absent. You stay here and converse with our guest while I fetch some water. You sit. I will get the water, Su Dongsheng insisted, stepping forward. Madame Su nodded in satisfaction. Engaging in conversation with Li Yongyan. I hope this does not sound boastful, but my Damin is truly a remarkable young man. unmatched in 10 miles. He is unfailingly dutiful to me, often expressing his intentions to honor me when he achieves success. Moreover, he excels academically. A fortune teller once predicted that he would one day wield a pen and occupy an office. Now that he has been accepted into university, I am convinced my grandson is destined for great things. Madame Xu extolled the virtues of Xu Damin, while Xu Dongsheng poured water, grinning at the conversation. Indeed, Damin was an exceptional child, bright and endearing since childhood. Xu Dongsheng added, trying to reinforce his affection, as his uncle, I hold him in high regard, treating him as my own son. Li Zhongyan chimed in, your family has a commendable ethos, fostering harmony. Where family unity flourishes, all thrives. Of course, I have always instilled in them the importance of familial love, Madame Xu replied, recalling the troubles with Xu Erlong, who insisted on dividing the family, causing great embarrassment. Let us not dwell on that unpleasant matter, she concluded, wisely falling silent. Finally, Li Yongyan found an opportunity to speak, having endured a monologue from Madame Xu. He smiled, saying, Comrade Xu possesses noble character. It seems your guidance has been effective since his childhood. Madame Xu, filled with pride, declared, Indeed, I raised him with utmost care. Li Yingtong, curious, asked, Why raise him with such crude expressions? Does that not imply he is covered in filth? Luo Chunmei discreetly tugged at her daughter, disapproving of her words. She laughed and explained to Madame Xu, My child has been rather spoiled and lacks proper manners. I apologize for her lack of decorum. Li Yingtong, still puzzled over the crude metaphor, wondered why such expressions were necessary when one could simply say they raised him well. It merely signifies the arduous effort of nurturing a child, Luo Chunmei whispered to her daughter. Li Yingtong thought to herself, if it was arduous, why not just say so? Why the vulgarity? Even as a university student, such language feels commonplace. Meanwhile, Li Yongyan began to reassess his perspective. Initially, he viewed the young man as merely a rural lad who had saved his daughter, deserving of gratitude to avoid the stigma of ingratitude. However, it became evident that this young man was a gem, filial, sensible, and resourceful enough to sell cool water by the river to support his family. Most importantly, he exhibited commendable character, willing to risk himself to save others. You, as a grandmother, have indeed done well in your child's upbringing, enabling him to perform such heroic deeds. Li Yongyan expressed his gratitude sincerely. Conversely, Madame Xu's thoughts drifted to the notion of saving someone by the river. Their village also boasted a river. Rescuing someone there could imply pulling a young lady from the water, perhaps leading to a close embrace. She recalled a tale of a young intellectual who fell into the river and was saved by villagers, only to lose her reputation and marry her rescuer. This had been the case with Zhou Fengru marrying Su Chunxing. Was it possible that the young man harbored similar intentions? Hence, he brought so many gifts. With this contemplation, Madame Xu felt emboldened. In a typical rural household, if someone were to propose a match for her daemon, she would surely wield a broom to chase them away. Her family Damin is exceptionally talented, still a university student. Could he possibly be matched with an ordinary country bumpkin? Yet, the individuals arriving now are distinctly different. They are not simply ordinary folk. Just look at their impressive attire. The gifts they brought are quite generous as well. Most crucially, they arrived in a sedan. In these times, it is rare to see a private car on the 319 National Highway. Yet, they came in one. Old lady Su has also begun to entertain thoughts of establishing a connection with them. Meanwhile, Xu Dongsheng has managed to regain a bit of composure. They have yet to ascertain the background of their esteemed guests. He considered offering a cigarette, but hesitated, realizing that the cigarettes he smoked were merely inexpensive ones, not suitable for such company. Chapter 43, A Case of Self-Delusion. His hand, poised over the cigarette box, instinctively withdrew. Li Yongyan, noticing his gesture, quickly offered his own cigarettes, saying, My uncle would like to smoke. The two men, using the excuse of smoking, found themselves in conversation as they lit their cigarettes. May I inquire about your profession? Xu Dongxing asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. As the primary male figure of the household, he felt it was essential to understand the visitor's background. However, it seemed that the rural folk harbored an innate trepidation towards city dwellers, especially those whose status appeared elevated, naturally causing them to exhibit signs of unease. Li Yongyan replied, We are from the county chemical factory. Li Yingtong proudly added, My father is the deputy director there. Implicitly, this indicated a significant position, one that attracted numerous requests for favors. Upon hearing about the county chemical factory, old lady Su realized it is the finest factory in the entire county, with many families owning televisions. And here was a man, coming to express gratitude. Who was the deputy director of such a facility? That position was even more prestigious than that of the commune secretary. Old lady Xu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Her eldest grandson is indeed remarkable. Having saved such a distinguished family, old lady Xu immediately harbored intentions of forging a connection with them and began to probe. By the way, how old is your daughter? She seems to be around the same age as my grandson. At this age, in our village, it is time to start dating. As Li Yingtong listened, she grew increasingly uncomfortable. Upon grasping the underlying implication that her mother was hoping for her to date Xu Damin, she firmly declared, "I refuse." With that, she stood abruptly. Her voice raised and stormed out of the room. Oh dear, Luo Chunmei found herself in a predicament, unable to smile at old lady Xu, and quickly rose to chase after Li Yingtong. Li Yingtong dashed out of the house, retracing her steps. In her haste, the family dog, De Huang, chased after her, barking loudly. Startled, Li Yingtong's face paled. Just then, she spotted someone emerging from the village entrance and instinctively ducked behind him, using him as a shield. Xu Erlong, caught off guard by being pulled into this predicament, stared in surprise. Seeing the dog barking at him, he extended a long leg and kicked the dog aside, saying, "De Huang, stop barking." The dog whimpered a couple of times, recognizing Xu Erlong, and offered a plaintive whine in response. Xu Erlong reached out and gently patted the dog's head, while the tail of the large yellow dog wagged like a little fan. Li Yingtong stood behind him, clutching his garment tightly, her voice trembling. "Please, make it go away, make it go away." Xu Erlong waved his hand, signaling the dog to retreat, then turned around and tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Hey, let go." Only when Li Yingtong saw the large yellow dog move away did she gradually release her grip on his clothing. In her moment of panic, she had simply sought someone as a shield, not realizing who it was. Now, upon closer inspection, the man before her was none other than the one who had rescued her by the river. Li Yingtong lifted her gaze, looking at him with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Xu Erlong asked, puzzled. "You are insufferable," Li Yingtong retorted, her voice rising in anger. "What have I done? You inexplicably pulled me away, and now you are taking it out on me?" Finally recognizing her, Xu Erlong replied, "You are the girl from by the river, aren't you? So what? Don't harbor any delusions. I have no interest in you," Li Yingtong shouted defiantly. "Even if you saved me, it doesn't matter. You don't need to keep bringing it up." Xu Erlong wanted to protest against the injustice of it all. Who had mentioned her rescue? He merely substituted her name, unaware of her identity. "Fine, I won't mention it again. Shall we pretend we don't know each other?" Xu Erlong was also rendered speechless by such a vexatious girl. "Talking to me is pointless. You should speak to your grandmother," Li Yingtong huffed. "Speak to my grandmother?" "Yes. Tell her that she was just suggesting that you and I should date," Li Yingtong replied. Xu Erlong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the misunderstanding. He wanted to see what was going on. When Su Laotai noticed someone entering, she turned her head and saw Xu Erlong's tall and upright figure at the doorway. Her expression darkened, and her displeasure mounted. She wished to hastily send Xu Erlong away. "What do you want? We have esteemed guests today. Don't cause trouble, or I won't spare you," Xu Laotai scolded, her voice low and harsh. After finishing her reprimand, she noticed Li Yingtong standing beside Xu Erlong. Why is this girl with him? Xu Laotai thought, struggling to contain her temper as she beckoned to Li Yingtong. "Come here, don't stand next to him. That scoundrel has already been expelled from the Xu family. Don't associate with him." This left Li Yingtong in shock. She glanced at Xu Erlong, then pointed at Xu Laotai. Just moments ago, hadn't she been praising her grandson to the heavens? How could she now speak such words? Li Yongyan and Luo Chunmei also sensed the discord. Luo Chunmei stepped forward, pulling Li Yingtong aside and whispering, "Tell me, was it this man who saved you?" "Yes, it was him," Li Yingtong replied softly, her head bowed in shyness. Luo Chunmei looked Xu Erlong over again. The young man was spirited and upright, with handsome features. No wonder her daughter had displayed such feelings in his presence. This was a certainty that could not be mistaken. Li Yongyan took a deep breath. Addressing Xu Erlong, "Young man, you seem familiar to me. What is your name?" "My name is Xu Erlong. Last time I met you at the hospital of the chemical plant. You purchased my soft-shelled turtle," Xu Erlong reminded him. At this moment, Li Yongyan suddenly understood. Indeed, fate brings people together across great distances. This Xu Erlong is the very person they had been seeking. How wonderful! After all their inquiries, they had finally found him. Li Yongyan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Firstly, the weather was scorching, causing him to perspire profusely. Secondly, it was purely from fright. They had nearly caused a significant blunder earlier, but fortunately, it had not escalated into a grave mistake. Old Madame Xu looked at Li Yongyan, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Weren't they here to thank her precious grandson, Xu Damin? How had it morphed into a search for Xu Erlong? Old Madame Xu, with a sharp voice, exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Xu Erlong, what trouble are you causing me now? Get out. With you here. Nothing good can happen." Xu Erlong seemed to have an inkling of the situation. A hint of mockery danced at the corners of his lips as he replied, "I'm afraid, Grandma, they are indeed here for me. It was I who saved this young lady." This was a direct confirmation that he had indeed rescued Li Yingtong. Old Madame Xu was both furious and anxious. So, it truly had nothing to do with Xu Damin? Had she just foolishly praised Xu Damin for so long? Chapter 44. Old Madame Xu's indignation outside the courtyard. A crowd of villagers had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Upon hearing this twist, they couldn't help but chuckle. All this time, they had been looking for the wrong person. It was no wonder they had made a mistake. They were family, and their appearances were quite similar, so a mix-up was understandable. Who could claim it was normal? Xu Damin's physique was far weaker compared to Xu Erlong's. It was puzzling how someone as frail as Xu Damin could possibly save another. It turned out to be a case of mistaken identity, almost robbing Xu Erlong of his well-deserved credit. Such discussions, heard by old Madame Xu, were even more mocking. Observing Li Yongyan and his family now engaging warmly with Xu Erlong, she was filled with ire and frustration, casting aside any semblance of dignity as she brandished a broom to shoo them away. "Leave. Get out. All of you." Witnessing old Madame Xu's rage, the crowd erupted in laughter as they dispersed. Xu Erlong stepped outside, while Li Yongyan and his companions lagged a moment, as old Madame Xu's broom narrowly struck Luo Chunmei. Frowning, Luo Chunmei felt disheartened by the Xu family and old Madame Xu. How could such a family, with such character, possibly nurture a person willing to sacrifice for others? Just moments ago, old Madame Xu had boasted about her family's virtues and how exceptional her grandson was. Now, it was all rather laughable. Li Yongyan turned to Xu Erlong, gesturing towards the Xu residence. "Is that your grandmother? Why does she treat you this way? Every family has its own struggles, better left unspoken." Xu Erlong smiled, choosing not to dwell on the topic. This demeanor stood in stark contrast to old Madame Xu's earlier attitude. Li Yongyan's fondness for Xu Erlong grew even more. "Thank you once again for saving my daughter," Li Yongyan expressed. "It was nothing worth mentioning," Xu Erlong replied modestly, having long since forgotten the events of that day. In such situations, he believed that anyone capable would have acted to save another. Xu Erlong humbly acknowledged his role. This attitude once again garnered goodwill. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have other matters to attend to," Xu Erlong stated. Observing his hurried departure, Li Yingtong felt a surge of anger, questioning the meaning of his actions. Was she akin to a venomous beast, to be avoided at all costs? Li Yongyan recalled the gifts he had brought specifically, still left at the Xu residence. "I will retrieve the items," he declared. Luo Chunmei frowned, saying, "Let it be. We no longer wish for those things." She truly did not want to engage with the elderly Xu matriarch. It was not worth becoming agitated over trivial possessions. Xu Laotai closed the door, clutching her chest in indignation. Was Xu Erlong deliberately vexing her? With him around, nothing ever seemed to go well. Through the crack of the door, she vaguely heard Li Yongyan mention retrieving the items. Xu Laotai's gaze fell upon the net bag on the table. This sack of gifts contained cigarettes, tea, fruits, and canned goods. Was he intending to reclaim them after entering her abode? A glint of shrewdness flashed in her eyes. "Dongsheng, quickly tear open that pack of cigarettes and hide it," Xu Laotai commanded Xu Dongsheng. "Also, crush those 2 tea cakes." She herself carried the malted milk and canned fruit to her room's dark cabinet to conceal them. She resolved that even if it meant throwing a tantrum, she would never return these gifts. To ensure her point, she spat on the red apples, declaring, "Even if they are to be returned, they shall taste of my saliva." Xu Damin and Zhouya were hiding in a small cave in Sandonggu. This location had previously served as a refuge for villagers during communal labor or when gathering firewood in inclement weather, making it an infrequent haunt. It had now become a rendezvous spot for Xu Damin and Zhouya. After all, he was somewhat of a local celebrity within the commune. Many recognized him, and being seen with Zhouya elsewhere would not bode well. The cave was dim, providing a welcome respite from the sweltering summer heat. The two remained there, oblivious to the passage of time, until nightfall descended. After a considerable duration, Zhou finally straightened her posture, calming her racing heart and breath. It is getting late. I must return, she said, her head bowed and her lips unusually swollen. Yes, you go ahead. I will leave a bit later, Xu Damin replied. Be careful not to let anyone see you. I know, Zhou murmured. You think I should ask my father to withdraw my engagement with Su Erlong? No, not for now, Xu Damin responded, somewhat flustered. Zhou lifted her eyes, casting a mournful glance at him. Are you unwilling to take responsibility for me? No. Of course I will be responsible, Xu Damin assured her, but I mean to say, now is not the right time. Consider it. You have just been accepted into university. And you want to annul the engagement? People will think you are ungrateful. It would be better to wait a while, perhaps until you report to university, and then find an opportunity to withdraw. This way, when we are together, others will not speak ill of us. Zhou understood the reasoning. Yet the thought of being tethered to someone like Su Erlong made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Until Zhou's figure disappeared beyond the ridge, Xu Damin finally emerged from the cave. He ambled back to the village, only to encounter a breathless Su Xiaofei. Brother, where have you been? Su Xiaofei panted. I've searched everywhere. Even gone to the commune to look for you. Where on earth did you vanish? A jolt of surprise coursed through Xu Damin. You didn't see me, did you? Su Xiaofei replied, puzzled. But I see you now, don't I? Realizing his earlier question was flawed, Xu Damin deflected. I meant, you see me now, don't you? Standing beneath a tree, he inquired, what were you so eager to find me for? We must hurry home. There are distinguished guests who are looking for you. Su Xiaofei exclaimed, tugging at him, oblivious to Xu Damin's unusual demeanor. He had been scouring the area to locate Xu Damin, completely unaware of the unfolding events at home. Distinguished guests? What notable visitors could possibly arrive at their humble abode? Indeed, they are esteemed guests, arriving in a small car, carrying a hefty bundle of gifts, those apples. So large and red, Su Xiaofei insisted. At that moment, all he desired was to hasten his brother home, so he could indulge in those succulent apples. Upon returning home with Su Xiaofei, the atmosphere was dreary. There were no signs of any distinguished guests. Mother, I've brought back my elder brother, Su Xiaofei announced. Su Laotai glanced at Xu Damin, feeling a pang of relief that he had not returned earlier, lest they both suffer embarrassment. Damin, you're back. Where have you been all this time? Su Laotai initiated a conversation. Nowhere in particular, just wandering about, Xu Damin replied. Look at you, covered in leaves. What have you been up to? Su Laotai remarked, reaching out to brush the leaves off him. Xu Damin's body tensed at her touch. Fortunately, Su Xiaofei's exclamation alleviated the awkwardness. Mother, I want an apple. There are none, Su Laotai replied tersely. But there are. The visitors brought a whole bag full of delightful treats, Su Xiaofei insisted. Just then, Zhou Fengru and Su Chunxing returned home, coincidentally overhearing this exchange. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhou Fengru's mind. In this household, Su Laotai had always held dominion, and everything was under her control. Su Xiaofei continued to protest. I've been running around for ages looking for my brother, nearly melting from the heat. He continued, indignant. You are all so biased, reserving everything for my brother. Su Xiaofei, even as a younger brother, could not help but feel the palpable favoritism in the family. Do you think you can compare yourself to your brother? Su Laotai chastised him with a sharp rap on the head. Your brother is a university student. Are you one? Su Xiaofei retorted vehemently. If I were given the chance to study, I too would become a university student. Su Dongsheng, unable to bear the sight, interjected to Su Laotai, Mother. It's just an apple. Besides, this little one has searched tirelessly. Let him have a taste. Reluctantly, Su Laotai shuffled into her room, rummaging to find an apple. The moment Su Xiaofei spotted it, he rushed forward, eager to snatch the apple. Madame Su handed an apple to Zhou Fengru and instructed, go wash the apple. She has already spat on it, and we cannot allow my precious grandson to consume her saliva. Wash the apple and then slice it in half. Let Xiaofei have one half, and the other half is for Damin. A flicker of discontent crossed Zhou Fengru's eyes. This old woman hoarded her possessions more tightly than anything else. It was astonishing that she had these items and chose not to share them. Had it not been for Xiaofei's outcry, she would have remained oblivious to their existence. Xiaofei, come here and fetch me some water, Zhou Fengru beckoned, calling Su Xiaofei to her side. Ensuring that Madame Su was not paying attention, she crouched down and asked, tell me, who sent these apples? Today. We had esteemed guests arrive in a small car to see Damin. These items were their gifts, Su Xiaofei replied, his words accompanied by the licking of his lips. A sense of resentment welled up in Zhou Fengru's heart. These gifts were meant for her son. Why should the old woman keep them hidden from view? If Xiao Fei hadn't mentioned it, she would have remained unaware. Yet, no matter how displeased she felt, she suppressed her feelings. She peeled the apple and sliced it into thin pieces, allowing herself a few more bites. The sweet fragrance filled her senses, and unable to resist, she took a piece for herself. Just then, Madame Xu emerged and, witnessing the scene, scolded, "What a pitiful display! Are you so greedy that you must steal food from a child?" Zhou Fengru, feeling wronged, replied, "Mother, I only tasted a small piece, and besides, they brought so much. It's hardly significant." Madame Xu raised her eyebrows menacingly. "Speak one more word of nonsense, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Zhou Fengru pouted but fell silent, her mind whirring with alternative schemes. Xu Erlong, as was his custom, first delivered goods to the seafood company before heading to the chemical plant's cafeteria. Day in and day out, he tirelessly watched as money flowed into his accounts, invigorated as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. His youthful body seemed perpetually tireless. After delivering the goods to the cafeteria, he proceeded to the finance office to collect his earnings. Passing by the finance office, he encountered Li Yingtong. "What brings you here?" she inquired, puffing out her chest with an air of pride as their eyes met. Xu Erlong was rendered speechless. Had he not been frequenting this chemical plant for quite some time? Was it truly necessary to report his presence to her? He retorted, "Do you expect me to inform you of my reasons for being here?" "Don't tell me you're not here to see me," Li Yingtong replied, puffing her cheeks in a huff. Having grown up like a star surrounded by admirers, with a father of some influence and her own beauty drawing many to her, she was accustomed to being the center of attention. "Rest assured, I hold no interest in you," Xu Erlong answered. He genuinely wished to suggest that this girl should consult a doctor about her delusions. What had he done to instill in her the notion that he had any romantic interest? Li Yingtong stamped her foot in frustration. Taken aback by Xu Erlong's blatant dismissal of her, Li Yingtong pressed her lips together and walked away briskly. Upon reaching the shade of the yellow cassia tree, she paused, bending down to tie her shoelaces while stealthily glancing back to see if Xu Erlong was watching her. She harbored suspicions that Xu Erlong, though outwardly indifferent, had deliberately sought her out at the factory for a chance encounter. "Yingtong, there you are. I just went to your house, but no one was there." A friend approached her. "Is that so? What were you looking back at just now?" her friend inquired, peering in that direction. "Nothing," Li Yingtong replied awkwardly, urging her friend to hurry along. At that moment, she found herself in a tumult of emotions, wanting to see Xu Erlong, while simultaneously fearing that others might discover her feelings. The thought of being ridiculed was unbearable. Having collected his wages from the finance office, Xu Erlong tucked the money into his jacket pocket and left the chemical factory, heading straight for the department store. The Hijia department store occupied a prime location at the street center, thanks to its expansive area and corner position, boasting 3 entrances, left, center, and right. The first and second floors served as the retail space, while the upper levels housed residential quarters. Upon entering the department store, Xu Erlong was greeted by an atmosphere of desolation. The merchandise lay quietly on the counters, and a handful of sales clerks stood at their posts, composed and unbothered by the arrival of customers. It was a common issue of the time that salespeople offered little warmth or enthusiasm, leaving customers to their own devices. However, this had its perks, allowing shoppers to browse leisurely without the pressure of overly eager staff. Standing before the shoe display, Xu Erlong scrutinized the offerings. The shelf showcased plastic sandals, limited in style and, in hindsight, rather outdated. Yet, in this era, they represented the pinnacle of fashion. Their transparent plastic allure captivating many a style-conscious woman. "Comrade, could you bring out those plastic sandals for me to see?" Xu Erlong pointed to a particular pair he fancied. "Are you intending to buy?" "They cost 5 yuan," the sales clerk, having paused her idle chatter, ambled over lazily. In a contemporary setting, such a lackadaisical attitude would have drawn ire from customers, but in this time, one had to endure it. "I wish to purchase a pair in size 36. Xu Erlong replied with a straightforward demeanor. It was essential to maintain a proper attitude. Otherwise, the clerk might refuse to sell, leaving one with money but no place to spend it. The clerk retrieved the size 36 sandals and placed them on the counter. After a cursory inspection revealed no quality issues, Xu Erlong readily paid. Chapter 46. Contributing to Zhou Ye's educational expenses in any case. These plastic sandals would only see a month or 2 of use before the weather turned cooler, at which point he planned to replace them with fine leather shoes for his mother and sister. Having purchased the sandals, Xu Erlong contemplated buying a couple of garments for Xiao Ling and his mother. During this period, ready-to-wear clothing was scarce. Most people opted to buy fabric and sew their own at home. Xu Erlong possessed little knowledge of fabrics. He examined them closely. The most expensive material was worsted wool, while a slightly cheaper option was wool and tweed, both of which were quite costly. The price of the fabric alone was substantial, not accounting for the tailor's labor fees, making the total cost of crafting a garment rather high. Xu Erlong once believed himself to be quite affluent, considering the extremely low prices of goods in this era, where many items cost merely a penny or two. However, upon this realization, he felt disheartened, realizing that he was still quite naive. The prices were indeed exorbitant, even for a grown man like himself. It was no wonder that people's clothing often appeared to be new for 3 years and old for another 3, patched and mended repeatedly. Ultimately, Xu Erlong dismissed his impulsive desire to indulge in a shopping spree. Instead, he prudently purchased a pair of plastic sandals for Xiaoling and spent an additional 20 yuan on 2 cotton shirts for Xiaoling and his mother, Zhang Jifang. As he exited the department store, a notion to enter the clothing business flickered in his mind. The apparel trade, regardless of the time, always possesses its market. The most lucrative earnings in business derive from women's spending, whether it be clothing, bags, shoes, or cosmetics, which one does not sell like hotcakes. However, entering the garment industry requires substantial capital, and he would need to wait until the current eel business was settled to amass sufficient funds. Upon returning home, Xu Erlong presented the shirts to Zhang Jifang, saying, "Mother, these are for you. One for you, and one for Xiaoling." Zhang Jifang paused, reproaching him gently, "You child. Having just earned a bit of money, you are already spending it recklessly. I have clothes to wear. Mother, this is just a token of my appreciation. We have already transitioned to a life where we can eat our fill. Now, we must elevate our standard of living. I mean what I say. I will not let you and your sister suffer alongside me in hardship," Xu Erlong asserted. Zhang Jifang's eyes welled with tears. When she had initially separated from Xu Erlong, it was purely out of reluctance to see her children depart, fearing their suffering. She had thought that even if they had to beg, she wished to be with them. Yet, she had not anticipated that Xu Erlong would genuinely fulfill his promises, allowing her and Xiaoling to enjoy a better life. Xu Erlong then handed the plastic sandals he had purchased to Xiaoling. Upon receiving them, Xiaoling was overjoyed. "Let me try them on to see if they fit," she exclaimed. "What are you trying for? Look at her feet, all muddy," Zhang Jifang remarked. "I will go wash my feet," Xiaoling replied, hurrying to the back of the house to the stone basin, where she diligently washed her feet. After scrubbing them thoroughly 3 times, she finally removed the mud. However, being a country child, despite her efforts, her skin remained dark, and her feet were still somewhat grimy. Once clean, she donned the new plastic sandals and the freshly bought cotton shirt, shyly standing before Xu Erlong and asking, "Elder brother, do I look good?" "You look splendid," Xu Erlong responded. He had estimated the sizes correctly. Both the clothing and the shoes fit perfectly. Xiaoling, being at the age where she cherished beauty, beamed with joy at the compliment, her lips curving into a smile that was impossible to contain. As Zhang Jifang emerged from the inner room, Xiaoling, swaying her little braid, inquired, "Mom, weren't you trying on clothes? Why have you stopped?" "I have tried them on," Zhang Jifang replied. "The clothes fit well. If they fit, then wear them." Xu Erlong chuckled. "No, no," Zhang Jifang insisted, waving her hands repeatedly. "I have chores to do every day. Catching eels makes me all dirty. So it's best to wear this old outfit. I'll save the new clothes for the new year." Xu Erlong remained speechless. Save the clothes for the new year? Was she suggesting that winter wasn't cold enough, that she wished to wear a polyester garment underneath to experience a touch of refreshing chill? He decided not to press the matter any further. Once he ventured into the clothing business, there would be plenty of outfits for Xiaoling and her mother to exchange freely. "Is Xu Erlong home?" A voice called from outside. Xu Erlong rose and stepped out the door. Standing at the entrance was Zhou Guofu, a slender man with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a seasoned official. "So, you've moved here. It took me quite a while to find you," Zhou Guofu remarked, entering the room without waiting for an invitation. "In-law, please take a seat," Zhang Jifang exclaimed upon recognizing him, hastily wiping a bamboo stool with a cloth and urging him to sit down. Zhou Guofu was the father of Shoya, hence Zhang Jifang addressed him as such. With the earnestness characteristic of rural women, Zhang Jifang instructed Xiaoling to pour water for Zhou Guofu while she busied herself fanning him with a palm leaf fan. Observing Xu Erlong's lukewarm demeanor, Zhang Jifang subtly gestured to him. "Ah, her son, typically so clever. Why was he acting so indifferent when his future father-in-law came to visit? In-law, do you smoke? Erlong, come here and light a cigarette for the elder, Zhang Jifang said, offering a cigarette to Zhou Guofu from their stock. Zhou Guofu accepted the cigarette, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the surroundings. People say Su Erlong is wealthy now. I was skeptical, but seeing this, it appears he has indeed prospered, smoking such fine cigarettes. Zhang Jinfang, while feigning modesty, felt a swell of pride within. Oh, yes, just fumbling around. I came today primarily for one matter. School is about to commence, and Zhouya is heading to university. Your family ought to contribute something towards her travel and living expenses, Zhou Guofu asserted, his voice rising. Su Erlong chuckled in disbelief. What are you saying? What do you mean, what am I saying? Zhou Guofu replied, his tone forthright. Of course, I expect you to contribute towards Zhouya's travel expenses. My daughter is a university student, and she didn't turn her nose up at you. A poor boy, shouldn't you be grateful? Just think about it. Once this gets out, your future wife will be a university graduate. What a point of pride. And here you are, so inattentive, making me come to prompt you? Zhang Jinfang grew anxious. In-law, no, there is no such thing. Zhouya's admission to university certainly brings us honor. Mom, Su Erlong interjected, gesturing for her to cease. Suppressing his anger, he addressed Zhou Guofu. Uncle, didn't Zhouya mention anything to you? Mention what? Zhou Guofu asked. About her dissolving our engagement, Su Erlong replied. What? Zhou Guofu exclaimed, springing to his feet. When did she say that? I ran into her recently, and that was when she informed me, Su Erlong replied calmly. She has been accepted into university, and henceforth, she is a university student. However, I find that we have little in common. Perhaps it is best to abandon the marriage that our elders arranged. From now on, let bridges be bridges and roads be roads. Chapter 47. He initiates the breakup. Su Erlong scoffed. It seemed that Zhouya had become involved with Xu Damin. He was not foolish enough to consider providing Zhouya with her tuition. You, my boy, are merely spouting nonsense. This was a matter settled long ago. Can it simply be dismissed? Zhou Guofu's face was stern, clearly agitated. Before arriving, he had thought that his daughter, now a university student, would eventually secure employment, thus elevating her status to that of a reputable individual, making her suitable for someone like Su Erlong. It was only natural for Su Erlong to contribute financially, after all. He was the one seeking to elevate himself. Yet now, to suggest that this matter could be overlooked? Uncle, you cannot make decisions unilaterally. Instead of arguing here, why not return home and clarify the situation with Zhouya? Su Erlong was disinterested in prolonging this dispute. It was of utmost importance to send Zhou Guofu on his way. Zhou Guofu found himself at a loss for words against Su Erlong. Humph, do not be so obstinate. Zhou Guofu stamped his foot and retorted. Do not presume that if you break off the engagement with my daughter, you will find another as good. If you walk out of here, Su Erlong, you may find yourself begging for my daughter's hand in marriage later, and we may not acquiesce. Rest assured. That day will never come, Su Erlong replied defiantly. Zhou Guofu stormed off in frustration. The commotion had drawn the attention of neighbors, who stood outside eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Someone teased Su Erlong. Su Erlong, are you truly calling off the engagement? Wasn't your betrothed quite suitable? Are you willing to let her go? I hear she's also a university student. You would forsake a university student? Indeed, I am that bold. Do not speak of university students. Even if she were a graduate student, I would not be interested, Su Erlong declared resolutely. Dear, what has prompted the sudden desire to annul the engagement? Did Zhouya say something? Is it that she has become arrogant upon her acceptance into university and wishes to back out? Zhang Jinfang pressed Su Erlong, feeling a bit vexed herself. Annoyed with Zhouya's presumptuousness. Pretty much. Mother, please do not be upset. She and I are simply not compatible. It is better to end this engagement sooner rather than later. Rest assured, I will certainly find an even better girl. You can look forward to the day of my wedding, Su Erlong said, his thoughts already drifting to Wenyi. The gentle and serene woman brought him solace, soothing the burdens of his past. Such a treasure of a woman was one he could not afford to miss in this lifetime. Once he had settled his current affairs, he would seek her out. Zhou Guofu, hands clasped behind his back, quickened his pace, growing increasingly anxious. He had heard that Su Erlong was now engaged in the eel trade and had made a considerable sum, prompting him to seize the opportunity of Zhouya's studies abroad to request a substantial sum of money. Although it is true that college students receive government subsidies nowadays, who does not seize this opportunity to solicit a little extra money from others? To her astonishment, Su Erlong actually declared his intention to annul their engagement and insisted that he would return home to discuss it with Zhou. Zhou Guofu pondered to himself that this decision to break off the engagement must have originated from his daughter. It was only natural for her, having gained admission to university, to look down upon Xu Erlong. However, if they were to break the engagement, they should at least wait for a while, at the very least. Let Xu Erlong spend some money before they broach the subject. Alas, women, with their long hair and short sight, failed to see the broader picture. Even after gaining entrance to university, Zhou Guofu hurried home, reflecting on their family's financial struggles. He had vehemently opposed the idea of funding Zhou Ya's high school education. But her maternal grandparents had strongly supported it, allowing her to continue her studies. Zhou Ya, when did you inform Xu Erlong of your wish to break off the engagement? Zhou Guofu stormed into the house, confronting his daughter. With her head bowed, Zhou Ya realized that she had never even mentioned the matter upon her return. If you intend to break the engagement, you should at least discuss it with me first. He ought to cover your schooling and living expenses before we talk about annulling the engagement, Zhou Guofu thought, fixating on these immediate benefits. They say you are intelligent and capable of studying, but I wonder if all that education has gone to waste. Gaining admission to university should provide a legitimate reason to ask for financial support. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Zhou Guofu's incessant focus on money was palpable. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhou Ya explained, the proposal to break the engagement did not originate with me. What? Zhou Guofu's tirade halted abruptly in his throat. You did not initiate the annulment? He could hardly believe it. No, I did not bring it up, Zhou Ya replied. Zhou Guofu slapped his thigh in realization. So all along, it was he who first suggested it? No wonder he has been so disrespectful towards me. It turns out this young man has made up his mind to break off the engagement. Zhou Ya kept her head down, silent. Zhou Mu interjected anxiously. What prompted him to think about breaking the engagement? My daughter Zhou Ya is a university student. How could she possibly be unworthy of him? What on earth is wrong with him? As Zhou Ya listened to her parents' heated exchange, she remained reticent. She knew well that it was her outing to the movies with Xu Damin that had caught Xu Erlong's attention, leading him to propose the annulment. However, this was a detail she could never disclose. If this information were to leak, how could she face anyone? What would others think of Xu Damin? Enough of this. Let the engagement be annulled, she thought, turning away and retreating into her room. Zhou Guofu and Zhou Mu exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what had come over their daughter. I must confront him, Zhou Guofu resolved. How can my daughter simply accept his decision to break the engagement? This young man shall not benefit without consequence. There must be compensation for this annulment. After all, what impact does this have on the female side? My daughter Zhou Ya, a university student, cannot endure being abruptly jilted without reason. It could lead others to think poorly of her. I must confront Xu Erlong. Zhou Mu concurred with Zhou Guofu on this matter. Inside her room, Zhou Ya listened to her parents' conversation, her lip clenched tightly, anxiety gnawing at her. It appeared her parents were determined to confront Xu Erlong. A course of action she felt powerless to prevent. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within her heart. Engaging in a clandestine relationship with Xu Damin should remain a secret. It is only by confronting Xu Erlong that my parents can assert our position, thereby legitimizing my future with Damin. With fervor, Zhou Guofu and his wife hastened to Xu Erlong's residence. To ensure the matter escalated, they enlisted the help of their production team leader. They proceeded to Xu Erlong's production team, where they also sought the involvement of Huang Jingnong, the team leader, and Xu Laotai, the matriarch of the Xu family. Upon hearing that Xu Erlong intended to annul his engagement with Zhou Ya, Xu Laotai was filled with indignation. That ungrateful wretch. I refused to concern myself with his affairs to spare myself the anguish. Xu Dongxing, too, was incensed. This union had been arranged while the elder Xu was still alive. After all these years of familial interaction, the abruptness of this engagement dissolution was unacceptable. We have disassociated ourselves from him. His matters are no longer our concern. Xu Dongxing shared Xu Laotai's sentiments. This cannot stand, Zhou Guofu asserted. He is still a member of your Xu family. You were all present when the engagement was made. How can you now choose to disregard it? This matter must be addressed. Chapter 48. Compensation for damaged reputation. Xu Damin harbored guilt. While he yearned for Zhou Ya to sever ties with Xu Erlong, he simultaneously wished to avoid entanglements with her. You should also join us, Huang Jingnong suggested. It is best to resolve matters in the presence of all parties. Thus, the group made their way to Xu Erlong's residence with great determination. At that moment, Xu Erlong was partaking in dinner, which consisted of 3 spicy crucian carp, a steamed egg custard, a cucumber salad, and a kelp and bone soup. A commendable meal indeed. His household had ceased to make sweet potatoes their staple, now enjoying meat at every meal. As he was still growing, and with Xiaoling also in need of nourishment, the intake of quality protein was essential. When Zhou Guofu and his entourage arrived, Su Erlong had nearly finished his meal, with only remnants of soup left on the table. Yet it was evident that the fare had been plentiful. "You scoundrel, abandoning your commitments!" Zhou Guofu bellowed upon entering, seeking to dominate the narrative. "Uncle, you must clarify what you mean by abandonment. Such terms should not be misapplied," Su Erlong gently cautioned. "If you are uncertain, you may inquire of Xu Damin. He is a university student and comprehends the meaning." Suddenly called out, Xu Damin instinctively took a step back. "Spare me the pretentiousness," Zhou Guofu retorted. "In any case, you, Su Erlong, are despicable." Noticing the escalating tension, Xiaoling hurriedly began to clear the tableware, sensing that the visitors were intent on creating discord. If tempers flared, the destruction of the dining utensils would surely lead to further complications. Zhang Jinfang observed the influx of guests with trepidation, fearing conflict would ensue, and Su Erlong would bear the brunt of it. "Let us converse civilly," he urged, trying to mediate. "Do not call me your in-law. The Zhou family and the Su family have severed ties." "You wretched creature," Zhou Mu scolded. "After earning a few coins from selling eels, you forget your obligations? How dare you wish to dissolve the engagement with my daughter Zhouya?" Zhou Guofu shouted loudly towards the outside. "A group of you. Come and help me adjudicate this matter. My daughter, Zhouya, was already engaged to Su Erlong. Now, Su Erlong actually wants to annul the engagement." The crowd was already aware of this situation but did not expect Zhou Guofu to return and cause such a commotion. Su Erlong frowned and asked, "Did you not return to inquire with Zhouya for clarity?" Zhou Guofu's mother retorted, "What is there to ask? Are you not simply taking advantage of her being a girl, too shy to speak up?" This statement implied that Su Erlong had committed a most despicable act against Zhouya. "Uncle, initially, my decision to annul the engagement was a trivial matter. We could have simply dissolved the engagement amicably. Yet here you are, bringing so many people to create a ruckus, intending to tarnish my reputation?" Su Erlong replied, "Very well. If you wish to cease the disturbance, you must understand that your decision to annul the engagement has severely affected my daughter's reputation. You owe her a compensation for the damage to her honor," Zhou Guofu declared. "Indeed, my daughter Zhouya is a fine young woman, having just been accepted into university, sought after by suitors from far and wide. And now, by insisting on annulling the engagement, you are implying that she is undesirable. Therefore, it is only right that you compensate for the damage to her reputation," Zhou Guofu's mother added fiercely. "In rural areas, such incidents frequently occur. Typically, the family that initiates the annulment must offer some form of compensation." Huang Jingnong, listening to their conversation, addressed Su Erlong, saying, "Erlong, since you have called for the annulment, it is only reasonable that you provide some compensation. After all, you have been catching eels lately and must have made some money. Just give a little as a gesture." As the team leader, he felt compelled to intervene, ensuring the situation did not escalate into violence. Su Erlong, with a serious demeanor, advised Zhou Guofu, "Uncle, I still urge you to let this matter rest. Escalating it further will only make everyone appear foolish." "What do you mean by everyone appearing foolish?" Zhou Guofu persisted. "If you dare to annul the engagement, you must consider the impact and loss this has on my daughter's reputation. Everyone thinks so. So do not try to evade the issue." Su Erlong cast a cold glance at Xu Damin, who was attempting to blend into the crowd, wishing to remain unnoticed. "Do you also believe that I should provide some compensation for the annulment?" Su Erlong raised an eyebrow and inquired of Xu Damin. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Xu Damin. Su Loud I protected Xu Damin and said to Su Erlong, "Why are you dragging Xu Damin into this? I simply wish to hear him say it directly. If he believes I should compensate, then I shall. If not, then I shall not." Su Erlong replied with a hint of mockery. If Xu Damin did not seize this final opportunity, he could not blame Su Erlong for being unfeeling. "Very well, Damin. As a scholar and a classmate of my daughter Zhouya, you tell me, if Su Erlong calls for the annulment and tarnishes my daughter's reputation, should he not compensate for some of the damages?" Zhou Guofu reached out and pulled Xu Damin from the back of the crowd, placing him at the forefront. At that moment, Xu Damin became the focal point, with all eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, Xu Damin is the first university student from our commune, well-read and wise, asserting that if he says to give, then we shall give. If he says not to, then we shall refrain. The members of the production team echoed in unison. Xu Damin was filled with regret. Had he known earlier, he would have distanced himself rather than express his opinions here. "Do you think Su Erlong should give?" Zhou Guofu inquired. Do you think I should? Xu Erlong retorted with a sidelong glance. Amidst the pressing inquiries, Xu Damin mustered the courage to respond. He should give. His voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. Zhou Guofu laughed heartily. Did everyone hear that? Xu Damin says he should give. Even his own people believe he should. Let us proceed with the payment. Xu Erlong comprehended the situation. He turned to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, go fetch the small cloth bag from beneath my pillow. Xu Damin gazed at Xu Erlong in disbelief. Zhou Guofu, feeling triumphant, awaited the payment. Xiaoling stood there, both angry and aggrieved, paralyzed by the moment. Xu Erlong softened his tone. Please, bring it to me. Reluctantly, Xiaoling retreated to the room and retrieved the small cloth bag from under Xu Erlong's pillow. She handed it to him, while Zhou Guofu and the others stared wide-eyed, astonished by the substantial thickness of the bag. Xu Erlong had been engaged in speculative dealings with eels and had amassed such wealth? I request the leaders of your production team and ours to come forward as witnesses. Xu Erlong proclaimed, lifting the small cloth bag. Chapter 49, Xu Damin is stripped bare. Zhou Guofu hastily summoned the leader of his production team. Leader, please come forward and bear witness for me. Both leaders nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, pay attention, Xu Erlong said calmly. As he opened the small cloth bag under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as he peeled back the layers of cloth, instead of the expected substantial sum, there lay a stack of letter paper in the center. Xu Erlong, what do you mean by this? Zhou Guofu demanded angrily. Aren't you supposed to compensate me? What purpose does this stack of letters serve? Of course, I wish for everyone to see the letters, Xu Erlong replied with a light smile. Xu Damin's heart sank. Those sheets of paper seemed eerily familiar. Come, Captain Huang, take a look at this letter, and Captain Li, you examine this one. Xu Erlong picked up 2 letters and handed them to the 2 production team leaders serving as witnesses. No. Xu Damin cried out, lunging forward to snatch the letters. It finally dawned on him that these letters must be the love notes exchanged between him and Zhouya. Xu Erlong, having anticipated this reaction, kicked him back down to the ground. Xu Damin, I just gave you an opportunity. You stated yourself that you would give. Xu Erlong's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Zhou Guofu, still bewildered, pondered the significance of the letters. What could they possibly reveal? Both Captain Huang and Captain Li, literate men, exchanged glances after reading the letters. Who would have thought that Zhouya was secretly involved with Xu Damin and had penned such sentimental love letters? No wonder Xu Erlong wishes to dissolve the engagement. Who wouldn't seek to sever ties in the face of such circumstances? Even if one were to overlook the matter of compensation, how could Zhou Guofu possibly muster the audacity to demand restitution, particularly Xu Damin, who astonishingly suggested compensation himself? Does he not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? What kind of letter is this? Zhou Guofu seized the letter from Captain Li's hands and glanced at it. Although the characters were too large for him to recognize many, he could still identify the name Zhouya. Why is Zhouya's name written in this letter? Zhou Guofu inquired. Zhou Mu, equally perplexed, responded, Xu Erlong, why did you inscribe our Zhouya's name on this letter? Captain Li and Captain Huang regarded the two with the concerned expressions typically reserved for the mentally challenged. Meanwhile, Zhou Guofu, still clutching the letter, approached another individual. Can you read? Please help me decipher this. Does it malign my family's daughter, as Xu Erlong seems to be doing? Do not read it, Xu Damin shouted, rushing over to snatch the letter away. Yet Xu Erlong held firmly onto his arm, leaving him no chance to move. Damin, do you know what I yearn to become most at this moment? I wish to be a bird, a pair of birds in flight, so that I may break free from the shackles of the mundane world and soar alongside you. The elderly man, holding the letter, read aloud, enunciating each word. The last 2 characters, I do not recognize. Soaring, Xu Erlong interjected. Yes, soaring alongside you, the elderly man continued. The listeners exchanged glances, bewildered by this discourse. What does this mean? What kind of pair of birds is this? Stop reading, Xu Damin implored in mortification. This love letter, filled with sweetness exchanged between him and Zhouya, had been cherished and saved as a keepsake. Yet now, publicly recited, it was an indescribable source of embarrassment. When a young woman confides her troubles to you, it does not signify complaint. Rather, it denotes her trust in you and her desire to share her innermost thoughts. Just as I lamented about Xu Erlong, that clumsy oaf, the mere thought of spending my life with him takes my breath away. Only you can provide me solace. I only wish to be with you. Zhouya, the elderly man stammered, completing the reading. At this moment, even those illiterate understood the nature of these letters. This was a love letter exchanged between Zhouya and Xu Damin. How shameless. Indeed, How could Zhou be so brazen as to utter such words? Does she not consider that Xu Damin and Xu Erlong are cousins? Engaging in such conduct with a cousin is truly disgraceful. No wonder Xu Damin previously resisted the reading of these letters. It appears he harbored guilt. Those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. A cacophony of laughter, derision, and disdain echoed in his ears. Xu Damin felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the earth, never to resurface. Meanwhile, old lady Xu finally regained her composure, incredulously asking, "Are you suggesting that Damin and Zhou are involved?" Indeed, Zhou has long been entangled with Xu Damin. What audacity does she possess to demand any form of compensation from Xu Erlong? This is merely an act of bullying against the honest Xu Erlong. Xu Erlong has suffered enough. He did not wish for such trivial matters to escalate. Yet it was Zhu Guofu who compelled the situation to unfold. Does Xu Damin not recognize his own actions? Just moments ago, he explicitly stated that he would demand compensation from Xu Erlong. Xu Lao trembled with fury. She prided herself on her family's good reputation, believing her precious eldest grandson to be educated and cultured. Yet now, what has transpired? The actions taken are no different from those of swine or dogs. The more Xu Lao contemplated, the more agitated she became, ultimately succumbing to a fainting spell. "Mother!" Xu Dongxing exclaimed, rushing to catch her. In that moment, as he gazed at Xu Erlong, a deep sense of dread enveloped him. This son was becoming increasingly inscrutable. The last time, he had threatened him with his own secrets. Fortunately, he had chosen to yield then, avoiding a disgraceful debacle. Yet today, Xu Damin had not relented, bringing forth a complete loss of face. In the countryside, mere gossip would be sufficient to ensure Xu Damin would never hold his head high again. "You must call a doctor. Your grandmother has fainted," Xu Dongxing shouted at Xu Damin. Xu Damin scrambled to his feet, resembling a frightened, homeless dog. Rather than hurrying to fetch a doctor, it was more accurate to say he was desperate to escape the scene, unable to bear the humiliation of remaining there. Xu Erlong brandished the remaining few love letters in his hand and turned to Zhu Guofu, saying, "Uncle, shall I read these letters aloud for everyone?" "No." Jumu suddenly awoke to the reality of the situation. "Do not read them, I beg you. Please, do not continue. If you do, everyone will know about my daughter's entanglement with Xu Damin, regardless of the truth." The perception had already solidified in the minds of the people. Zhou was deemed a shameless woman. I would like to acquiesce to your request. However, just moments ago, you were so aggressive, incessantly speaking of reputation. Now, with the facts laid bare, it is evident that Zhou has acted immorally. This, indeed, has tarnished my reputation. Thus, you must compensate me for the damage to my honor. Xu Erlong was unyielding in his stance. Chapter 50. Bewildered by the scandalous Xu Damin, a trivial matter he wished to keep under wraps to save face, yet the Zhou family insisted on making it public. Therefore, it would be utterly unreasonable for him not to receive some form of compensation for his embarrassment. Indeed, compensation for Xu Erlong was warranted. How humiliating this affair was. I felt a pang of sympathy for Xu Erlong, who had refrained from speaking ill of anyone for so long and was only seeking peace. Now, without compensation, he would not relent. The crowd rallied in support of Xu Erlong. Zhu Guofu, resorting to petty tactics, declared, "We have no money. Our family is broke." Xu Erlong lifted the letters in his hand. "No money, is that so? You refuse to compensate me for the damage to my reputation? Very well. I shall post these letters publicly in the commune, allowing all to be aware of this matter." He escalated his threats further. "I will also send these letters to the universities where Xu Damin and Zhou study, ensuring their illustrious deeds become common knowledge." Zhu Mu's complexion shifted from red to pale, then to a ghastly hue. If this were to happen, how would her daughter ever face anyone again? After enduring great difficulty to gain admission to a university, one might feel as if they have soared to new heights, transforming into a golden phoenix. However, if such trivial matters were to cast a shadow over this achievement, what would become of it? "Very well," she said, "name your price, and we shall compensate you." Zhou's mother softened her tone. Xu Erlong turned to Huang Jingnong and said, "Captain Huang, as a young man, I am not well versed in these matters. Would you assist me in handling this compensation issue? I fear the humiliation may provoke me into taking drastic measures." Xu Erlong cleverly sought an excuse, wishing to avoid being labeled as a blackmailer. He preferred to leave such matters to Huang Jingnong. As for the compensation, that was a certainty. "Very well. We shall handle this for you," Huang Jingnong replied, his gaze filled with sympathy for Xu Erlong. Not only did Huang Jingnong feel compassion, but so did many others in the village. The depth of their sympathy for him was matched only by their disdain for Xu Damin. How could he, of all people, become entangled with his cousin's partner? He was supposed to be a scholar, a university student. Had his education amounted to naught? With grand ideals of honor and integrity, he instead revealed a heart filled with vice. Xu Damin's reputation crumbled gradually, no longer regarded as the esteemed university student in the eyes of the villagers. After negotiations between the village leaders and amidst the villagers' uproar, Zhou Guofu agreed to compensate Xu Erlong with 100 yuan as a form of reputational reparation. I do not have any money on me, Zhou Guofu stammered. Then write me an IOU, so I can collect the money later, Xu Erlong suggested. I cannot write. I cannot produce an IOU. I can write, Wang Zhengnong offered. With a few swift strokes, he pinned the IOU, and Zhou Guofu, with great reluctance, pressed his finger onto it. Zhou Guofu's heart bled with regret. If only there were a remedy for regret. He would never have been so obstinate as to confront Xu Erlong for money today. Now, he had lost face and lost money. Xu Damin lingered outside for an extended period. As darkness fell, the village lay still, and the surrounding mountains loomed like lurking beasts, ready to pounce and consume him. Alone, he crouched beneath a tree, his feet tingling with numbness. He dreaded returning home, uncertain of how to face his family. From the direction of the forest, a torchbearer approached. To his surprise, it was his uncle, Xu Dongxing. Damin, Xu Dongxing called out. In that moment, Xu Damin felt cold, frightened, and hungry. Upon seeing Xu Dongxing, he burst into tears, akin to a lost child finally finding home. He had not anticipated that it would be Xu Dongxing who came to his aid, a figure more caring than his own parents. After allowing him to cry, Xu Dongxing said, "Come, let us return home. Your grandmother has been worried about you." Xu Damin, stifling his tears, quietly inquired, "Uncle, is she still angry with me? Do you all think I have brought shame upon the Xu family by engaging with my own brother's partner?" Xu Dongxing remained silent for a while, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Damin, no one blames you for this." Xu Damin looked at him, still confused. "Come now, Damin, let us return. It is late. Lest your mother and grandmother worry about you," Xu Dongxing advised Xu Damin. On the way back with Xu Dongxing, Xu Damin's emotions were tumultuous. Xu's grandmother had already regained consciousness. Upon seeing Xu Damin return, her eyes were swollen and nearly filled with tears. "Damin, how foolish you are," she lamented, reaching out to grasp his hand with an expression of profound disappointment. Xu Damin hung his head, his eyes reddened, unable to meet anyone's gaze. "Tell me, was it that Zhouya who seduced you? Tomorrow, we shall visit her home and demand an explanation," Xu's grandmother declared. Xu Damin felt utterly conflicted. He could hardly discern who had pursued whom between himself and Zhouya. "Damin, you haven't truly been bewitched by that vixen, have you?" Xu's grandmother exclaimed in fury, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to Xu Damin's face. Though aged, the force behind the slap was formidable, reflecting her deep disappointment in her grandson. "You ungrateful child. Our entire family has tightened our belts to support your education, and yet you are entranced by a loose woman. Do you think you are living up to my expectations? Do you honor your family?" she scolded sternly. Xu Damin covered his face, feeling the sting of the slap, which he could only imagine had been delivered with great strength. In his life, he had never been treated so harshly. Zhou Fengru pulled at him. "Damin, quickly apologize to Grandma, admit your mistake, and promise us that you will cease all contact with Zhouya." Xu Dongxing, Xu Chunsheng, and even the young Xu Xiaofei joined in the chorus of pleas. Faced with their tears and entreaties, Xu Damin wavered. "All right, I promise you." His ability to study was predicated upon the sacrifices his family made for his education. If they were to sever his financial support, he would inevitably end up like the uneducated youth in the village, rolling up his trousers to toil in the fields, facing the earth and turning his back to the sky. In such a case, it would not be he who severed ties with Zhouya, but rather she who would distance herself from him. Xu's grandmother finally calmed her emotions. "Very well, as long as you promise not to associate with her anymore." Zhou Fengru pondered for a moment. "Mother, how about I take Damin to stay at my family home for a few days? It would spare him from hearing the village gossip." This suggestion was agreeable. Xu's grandmother considered, having lost face in front of the entire village today. One could only imagine the whispers that would circulate behind their backs. It would be prudent to avoid the storm for a while. Zhou Fengru felt relieved at this thought. She had grown weary of the daily grind of farm work, cooking, washing, and feeding pigs. "Yes, you all pack your things and leave early tomorrow to avoid running into anyone from the village," Xu's grandmother instructed. Chapter 51, seeking favor. Zhou Fengru busily packed through the night. Aside from a few changes of clothes, it seemed she had little else to gather. She neatly folded the clothes and stuffed them into a bag, then turned to help pack Xu Damin's belongings. Xu's grandmother was also assisting in gathering Xu Damin's items. Determined not to let her precious grandson go wanting. Damin, be sure to pack this malt extract as well. Mix it with water to drink for nourishment, Xu's grandmother advised. Xu Damin muttered in reply, his head downcast. Observing his still swollen face, adorned with several glaring handprints, elderly Xu, filled with compassion, remarked, Damin, do you still hold a grudge against your grandmother for striking you earlier? My actions stemmed from my frustration. As I only wish for your progress and hope you do not let the family's expectations weigh heavily upon you. Grandmother, I understand, Xu Damin replied in a subdued tone. I will strive to improve. Well, that is reassuring, elderly Xu responded, energetically stuffing items into Damin's bag. The canned fruits and milk powder were remnants of the previous gifts from the Li family, which elderly Xu had been reluctant to consume. Now, she packed them all for Damin. In our humble abode, it is wise to carry extra provisions when venturing outside, she advised. Xu Damin nodded silently in agreement. Zhou Fengru, having organized her belongings, turned and collected Damin's change of clothes, tucking them into the bag. As she did so, she noticed the milk powder and canned fruits within. What are you meddling with? Elderly Xu admonished sternly. These items are meant for Damin. Do not tamper with them. Zhou Fengru, feeling unjustly treated, protested. I am merely assisting Damin in gathering his clothes. That is acceptable, elderly Xu replied. Damin is heading out to study, and with no one to look after him. It is only proper to bring ample supplies. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. With that, she walked away. Zhou Fengru quietly continued to pack, yet her heart brimmed with resentment. These provisions were clearly gifts intended for Damin, yet this old woman hoarded them, deceiving herself into believing otherwise. Look, she has finally decided to part with them, Zhou Fengru thought, as an audacious idea began to take root in her mind. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved to test her luck. Zhou Fengru entered the chemical factory, surveying her surroundings. On either side, rows of greenery flourished, while the vibrant energy of the factory workers filled the air. The entire establishment radiated vitality. Securing employment here would be a dream come true. However, such aspirations seemed far-fetched given the fierce competition for positions in the city. Today, she merely sought to take a chance. Previously, she had gleaned from Su Dongsheng that the factory manager had come to their home seeking Xu Damin. Despite Su Dongsheng's insistence that it was a misunderstanding and that the inquiry ultimately concerned Su Erlong, Zhou Fengru remained skeptical. Would one truly deliver gifts to their home for Su Erlong? Especially gifts of such considerable worth, including milk powder, cigarettes, tea, and canned fruits? This only deepened her conviction that Su Dongsheng and elderly Xu were conspiring to keep her in the dark. After inquiring around, Zhou Fengru finally located Li Yongyan's residence. The door was opened by Luo Chunmei, who looked at Zhou Fengru with mild surprise. Hello, I am Zhou Fengru, the mother of Xu Damin from the Qinan Commune. She introduced herself. Luo Chunmei, puzzled, wondered, Qinan Commune? Xu Damin's mother? Wasn't there a mix-up previously? What could Xu Damin's mother want with me? Chapter 52. What illusion did she create? Uncertain of Zhou Fengru's intentions, Luo Chunmei, maintaining her composure, invited her in to converse. After all, their household had long been accustomed to visitors seeking discussions. Zhou Fengru sat upon a solitary spring sofa. Though she was a sent-down youth and her family hailed from the city, their impoverished circumstances rendered such luxuries as a spring sofa or even a television beyond their reach. Her gaze was fixed upon the fruit platter on the coffee table, which contained not only apples, but also candies and sunflower seeds. Indeed, the treatment of employees at state-owned enterprises was markedly superior. It was no small feat to come here. She nearly succumbed to the sun's oppressive heat during her journey. Zhou Fengru fanned herself with a handkerchief, acutely aware of the sun's intensity. Luo Chunmei poured a glass of cool water and handed it to Zhou Fengru, saying, "Drink some water." Zhou Fengru accepted the glass graciously and sipped delicately. Then, resting her head upon her hand, she remarked, "I can't tell if it's the sun that has made me dizzy or if my blood sugar is low. I feel quite lightheaded." Luo Chunmei nudged the candy platter towards her and, picking up a piece of white rabbit candy, unwrapped it and offered it to her lips, saying, "You should eat a piece of candy. I wouldn't want you to truly faint." Zhou Fengru, savoring the candy, felt a wave of contentment wash over her. It had been quite some time since she had indulged in sweets, especially since she had supported Xu Damin's education. Ah, and my family. I used to have candy every day, she lamented. Unfortunately, after the sent-down youth movement began, the lack of food led to my struggle with low blood sugar. Zhou Fengru subtly lamented her hardships, playing the victim card. Those years had indeed been tough, but things were gradually improving. Luo Chunmei replied, as long as we have hands and feet, we will no longer suffer from hunger. Zhou Fengru, feeling a bit awkward, nodded in agreement. Just then, the sound of the door drew their attention. Mom, I'm back. Li Yingtong hummed a tune as she entered, not surprised to find someone at home. For visitors were a constant presence in their household throughout the year. She offered a slight nod as a greeting. Hello, Auntie. Li Yingtong casually acknowledged before stepping into her small room. She refrained from inquiring about adult matters. Through the door, the voices from the living room reached her ears intermittently. Upon hearing the name Xu Damin, Li Yingtong froze. She rose quietly and leaned against the door to eavesdrop on the conversation. So, the woman from before was Xu Damin's mother? And from her tone, it seemed she had come to express grievances about her son preparing to attend university, lamenting their family's poverty and the many necessities they had yet to procure. Li Yingtong frowned, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. The Xu family always made her uneasy. For instance, that old lady Xu looked at her as if she were livestock for sale. Particularly infuriating was Xu Erlong, who, under the guise of rescuing her, took advantage of her and had the audacity to claim he was uninterested in her. Li Yingtong struck her doll on the bed in frustration, muttering, that detestable Xu Erlong, I can't stand him. Outside, Luo Chunmei had grasped Zhou Fengru's intentions. She had come to borrow some money to purchase additional supplies for Xu Damin's university enrollment. Luo Chunmei was taken aback by Zhou Fengru's request, initially believing she had come for an important matter, only to discover that she was merely seeking favors. What kind of impression had they given the Xu family that they would come asking for assistance? Chapter 53. What on earth is happening? Initially, when a large package of gifts was mistakenly delivered, they did not make a fuss about it. After all, it was their own blunder that led to this comical incident. However, now this woman has come knocking at their door, engaging in vague conversations, and ultimately, her true intent seems to be seeking some financial assistance? Luo Chunmei, suppressing her anger, refrained from reacting, curious to see just how shameless Xu Damin's mother could be. Seeing Luo Chunmei's composed demeanor, which radiated calmness devoid of anger or displeasure, Zhou Fengru boldly ventured to speak. In truth, I did not come here of my own accord. It was my mother-in-law who insisted I do so. The mention of old lady Xu evoked memories for Luo Chunmei of being unceremoniously expelled from her home by that very woman. Could such a formidable matriarch truly send Zhou Fengru to her? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding or hidden circumstances at play. Your sudden request has caught me unprepared. How about this? I will gather some funds over the next couple of days and arrange for 50 yuan, along with a few tickets. You may come by the day after tomorrow to collect them, Luo Chunmei stated calmly. She intended to probe into the true nature of the situation. I truly appreciate your generosity. Zhou Fengru expressed her gratitude repeatedly, surprised that this family was more accommodating than she had anticipated. As soon as she mentioned the need for money, they readily agreed to help her with 50 yuan. Emerging from the chemical factory under the blazing sun, Zhou Fengru made her way to the bus station to find Xu Damin. He was seated in the waiting area, drenched in sweat from the heat, harboring a slight resentment towards Zhou Fengru. They had originally agreed to leave together for a few days at his grandmother's house. Yet Zhou Fengru suddenly changed her mind and left him waiting at the station. Damin, Zhou Fengru called out as she jogged over, giving him a playful wink. Look. She produced a handful of candies from her pocket to show him. Here, have some sweets. Xu Damin stared at the candies in his hand, while Zhou Fengru explained. I just visited the chemical factory and spoke with the person who delivered gifts to our home. True to her role as the factory director, she generously promised to help me with 50 yuan and several pounds of food tickets. I can collect them the day after tomorrow. These candies are also a gift for me. Xu Damin was taken aback. Could such fortunate circumstances truly exist? They simply requested assistance, and it was readily granted? Filled with anticipation, Zhou Fengru inquired, what do you think their connection to the Xu family is? Why do they seem so eager to assist? I have no idea. Xu Damin replied, equally perplexed. Could it be that there was some significant relationship between them? Regrettably, old lady Xu refused to divulge any information, leaving them to speculate wildly. The mother and son decided to postpone their departure. Since they had already secured a letter of introduction, they opted to stay at a nearby guest house, planning to retrieve the funds before continuing their journey. Standing at the entrance of Qingguan Middle School, Xu Erlong contemplated that the school year would commence in just over 10 days. It was time to prioritize Xiaoling's education. Having attended the village school, she was now due for junior high, and the best school in the county was Qingguantown Middle School. Qingguantown Middle School is nestled on the hillside of the county seat, with antiquated Soviet-style teaching buildings scattered throughout. This institution stands as the finest junior high school in the county, and Xu Erlong intends for his sister Xiaoling to attend. During the summer vacation, the school is deserted. Save for the reception area, where an elderly man keeps watch, usually responsible for ringing the bells for classes. As Chapter 54 unfolds, Xu Erlong offers him a cigarette and sits down beside him, engaging in casual conversation, which inadvertently shifts to the topic of schooling. Coming to our school to study? That's not permissible. There are regulations. The old man squints, directly rejecting the notion of admission. Even the mention of a sponsorship fee falls flat. No. Our school operates on educational funding. We cannot engage in such practices. That would be sheer disorder. The old man exudes a sense of integrity, making it clear that leveraging connections through him would be fruitless. My sister is pitiful. She has a passion for learning. In the past, our family was impoverished, unable to afford her education. Now, when I finally wish to provide her with this opportunity, it seems impossible. Alas, I feel I have let my sister down. Xu Erlong laments, his face filled with disappointment as he appeals to emotions. As her brother, he feels a profound obligation to care for her, a fundamental duty of manhood. The old man's tone softened slightly. These schools are managed by the Education Bureau. We cannot arbitrarily accept students. There are rules. However, seeing your sincerity, I shall point you towards a potential path. He looks around to ensure no one is within earshot, then leans in, speaking in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. In our county, there are numerous factories, and those large enterprises have their own schools for the children of employees. This revelation awakens Xu Erlong to a forgotten truth. State-owned factories hold significant prestige, boasting their own hospitals, nurseries, kindergartens, and schools for the children of workers. The children of factory workers attend these schools and can easily follow in their parents' footsteps. Each large factory is akin to a small society. Thank you, Xu Erlong responds, offering the elderly man another cigarette. I will inquire at the children's school. He has acquaintances at the chemical factory, such as Wang Bolan from the mess hall, the gatekeeper, and old Wang who tends the boiler. However, he is uncertain if they would be able to assist him regarding the children's school. Determined, Xu Erlong decides to visit Wang Bolan tomorrow while delivering eels. After completing his task, he makes a special trip to wait for Wang Bolan at his home. At the bottom of the tenement building, Grandpa Li pushes a small cart to the stairway, bending down to lift the honeycomb coal balls from the basket. Grandpa Li, moving coal balls? Xu Erlong greets him. Observing the elderly man struggling, Xu Erlong promptly removes his shirt and drapes it over his shoulder, offering assistance in moving the coal balls. Surprised by the unexpected help, Grandpa Li exclaims, "Young man, it's you. These honeycomb coals are dirty. I can't possibly let you do this. Don't worry, let me handle it. Where do you want these coal balls placed?" Xu Erlong inquires. Grandpa Li expresses his gratitude repeatedly, guiding Xu Erlong through the corridor to the makeshift stove set up in the passageway of his home. Each household has its stove positioned in the corridor. None are averse to the arrangement. Xu Erlong made several trips, transporting all the honeycomb coal. "Come, young man, have some water," said Aunt Li, as she took out an enamel jug filled with cool water and handed it to Xu Erlong. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my old husband with his frail arms and legs wouldn't know when he could finish moving this." Concerned that a mere jug of cold water might seem inadequate for a guest, Aunt Li thoughtfully added some brown sugar to it. Xu Erlong chuckled. He wasn't a delicate person who needed sweetened water. "Aunt Li, you needn't be so polite. Just a cup of plain water will suffice," he replied. "Drink. This is good for nourishing energy and blood," Aunt Li insisted. Unable to refuse, Xu Erlong smiled and said, "All right, I shall drink it." He then washed his hands under the public faucet. Uncle Li approached with a bar of soap, offering it to him. "Use this soap. Look at your hands. They're filthy. I feel bad for you." Xu Erlong washed off the coal stains and chatted with Uncle Li for a moment. "Did you come to see Commander Wang today?" Uncle Li inquired. Xu Erlong laughed. "What do you mean? Can I come to see you, old man? What do I have that's worth seeing?" Uncle Li chuckled. "You young man, so warm-hearted and sweet-tongued. Your words are pleasing to hear." As Xu Erlong pondered, he remembered that Uncle Li's son worked at the broadcasting station and had some connections. He cautiously asked, "Uncle Li, to be honest, I wish to send my sister to your factory school for her education. You are well connected. Could you offer me some guidance on whether this is feasible?" Uncle Li laughed. "Young man, I may not be able to help with many things, but I can indeed facilitate a conversation regarding this matter. The supervisor of the factory school is the deputy head of our district, my nephew. I can take you to inquire. Erlong felt elated. A factory is akin to a miniature society, and one can always find a connection somewhere. Uncle Li led Erlong to another building in the residential area, saying, "The deputy head of the factory, named Li Yongyan, has a good reputation. If he says it's fine, it should indeed be fine. If this works out, that would be splendid." Erlong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Li." "Why thank me? I see you are warm-hearted and eager to help." "So I thought I might lend a hand," Uncle Li replied. "Sow good seeds, and you shall reap good fruits." As they spoke, Uncle Li brought Erlong to Li Yongyan's doorstep and knocked. "Is Director Li home?" At that moment, Li Yongyan happened to be at home, shirtless and enjoying the breeze from a fan. Hearing someone calling from outside, he assumed it was someone from the factory with a matter to discuss and hurriedly put on a shirt. "Yes, who is it?" he called out, fastening his buttons. "It's me," replied Uncle Li, lowering his voice to Erlong. "You're in luck. He's home right now. Make sure to speak with him well. Whether this works out depends on his agreement." Erlong nodded, responding softly, "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Yongyan finished dressing and opened the door. Upon seeing his relative, Uncle Li, and then noticing the young man beside him, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the person who rescued Tong Tong last time?" The previous visit had nearly ended in confusion due to a misdirected expression of gratitude. Now, the benefactor has come to my door. It is only fitting to extend a warm welcome. "Please, come in, come in. What brings you here today?" Li Yongyan cordially invited. Old Mr. Li chuckled, thinking it might be due to his own stature. "Director Li, I am here today to trouble you, primarily to facilitate a conversation for this young man," Mr. Li remarked. "This young fellow is quite a decent person, though he finds himself in a bit of a predicament and seeks your assistance. Please, do come in." Li Yongyan urged once more with enthusiasm. "You may converse. I shall merely play the role of a facilitator." Feeling that his introduction had served its purpose, Mr. Li took his leave, saying, "I have a few matters to attend to at home, so I will take my leave." Erlong expressed his polite gratitude to Mr. Li and then followed Li Yongyan into his home. Upon entering, they were greeted by two single-spring sofas adorned with white lace covers, and a small coffee table in the center, similarly draped in lace and topped with a glass, upon which rested an exquisite set of tea-colored coffee cups. Across from them, a 5-drawer cabinet held a 14-inch black and white television, also covered in white lace. This was the common aesthetic of the time. After taking in the surroundings, Erlong averted his gaze. Li Yongyan discreetly observed him, noting his composed demeanor. He appeared to be someone who had experienced the world. "It must be sweltering from your journey," Li Yongyan remarked with a smile, eagerly bringing over a fan to direct a refreshing breeze towards Erlong. Erlong silently rejoiced in his short haircut. Otherwise, even the most stylish hair would struggle against the fan's gust. "Come, please have some tea," Li Yongyan warmly invited, pouring tea into a cup for Erlong. "Director Li, you need not stand on ceremony." Erlong respectfully accepted the cup. Following this, Li Yongyan expressed his gratitude once more, feeling somewhat embarrassed about a previous misunderstanding. After some polite exchanges, Erlong steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. "Director Li, I have come specifically to seek your assistance regarding my sister attending your school." Erlong elaborated on his intentions to Li Yongyan, feeling no need to conceal the situation. Li Yongyan chuckled. "Such a minor issue, it is no trouble at all. As the second-in-command at the factory, he was responsible for this area, so it posed no challenge. Even if it were a complication, he would devise a solution. After all, this young man was the savior of his daughter, and when he came seeking such a request, it was his duty to assist. "Director Li, I am immensely grateful to you," Erlong said, rising to bow in appreciation. Unexpectedly, the matter that had caused him distress was resolved with just a word from Li Yongyan. At that moment, Luo Chunmei and Li Yingtong entered the room one after the other. Luo Chunmei cradled a large watermelon in her arms. Upon noticing guests in the home, she approached to greet them, and upon recognizing the young man, she broke into a smile. "Ah, it's you." Li Yingtong, standing at the back, clearly beheld the strikingly handsome young man before her. Today, Erlong, having come specifically to request a favor, caused her heart to flutter inexplicably. "Come here, Tong Tong. Quickly, look who has arrived." Luo Chun Mei cheerfully beckoned. Li Yingtong remained silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sat to the side. Luo Chun Mei, cradling a watermelon, ventured into the kitchen. She retrieved a cutting board and knife, slicing the watermelon into pieces, arranging them on a fruit platter, and bringing it out with enthusiasm to greet Xu Erlong. Young Xu, the weather is quite hot. Have a piece of watermelon to cool off. Xu Erlong hesitated. Yet Luo Chun Mei's warmth prevailed as she placed a slice into his hand. Thank you for saving our Tong Tong that time. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. In the future, do come by and visit. Let us treat each other like family, she said. Certainly. Xu Erlong replied politely. With Luo Chun Mei's involvement, the conversation flowed more freely. Luo Chun Mei inquired, last time. You left in a hurry due to an urgent matter, and we didn't have the chance to clarify many things. What is the situation with your family? She continued. I am not prying into your private affairs out of malice, but I noticed that your grandmother seems not to hold you in high regard. Yet someone named Zhou Fengru has come seeking you. She came looking for me? Xu Erlong expressed surprise. He quickly realized they must have mistaken him for Xu Damin. As Xu Laotai had once misinterpreted that it was Xu Damin who had come to the rescue. What do they want? Xu Erlong asked, his vigilance peaked. Given his years of familiarity with Zhou Fengru and her son, he knew they would not come without an ulterior motive. She mentioned that her son Damin needs money for college, and with all the expenses on the way, she was hoping to borrow some, Luo Chun Mei explained. Initially, she refrained from outright refusal, considering that they were related to Xu Erlong. And what if they truly had an urgent request? Indeed, Xu Erlong scoffed. This Zhou Fengru and her son are truly calculating. In my past life, they rushed to claim inheritance right before Su Dongsheng's demise. Now, under the most tenuous of connections, they shamelessly seek a loan. I have already severed ties with them. Our relationship is far from amicable. They are them, and I am me, Xu Erlong asserted firmly. You witnessed my grandmother's attitude. It mirrors theirs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fengru remarked. Wasn't your grandmother practically shooing them away with a broom? How audacious of her to come and ask you for money. Li Yongnian's expression darkened. You didn't lend them anything, did you? Xu Erlong inquired anxiously. Of course not, Luo Chun Mei replied. While we are not destitute, money does not come easily, and I must remain cautious. I did not give her anything on the spot. I told her to come back tomorrow. That is a relief, Xu Erlong exhaled. Feeling at ease. Tomorrow, I intend to meet with her, Li Yongnian stated solemnly. It was already too generous for Xu Damin's family to benefit from that large package of gifts. That much I can tolerate. As a result, do they regard their family as gullible fools, hoping to swindle money? He said to Xu Erlong, Xiao Su, we have yet to express our formal gratitude. Tomorrow, I will host a dinner at my home, and you must come. Upon hearing this, Xu Erlong guessed that something was afoot. He was also keen to witness the scene where Xu Damin and his mother would be exposed. Very well, I shall certainly be there tomorrow, Xu Erlong solemnly affirmed. Zhou Fengru at the guest house washed her face with warm water, then meticulously arranged her hairstyle in front of the mirror. She had spent a good part of the day curling her hair. A woman just shy of 40, she presented herself with an air of elegance. Xu Damin watched her prepare and said, Please don't think me meddlesome, Damin. When one is out and about, one should first pay respect to attire before addressing others. Zhou Fengru justified herself. Especially in large cities, people often judge you based on your clothing and decide how to treat you accordingly. I wish to present myself with dignity when asking for money today. It was puzzling to think how she could utter the phrase with dignity in the context of seeking financial assistance. This time, she had deliberately brought Xu Damin along. Having a university student as her son gave her confidence. Xu Damin was also curious to uncover the connections between this benefactor who had come to their door and their family. Perhaps, by witnessing it firsthand, he could piece together some clues and spare his grandmother the need to conceal matters. Chapter 58. The brazen and unashamed Xu Damin changed into a clean white shirt, dampened his hair, and styled it neatly in the popular center-parted fashion of students these days, presenting himself as an image of scholarly elegance. My son is quite the handsome young man, Zhou Fengru remarked with satisfaction. He is a university student. He stands a cut above the rest. The mother and son arrived at Director Li's home at around 5 in the afternoon, as agreed. Despite the sweltering heat, the prospect of receiving a substantial sum of money and tickets excited them both. Director Li, we have arrived, Zhou Fengru announced with a smile, her expression as warm as a spring breeze. Luo Chunmei's gaze swept past Zhou Fengru, settling on Xu Damin behind her. Is this Xu Damin? Xu Erlong's cousin? The grandson praised to the heavens by old Madame Xu. Although he bore some resemblance to Xu Erlong, his demeanor lacked the same vitality. How should one describe it? He possessed a somewhat timid air, lacking the brightness one would expect. "Please, come in," Luo Chunmei indicated, suppressing her distaste. Xu Damin followed Zhou Fengru into the house, feeling somewhat apprehensive. What greeted his eyes was a display of affluence. A small apartment, a spring sofa, a dresser, and a television, items Xu Damin had longed for. Dreams he hoped to achieve after years of hard work post-graduation. To his surprise, others had already realized such aspirations. "Call them in," Zhou Fengru urged him. Xu Damin snapped back to reality and, with a hint of shyness, greeted Luo Chunmei and Li Yongyan. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, aunt." From the very first encounter, Luo Chunmei and Li Yongyan took an immediate dislike to Xu Damin. Zhou Fengru laughed. "I brought my child here to get acquainted. It will be easier to connect in the future." "Get acquainted?" Luo Chunmei let out a cold huff internally, contemplating whether they intended to forge familial ties and maintain a long-term relationship. Zhou Fengru sensed the discord in the atmosphere but rationalized that Li Yongyan, being the second in command at the factory, naturally exuded an air of authority, reminiscent of her previous apprehension towards the production team's leader. She turned to Luo Chunmei and inquired, "Have you managed to gather what we discussed last time? The school term is about to commence, and my son, Damin, is eager to report to school." "What matter from last time?" Luo Chunmei feigned ignorance. Zhou Fengru, agitated, stood up. "It's obviously the financial issue. I mentioned before that I was short on money for travel and sought your assistance in borrowing 50 yuan. Such absurdity." Li Yongyan slammed the table and rose. "We share no familial bond. Why should we lend you money? But you have connections with our family, don't you?" Zhou Fengru stammered. "You visited our home the last time." Li Yongyan scoffed, recalling how he had been misled into visiting such individuals. "And based on that, you dare come to my house to demand money and favors?" he challenged. Zhou Fengru relied on this very connection, believing that the esteemed individual had sought out Xu Damin, thus establishing a certain rapport with the Xu family. Although Xu Laotai vehemently denied it, Xu Xiaofei, the child, would not lie. As the door creaked open, a figure stepped into the room. Xu Damin jumped in surprise. "Xu Erlong?" Zhou Fengru mirrored his astonishment. "Xu Erlong, what brings you here? Why shouldn't he be here?" Li Yongyan retorted sharply. "The person we seek is him, and the one we owe gratitude to is also him. Yet, he has not asked for a single penny in return, while you, strangers to us, audaciously come knocking to request favors. This is sheer deception, an act of extortion." His indignation grew with each thought. Zhou Fengru, flustered, repeatedly shook her head. No, we are not deceiving anyone. Is it not deception to come here, feigning poverty and soliciting money and tickets?" Luo Chunmei interjected. Furious, Zhou Fengru turned to Xu Erlong. "So, Xu Erlong, was this all a deliberate setup on your part? Are you intent on ruining Damin?" Luo Chunmei, unable to stand by, pulled Zhou Fengru aside. "You are the ones who are insatiable, blaming others for your greed. Initially, we generously gifted you a large package, and now you wish to exploit us further, hoping for more favors? Enough with the chatter. Summon the security department," Li Yongyan commanded. The security personnel from the chemical plant soon arrived. Xu Damin panicked, fearing that if he were truly apprehended, his university aspirations would be dashed. "Don't take me," he pleaded. "It was our misunderstanding. We will leave. Is that not sufficient? Leave just like that? You truly underestimate the situation," Li Yingtong scolded. "No, this is merely a misunderstanding. We thought it was a familial connection," Xu Damin insisted, his anxiety mounting. Today's events can be solely attributed to Zhou Fengru. Had they chosen to depart initially, none of this would have transpired. In a fit of exasperation, Xu Damin cast all blame upon Zhou Fengru. "It is all your fault. You were blinded by greed and recklessly ventured to their home, insisting on dragging me along." Zhou Fengru, glancing at her son, felt a pang of anxiety. "Son, I did not do that. I have already explained it to you." The mother and son were now embroiled in a bitter dispute akin to dogs tearing at each other. Xu Erlong observed the scene with detached amusement. Isn't it said that the bond between mother and son is profound? How swiftly they turn to blame each other. He remarked, "Let us proceed. Any discussions can be held with the security department." The personnel there showed little interest in their mutual accusations. Xu Damin, with reddened eyes, confronted Zhou Fengru. "Mother, do you truly wish for me to be taken to the security department? What will become of my university aspirations? Is my life to be marred?" Li Yongyan and Luo Chunmei looked upon the duo with dismay, shaking their heads in sorrow. It is lamentable that Xu Damin, a university student, resorts to such deceit, seeking his mother to bear the blame. Zhou Fengru, jolted by Xu Damin's words, finally awakened to her predicament. Yes, yes, I take full responsibility for this matter. It is unrelated to my son. If anyone is to be apprehended, let it be me. My son is still a student, and he deserves to continue his education. Disloyal and unfilial, devoid of compassion and righteousness, how can one like you claim to be a university student? Li Yongyan chastised Xu Damin vehemently. At such a critical juncture, you would push your mother forward to take the fall. What could have been a trivial matter had escalated unnecessarily. The Li family suffered no substantial loss. Merely some gifts initially exchanged, which they had not deemed significant enough to contest. Perhaps, had the mother and son displayed humility and sought leniency, considering Xu Erlong's presence, the situation could have been resolved amicably. However, their utter lack of awareness, with one moment blaming Xu Erlong and the next each other, rendered them deserving of their fate. Take them away, Li Yongyan gestured dismissively, rubbing his temples, weary of this farce. Zhou Fengru, her face ashen, turned to Xu Erlong, bowing deeply. Xu Erlong, I implore you, please intercede for us. I do not wish to be apprehended. Xu Erlong remained expressionless, devoid of any trace of compassion. He recalled how Zhou Fengru and her son had treated him during his own misfortunes. It is too late, he replied coldly. I had offered you an opportunity earlier, which you did not seize. Just moments ago, you were intent on casting blame upon me. Now, in your plea for mercy, it is too late. Since you are willing to bear the consequences for your son's future, then so be it. Zhou Fengru and Xu Damin were forcibly taken away by the security personnel. As for how the situation would be resolved thereafter, he had no intention of involving himself. Even if Xu Damin were to escape punishment this time, he would not be allowed to rest easy. Li Yongyan remained indignant. I shall write to their university, exposing his treachery and lack of filial piety. Xu Erlong found himself in remarkably good spirits over the past few days. The mother and son had faced the consequences of their deceit, and matters concerning his sister's education were resolved, validating his efforts. Can I truly attend school? Su Shaoling inquired. Certainly. Xu Erlong had meticulously arranged for Su Shaoling to complete her middle school education before transitioning to high school. However, Su Shaoling pondered aloud. But, brother, I still need to catch the eels. If I go to school, how will mother manage alone at home? Amused, Xu Erlong affectionately ruffled her hair. This eel business won't last long. Once I've caught enough, in a few days, I plan to switch to a different venture. If you don't go to school, what will you do instead? During this period of hustle, he earned nearly 350 yuan daily, and after deducting the principal, he had approximately 5,000 yuan in available funds. Although modest, this sum was sufficient as initial capital. He intended to wrap things up within a few days and embark on a new business endeavor. As usual, after delivering goods to the supply and marketing cooperative, Xu Erlong proceeded to the mess hall to deliver eels. En route, he encountered Li Yingtong, who stood beside a French sycamore, idly kicking small stones. Upon spotting Xu Erlong, her eyes sparkled momentarily, but as soon as she noticed the bag of urea he was carrying, she quickly averted her gaze. Xu Erlong chose to ignore her and continued with his delivery. After completing his task, Li Yingtong called out to him, Xu Erlong. Yes? He responded. I need to speak with you, she said, her hands behind her back. Go ahead, he replied. Could you refrain from delivering eels to the mess hall in the future? Li Yingtong inquired. Xu Erlong nodded. I'll continue for a few more days, but then I want tea. A smile illuminated Li Yingtong's face. Well, if you stop delivering eels, it would be rather embarrassing. I could ask my father to arrange a job for you at the factory. Finally, Xu Erlong grasped the underlying meaning of this capricious young lady's words. No, thank you, he replied. Why not? If you work at the factory, you'll have a proper job and won't need to sell eels every day, she said, a blush adorning her delicate features. Chapter 60. Do not involve me in illegal matters. Observing her bashful demeanor, Xu Erlong sensed something amiss. Could it be that this girl was harboring romantic feelings? However, he dared not dwell on such thoughts, lest he appear presumptuous. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no such intentions. I'm quite busy at the moment, he gently declined. Nevertheless, he resolved to cease the eel deliveries to the chemical factory mess hall within the next couple of days. With dwindling stock at home and few eels left to catch in the fields, the seafood company would only be able to deliver for another 2 days before running out of supplies. On his way home, Xu Erlong carried a piece of lean meat and a large watermelon. In the sweltering summer evenings, nothing was more refreshing than enjoying a slice of watermelon soaked in well water after dinner, a delightful way to beat the heat in an era devoid of refrigerators. Passing through Qianan Commune, Xu Erlong tallied the remaining eels for the day. Noticing the twilight, he took Zhang Jinfang and Su Xiaoling home. Beneath the large locust tree, a truck was parked, and two men squatted in the shade, smoking. Xu Erlong, one of the men standing up, called out. Upon seeing the truck, Xu Erlong recognized it as belonging to Xiong Yaowei. What a coincidence! With a smile, Xu Erlong greeted, Has the car broken down again? Are you looking for someone to repair it? Not at all, replied Xiong Yaowei. The vehicle is perfectly fine. Are you here specifically to wait for me? Xu Erlong inquired. Xiong Yaowei nodded. A sense of caution arose within Xu Erlong. What is the matter? If it involves any illegal activities, do not involve me. I have suffered enough in prison during my past life. Similarly, Xiong Yaowei had also faced imprisonment. The two of them together could potentially trigger a butterfly effect, leading them down a treacherous path once more. He was striving to live cautiously, hoping to maintain some stability. How could I possibly involve you in any illegal affairs? Xiong Yaowei replied with a wry smile. His partner, a fellow named Xiao Luo, opened the rear door of the truck at his signal. As the door swung open, it revealed a pile of goods inside. Xu Erlong focused his gaze. What are these? Backpacks? Not quite, Xiong Yaowei sighed. This story is rather lengthy. Upon hearing this, Xu Erlong realized there was indeed something pressing that required his attention. He turned to Zhang Jinfang and said, Mother, why don't you and Xiao Ling head home to prepare dinner? I will have a chat with them and return shortly. Unsure of the matter at hand, he decided it prudent to send Zhang Jinfang and Xiao Ling away for their safety. Otherwise, should any trouble arise later, their mere presence could implicate them as accomplices. Carrying lean meat and a watermelon, Xiao Ling and Zhang Jinfang made their way into the village along the path. Xiong Yaowei offered Xu Erlong a cigarette, which he declined. Instead, gazing at the truckload of backpacks, playfully asking, You didn't steal these, did you? Impossible, Xiong Yaowei replied. I drive the truck myself to transport goods. Why would I steal backpacks? Xu Erlong chuckled. Just teasing you, why the rush? Now assured that the backpacks were not stolen goods, Xu Erlong felt relieved, leisurely pulling out a cigarette and lighting it for himself. Alas, this trip has been unfortunate for me. Initially, we agreed on a price for transporting goods. But when I arrived to deliver, they claimed the factory had no money and could only offer these backpacks as a form of payment. Xiong Yaowei lamented, feeling quite exasperated. This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario after running long distances for so long. It turned out to be a trade of goods for debts, which, upon reflection, was not entirely unusual. Many businesses, when short on liquid funds, resort to bartering goods as payment. Xu Erlong listened to Xiong Yaowei's grievances while smoking. These backpacks are of no use to me. I can neither eat them nor utilize them. Even if my daughter were to carry one each day, she could never finish them all. Xiong Yaowei's face was etched with worry. The crux of the issue is that I have already arranged for a return trip to transport another load from this county. So these backpacks have become a burden for me. I cannot refuse them, as they represent my earnings for this trip, yet I cannot keep them either, as I have more goods to transport, and they occupy valuable space. Moreover, I am at a loss as to how to handle these backpacks once I take them home. What do you intend to do? Xu Erlong asked him. I was wondering if it would be possible to temporarily store these backpacks with you until I can arrange for a return trip to retrieve them. Xiong Yaowei proposed to Xu Erlong. As long as their origins are legitimate, I have no issue accommodating them, Xu Erlong replied with a smile. He is currently residing temporarily in the storage room of the production team, which is sufficiently spacious to accommodate half a truckload of backpacks. Brother, I am truly grateful to you, Xiong Yaowei said, patting Xu Erlong on the shoulder. Xu Erlong led them back home. Inside the house, Zhang Jinfang and Xiao Ling were already busy lighting the fire to prepare dinner. Mom, please remember to cook a bit more. We have guests. Xu Erlong called out to Zhang Jinfang as he entered. There were still a few preserved eggs at home, which Xu Erlong peeled to make a dish of green pepper and preserved eggs, and he also took out some peanuts to prepare crispy salted peanuts. Xiong Yaowei was equally proactive. He drove to a nearby convenience store and bought several bottles of beer, retrieving a can of pork from his vehicle. These are fine provisions, Xu Erlong remarked as he opened the can of pork, deftly making 2 small cuts on the back to pour the meat out. The meal consisted of stewed winter melon with canned pork, cucumber slices with meat, green pepper and preserved eggs, deep-fried peanuts, and cold mixed eggplant, and Yu Ping, who was missing a few teeth, joined them for dinner. They were not meeting for the first time, so formalities were set aside as they enjoyed beer and engaged in lively conversation. During dinner, Xu Erlong reminded the toothless Yuping and Yuping to assist Xiong Yawei in transferring the goods from the truck to the storage room. This batch of backpacks included not only the military green cross-body bags, but also the newly released double-shoulder backpacks. The prevalence of the cross-body style had led to many people developing a slouched shoulder appearance, and gradually, the preference shifted to double-shoulder backpacks. To Xu Erlong's surprise, this shipment contained such attractive bags. How beautiful! Xiao Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the backpacks. Indeed, the double-shoulder backpacks were aesthetically pleasing. Made of synthetic leather adorned with various patterns, far superior to the military green ones. This one is for you. Xiong Yawei generously offered a backpack to Xiao Ling upon noticing her admiration. Xiao Ling, seeing Xu Erlong nod in approval, happily accepted the backpack. Now I have a new backpack for school. She thanked Xiong Yawei. This reminded Xu Erlong as he surveyed the pile of backpacks. What do you plan to do with these after the fact? I have no idea. Xiong Yawei scratched his head, feeling somewhat vexed. These goods were obtained in lieu of payment, but I currently have no idea what to do with them. If I could help you find a way to sell them, would that be acceptable? Xu Erlong inquired. If it could truly be resolved, that would be splendid, Xiong Yawei replied, his face lighting up with hope. Chapter 61. Exploring a new market. This batch of backpacks had been valued at 1,000 yuan as collateral. On average, that equated to approximately 1 yuan per bag. To be honest, I am not entirely certain, but I was thinking that with the school term approaching, if we could leverage this time gap to sell them to incoming freshmen, there might be a chance, Xu Erlong analyzed. Each year in September, a new cohort of students enrolls. Typically, families need to purchase backpacks and stationery for their children, right? Otherwise, younger siblings might use the backpacks that older siblings had previously used. At the very least, they could stitch together rags to create a makeshift bag, or repurpose urea bags into backpacks. In summary, there must be a book bag for packaging. No worries. Proceed as you see fit. Handle as much as you can. Xiong Yawei said with enthusiasm, it would be ideal if you could recover the shipping costs. If not, that's fine too. Xu Erlong was also indifferent to the matter. With his eel business nearing its conclusion, a windfall had unexpectedly presented itself. A business opportunity that required no initial investment. He had no reason to be picky. Let us agree on this. If I can sell off this batch of goods, I will give you 1,000 yuan. If not all are sold, I will compensate you 1 yuan for each item sold. Xu Erlong insisted on the principle of clear terms. If it's not sold, it should not be considered. I understand. You will need time and effort to manage this. Focus on earning money. I only seek to recover my shipping costs. Anything beyond that is yours. Xiong Yawei grasped this rationale. Xu Erlong appreciated his straightforwardness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become friends during their time in prison. As the group engaged in lively discussions about the matter, Zhang Jinfang retrieved a large watermelon from the tub, slicing it into pieces and serving it to everyone. The evening breeze still carried a hint of summer warmth, yet the young people were filled with hope for the morrow. Xu Erlong and Yuping, along with their toothless companions, set off to deliver goods to the aquatic company. This time, he even brought Huang Xiaojing along. What are we doing today, brother? Huang Xiaojing inquired, confused, as deliveries were usually handled by Yuping and his team. There is something else planned, Xu Erlong replied, leading the group to deliver the goods and instructing Luobor to return with the cart. He briefly spoke with the head of the aquatic company, indicating that their supply of eels was dwindling and that tomorrow would be the final delivery, whatever quantity available. Then, accompanied by several individuals, he boarded a passenger bus to Jijiakan. Within their county, for towns were governed, all considered relatively prosperous. Qingguan Town was an established central town, housing various governmental units, while Jijiakan was purely an industrial town supported by several large factories. These factories, approved for construction in the 1970s, had once achieved remarkable production and sales values, ranking among the best in the nation. Although lacking the historical depth of the chemical plant, it had risen to prominence and became a pillar of the county's economy. Xu Erlong now intended to take them to observe the market conditions there. He planned to categorize Xiong Yawei's batch of goods into 2 tiers for distribution. The standard army green crossbody bags could be sold in ordinary rural towns, while the new-style backpacks would target consumers with greater purchasing power. The employees of these state-owned factories were precisely the demographic he aimed to reach. Wandering aimlessly through Jijiakan, Xu Erlong noted that the new factories had created a latent demand among the thousands of workers. Local farmers would bring eggs, vegetables, fish, and poultry for trade. Along the main road, a small-scale market had naturally formed. since this area was under the jurisdiction of the factory, and with so many people needing food and drink. The small market was largely overlooked, with no interference. After his exploration, Xu Erlong had gained a clearer understanding of the situation. Once again, under the pretext of purchasing sunflower seeds, Xu Erlong engaged in casual conversation with the elderly vendor selling fried seeds. "Tomorrow, we shall return here," he stated. Having gathered all the necessary information, there were no interferences, and a mere 50 cents management fee was required daily. As for the location, it was evident that the early bird would claim the prime spot. He gestured towards the intersection. "Tomorrow, let us arrive early and set up our goods here." With all arrangements in place, Xu Erlong and his companions returned home. They ventured to the bamboo grove at the edge of the village to cut several bamboo poles, which would serve as a framework. Upon inspection, they discovered a shortage of bags for their urea, prompting Xu Erlong to borrow a few from neighbors. Once everything was settled, Xu Erlong, alongside Zhang Jinfang, meticulously packed the backpacks into the urea bags, one by one. Zhang Jinfang wholeheartedly supported her son's endeavors, silently contributing her efforts. Xu Erlong was keenly aware of her toil. "Mother, soon I promise you shall no longer bear such burdens," he whispered. "Do not worry about fatigue." Zhang Jinfang replied with a smile. "Besides, collecting a few eels is hardly exhausting. Life is much better now than before. In the past, while living with the Xu family, she worked tirelessly, only to receive no words of appreciation in return. However, separating and living with her son and daughter, even if it meant some hardship, was worth it." Xu Erlong remained silent, hastening his movements. The military green canvas backpacks could withstand the load without worry. They were to be securely packed. This outing was initiated earlier than previous ones. Xu Erlong summoned his companions, the toothless Yuping, Huang Xiaojiang, and Su Shaoling. With only a few days left until the 1st of September, he aimed to distribute all the goods swiftly. He planned to train them, ensuring a wider reach across several townships. The group pulled a cart to deliver the goods to the aquatic products company. Su Shaoling quietly followed behind, feeling a pang of sympathy for her elder brother. "Does my brother really need to haul this cart to the city daily just to provide me with meat?" she thought, bending low to help push the cart. "Shaoling, you needn't push." Xu Erlong glanced back. "No, I want to help you," she insisted. Xu Erlong shook his head in resignation. "Fine, if the little girl wishes to assist, let her." He resolved that once this batch of backpacks was cleared, he would bring his mother and sister to the city. This way, whatever business he pursued would not require the arduous journey from the commune to the city. After delivering the goods, the group, each shouldering a hefty backpack, hurried to the bus station, preparing to travel to Zhujia town. The county bus station retained its old-fashioned charm, with some travelers carrying large bundles on their backs. "Are you carrying so many bags?" "That one do. You need to buy cargo tickets," the ticket attendant said sternly, blocking the door. "Rest assured, we will purchase the cargo tickets," Xu Erlong replied politely, smiling as he promptly paid for the tickets. In the world outside, one must humble themselves and utter a few kind words. Such gestures often yield rewards. Having proactively purchased a ticket, he further handed a small packet of sunflower seeds, which he had bought yesterday, to the ticket collector, saying, "Sister, please take this packet of seeds and enjoy them at your leisure." Chapter 62. Generously promoting sales with this offering, the ticket collector's expression instantly transformed from stern to sunny. Such a considerate passenger was not someone she wished to hasten out. "All right, please take your seat and keep an eye on your belongings to avoid any pickpockets," she kindly advised. "One is at a disadvantage when reliant on others." "Thank you for the reminder, sister. I shall frequent this bus more often. I hope you will look after us," Xu Erlong expressed with a smile. Once seated, Yuping whispered to Xu Erlong, "Brother, you toil so hard for your earnings. While it is understandable for these ticket collectors to demand payment for tickets, why must you also give her gifts?" Clearly agitated, he questioned. Xu Erlong chuckled, lowering his voice in response. "In this day and age, when traversing the world, facilitating others also serves oneself. To ensure a smooth journey, one must endure minor grievances. Before absolute power, clinging to pride is but a farce. Only by setting aside one's vanity can one truly prosper. The day will come when one can thrive on reputation alone. That will be true success." The journey was smooth, with few vehicles on the road, and half an hour later, the bus arrived at Zhuji town. Xu Erlong signaled for everyone to disembark with their backpacks. He offered the driver a cigarette and exchanged polite remarks, then turned to the ticket collector, saying, "Sister, my brothers will be taking your bus again tomorrow. I kindly ask for your assistance." As they would be frequenting this route, it was wise to build rapport. Do arrive early. Our first departure is at 6 in the morning, the driver replied amiably while smoking. Xu Erlong and his companions proceeded to the spot they had scouted the previous day. Unfortunately, they arrived too late, and the location had already been claimed by someone else. Let us set up shop here, Xu Erlong decided. Tomorrow, we shall strive to arrive earlier and secure that spot. There will be no need to deliver eels, which will save us considerable time. The group was puzzled as to why Xu Erlong had brought bamboo poles, but soon understood his intentions. He tied several poles together to create a simple frame, erecting it on the ground. He then gestured for everyone. Come, take out the backpacks, select the most visually appealing ones, and stuff them with straw. Most of the backpacks he had brought were high-quality, dual-shoulder bags made of synthetic leather, adorned with whimsical cartoon designs, giving them an upscale appearance. He opened the backpacks and stuffed them with bundles of straw. With the straw providing support, the previously flattened bags became plump and three-dimensional, greatly enhancing their visual appeal. Xu Erlong arranged the backpacks neatly on the makeshift bamboo rack, making them far more eye-catching than if they were simply placed on the ground. The presentation of a product plays a crucial role in attracting initial interest, determining whether potential customers will even glance at the item or seek further information. Imagine a product that does not evoke even a single desire to be seen. How could one expect it to be purchased? Follow my lead. Select the attractive ones. Fill them with straw, make them plump, and hang them up, Xu Erlong instructed the group. The team sprang into action, working energetically. On her first outing, Xiaoling felt a bit shy as she noticed passers-by glancing in her direction. Xu Erlong, however, remained unfazed. In the future, commerce would flourish, with nearly everyone engaging in trade. Beginning with setting up stalls, he retrieved a piece of cardboard and began pricing his goods. During this time, commerce was underdeveloped, industry was nascent, and resources were scarce. In many places, one could not procure items, even with money. For instance, items like watches, bicycles, televisions, and tape recorders were in limited supply, necessitating a system of rationing through tickets. Even a simple set of glass checkers at the department store cost over 2 yuan. Thus, when discussing the prices of goods in this era, the inexpensive items, costing mere fin or mao, were only applicable to the most basic necessities of life such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. In contrast, other industrial products were exorbitantly priced. Xu Erlong decided to set his price at 10 yuan each. 10 yuan each? Xiaoling exclaimed in surprise at the price tag. Was 10 yuan expensive? Not at all. Xu Erlong had reference prices at the department store, especially for merchandise that had come from Shanghai, which was synonymous with high-end fashion. Asking for 10 yuan was indeed reasonable. Xiaoling exchanged glances with her companions, who were missing teeth, wondering if their second brother had lost his mind. As several attractive backpacks were gradually displayed, passers-by stopped to inquire about the price. 10 yuan each? Isn't that too steep? Not at all, Xu Erlong replied with a smile. You have an eye for quality, sir. You've spotted this new style straight from Shanghai. Look, it's made of synthetic leather, waterproof and snowproof. No need to worry about rain ruining it. And see, it has dual shoulder straps. So you won't have to worry about your child developing a slouch or a crooked neck. Compared to your child's well-being, what is 10 yuan? The potential customer remained unmoved, stating, no matter how you spin it, 10 yuan is still too much, before walking away. Xu Erlong was undeterred. Recognizing that this individual did not seem like a serious customer, merely a passerby, he clapped his hands to create a rhythm and began to call out, step right up. Don't miss out. Come take a look at the latest and trendiest Shanghai backpacks, all made of new synthetic leather. Waterproof, snowproof, dirt-resistant, and durable. Huang Xiaojing, Yuping, and the others stared in astonishment. How could he be so vocal? In these times, setting up a stall often involved a degree of discretion. People felt embarrassed and reluctant to draw attention to themselves. This was the first time they had witnessed such bold promotion. Yuping nervously tugged at Xu Erlong's arm, awkwardly saying, Erlong, don't shout so loudly. There are so many people watching. That is precisely why I want them to look. If no one notices us, how can we sell anything? Xu Erlong countered. The toothless one expressed concern. What if people accuse us of profiteering? Just look at what Yang Limin and his gang are doing with eels. Xu Erlong dismissively replied, the context is different. I've done my homework. This area is managed by the factory. With so many workers needing food and clothing, they can't enforce strict measures. They turn a blind eye. His calls were indeed effective, gradually attracting a crowd. However, many were merely curious onlookers, with few genuinely interested in purchasing a backpack. However, the mere spectacle of the gathering drew even more onlookers. There exists within our nation a certain herd mentality. When others queue for a product, it is invariably perceived as a worthy item, inciting a desire to follow suit. In contemporary times, numerous marketing strategists go to great lengths to pay for individuals to stand in line, thereby creating an illusion of high demand and scarcity. Now, as he beckoned the audience, Xu Erlong, with a backpack in hand, began to elucidate its virtues. Behold this backpack, crafted with such finesse, truly a bargain at 10 yuan. Observe the zipper. Replacing one at a sewing shop would cost considerably more, wouldn't it? Moreover, it features 2 additional small pockets, effectively saving the expense of a pencil case. Xu Erlong's explanations were nothing short of captivating. He even invited Xiao Ling to don a backpack for a practical demonstration. This was, in essence, a precursor to modern e-commerce live streaming. Xu Erlong had pioneered this sales model decades ahead of its time, standing in stark contrast to the indifferent service often encountered at state-run department stores. Intrigued, some began to express interest. No tickets required, and the explanations are crystal clear. Though the price is slightly elevated, this is a backpack from the Shanghai market, he reassured them. May I take a look? Someone inquired. Of course. Feel free to inspect it, Xu Erlong generously offered, passing a backpack to them. I'd like to have a look as well. Hand me one. Came the eager voices from the crowd. It is worth noting that at state-run department stores, requesting to see an item might elicit a disdainful roll of the eyes from the staff. Xu Erlong continued to present the backpack. See, this synthetic leather is quite stylish. I assure you, when your child brings it home, their joy will be boundless, and they will consistently achieve perfect scores. A young observer, tugging at an adult's leg, exclaimed, Dad, please buy me one. I want this new backpack. I promise I'll score 100. The parent hesitated momentarily. Isn't there a chance this backpack could be a bit cheaper? Xu Erlong maintained his earnest demeanor. The price cannot be lowered. This is merchandise from Shanghai. At the state-run store, you won't find anything better, and you'll still need tickets. Dad, I want it. Please, I want it. The child persisted. Ultimately, the parent surrendered a large denomination, purchasing a backpack. Xiaoling hastily assisted in putting it on the child. Earlier, as a model for the backpack, she had felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. Now, the opportunity to showcase it was delightful. The child, adorned with the coveted backpack, joyfully followed the adult as they departed. With the first sale consummated, subsequent transactions began to unfold more effortlessly. Come and purchase. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. A child with a new backpack is sure to approach school with a cheerful disposition. Most of the customers were parents preparing to send their children to primary school. For factory workers, spending 10 yuan on a backpack, though somewhat painful, was still within reach. It was merely the equivalent of foregoing a meal out. As long as the child excelled in their studies, striving for excellence day by day, the investment in a backpack was a burden they could bear. Xu Erlong was preoccupied with collecting money, while the others, under his influence, gradually relaxed, shedding the awkward tension they previously felt. They assisted in passing the backpacks, and some began to inquire, slowly learning to respond. Eventually, they even managed to explain the products with a semblance of proficiency. Xu Erlong observed this development and, under the pretext of needing the restroom, discreetly stepped aside to watch. He was eager to sell this batch of backpacks quickly and knew he needed to establish several points of sale. Handling this alone was not feasible. He intended for these friends to be capable of managing independently. This way, he could venture to another town to set up a stall. Both Xiaoling and the toothless man gradually became more adept and confident. Xu Erlong decided to take a back seat, relishing a moment of leisure. He needed to train these individuals. Otherwise, he would lack manpower in the future. As his childhood friend, Yu Ping lived a rather mundane life. By the age of 20, he married his first wife, only to face the tragedy of her illness and untimely death. Subsequently, he spent money to marry a woman from the mountains. But after bearing a child, she too left him for another. Ultimately, Yu Ping found himself working away from home, earning a meager living to support his daughter, leading a life fraught with hardship. Conversely, the toothless man, who had a bit of economic savvy, managed to venture into small businesses after the economic tide turned. He had set up stalls and even opened a modest restaurant. It was neither good nor bad, just enough to scrape by. Regardless of their struggles, both had visited Xu Erlong during his incarceration, and for that loyalty, he was determined to help them lead better lives. After standing idly for a while, Xu Erlong decided to buy some food for everyone. The small market offered various food items, including steamed buns and rice cakes, but he had difficulty locating a snack stall. In the end, he purchased 2 steamed buns, wrapped them in paper, and returned. "Where have you been? You've been gone for ages," Xiaoling inquired. Xu Erlong raised the buns in his hand. "I was wandering around, buying these for you." They took turns enjoying the buns. As noon passed, the flow of people began to dwindle. Xu Erlong glanced at the remaining stock on the stall. He had brought 200 backpacks today, and now, nearly half remained. The most popular items were the new style of backpacks, which were indeed quite appealing. Noticing the time, Xu Erlong remarked, "It's about time for us to pack up." "Not yet," the toothless man interjected. "We're selling well right now. It's still early." "We'll do the same tomorrow," Xu Erlong advised. "Consider today a practice run. Tomorrow, you 3 toothless, Yu Ping and Xiaoling, will be responsible for bringing the backpacks here to sell. You'll operate just as we did today. But can we really manage?" they asked. "Why not?" Xu Erlong replied. "I watched you from the side for quite a while. You are more than capable." He continued, "Tomorrow, I will take Huang Xiaojiang to set up a stall in another town. We must cast our nets wide and explore multiple opportunities." Upon his utterance, the others came to grasp the situation. With merely 2 or 3 days remaining before the commencement of the new school term, the imperative lay in swiftly selling the backpacks before the peak season. A few individuals busied themselves tidying the stall, returning the remaining backpacks to their bags, and taking the passenger bus back home. This round trip, naturally, was exhausting. To reward the group, Xu Erlong even ventured to the state-owned restaurant to procure a roast duck, bringing it home to enhance their meal. After a refreshing wash, Zhang Jinfang had prepared dinner. The meal consisted of sweet potato porridge, crispy roast duck, a few salted duck eggs, and steamed pork belly, leaving everyone savoring the delectable feast. Seizing the moment, Xu Erlong conducted a debriefing, elucidating the sales situation from the day, and advised them on what to be cautious of for the following day's sales. Harmony was paramount, as amicability fosters prosperity, and it was crucial to avoid any conflicts. "Understood, second brother. We will be careful," Xiaoling nodded thoughtfully. Xu Erlong's repeated admonitions stemmed from his concern that his small group might falter the next day. After dinner, Xu Erlong and Xiaoling meticulously reviewed the accounts. They had brought 200 backpacks to market, selling 27 shoulder bags at 10 yuan each, accruing 270 yuan. Additionally, they sold 43 military green bags at 2 yuan each, earning 86 yuan. However, they also sustained losses of several bags, likely pilfered by some unscrupulous individuals. Upon realizing the bags had been stolen, Xiaoling's eyes blazed with anger. These despicable thieves are utterly detestable. Xu Erlong considered commenting that losing a few bags was a minor setback. In future supermarkets, even with surveillance, individuals would still attempt to steal valuable items like baby formula. "I will accompany you tomorrow," Zhang Jinfang interjected. "Though I cannot be of much assistance, I will keep a watchful eye to see who dares to steal our bags again." Xu Erlong did not oppose this. Having an additional person to observe would be beneficial. Moreover, with an adult like Zhang Jinfang present, any potential conflicts could be more easily diffused. The demand for shoulder bags was considerable, yet their quantity was regrettably limited. After completing the inventory, Xiaoling felt a tinge of disappointment. Xu Erlong chuckled. This batch was merely collateral for the freight, and the shoulder bags were indeed few, serving mainly as an addition. The bulk of their stock consisted of military green bags, which would require some effort to sell. However, should they manage to sell them all, the returns would be quite impressive. The group set to work, preparing the merchandise for the next day. In Zhejiang, they arranged for an additional 50 shoulder bags and 200 military green messenger bags for the next day's trip to Shizhen. Xu Erlong planned to take 200 military green messenger bags and the remaining few shoulder bags. The economic conditions varied by location. On the following day, adhering to Xu Erlong's strategy, the team split into 2 groups. The team loaded the backpacks onto a cart, making their way to the passenger station. After sending Xiaoling and her group off, Xu Erlong signaled Huang Xiaojiang to follow him. Today, Huang Xiaojiang had also brought his sister, Huang Xiaoxia, as he was concerned about leaving her unattended at home. Xu Erlong was unbothered by the need for an additional ticket. It was merely a minor inconvenience. He cautioned Huang Xiaoxia not to wander off, lest she be abducted. "I won't stray. I will stay close to my brother," Huang Xiaoxia quietly replied. Xu Erlong, carrying a backpack, led the Huang Xiaojiang siblings to Lion Town. This town was probably the least favorable in the county. Xu Erlong chose this location with careful consideration. Today was market day, and the town was bustling with people, each bringing items from home to sell and, in turn, purchasing household necessities. Drawing from the experiences of the previous day, Huang Xiaojing quickly took charge of setting up their stall, doing so with remarkable skill. Even Huang Xiaoxia, under his direction, lent a helping hand. Su Erlong nodded in approval. Children without parents often mature quickly, becoming independent at a young age. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaojing was still quite young. Otherwise, he would truly be a valuable assistant. Su Erlong followed suit, crafting a sign to place in front of their stall, ensuring it was easily understandable to prevent repeated inquiries about prices. He then had Huang Xiaojing and Huang Xiaoxia act as live models, each carrying a backpack while standing there. Of course, Su Erlong remained the primary seller, with Huang Xiaojing assisting. Huang Xiaoxia's role was to keep an eye on the crowd, vigilant against potential thieves. The busier the place, the more rampant the pickpockets. Su Erlong sold backpacks, and in the countryside, the military green backpacks were the mainstay. A 10 yuan double-shoulder backpack garnered almost no interest, and even the 2 yuan military green shoulder bags saw people haggling for a lower price. Su Erlong found himself nearly parched from dealing with such bargain hunters. Fortunately, he had prepared a large jug of cool water at home. As he turned to take a deep drink from the military water bottle, a gentle voice inquired from behind, "Can you lower the price on this backpack?" The tone was soft and sweet. Even Huang Xiaojing, a boy of 13 or 14, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Only Huang Xiaoxia, in a daze, replied, "No. Could you lower it a bit? I want to buy 3. Would 1 yuan off be all right?" The buyer asked softly, attempting to negotiate. Su Erlong, caught off guard by the voice, choked on the water. As he coughed and turned around, he found himself facing a young woman of 17 or 18. Her forehead was smooth, adorned with braided pigtails, and her delicate, oval face was framed by eyes like autumn waters, complemented by slightly rosy lips. Her skin, radiant in the sunlight, seemed to glow. Although her attire was shabby, with her shirt patched, it did little to diminish her stunning beauty, making the bustling market around her merely a backdrop. Su Erlong recognized her. He had come here with the intention of seeking news about her. Yet, he had not anticipated her sudden appearance before him. He was unprepared. Indeed, it was her, Wen Yi. "Brother, can the price be lowered?" Huang Xiaojing found himself at a loss and turned to Su Erlong for guidance. Su Erlong quickly regained his composure and said, "There's no charge. This backpack is a gift for her." "No way, second brother," Huang Xiaojing replied. His face flushed as he snapped back from his daze. "Heaven, this girl is incredibly beautiful." Even in casual conversation, he felt his cheeks redden, rendering him speechless. Second brother must have noticed his flustered state and was deliberately teasing him. Lowering his gaze to the tips of his shoes, he feigned a fierce demeanor and said, "It cannot be less. Did you not hear? Your charm 1T work here." Su Erlong, unable to contain his irritation, interrupted Huang Xiaojing with a swift tap, silencing him. The young girls trailing behind Wen Yi, though young, understood that they were being scolded by their teacher. They tugged at Wen Yi's clothing, tears welling in their eyes, pleading, "Teacher Wen, please don't buy us backpacks anymore. We 1T study." "Yes, Teacher Wen, you're out of money. Don't buy them. We 1T study." Su Erlong understood then that Wen Yi intended to purchase backpacks for these girls. He was taken aback by the selfless kindness she exhibited during her youth. Overcome with emotion, Su Erlong felt a compelling urge to care for her. After all those years of friendship, he should look out for her. Addressing Wen Yi, he declared, "These backpacks truly come without cost. They are my gift to you." This sudden shift in attitude startled Wen Yi. She lightly bit her lower lip, retreating a few steps with the young girls, casting a wary glance at Su Erlong. Realizing his previous indiscretion, Su Erlong understood that in her eyes, he was merely a stranger. Making such an uninvited gesture seemed reckless and akin to that of a rogue. He endeavored to soften his tone, conveying his goodwill. "Do not be afraid. I simply heard you were planning to buy backpacks for these girls, and I felt both sympathy and admiration. Hence my desire to gift you a few backpacks as a token of my regard." Wen Yi shook her head, her voice gentle yet resolute. "Thank you for your kindness, but we cannot accept your gifts without reason. I apologize for my impulsiveness." Su Erlong sincerely conveyed his remorse. He knew Wen Yi to be a good woman, one who would never accept such generosity without cause. "Let us do it this way," Su Erlong said earnestly. "If you wish to buy 3 backpacks, considering the quantity, I can reduce the price by a yuan. Let us make it 5 yuan. The 3 backpacks, originally priced at 6 yuan, could thus be acquired for a mere 5 yuan, a reasonable compromise." Wen Yi nodded and retrieved her small handkerchief from her pocket. Su Erlong's gaze fell upon the pristine white cloth, which contained only 5 yuan and a few ration tickets. Here, this is 5 yuan, Wen Yi offered. Handing over her meager amount, Su Erlong did not accept the money. Observing her handkerchief, he remarked, "You seem to have little left. What will you do if you give this away?" "I live at the school and can eat at the cafeteria. Next month, I will receive my salary," Wen Yi replied. Su Erlong's eyes glistened with emotion. This side of Wen Yi was profoundly kind, a stark contrast to her striking beauty. 5 yuan, held in hand, still radiating a hint of warmth. As Su Erlong watched Wen Yi walk away with a few young girls in tow, he suddenly regained his focus. He had come here to find her. Turning to Huang Xiaojiang, he instructed, "Keep an eye on the stall. I shall return shortly." With determined strides, he set off in pursuit of Wen Yi. Wen Yi, he called out. She turned, gazing back at him with a look of confusion. Her voice laced with curiosity. "How do you know my name?" "I just heard those girls call you that," Su Erlong replied, fabricating a casual excuse. Wen Yi scrutinized him, a hint of anxiety creeping into her expression. "Is there something you need?" "It's not about money." Su Erlong had already concocted a reason. "I merely wish to inquire. Which school do you attend?" Noticing the wary glimmer in her eyes, he quickly gestured toward Huang Xiaoxia. "That is my younger sister. She is about to start school. I just wanted to find out which school you are from, where to register, and what documents are required for enrollment." "Oh, I see." Wen Yi's demeanor softened. "We are at Haidang Primary School, and for enrollment." Before she could finish, Su Erlong interjected, "I apologize, Teacher One, but I have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot retain all this information at the moment. Perhaps I could visit the school later to ask you in detail? I still need to visit the homes of some students to encourage their parents to let them continue their education," Wen Yi replied, appearing somewhat troubled. "So, should I come find you next time? Just go directly to Haidang Primary School and ask for Wen Yi, correct?" Su Erlong queried. Wen Yi nodded affirmatively. With the knowledge of where to find her, Su Erlong exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know he could locate her. Time was on his side. As he observed Wen Yi walking away with the children, he fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that after his release from prison, the people around him viewed him through a lens of prejudice. To them, he was a convict, and they kept their distance, struggling to find work. He had no income and had resorted to laboring at the docks, carrying burdens to make ends meet. Yet, even such menial jobs were scarce, as few were willing to employ him, fearing he might steal or abscond with their goods. Only Wen Yi, upon learning of his past, did not shun him. During her own difficult times, she had inexplicably found herself in the position of a street vendor. Frequently, she would procure goods from the docks and would call upon him for assistance, thereby providing him with a means to survive. Through their interactions, they gradually grew closer. Later on, when he pursued learning to repair vehicles, it was Wen Yi who encouraged him and even introduced him to a mentor. The two became confidants, sharing everything. And in the realm of business, they supported each other. He regarded her as a cherished friend, and she considered him her ideal partner, their collaboration proving immensely fruitful. To his astonishment, the youthful Wen Yi had been extraordinarily beautiful, captivating beyond measure. Yet, what had marred her beauty in later years? Who had caused her such distress? A dull ache settled in Su Erlong's heart. Zhou Fengru had been detained for 2 days. Her minor transgressions hardly warranted such severity. The brief detention served as a light reprimand. Xu Damin devised a means to secure Zhou Fengru's release. Zhou Fengru, filled with trepidation akin to a startled bird, emerged from her hiding, concealing her face in fear of being recognized. Xu Damin, with a pallid countenance, remained silent, his vitality significantly diminished. He no longer possessed the exuberance he had when he received his university acceptance letter. Regret gnawed at him. He wished he had departed sooner, that he had not entertained the illusion of fortune by confronting the Li family to claim some semblance of a life-saving favor. "Damin, what shall we do now?" Zhou Fengru inquired. "Mother, you should return to the village." "I will go to the university alone," Xu Damin replied. "But we had agreed to visit your grandmother's home first." Zhou Fengru protested. "We can no longer afford the fare, and the delay has already cost us precious time," Xu Damin stated calmly. Zhou Fengru's face turned ashen. "This is all Su Erlong's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been detained for days." Such individuals never reflect upon their own misdeeds, casting all blame upon others. Xu Damin felt a growing resentment. Previously, he had merely enjoyed the advantages bestowed by Su Erlong, akin to a parasite feeding off his lifeblood. However, with each revelation of Su Erlong's misdeeds, his animosity began to fester. He yearned for retribution against Xu Erlong. Damin, isn't Xu Erlong dealing in eels? I want to report him for illicit trade and have him imprisoned. Zhou Fengru expressed her desire for vengeance. Xu Damin pondered briefly. That idea has merit. The Yang brothers were similarly engaged in illicit dealings and faced consequences. Using that charge against Xu Erlong would be advantageous. Let us first ascertain where he sells his eels. With renewed resolve, the mother and son commenced their search throughout the county, seeking any sign of Xu Erlong. Regrettably, after scouring the entire area, they found no trace of him, nor anyone selling eels. Zhou Fengru even inquired among locals about a young man selling eels. But all responses were met with shakes of the head, indicating ignorance of such a person. This is perplexing, Xu Damin mused. He collects such a large quantity of eels daily, it seems improbable that he could vanish without a trace. Unwilling to concede defeat, the duo spent 2 days searching the county. Without locating Xu Erlong, they lost the opportunity to report his illicit trading. The delay heightened Xu Damin's anxiety. He needed to hurry to report to the university, which was of utmost importance. Mother, perhaps it would be best if you returned to the village. This way, you can keep an eye on Xu Erlong and discern where he is selling the eels, Xu Damin suggested. Indeed, Zhou Fengru exclaimed, awakening to the realization. She regretted her embarrassment over returning to the village and wandering aimlessly in the city. Had she not hesitated, she might have already caught Xu Erlong in his wrongdoing. Chapter 66. Do not be ensnared by the temptress. Xu Erlong returned home with the Huang siblings. Along the way, he selected 2 large watermelons and purchased 5 pounds of dry noodles. The endeavor of setting up a street stall was exhausting, and for dinner, he planned to prepare noodles. He intended to chill the watermelons and enjoy them after dinner. Xu Erlong handed the watermelon to Huang Xiaojiang, instructing him to attend to it. Huang Xiaojiang proceeded to chill the watermelon. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoxia sat by the firewood stove, preparing to assist with the cooking. Xu Erlong intended to make egg and tomato noodles. He ventured to the neighboring Yuping's garden, where he plucked a few tomatoes and gathered a handful of water spinach. During the land division, he had not received any plots, and in his eagerness to separate, he had not requested any land, reasoning that he did not plan to linger in the countryside for long. Therefore, for such small delicacies, he could only rely on Yuping's household. He cracked 5 eggs into a large bowl, beating them into a liquid with chopsticks, then roasted the tomatoes over the fire, peeled off their skins, and diced them into small pieces. Huang Xiaoxia helped ignite the fire in the stove, and as the water in the pot evaporated, Xu Erlong scooped a generous spoonful of lard into the pot. Once the lard melted, he first scrambled the eggs and then added the tomatoes for stir-frying. The tangy aroma of the sautéed tomatoes filled the kitchen. Huang Xiaojiang, having brought in firewood, inhaled the fragrant scent of the stir-fried tomatoes and felt a wave of gratitude for having chosen to work with Xu Erlong instead of selling eels to him. Observing the others in the village, he noticed that since Xu Erlong no longer accepted eels, those individuals had lost a source of extra income. In contrast, he was not only free from eel selling, but might also assist his elder brother in selling backpacks. He could enjoy delicious meals daily at Xu's residence with his sister. Not to mention, he received a monthly wage. Even if he didn't, he would still gladly follow Xu Erlong for the promise of daily sustenance. Otherwise, he and his sister would still be enduring the uncertainty of feast and famine. After Xu Erlong had stir-fried the tomatoes, he added 2 large ladles of water. In the jar of pickled vegetables, there remained some aged pickles made by Zhang Jifang. Xu Erlong grabbed a generous handful and tossed it into the pot to simmer. That will do. Keep the fire low and go play. Xu Erlong gestured to Huang Xiaoxia, signaling her to step away from the stove. Huang Xiaoxia scampered off to play. Before long, Zhang Jinfang and her group returned home, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Thanks to the path Xu Erlong had cleared the previous day, everyone moved smoothly today. Moreover, they had achieved record sales, selling every backpack they had brought along. After all, many children who had purchased backpacks yesterday would boast about them to their friends. This inadvertently served as a form of promotion, leading other children preparing to start school to demand new backpacks, spreading the word rapidly. Everyone wore expressions of pride and excitement. Watching as the money flowed in continuously was undeniably exhilarating. The group engaged in animated discussions. Go wash your face and hands. Dinner will be egg and tomato noodles. Xu Erlong reminded everyone. Once they had washed away the sweat and grime from their faces, bowls of fragrant egg and tomato noodles were served. As everyone held their bowls, Huang Xiaojiang suddenly realized that Huang Xiaoxia was missing. We don't know where she has gone to play. Hurry and call her back for dinner, Xu Erlong urged Huang Xiaojiang. Huang Xiaojing stood at the doorway, calling out loudly, "Little sister, little sister." Shortly thereafter, Huang Xiaoxia, swaying her petite frame, emerged from behind a pile of firewood. "Wash your hands and come for dinner," Huang Xiaojing instructed her, under Xu Erlong's insistence. Everyone had come to remember the rule of washing hands before meals and after using the restroom. Huang Xiaoxia held a piece of candy in her hand, which she set aside before heading to wash her hands. The group was engaged in animated conversation, sharing their experiences from the day. After a while, the toothless one paused, chopsticks in hand. "What is wrong today?" Oh, it was because Erlong hadn't spoken up, not participating in their discussions. All eyes turned towards Xu Erlong, who was quietly eating his noodles, a slight smile lingering at the corner of his lips. He hadn't just told a joke, so what was he secretly amused about? "Erga, what are you laughing at?" Su Shaoling inquired. "I'm not laughing," Xu Erlong replied, looking up. "You clearly are," Shaoling retorted. "We all saw it." Xu Erlong insisted, "I'm not laughing." All right, let us eat the noodles before they clump together and lose their taste." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up again. The mirth he tried to suppress was unmistakable. "Did Erga find some money today? Why so happy?" The toothless one pressed on. "No," Xu Erlong feigned a stern face. "Eat your meal. One shouldn't talk while eating." The group lowered their heads, focusing intently on their bowls of noodles. Huang Xiaoxia, gripping the ends of her chopsticks, suddenly exclaimed, "Today, a sister as beautiful as a fairy came to buy something." She struggled to articulate her admiration, simply stating that she looked like a fairy. A fairy-like sister? The others caught the whiff of gossip. Huang Xiaoxia even mimicked Wen Yi's tone, raising her voice in a playful, coy manner. "Can you make this backpack a bit cheaper?" Though her imitation was only partial, Zhang Jinfeng sensed something amiss from the slight flirtation in her voice. Only a vixen would speak so frivolously. The toothless one and Yu Ping erupted in laughter, their expressions conspiratorial. After all, they were all of similar ages, around 17 or 18, and it was perfectly natural to be attracted to beautiful women. Yet, Zhang Jinfeng was filled with concern. She had a partner, but he had become restless and withdrawn. Now, with this inappropriate woman's playful banter, she feared her son had lost his senses. Xu Erlong shot Huang Xiaoxia a glare, signaling her to keep quiet. Huang Xiaojing, sensing the tension, swiftly pulled Huang Xiaoxia aside. "Little sister, you can eat your noodles outside." This was to prevent any further slip-ups, as he dreaded the thought of Huang Xiaoxia uttering something inappropriate. Finally, a bowl of noodles was consumed, and Xu Erlong carried his bowl to the stove. Zhang Jifeng followed him inside, discreetly observing Xu Erlong's expression. She needed to ascertain whether that indecorous vixen had indeed caught Xu Erlong's fancy. "Mom, what are you watching behind me?" Xu Erlong asked. "Nothing. I was just checking to see if there's still water in the tank," Zhang Jinfeng replied. "I already fetched water," Xu Erlong noted. Zhang Jifeng feigned busyness but ultimately couldn't resist saying to Xu Erlong, "Erlong, tomorrow I'll ask someone from the village to help find out which families have suitable daughters. Perhaps you should go meet them. It's time to settle your marriage plans." In rural areas, marriages tend to occur at an early age. It is quite common for young men to attend matchmaking gatherings at the tender age of 17 or 18 and to wed in their 20s. "Mother, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I have no inclination towards matchmaking," Xu Erlong replied. This only deepened Zhang Jinfeng's unease. Could it be that her son had fallen under the spell of some seductress, to the extent that he was unwilling to even consider a match? "Erlong, I understand that you have matured and possess your own thoughts about life, yet finding a partner is a lifelong commitment. You must deliberate carefully," Zhang Jifeng advised earnestly, nearly uttering the words about not being entranced by a siren. "Mother, I am aware. The person I seek will be chosen with utmost seriousness, and I assure you, she will not be like Zhouya," Xu Erlong stated, which finally eased Zhang Jinfeng's worries. As long as her son had a clear understanding, she felt reassured. Huang Xiaoxia, having finished her bowl of noodles, entered the room. Observing Xu Erlong in the kitchen, she remarked, "I just saw Zhou Fengru. She was sneaking a glance at us." "Really?" Xu Erlong's interest piqued. "Zhou Fengru has returned?" Zhang Jinfeng, irate, responded, "What does she want? We have already separated our households, and we each lead our own lives. What business does she have here? I must confront her." With that, Zhang Jinfeng removed her apron and stepped outside. Outside, the bustling crowd made it difficult to spot Zhou Fengru. Zhang Jinfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it possible that she was merely passing by? Xu Erlong, having assessed his progress for the day, noted that, Thanks to his efforts over the past 2 days, nearly half of the backpacks had been sold. At the current rate, he estimated that they would be sold out in 2 days. Seasonal products thrive on this brief window of opportunity. Once the school season passes, backpacks are seldom sought after. All the dual-shoulder backpacks had sold out, leaving only 400 or 500 military green shoulder bags. Xu Erlong decided to allocate 300 of the backpacks to Zhang Jifeng and her group, keeping the remainder for himself. Aiming to sell everything by the end of the following day. Before dawn, Xu Erlong and his companions set off with their backpacks. They pulled a cart loaded with goods to the bus station, where Zhang Jifeng and the others boarded their bus first. After watching them depart, he took his seat on his designated bus, awaiting its departure. Zhou Fengru, wearing a straw hat and obscuring her face, lurked in the shadows, intent on discovering where Xu Erlong and his group were selling the eels. However, to her surprise, Xu Erlong and his companions were not selling them in the county town, but were taking a bus to another town, splitting into 2 groups. Zhou Fengru was conflicted. She wanted to follow them, but upon checking her pocket, she found only 20 cents. Did she really intend to ride the bus? Yet, without doing so, how could she uncover Xu Erlong's destination with the eels? As the bus to Lion Town prepared to depart, Zhou Fengru cast aside her hesitation and rushed forward, calling out, "Driver, wait. I need to get on." Xu Erlong, upon hearing the voice, glanced out the window. Was it Zhou Fengru? Observing her straw hat pulled low, concealing her mouth and nose, she appeared to be up to no good. In an instant, Xu Erlong comprehended the situation. Zhou Fengru was likely intent on sabotaging his plans. Perhaps she had been discreetly probing for information yesterday? "Driver, do not halt." Xu Erlong called out loudly to the driver. The ticket collector glanced at him. "Someone is boarding. Why should I deny them entry? Another ticket means more revenue. As long as we do not stop, I am willing to purchase 10 additional tickets." Xu Erlong swiftly proposed an enticing offer. Upon hearing this, both the driver and the ticket collector recognized the benefit of selling 10 more tickets. "Very well," the driver replied, pressing the accelerator and driving off without opening the door. Zhou Fengru rushed over. Just as she was about to squeeze onto the bus, the door closed, and the vehicle surged forward. "Driver, please stop. Driver, please." Zhou Fengru chased after the moving vehicle, but the driver feigned ignorance and sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust in his wake. Frustrated, Zhou Fengru stomped her feet in anger. Had she known, she would have boarded the bus earlier. Fearing that Xu Erlong would notice her if she boarded too soon, she had intended to wait until the bus was ready to depart. Little did she anticipate that she would miss her chance. Huang Xiaojing, watching Zhou Fengru left far behind, inquired of Xu Erlong, "Second brother, what does she intend to do?" Xu Erlong shook his head, uncertain of Zhou Fengru's motives, but he was certain they were not benevolent. What could she possibly want? With that demeanor, she hardly seems like a good person. The ticket collector approached with a stern expression. "Tickets, please." Xu Erlong smiled and handed over a large denomination note. The ticket collector took it, swiftly tearing off 10 tickets for him. "Here you go, 10 tickets." The expenditure of 2 yuan for 10 tickets caused Huang Xiaojing considerable distress. Indeed, their spending was rather extravagant. There were only 3 of them, yet they had purchased 10 tickets. Xu Erlong patted Huang Xiaojing's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Spending 2 yuan to eliminate an uncertain risk was undoubtedly worthwhile. Accompanied by Huang Xiaojing and his sister, Xu Erlong continued to follow the plan laid out yesterday, selling backpacks. Relying on those backpacks, he was close to covering Xiong Yaoi's shipping costs. What remained was pure profit for him. It would be a disservice to their family's efforts if he did not earn at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. While manning the backpack stall, Xu Erlong periodically surveyed the flow of passers-by. Regrettably, the person he wished to see did not reappear. He remained busy selling, collecting money, and managing stock. Huang Xiaojing and his sister assisted diligently, ensuring that no one attempted to steal the backpacks amidst the bustling crowd. As noon approached, the crowd dwindled, and his inventory diminished as well. Eventually, only a handful of backpacks remained, all of which bore minor defects, either frayed seams or missed stitches. Xu Erlong assessed that these would likely not sell. Clearance sale. Clearance sale. Backpacks, only 1 yuan each, 1 yuan each. Xu Erlong shouted, striving to liquidate the remaining backpacks. However, the town was sparsely populated, and his calls had little effect, resulting in the sale of only 2. "Let us pack up and head home," Xu Erlong declared. Upon arrival, there was an abundance of goods, yet now, as they prepared to depart, merely a handful of backpacks remained, leaving a sense of lightheartedness. Passing through the town, They observed a few individuals herding a couple of ducks. The sight of the waddling ducks stirred Xu Erlong's desire for old duck soup. However, they were not for sale. "Brother, once I return, I shall go hunt some wild ducks," Huang Xiaojing declared. "Acquiring a bit of game can indeed be a source of enjoyment. Besides, we've nearly sold all these backpacks. Procuring some wild delicacies could serve as a means of relaxation." "Very well. Tomorrow we shall all go hunt wild ducks," Xu Erlong replied. Zhang Jinfeng and Su Shaoling returned quite late. Their sales today paled in comparison to Xu Erlong's. This was due, firstly, to their larger numbers, and secondly, the children in their factory had already acquired such military green shoulder bags, saturating the market and rendering sales stagnant. Upon counting their inventory, it amounted to around 50 to 60 bags, not too few, yet not abundant either. "No worries, I can manage this quantity," Xu Erlong responded. "If these areas become saturated, I will simply seek another market." Chapter 68, Inciting Trouble. Zhou Fengru, arriving at the station, failed to catch up with Xu Erlong and his companions, and thus returned home in frustration. Zhou's grandmother, infuriated, exclaimed, "This early in the day, and you are nowhere to be found. The pigs go unfed, the clothes remain unwashed. What on earth are you doing?" Zhou Fengru was at a loss for words. Previously, with Zhang Jifeng and Su Shaoling around, even if she slacked off a bit, the blame would not fall on her. Now, with only herself and her grandmother at home, the responsibilities of feeding the pigs, cooking, and washing clothes entirely rested on her shoulders. After returning to her room, she gazed at Su Chunxing, who lay there idly. Feeling a mix of anger and annoyance, she pinched him fiercely. "Look at you. I toil all day long, and you do not lend a hand." Su Chunxing retorted. "What can I do? Cooking, washing, and feeding pigs? Aren't these chores for women?" Zhou Fengru was filled with regret. How had she been so short-sighted back then, fearing hardship, and hastily married a man from the countryside? Reflecting on her youth, she recalled how her peers who had gone to the countryside either pursued higher education or found connections to return to the city, while she remained stuck in rural life. Initially, she had secured a temporary position at a chemical factory, with prospects of becoming a factory worker, thereby escaping the countryside. Yet, Xu Erlong had thwarted her plans. The more she pondered, the greater her resentment towards Xu Erlong became. This cannot be allowed to pass. Zhou Fengru paced her room, devising two schemes. She need not confront Xu Erlong directly. She would enlist others to do so. Her first choice was Yang Limin. This group of brothers had previously clashed with Xu Erlong. They had ventured into the eel business, only to be caught for hoarding and suffered significant financial loss. Although they were currently idle, a little provocation could lead them to confront Xu Erlong justifiably. Zhou Fengru sought an opportunity, casually visiting Yang's mother under the pretense of engaging in small talk, eventually steering the conversation toward Yang Limin's earlier dealings in the eel business. "Do not mention it," Yang's mother lamented. "We lost nearly 200 yuan, my annual income. Just thinking about it brings sorrow." Zhou Fengru chuckled. "Sister, avoiding this issue is not the solution. It is imperative to reflect on our experiences and learn from them." The collection of eels was initiated by Xu Erlong. They are both engaged in the same business, yet he sails smoothly while you encounter difficulties. This statement was nearly an implicit indication. Yang Limin and his brothers listened in silence, exchanging glances. Indeed, why is it that they faced problems after merely 2 trips, while Xu Erlong has been purchasing eels for an extended period without a single issue? To speak candidly, I am related to him, and I shouldn't be voicing this. But seeing you suffer such significant losses makes me anxious on your behalf. Prompting my unsolicited remarks, Zhou Fengru feigned concern. Yang's mother silently scoffed, fully aware of the discord between them and Xu Erlong. "Who doesn't know that your son has entangled himself with Xu Erlong's partner, resulting in a severe beating from Xu? You are merely seeking revenge through us after losing face." Once Zhou Fengru was dismissed, Yang's father turned to reprimand his sons. "Do not heed this woman's instigation to stir up trouble with Xu Erlong, lest you become pawns in her game. It is indeed true that wisdom comes with age." He could see through the crux of the matter at a glance. However, young Limin, still brimming with youthful fervor, found himself somewhat unconvinced despite the warning. Why is it that Xu Erlong thrives in the eel trade while he falters in less than 2 days? "I cannot rest until I uncover the truth," Yang Si declared. "Indeed, I am equally restless," Yang Limin concurred. "Why not follow him tomorrow to observe how Xu Erlong operates?" suggested Yang San. The brothers reached a consensus to track Xu Erlong at dawn the following day to discern his methods. Huang Xiaojing, accompanied by Huang Xiaoxia, hurried towards Xu Erlong's residence. Xu Erlong, still illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, was placing his backpack into a urea sack. With the last few items, he intended to handle them discreetly in a nearby town without the necessity of a larger entourage. Elder brother, Huang Xiaojiang gasped as he entered. What is it? Xu Erlong inquired. I just saw So Fingru leaving Yang Limin's house, Huang Xiaojiang reported. Although young, he possessed a precocious awareness, clearly discerning who genuinely cared for him and who warranted caution. Given the past conflicts between Yang Limin's brothers and Xu Erlong, and Zhou Fengru's surreptitious behavior earlier that day, Huang Xiaojiang could not help but contemplate the implications. Understood, I will remain vigilant, Xu Erlong replied. He had previously spared Yang Limin and his brothers. But should they misinterpret his leniency as a blessing, they would have no one to blame but themselves for the consequences. The next day, Xu Erlong shouldered 2 sacks of urea and set off alone. The few backpacks he carried did not require a yoke, yet he chose to use one, effectively providing himself with a handy weapon, justifiably so. No trouble is preferable. If Yang Limin's brothers dare to act recklessly, they will find that this yoke is not merely for show, he thought as he ambled towards the city. Early in the morning, the streets were sparsely populated, and he could faintly hear footsteps behind him. However, upon glancing back, he saw no one. Indeed, was someone following him? Xu Erlong, burdened with a load, changed his mind. He decided against selling these backpacks in the township. After all, with dozens of backpacks, where could he not sell them? After some contemplation, Xu Erlong turned and made his way to the chemical factory. As he entered the factory gate, the guard greeted him. Haven't seen you around these past few days. Oh, just a little matter at home, Xu Erlong replied with a smile, offering a cigarette to the guard. While the guard lit the cigarette, Xu Erlong leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Brother Chun, I have a bit of trouble. Some thugs are trying to rob me and have been following me. Could you assist me? Is that so? Guard Chen straightened up, displaying authority. Which bold souls dare to come into our factory area? They are simply courting death. Xu Erlong chuckled. With Brother Chen's imposing presence, I trust these thugs wouldn't dare to act up in front of you, which puts my mind at ease. He entered the factory premises, while Guard Chun, with his eyes like copper bells, glared fiercely at the factory gate, searching for any sign of those nefarious individuals. The brothers, led by Yang Limin, who had been trailing Xu Erlong, watched as he entered the chemical factory. Previously, when he sold eels, he used these urea bags to carry his goods, and now he still utilized the same bags. Therefore, Yang Limin and his brothers had yet to realize that these urea bags contained anything but eels. I said, how could he sell eels without any trouble? Turns out, he is delivering them to this chemical factory, Yang Limin grumbled. Yang Si suggested, why don't we find out what he is doing here with those eels? Chapter 69, A Grand Return at the Backpack Factory, You Go ask. No, you go. The brothers of Yang Limin, peering around, caught the attention of Guard Chen. Observing their shoving and pushing, he finally fixed his gaze on one of them. Glaring, what are you up to? Sneaking around? Yang Limin was startled. As a country boy, standing before such a large state-owned factory made him feel intimidated. Being confronted like this only heightened his anxiety. I want to enter the factory, Yang Limin stammered. Enter the factory? For what purpose? Guard Chen scrutinized him. Are you here to steal something? If it were an ordinary visitor, Guard Chen would not have dared to ask such a question. However, having received information from Xu Erlong earlier, he had already formed a preconceived notion that these individuals were thugs intending to commit robbery. No, I'm not. Yang Limin took a step back, feeling unjustly accused of theft for merely seeking information. Not. Then why are you lurking around our factory gate? I sent it to scout the area or gather intel. Guard Chen pressed. Yang San, sensing the situation was amiss, rushed over from across the street. We're not here to scout. We just want to inquire if that person went in to sell eels. Guard Chen pondered for a moment, realizing they were indeed targeting Xu Erlong. With a cold snort, he replied, who said he is here to sell eels? Nonsense. He's not here to sell eels. The 3 brothers were taken aback. Certainly not, Guard Chen affirmed. Then what is he here for? Yang Si persisted, unwilling to let the matter drop. The gatekeeper's eyes widened like bronze bells. What are you doing here? Why does it concern you? Is visiting relatives not permissible? And you? Why are you prying into matters that do not involve you? Come, accompany me to the security department. Your sneaky demeanor suggests ill intentions. Hearing that they were to be taken to the security department of the chemical plant, Yang Limin and his companions swiftly distanced themselves. In these times, the security departments of such factories wielded considerable authority. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the menacing gatekeeper, they collectively exhaled in relief. Why was it that merely inquiring about something led to such intimidation, while Xu Erlong entered with joviality? Xu Erlong, carrying his backpack, entered the premises of the chemical plant. In the past, goods were simply delivered directly to the dining hall, but now, these items could not be delivered there as they were not eels. He turned around and made his way towards the residential area of the plant. In that area stood a small square, dominated by a large, flourishing yellow cassia tree, beneath which a spacious area lay. The elderly gentleman enjoyed playing chess in the shade, while grandmothers brought their grandchildren to play. Xu Erlong approached this spot, selected a corner, and meticulously unpacked his backpack, arranging its contents neatly. The curious elders cast glances his way, and one inquisitive lady asked, "Young man, what are you doing with those backpacks here?" With a smile, Xu Erlong replied, "Auntie, we are from the backpack factory. We are here to foster a connection with your chemical plant and have brought 50 backpacks to offer as a service." "What does that mean?" she inquired. "It means that instead of spending 2 yuan at the department store, you can purchase a backpack right here at your doorstep for the same price," he explained. Xu Erlong's handsome appearance, complemented by his sincere smile, left no room for doubt regarding his words. "Still, it costs 2 yuan. It's not free," the lady murmured. Xu Erlong patiently elaborated, "Auntie, that's not how you should calculate it. Consider this, time is money. If you travel to the department store, isn't that time worth something? Instead of wasting time, wouldn't it be better to do something more productive?" "Well, I have no issue with visiting the department store. I enjoy it," the lady retorted, embodying a contrary spirit. Another lady interjected, "You may enjoy it, but for the many dual-income workers in the factory, they have jobs and then need to shop for groceries and cook. Who has the time to wander around the department store?" Xu Erlong gave her a thumbs up, praising her. "Auntie, you truly understand and consider others." As the crowd around them began to swell, Xu Erlong enthusiastically called out, "Come, come. A grand giveaway from the backpack factory. Backpacks for only 2 yuan each. No need to brave the wind and snow, nor endure the sweltering heat. Just spend 2 yuan right here at your doorstep to acquire a backpack of the same quality as those in the department store." The crowd comprised mainly of elderly couples and children. Naturally, the children desired new backpacks, while many of the elderly gentlemen received retirement pensions. Typically, I had not considered purchasing a backpack for my grandchildren. However, with the delivery arriving at the community entrance and the vendor vocally promoting his wares, I found myself contemplating the idea of acquiring one. Some well-meaning elder even joined in the jovial teasing. "Old Zhang, why not buy one for your granddaughter? Just look at how eagerly she gazes at them." "Indeed, Old Zhang, what are you saving your meager pension for? A mere few dozen yuan each month. To carry it to your grave? Old Wang, why are you merely spectating? You should buy one too. Your grandson's backpack is already torn. How can you justify not replacing it?" Amid such light-hearted banter, even those reluctant to purchase were compelled to buy backpacks for their grandchildren. "Come quickly, everyone. Supplies are limited. Once they're gone, they're gone." Xu Erlong continued to shout. The lively commotion from the small square reached the home of Li Yingtong, where she, along with young Lily and Yuan Na, was watching television. The raucous noise from outside intermittently disrupted their viewing. "It's so noisy, I can hardly hear the TV," young Lily complained. In the past, the small square echoed with the laughter of children, but it was never as cacophonous as today. Li Yingtong approached the window. In the distance, she spotted Xu Erlong amidst the crowd. His tall, striking figure stood out like a crane among chickens, surrounded by a throng of elderly folks. Li Yingtong's cheeks flushed slightly. It had been several days since she last saw him. To her surprise, he had indeed heeded her suggestion and ceased selling eels at the food stall. Yet, instead of selling eels, he had taken to hawking backpacks. Regardless of the product, he remained a vendor. Biting her lower lip, Li Yingtong stamped her foot in frustration. "No more television for me. I just remembered I have something to attend to. You all can head back. I'll catch up with you another day." She closed the window, signaling for Yuan Na and young Lily to leave. After they departed, Li Yingtong contemplated heading downstairs. However, after a moment's reflection, she turned back to the mirror on her wardrobe, adjusting her bangs. Realizing something was amiss, she dashed back to her room to rummage through her dresses. Chapter 70. Indeed, someone is following you. After much deliberation, Li Yingtong finally chose a pink dress, adorned with fashionable puff sleeves and a large bow at the collar. Clad in this youthful attire, she radiated vitality. She pulled her hair back into a braid and secured it with a pink ribbon. After admiring her reflection from various angles, she felt satisfied with her appearance. Having tidied everything, she hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the small garden, she found only an elderly man engrossed in a game of Go and a grandmother supervising her grandchildren. Su Erlong had long since vanished from sight. Biting her lip in frustration, Li Yingtong felt her composure slip away. Where on earth had that infuriating Su Erlong gone? She stopped a nearby elder. "Aunt Chun, may I ask, wasn't someone selling backpacks here just now? Where did they go?" "Oh, Tong Tong. Are you looking to buy a backpack too?" "Alas, you arrived too late. They only had 50 backpacks, and once they were sold, they left," the elderly woman replied. Li Yingtong, not waiting for the old woman's words to finish, turned and dashed toward the factory gate, hoping to catch up with Su Erlong. However, to her dismay, she reached the entrance without catching a glimpse of Su Erlong. She kicked a stone beneath her foot in frustration, cursing, "Su Erlong, don't think I'll pay you any mind from now on." After Su Erlong finished dealing with dozens of backpacks and closing up shop, he made a quick visit to the restroom. Upon exiting, he fortuitously encountered Master Wang, who tended to the boiler room. Their meeting inevitably led to some idle chatter. After enduring Wang's complaints, Su Erlong finally set off toward the factory gate. At the entrance, the guard, Chun, waved him over, clearly wanting to speak. Su Erlong quickened his pace and approached him, smiling as he offered a cigarette. "Chen Gu, here, have a smoke. Do you still have the luxury of smoking?" Chen's expression was grave. Nevertheless, he accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. "What's the matter, Chen Gu?" Seeing his demeanor, Su Erlong offered another cigarette. In a hushed tone, Chen replied, "What you said today was correct. There are indeed 3 little rascals following you. As soon as you entered the factory, they came to inquire about you. Their shifty eyes suggest they harbor ill intentions. I suggested taking them to the security office, but they bolted." Listening to Chen's account, Su Erlong inquired, "What do these 3 look like?" Chen gestured, "Well, one is in his early 20s, about this tall, lanky. One is roughly your height. And the smallest one looks to be around 15 or 16, sporting a noticeable mole on his neck." Upon hearing the description, Su Erlong was convinced these were the Yang brothers. It matched the characteristics of Yang's trio, particularly the distinctive mole on Yang Xi's neck, which was quite rare. "Should I report this to the police?" Chen asked quietly. "No need. It's not a serious matter right now," Su Erlong replied with a smile. "But you still need to be cautious of those 3. Chen expressed his concern. "Thank you for the reminder, Chen Gu. I will be careful." Su Erlong waved his carrying pole, indicating it was not merely for show. Upon exiting the chemical factory, Su Erlong wiped the gentle smile from his face. Damn it. Those Yang brothers are truly insufferable. They once learned their lesson without a bit of discipline. Yang San was nowhere to be found. Even after stepping out briefly to use the restroom, he had vanished. As dinner time approached, he still had not returned. "Yang San, where are you?" "It's time for dinner." The Yang family stood on the slope, calling out, fearing Yang San had lingered at someone's home. Their voices echoed from afar. They must have inquired everywhere. No one in the village had seen Yang San. Where could that rascal have gone? Yang's mother was frantic. After dinner, he was still missing. That fool, has he encountered ghosts on the road at night? Captured by spirits? Yang Laoan grumbled. Where has he gone without a word? Yang Si remarked. He said he was going to the restroom. Even if he fell in, he should have managed to crawl out by now. Yang's mother was in a state of distress, pacing anxiously. Yang Limin suddenly recalled a possibility. Could it possibly be related to Su Erlong? Yang's mother responded. What does this have to do with Su Erlong? Yang Limin remained silent. Observing the expression on his face, the old man Yang suddenly had a realization, removed his shoe, and struck him. Speak. Are you all seeking trouble with Su Erlong? No, Yang Limin retorted defiantly. You truly infuriate me, Yang's mother exclaimed, shaking her hand before turning to head towards Su Erlong's home. She needed to clarify matters to alleviate her concerns. At Su Erlong's residence, a group of individuals was savoring a pot of pickled radish and old duck soup. The duck had been procured from the villagers, plucked, and then simmered in a pot with pickled radish from their own jars, resulting in a delightful flavor. As the duck neared completion, seasonal vegetables such as winter melon, sweet potato skins, and loofah were added, filling the pot to the brim, which appeared quite satisfying. The group feasted with grease smudged around their mouths. Is Erlong home? Yang's mother inquired politely from outside. Zhang Jinfeng, hearing someone, set aside her bowl and stepped out. Erlong is home, come in. Yang's mother entered, gazing around the room filled with 7 or 8 people dining, including Huang Xiaojiang and Huang Xiaxia. Have you eaten, or shall we share a bit? Zhang Jinfang asked courteously. In rural areas, greetings often revolve around inquiries about meals. I have eaten, Yang's mother replied politely, noticing Xu Erlong with his head down, engrossed in his meal. She hesitantly asked, I came to inquire if you have seen my son Yang San. No, Xu Erlong replied, continuing to gnaw on a duck wing. Zhang Jinfang asked with concern, didn't you just search the village for quite a while? You still haven't found him? We haven't found him. So I came to ask Erlong if he has seen him, Yang's mother whispered. No, Xu Erlong reiterated in the same tone. Outside, Yang Limin's temper flared. Xu Erlong. Can you honestly claim this matter has nothing to do with you? Huang Xiaojiang, tossing aside the duck neck he had been gnawing on, stood up forcefully, saying, Yang Limin. How can you speak to Erlong like that? Why should this concern him? Yang Limin retorted angrily, why shouldn't it concern him? Today, we followed him. And as a result, Yang San has vanished. How could this not be connected to him? Yang's mother, upon hearing this, turned back, furious, and struck Yang Limin. You scoundrel. Why on earth did you follow Xu Erlong? Yang Limin allowed her to hit him. His eyes reddening, he protested, Mother, why are you hitting me? Do you want to make a fool of me? The old man Yang approached, overhearing the conversation, and with a raised foot, struck him a few more times. You still understand jokes? I warned you yesterday not to act recklessly, not to be used as someone else's pawn. But you didn't listen. I'll beat you for disregarding my words. Chapter 71. Their affairs exposed. This won't do. I must seek Zhou Fengru. Yang's mother tucked her hair behind her ear and walked towards the Xu household. She had always been a woman of modest demeanor, typically reserved in the production team. However, now, for the sake of her son, she felt compelled to confront Zhou Fengru for clarity. Zhou Fengru, come out. Yang's mother called out loudly from the front of Xu's house. Neighbors gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Many individuals, still holding their bowls of rice, greeted Yang's mother. Has your son Yang San returned? With a darkened expression, Yang's mother remained silent and called into the house once more. Zhou Fengru, come out here. Don't think that hiding inside means you can pretend nothing is amiss. Inside, the Xu family was having dinner, consisting, as usual, of sweet potato porridge paired with pickled vegetables and half a jar of fermented tofu. There wasn't even a single dish of vegetables. In this season, the vegetables were collected by the elderly Mrs. Xu to make pickles, with the burden of supporting a college student. She had already prepared herself to tighten her belt and endure a period of hardship. Who was calling you? Mrs. Xu inquired, listening to the shouts outside. I don't know. Just ignore her, Zhou Fengru quietly replied, pushing the porridge around in her bowl. Why not go take a look? It seems she has called for you several times, Mrs. Xu urged, glancing outside. Zhou Fengru, feeling somewhat guilty, stalled for time. Let me finish this bowl of porridge first. I will go once I've eaten. Thunder does not strike those who are eating. There must be a reason for that, Mrs. Xu retorted, casting her a disapproving glance. What difference would it make to the Xu family if she took a moment longer to eat? Yang's mother called out several times without receiving a response, her anger escalating as she stormed into the house. Upon seeing Zhou Fengru leisurely blowing on her porridge, her fury erupted uncontrollably. She grasped Zhou Fengru by the hair and delivered a sharp slap to her face. The suddenness of this action caught everyone in the Xu household off guard. Zhou Fengru gasped in shock, causing her clay bowl to crash onto her foot, the scalding porridge spilling onto her skin, making her jump in pain. What are you doing? Xu Dongsheng exclaimed, slamming the table and rising to his feet. What am I doing? Yang's mother shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Fengru. You wicked woman. You are the reason my son has gone missing. While he is nowhere to be found, you still have the audacity to enjoy your meal. With this thought, she dragged Zhou Fengru outside, declaring, if you do not return my son to me today, this is far from over. Accustomed to physical labor, Yang's mother was no match for Zhou Fengru, who was effortlessly pulled outside. A large crowd had gathered, drawn to the spectacle. In a village devoid of entertainment, the greatest pleasure was witnessing others quarrel and fight. It was quite peculiar that the Yang family was embroiled in a conflict with Zhou Fengru, as Yang's mother was known to avoid trouble and rarely engaged in disputes with the villagers. Zhou Fengru, both furious and pained, felt the heat of embarrassment on her face and the sting of pain on her foot. Your son Yang San's disappearance has nothing to do with me, she protested loudly. Many in the crowd, upon hearing this, agreed. Indeed, Yang San's absence had no direct connection to Zhou Fengru. Could it be that you are blaming the wrong person? Doesn't concern you? If you hadn't stirred up trouble in my house yesterday, would my son have gone looking for Xu Erlong? Yang's mother countered. What does this even mean? The crowd listened in bewilderment. Your own son was beaten by Xu Erlong. Yet you lack the courage to retaliate and instead come to my house to incite my sons. If you are not the one to blame, then who else should I seek? Yang's mother pressed. It has nothing to do with me, Zhou Fengru insisted. This matter is none of your concern. Before you arrived at my home, all my sons were well, yet the moment you stepped in, my son vanished. If it is not your business, then whose business is it? The more Yang's mother pondered, the angrier she became. Unable to contain herself, she lashed out at Zhou Fengru, pinching and striking her. Zhou Fengru, you owe me my son. If my Yongsan is truly missing, I will not let this go. Zhou Fengru fought back, and the two women became entangled in a fierce struggle. In the midst of their scuffle, spitting and scratching ensued, hair was pulled, and clothing was torn. Soon, Yang's mother managed to overpower Zhou Fengru, seizing her frizzy, perm-like hair and pressing her face to the ground. Zhou Fengru, in a desperate attempt, tried to grab Yang's mother's hair in return. Xu Damin watched anxiously from the sidelines. Typically, men do not intervene in fights between women, and indeed, the men from the Yang family merely observed the two women tussle. Xu Damin glanced around, noting that Xu Chunxing had no intention of intervening, strictly adhering to the unwritten rule that men should not meddle in women's quarrels. His brow furrowed in concern. Zhou Fengru's once stylish curls had now become her greatest vulnerability, as Yang's mother relentlessly tugged at them, pulling out clumps. Meanwhile, Yang's mother's short hair was less amenable to being grasped. As Zhou Fengru felt her scalp being painfully yanked, Xu Damin could no longer hold back. He stepped forward decisively, pulling Yang's mother away and helping Zhou Fengru to her feet. Zhou Fengru was in tears, her distress evident. What do you think you're doing? Yang's mother spat at Xu Damin. Women are fighting. What business is it of yours, man? Enough, Xu Damin commanded. You have already triumphed. Bah! Yang's mother dismissed his words, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to charge again. Zhou Fengru, frightened, hid behind Xu Damin, saying, Brother, I'm scared. Xu Damin stood firm, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang's mother. What are you doing, Xu Damin? The old man from the Yang family demanded. Yang Limin also stepped forward, saying, What business is it of yours, man? Yang's mother scoffed. Exactly, what does it have to do with Xu Damin? While other men are staying out of it. Why are you sticking your nose in? I spit on you? Are you involved with your brother's wife, that you're so protective? During fights and insults, no one holds back. It's a free-for-all of humiliation and scorn. Yet, Xu Damin felt a pang of guilt. He raised his fist, threatening Yang's mother menacingly. Don't speak recklessly. If you continue, I swear I'll hit you. So what if you do? You're nothing but a coward. Your Xu family is a mess. You're involved with your brother's wife. And Xu Damin is too. Truly a family affair. Yang's mother hurled increasingly vile insults. Her words, though harsh, unervingly struck a chord of truth. Previously, no one in the production team had delved into such matters. Yet now, as they listened to Yang's mother's tirade, a few threads of suspicion began to weave together. Could Xu Damin and his brother's wife truly be involved? Who could say? When the doors were closed, they were just a family. Who knew what transpired behind closed doors? Xu Dongxing's affection for Xu Damin is conspicuously greater than that for Xu Erlong. How can one favor a nephew over one's own flesh and blood? Observe the altercation. Xu Chunxing did not even lift a finger, yet Xu Damin, in a fit of panic, leapt to assert that there was no chaos. Who would believe such a claim? Chapter 72. I want a divorce. Listening to the discussions around her, old Madame Xu sprang up and joined the fray, vociferously cursing. What utter nonsense! My family would never indulge in such disgraceful behavior. Your family boasts of good morals? No such disgrace? Then what do you call the affair between Xu Damin and Joya? There is tangible evidence. The letters documenting their illicit liaison still exist. Yang's mother retorted scornfully. Old Madame Xu felt a sharp pang in her chest. This was a family scandal. Even her beloved grandson, Xu Damin, had left behind a handle for the entire village to wield against them. Xu Chunxing, with a darkened countenance, stepped before Zhou Fengru and grasped her arm. Come. We are going back inside. It was evident that he had absorbed the crowd's opinions. Many matters, previously overlooked, now loomed large in his mind. Spurred by the gossip around him, Zhang Jinfeng emerged from the throng, approached Xu Damin, and gazed up at him. Is what they say true? Xu Damin, consumed by rage, found no outlet for his anger, but at that moment, Zhang Jinfeng's proximity became the target of his ire. He struck her across the face. Let others prattle on. Why must you step forward to ask such questions now? Are you seeking to add more filth to this mess? Xu Erlong rushed forward, shoving Xu Dongxing aside and shielding Zhang Jifeng behind him. Zhang Jifeng pressed her hand against her stinging face. Over the years, she had often endured Xu Dongxing's blows, becoming accustomed to it. In the countryside, which man had not raised a hand against a woman? She had always believed that her shortcomings in domestic duties had drawn disdain from her mother-in-law and husband alike. Thus, she labored tirelessly, hoping to earn their approval. But now, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, even the dimmest of minds would ponder, as a woman and a daughter-in-law of the Xu family, why was Zhou Fengru's life so much better? No matter the circumstance, she was forever the one making unconditional sacrifices. Not only did she sacrifice herself, but she also sacrificed her children. For instance, in terms of clothing and necessities, her children could never compare to Xu Damin regarding high school opportunities. Despite Xu Erlong being more capable than Xu Damin at the time, the chance was still relinquished to Xu Damin. Now, as she absorbed the idle chatter around her, everything began to make sense. Xu Dongxing, I want a divorce. Zhang Jinfeng cried, covering her face. The crowd fell into stunned silence. In these times, divorce was a novel concept, and anyone seeking to part ways would face incessant scrutiny, forever unable to hold their head high. Xu Erlong, too, gazed at Zhang Jinfeng in astonishment. He had been contemplating a suitable moment to encourage her to divorce Xu Dongxing, but had harbored concerns that Zhang Jinfeng's traditional mindset would prevent her from wanting a divorce, binding her for life to Xu Dongxing with the belief of enduring whatever fate befalls her. Despite the Xu family's mistreatment of her, she remained resolute. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Jifeng unexpectedly initiated divorce proceedings. Mother, I stand by you, Xu Erlong declared. We are capable individuals, self-sufficient and able to sustain ourselves. Why should we depend on a man who treats you poorly? His words resonated not only with Zhang Jifeng but echoed throughout the village. Many women voiced their agreement with Xu Erlong. Indeed, our great leader proclaimed that women hold up half the sky. We toil just as hard as men, returning home to manage household duties. Why should we endure abuse from men? They collectively affirmed their support for Zhang Jinfeng's decision to divorce. What right does Xu Dongxing have to strike anyone? They questioned. He is no better than a muddy mess, and yet he dares to lay hands on Zhang Jinfeng? This only reveals his questionable relationship with Zhou Fengru. He protects others' wives while abusing his own. It is preposterous to claim they have no connection. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, no longer attempting to conceal their disdain. Xu Dongxing's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as this private matter, which he had hidden so well, was unveiled before all. Xu Erlong observed the scene with a quiet smirk. In his previous life, this scandal had been meticulously concealed until Xu Dongxing's death, when he intended to bequeath all property compensation to Xu Damin, thereby exposing this grave embarrassment. Everyone had been oblivious, save for the two involved. Yet, unexpectedly, this time, the situation backfired. The intention was merely to chastise the young brothers, but it inadvertently revealed Xu Dongxing's affair with Zhou Fengru to the public eye, further catalyzing Zhang Jinfeng's awakening and her decision to seek a divorce from Xu Dongxing. Remember this well? You wish to divorce, do you? I will, and you shall not regret it, Xu Dongxing stammered, pointing at Zhang Jinfeng. He could no longer bear to face the crowd and retreated into his home. Meanwhile, Xu Laotai continued to shout, berating the crowd for their gossip and condemning Zhang Jifeng for her perceived shamelessness. Yet, to others, her tirades merely painted her as a foolish clown, attempting to assert her authority. No one paid her any heed. As she retreated into her house, she slammed the door shut. Shortly thereafter, muffled shouts and clamor erupted from within the Xu household, accompanied by the sounds of pots and dishes being smashed. Clearly, brothers Xu Dongxing and Xu Chunsheng were settling scores behind closed doors. Xu Erlong gazed down at Zhang Jinfeng, who stood there, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly murmuring, I want a divorce, I want a divorce. Mother, I support you, Xu Erlong said. I have long wished to encourage you to part ways with him. Zhang Jinfeng looked at Xu Erlong. Have you known about these matters all along? Xu Erlong replied awkwardly, Mother, I was unaware. I simply believe that since he treats you poorly, you should sever ties with him. Zhang Jifeng nodded silently in agreement. Xu Erlong, accompanied by Zhang Jifeng, went directly to find Captain Huang Zhengnong. Just moments ago, Huang Zhengnong had been a spectator to the commotion. In the rural area, though modest in size, trivial matters often escalated into significant disputes. Various domestic affairs, no matter how trivial, could ignite a fierce conflict. He adjusted the dim kerosene lamp on the 8 Immortals table, and the flickering flame illuminated the hall to some extent. Have you truly thought this through? You wish to divorce? Huang Jingnong inquired. In this entire commune, no woman has ever divorced. You must be prepared for the consequences. I want a divorce, Zhang Jifeng replied decisively. During this period, she had separated from Su Erlong and was living independently. Without Su Dongxing by her side, she felt equally content. Moreover, in recent days, she had joined others in selling backpacks, which broadened her horizons and exposed her to the world. Chapter 73. Yang San's surrender each day. Witnessing the flow of money into her hands and her purse growing fuller, Zhang Jifeng felt her mindset liberating. Wasn't it splendid to earn independently? Why should she remain tethered to a singular man? After all, this man had never shown her kindness or affection. Why should she continue to wait for him? She might as well consider him deceased. Fine. Since you are adamant about divorcing, I shall facilitate this matter for you, Huang Jingnong stated. As the saying goes, it is better to destroy a temple than to sever a kinship. I worry that by handling your divorce, I may incur the scorn of others. Su Erlong offered a cigarette. Captain Huang, everyone witnessed the events just now. No one will blame you for this. They will only commend your decisive action. Huang Jingnong, puffing on the cigarette, retrieved a stack of stationery from the inner room to draft the necessary documents. When Zhang Jinfeng married Su Dongsheng, they had not registered their marriage. In those times, many in the countryside did not possess marriage certificates. It was a common practice to simply celebrate with a meal to signify the union. For those in dire financial straits, even the feast might be too extravagant. A mere trumpet call to announce the bride's arrival was often deemed sufficient. After completing the documentation, Huang Jingnong produced a seal, breathed on it, and firmly impressed it onto the paper. Tomorrow, take this document to the commune, affix your signatures, and your marriage shall be officially dissolved. Understood. Su Erlong exhaled in relief. From that moment forth, they would have no ties to the Su family. After the prolonged commotion, it was already nearing 9 or 10 o'clock at night. The Yang family had nearly forgotten the initial cause of their uproar. As they returned home in a huff, they suddenly recalled their intent to find Yang San. No, I must return and inquire further. I need to locate Su Erlong and find my son Yang San. Yang's mother insisted. The three of them cautiously retraced their steps towards Su Erlong's residence. Just as they neared the village entrance, they spotted a figure on the ridge, making its way into the village. It appeared to be Yang San. Yang Limin glanced at the swaying silhouette, certain it was him. Yang Lao unrubbed his eyes. The night was too dark for him to discern clearly. Yang San, Yang Limin called out. Came the distant response from Yang San. Indeed, it was he. Old Yang was filled with a tempest of anger. His family had been anxious and worried for a long time. They had created a ruckus, exchanged blows, and offended others. Yet this little rascal had returned? He bellowed in fury. You wretched scoundrel, do you even know to come back? Where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how much effort the family expended searching for you? Yang's mother joined in the scolding. You must be trying to drive us to our graves. Just wait until I give you a proper beating. Yang Sen groaned. Stop berating me and help me for a moment. Yang Li Min and Yang Si rushed over. In the dimness of the night, it was hard to discern details, but it was evident that Yang San was limping. What happened to you? They inquired. Enough of this. Just help me back home, and then we can talk, he muttered, groaning all the while. Upon arriving home, old Yang struck a match and lit the kerosene lamp. Under the feeble light, they finally discerned that Yang San was bruised all over, with a multitude of injuries. What on earth happened to you? Yang's mother asked with concern. Don't even mention it, Yang San cursed under his breath. He had merely gone to the latrine, only to be ambushed by someone who covered his head and beat him. Afterward, he was stuffed into a burlap sack, left to his fate. He wished to cry out for help, but his mouth was covered. He attempted to escape the sack, only to find his hands bound. In that moment, Yang San truly understood the meaning of being forsaken by heaven and earth. He remained trapped in the sack, limbs stiff and numb. He could even faintly hear the growls of wild beasts, and within the confines of the burlap, he felt a chilling wind. All the tales of monsters and beasts he had heard as a child flooded his mind. What if a wolf or a tiger came to tear him apart? What if a fox spirit transformed into a beautiful woman and drained him of his essence, leaving him as nothing more than a skin? The physical beating he endured was merely a flesh wound, bearable in Yang San's estimation. Yet the mental torment was unbearable, rendering him more miserable than death itself. The howling winds and ghostly cries, coupled with being shrouded in the sack, conjured all manner of horrors in his mind. Eventually, he even detected a strong stench of urine. He could not tell if he had simply held it too long or if fear had caused him to lose control. Fortunately, it was summer, and the wet shorts dried in the breeze. In a haze of terror, he lost track of time until someone finally passed by and freed him from the burlap sack. As he walked along the road, his legs still trembled from prolonged confinement. After drinking a large bowl of hot water, Yang San began to regain his composure. Listening to Yang San's account, the Yang family understood that he had indeed fallen victim to foul play. It must have been Xu Erlong, Yang Si asserted. Old Yang scolded him. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm not speaking nonsense. It was undoubtedly him, Yang Si retorted defiantly. Old Yang glared at him. You have no evidence. Did anyone witness him attacking? Even your brother could not identify the assailant. Furthermore, they left Yang San in a desolate area but did not truly intend to take his life. They merely aimed to instill some discomfort, which indicates they showed restraint, with the purpose of issuing a warning. If you continue to seek trouble, next time, I fear it won't end so lightly. Yang's mother, standing nearby, earnestly advised, yesterday, that wretched Zhou Fengru came to stir up trouble, and I warned you not to step in and act as a pawn for others. You did not heed my words. This was an attempt to trouble others that backfired and brought trouble upon yourselves instead. This time, we can say we returned safely without incident. But will we be so fortunate next time? Yang's father added. He and Yang's mother alternated in their admonitions, anxious that their son, emboldened by youth, might provoke a greater disaster. Yang Si remained discontent. After all, he was merely a boy of 15 or 16, at the most impulsive age, acting without regard for the consequences. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. I must confront Xu Erlong, Yang Si declared to Yang San. Brother, how can we assist you in exacting revenge? Yang San, cradling a teapot filled with hot water, reflected on the day's events with considerable trepidation. A person can only learn from hardship and pain. Yang San was evidently in such a state. He had been thoroughly chastised and harbored no desire to experience the discomfort of solitude in a burlap sack again. Never mind, Yang Si. Father is right, without evidence. We cannot claim it was him. From now on, let us refrain from seeking him out, Yang San conceded, submissively surrendering. Chapter 74. The two truly divorced today. Xu Erlong indulged in a rare morning of sloth. He need not rise before dawn to deliver eels, nor rush to various towns to sell backpacks. He slept until he naturally awoke, counting his earnings until his hands ached. This was the small goal he had set for himself. Having slept until his body demanded awakening and counted his money until fatigue set in, he was content. Unfortunately, the recent sales of backpacks had been retail, yielding only small change. The largest denomination was a mere 10 yuan, with many coins worth 1 or 2 jiao and countless fractions of a yuan. All of it constituted money. Xu Erlong sorted through the larger bills, dismissing the small change as inconsequential. Zhang Jifeng assisted him in counting. Remarking that each jiao and fun was indeed money, villagers would bicker fiercely over a few cents for an egg, so why not account for it? Zhang Jinfeng was delighted to also count until her hands were weary. The discord from yesterday's divorce was long forgotten. After tallying the various amounts and deducting expenses and costs, he had nearly earned 6,000 yuan. Xu Erlong counted out 100 yuan and handed it to Zhang Jinfeng. Mother, take this money. She waved her hands repeatedly. Why give me money? The last sum you gave me remains untouched, hidden beneath the bed. Xu Erlong smiled. Mother, this is for you. Just accept it. He continued. In the past, I hesitated to give you too much, fearing you might be soft-hearted and that the Xu family would come seeking trouble or money from you. Zhang Jinfeng replied earnestly, No, my son works so hard for his earnings, rising early and toiling late. Even I, in my simplicity, understand that caring for one's own children is of utmost importance. It is good that you understand. Keep this money. It is a source of confidence. With money, you possess a foundation, allowing you to purchase whatever you desire. I do not want it. I have money in hand, yet it serves no purpose in this village. You have procured all the necessities for food and clothing. Zhang Jinfeng spoke the truth. She spent most of her time in the village, which lacked a small shop, leaving her with nothing to buy. On the other hand, Xu Erlong returned daily from the city, bringing a comprehensive supply of daily necessities. Take it. Lest others claim that I earned money but failed to provide you with any, Xu Erlong chuckled. Who says I haven't given you anything? Zhang Jinfeng retorted, somewhat irritated. Am I supposed to announce to the world every time you give me money? After much insistence, Xu Erlong forcibly placed 100 yuan into Zhang Jinfeng's hands. Xu Shaoling approached, witnessing her brother handing money to their mother, and chimed in, Second brother, I want money too. Will you give me some? Certainly, Xu Erlong replied, gesturing towards a pile of loose change. This entire heap is for you. Don't give her all that. It's merely a collection of 1-cent and 2-cent coins. While these may seem trivial, they accumulate to a considerable sum, totaling several dozen yuan. Zhang Jinfang felt a pang of regret. In rural areas, a household could make do with such an amount for several months. Typically, when giving money to a child, half a yuan would be deemed generous. Mother, Xiaoling is growing up. She deserves some pocket money to manage, Xu Erlong asserted. As the little girl matures, she may wish to purchase hair accessories, undergarments, or snacks, and should not have to rely on adults for such things. You ought to indulge her, he added. Zhang Jinfang smiled, genuinely at ease. After the trio enjoyed a meal of egg noodles, noticing the time, Xu Erlong rose. Mother, let us head to the commune. The divorce formalities must be submitted there for official approval, and we must include Xu Dongsheng, the party involved. Today, no one from Xu Dongsheng's family had ventured outside. Xu Erlong knocked on the door for quite a while before Xu Dongsheng finally emerged, his forehead bandaged, indicating he had suffered a significant injury from Xu Chunqing's assault the previous night. Xu Erlong felt no sympathy. He believed one must bear the consequences of their own transgressions. Let us proceed to the commune. Once we leave our fingerprints, our marriage will be entirely dissolved, Xu Erlong stated, his expression void of emotion. Xu Dongsheng regarded him with a look that seemed to want to shred him to pieces. Do not look at me like that. I did not expose your disgraceful acts. Xu Erlong replied, unaffected. Xu Dongsheng's face twisted in anger, his teeth clenched, revealing a menacing demeanor. He could only blame himself for losing his composure the previous day, instinctively stepping in to defend Zhou Fengru when she was at a disadvantage, which ignited the turmoil. He glanced over at Zhang Jinfang, who stood at a distance with Xu Xiaoling, unwilling to approach. The four family members, one after another, made their way toward the commune. Villagers observed the four figures walking along the ridge and, unaware of the situation, might assume they were visiting relatives. Look, Xu Dongsheng's family of four. Have they reconciled? Someone remarked. Can they really mend their differences? The response was dismissive. Reconciled? Nonsense. They are heading to the commune for a divorce, requiring the commune stamp for it to be official. Huang Jingnong's family interjected with an explanation. Our family's stamp does not count. Meanwhile, those working in the fields spat into their palms, uncertain whether they were merely trying to increase friction or expressing disdain. Emerging from the commune, Xu Dongsheng gazed at the marriage dissolution certificate in his hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Had he truly divorced Zhang Jinfang? Since he became aware of his surroundings, he had known that Zhang Jinfang was someone his family had taken in, destined to be his wife. For this child bride, who was 2 years his senior, Xu Dongsheng had always regarded her with indifference. He perceived her merely as a private possession, a source of labor, akin to a cow kept on the farm. Even when Zhang Jinfang bore him children and managed household affairs, he considered it a matter of course. Yet now, this divorce certificate severed their ties irrevocably. He finally understood that Zhang Jinfang was not a mere object belonging to his family, nor was she a docile workhorse. He failed to reflect on his own faults, instead placing all blame on Xu Erlong. Had this wretched child not insisted on dividing the family and moving out, Zhang Jinfang would never have uttered the word divorce. He glared at Xu Erlong with disdain, exclaiming, I truly regret having such a cursed child. Zhang Jinfang trembled, shocked that her son, whom she had fought so hard to bring into the world, was deemed a burden in the eyes of his father. Xu Erlong scoffed derisively. No. You should regret birthing Xu Damin, the real misfortune. If not for his existence, we might still have revered you as a good father. Without him, my mother would have viewed you as a good man, devoted and caring. Without him, uncle would still consider you a good brother. And there would be no betrayal among siblings. One by one, he laid bare Xu Dongsheng's shortcomings, leaving him speechless. Enough. From now on, I shall pretend you do not exist. Xu Dongsheng tore the divorce certificate into shreds and strode away. Chapter 75. Accompanying mother and sister in the county town, Zhang Jinfang covered her mouth and wept silently. She had devoted the majority of her life to the Xu family. The bonds that tied her were deeply rooted, and now, being forcibly severed, she felt an agonizing emptiness within. As she wept quietly, Xiaoling, who was always easily moved to tears, embraced her mother and joined her in sorrow. Xu Erlong watched them in silence, allowing his mother to express her grief until she had released enough of her pent-up anguish. Once Zhang Jinfang had cried her fill, Xu Erlong held her tightly, declaring, Mother, from this day forth, I will never allow you to weep again. Do not worry, our future will be brighter. Zhang Jinfang wiped her tears and nodded. I understand, Erlong. I know that without him, we will fare better. I just couldn't help myself for a moment, but rest assured, I will never cry again, never for this ungrateful man. Indeed. We shall strive to live joyfully from now on, Xu Erlong replied. Xiao Ling, with reddened eyes, chimed in, I will study hard and aim for university. So they can no longer boast about Damin being the only college student. Excellent, Xu Erlong smiled. I eagerly await the day my sister becomes a university student. Come, my dear student, let us venture into the city and procure your school supplies. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the school term, and at present, Xiao Ling possesses only a backpack, a fountain pen, a ruler, an eraser, and a pencil case, essential stationery that she must acquire. Now that they have the means, Zhang Jifeng is no longer hesitant. Xu Damin is pursuing his studies, and the family has tightened their belts, scrimping and saving to support his education. There is no reason for their daughter not to receive an education, especially when compared to Xu Damin. The family of three ventures into the city together, making their way directly to the county department store. At this hour, the store is bustling with activity. During the back-to-school season, numerous students flock to purchase their learning supplies, making the department store a veritable sea of humanity. Xiao Ling gazes at the stationery displayed at the counter, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Unsure of what to choose, she observes the other students to see what they are buying. Xu Erlong chuckles, suggesting that there is little to reference, and that one should simply opt for the more expensive items. There is an old adage, one who does not recognize value may at least recognize money. Anything that is costly typically has its reasons. Its quality is often superior. After selecting various stationery items, they have spent nearly 20 yuan, and Xu Erlong generously hands over the money. Xiao Ling feels a sense of calm wash over her. Since assisting her second brother with the sale of eels, she has become accustomed to the ebb and flow of money, remaining unflappable. Having purchased the stationery, Xu Erlong leads the two of them to the clothing section. In contrast to the bustling stationery area, the clothing section is considerably quieter. Xu Erlong surveys the displayed garments. Unlike their last visit, this time, the collection features autumn styles. The designs remain conservative and conventional, yet the woolen sweaters imported from Shanghai are strikingly unique. Xu Erlong glances at the price tags, noting that the Shanghai woolen sweaters are priced above 100 yuan. Such a price elevates the sweaters to a lofty status, seemingly untouchable. Those woolen sweaters are simply exquisite. Xiao Ling exclaims in admiration. If you like them, then buy one, Xu Erlong responds. At this moment, Zhang Jifeng can no longer contain herself. While she had managed to accept the 20 yuan spent on Xiao Ling's stationery, after all, it was for her education, she finds it difficult to justify spending over 100 yuan on a single woolen sweater. No matter how impoverished one may be, education should never be compromised, nor should children be burdened by hardship. Furthermore, they are no longer impoverished. They recently counted their cash, amounting to nearly 6,000 yuan. Yet, Zhang Jifeng remains fundamentally frugal. I cannot accept this. I have enough clothes, she insists, repeatedly declining. What need do I, an elderly woman, have for such extravagant and impractical items? You work hard for your money, and you will need it for starting a family and finding a wife. Zhang Jifeng laments, her heart aching at the thought of spending so much on high-end clothing. Xu Erlong, feeling helpless, alters his approach. He selects 2 boxes of moisturizing cream for Zhang Jifeng and Xiao Ling to use daily. At merely 1 yuan per box, Zhang Jifeng finds it difficult to refuse this time. She recalls a long-ago memory of seeing Zhou Fengru use it. Just a dab would leave one smelling delightful. Come on, Mom, let me apply it for you, Xiao Ling giggles, impatiently eager to experiment on Zhang Jifeng's face. Stop fooling around. Zhang Jifeng hurriedly turned her face away, laughing. My face hasn't even been washed yet, so what is there to apply at this moment? I'll wash my face when I get home tonight, and then apply it. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment surfaced within her. She recalled that this fragrant snow flower cream was typically used by the young female intellectuals sent to the countryside in those years. With this thought, Xiaoling finally relented. She imagined that after taking a bath at home tonight and applying it, even the bed and pillow would exude a delightful fragrance. Xu Erlong bought Xiaoling a pair of white mesh shoes and a few hair flowers. As a man, he could only consider so much. As for other more intimate items or aspects he might have overlooked, Xiaoling would have to procure them for herself in due time. The trio spent a considerable time at the department store, and Xu Erlong, noting the position of the son, decided to take them out for a meal. It was somewhat shameful that despite his daily hustle and having treated numerous people to meals at state-run restaurants, He had yet to bring Zhang Jinfang and Xiaoling out to dine. Initially, they lacked the funds, and later, when he had managed to save a little, the two had been occupied with harvesting eels in the countryside. Now that the opportunity had finally arisen, he was determined to treat them to a sumptuous meal. Celebrating Zhang Jinfang's divorce today. Upon entering the state-run restaurant, Xu Erlong was well acquainted with the establishment. He guided his mother and sister to a relatively secluded table and began to peruse the menu displayed on the wall. Meanwhile, Xiaoling fixated on the price list, reciting aloud. Stir-fried duck cubes, 1 yuan and 90 cents. Mushu pork, 95 cents. Spicy chicken, 2 yuan and 60 cents. Xu Erlong opted for the spicy chicken, stir-fried shrimp slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, mushroom, and bamboo shoots, along with a serving of tomato and pig liver soup, ample food for the three of them. During this period, Xu Erlong had consistently maintained an excellent standard for their family meals. Not only had Xiaoling lost her craving for meat, but even Huang Xiaojiang, who frequently dined at their home, had lost his appetite for it. Yet, when these dishes made their way to their mouths, Xiaoling was utterly enchanted by the culinary prowess of the restaurant's chefs. Wow, this is simply exquisite. Every taste bud feels as though it has blossomed. Their home had prepared tomato and pig liver soup before, but compared to the master chef's version at the state-run restaurant, it paled significantly in flavor. Xu Erlong chuckled, acknowledging that decades of culinary skill were not acquired in vain. Seizing the chance to savor the exquisite craftsmanship of the state-run restaurant chefs, they should relish the delicacies and enjoy life. In the future, as the economy progresses, indulging in delicious food may become increasingly challenging. One might find themselves resorting to pre-packaged meals, which could neither be deemed appetizing nor unappetizing, merely laying of various additives and preservatives to get by. Chapter 76. Plans to rent a house in the city. These dishes were generously portioned, and the trio could hardly finish them all. However, Zhang Jinfang, having come from a background of hardship, could not bear to waste food. Observing the remnants on the plate, she insisted on consuming every last bit. As she ate, she occasionally let out loud burps. Despite Xu Erlong's attempts to dissuade her, they were in vain. You children simply do not understand the value of frugality. Just think back to those years when we were so hungry that we cried in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, even resorting to stripping bark from trees to eat. Now that life has improved even the slightest bit, how can we waste? Zhang Jinfang lamented. Xu Erlong ceased his attempts to dissuade her. After all, the older generation, having endured years of hardship, inherently embodies thriftiness. He could only silently assist Zhang Jinfang in consuming the remaining vegetables. Upon exiting the state-run restaurant, Xu Erlong felt his stomach quite engorged. He strolled along the main road in front of the restaurant, ostensibly to aid digestion, and inadvertently found himself near the Dongfanghong guest house. Let us step inside and have a look, Xu Erlong suggested, contemplating a move to the city. However, housing reform had yet to take place, and city dwellers were already grappling with tight living conditions, often cramming 7 or 8 family members into a mere 10 to 20 square meters. Everyone yearned for their workplaces to provide subsidized housing, leaving little room for rental properties. Furthermore, during these times, whether renting or purchasing a home, the channels for information were rather opaque, making it nearly impossible to find a suitable rental immediately. Renting a guest house was the most straightforward solution. It would allow them to stay there while gradually searching for a proper residence. Although it seemed somewhat absurd, it addressed their immediate needs. Zhang Jinfang cast a glance at the guest house. Despite her illiteracy, she recognized it as an accommodation for outsiders. What is there to see at this guest house? It's meant for people from afar, she remarked. Xu Erlong replied, I plan to rent 2 rooms in the guest house. Eventually, we will move here from the countryside. Zhang Jinfang was perplexed. Why would we leave our comfortable life in the countryside to come here? How much will it cost to stay here? Mother, I still need to continue my business, Xu Erlong patiently explained. Living in the county town is more convenient. We have to travel at dawn every day. Besides, Xiaoling will also need to attend school. Surely you wouldn't want her to traverse such a long distance back home, would you? Though his reasoning was sound, Zhang Jinfang, like many rural women, viewed residing in a guest house in the county town as akin to abandoning their roots. People become insignificant when they leave their hometown. Moving to the county town, where everything is unfamiliar, could make us vulnerable to mistreatment, couldn't it? It won't be like that, mother. We are not troublemakers. How could anyone bully us so easily? Xu Erlong chuckled. Moreover, those who stay in the guest house are primarily travelers from various places. In the end, Who knows who will bully whom? Yet, Zhang Jinfang felt a lingering resistance, sensing insecurity and unreliability. Mother, do you wish to see Xiaoling and me leaving early and returning late every day? Do you want to watch us tread such long paths and suffer blisters on our feet? Su Erlong began to evoke sympathy. This struck a chord with Zhang Jinfang. Although she felt immense trepidation regarding the future and instinctively resisted leaving the production team she had grown accustomed to, she could not bear to see her children endure hardship. Leaving early and returning late, braving the elements. Since you believe it is better to rent here, then let us stay. If it turns out to be unfavorable, we can always return to the countryside, all right? Zhang Jinfang conceded. All right, Su Erlong agreed, spotting a vendor selling sunflower seeds not far away. Su Erlong approached and signaled for Xiaoling to hand over 20 cents to buy some seeds. The vendor folded a piece of newspaper into a small triangle and carefully filled it with seeds, in an area devoid of plastic packaging. This was the customary method of distribution, 10 cents for a triangular bag. What do we need sunflower seeds for? Zhang Jinfang was perplexed. She had already eaten to her heart's content. Just take it, she said. Su Erlong had grown accustomed to keeping a few small items on hand as a means of breaking the ice. As a rural lad, lacking connections and resources, he could only rely on his own efforts to gradually navigate and establish a network. He led Zhang Jinfang and Su Xiaoling into the guest house, approaching the front desk. The attendant at this hour was a round-faced matron. Upon hearing Su Erlong's request to rent a room, she glanced at the trio before her, a handsome young man, a timid rural woman with an honest demeanor, and a naive countryside girl of about 14 or 15. Do you have a letter of introduction? The round-faced matron asked lazily. Apologies, we hurried out today and forgot to bring it along. We would like to view the rooms first. If we find one suitable, we will bring the letter and the rent tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Su Erlong proposed softly. He then handed her the small bag of sunflower seeds he had just purchased at the entrance. Here, sister, please accept this bag of seeds to enjoy at your leisure. Immediately, the matron's expression brightened as she accepted the small offering. This unsolicited treat was too good to pass up. She could take it home to delight her children. Very well, just remember to bring the letter tomorrow. It is essential. Otherwise, we cannot proceed, she replied, turning to retrieve a set of keys from the wall behind her. A large bunch of keys clanged together, echoing as she moved. Would you prefer an upstairs or downstairs room? The upstairs has better lighting. But the price is a bit higher, the matron explained. We have 4-person rooms, 2-person rooms, and singles. Which would you choose? I'll take a single room. My mother and sister will opt for a 2-person room, Su Erlong responded. The matron led them to view the available rooms, eventually stopping at a door at the corner of the second-floor staircase. This is a standard 2-person room, she stated, revealing wooden floors and walls painted up to half their height in green. In addition to 2 single beds, a small tea table adorned the space. Su Erlong stepped forward, tugging at the light cord. The bulb illuminated brightly. He then peered out the window, noticing the bustling street below and the cinema across the road. Perfect. We'll take this room, Su Erlong decided. The room's location, adjacent to the hallway, meant that passers-by would frequently be seen. Privacy was somewhat compromised. However, from another perspective, this offered a heightened sense of security, as any disturbances could easily be observed from the lobby below. Xiaoling, her lips pressed together in delight, could hardly find her voice. This room is simply wonderful. Having grown accustomed to the dilapidated earthen walls of the countryside, she had never dared dream of such luxuries in the city. Living here meant no more reliance on kerosene lamps. Simply pulling the cord at the door would provide electric light. Moreover, they shared a toilet, a far cry from the large pit latrine of the countryside, where flies and mosquitoes buzzed incessantly in the summer, and the sight of writhing white maggots and excrement was all too common. There would be no more worrying about leaky roofs during heavy rains, scrambling to catch the deluge in bowls and containers scattered throughout the room. Chapter 77. Enrolling at school. Su Erlong chose a room located downstairs beside the duty room. The round-faced woman was puzzled. The downstairs was poorly lit and significantly darker. Su Erlong remained indifferent. He intended to continue his business, and the ground floor would facilitate the movement of goods in and out. Moreover, being adjacent to the duty room meant there would be someone watching over the premises around the clock, greatly reducing the chances of theft or robbery. All right, these 2 rooms will suffice, Su Erlong decided after inspecting the space. Given that he was opting for a long-term lease, the cost was considerably lower than that of transient guests who stayed for just 2 or 3 days, merely 8 yuan a month for each room, totaling 16 yuan. Su Erlong promptly settled the rent, a trifling sum for him. Thus, the decision to relocate to the city was finalized. Upon returning to the village, Xu Erlong sought out Huang Jingnom to discuss obtaining a referral letter for his move to the city. You're moving to the city? Huang Jingnom was taken aback by his audacity. Didn't your mother just get divorced? Xu Erlong replied softly, precisely because of the recent divorce, we must temporarily move out. You know how gossip spreads in the countryside. I fear my mother might overhear something unpleasant. Furthermore, I worry about potential trouble from the old Xu family while I'm not home. His reasoning was indeed sound. Xu Erlong then handed him a pack of Deqianmen cigarettes, adding, besides, moving out will free up the storage room. I will pay 5 yuan in rent as compensation for the time spent borrowing the storage. His meticulous arrangements left Huang Jingnom with little reason to refuse. With a wave of his hand, Huang Jingnom readily issued the referral letter. With the letter in hand, Xu Erlong returned home and instructed Zhang Jinfang to begin sorting their belongings. They would move the next day. Initially, when they separated from the family, they possessed very little, just 2 sets of change of clothes. However, after a period of shopping, Xu Erlong had acquired an ample supply of household items, including a myriad of cooking condiments. Zhang Jinfang felt conflicted about the move. Taking everything would be quite a hassle. Mother, let us leave these items behind and gift them to Yuping. Once we arrive in the city, we can gradually acquire what we need, Xu Erlong encouraged her. Zhang Jinfang agreed verbally but felt reluctant in her heart. Xiaoling was so excited that she couldn't sleep the entire night. Tomorrow, her elder brother would take her to enroll at the chemical factory's affiliated school. Moreover, she would be living in the city, which meant she was becoming, in a sense, a city dweller. She tossed and turned in bed, keeping Zhang Jinfang awake as well. Just when she finally dozed off, Xu Erlong lit the oil lamp and came to wake her. So early? Xiaoling rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled. It's not that early. It will take half a day to get to the city, Xu Erlong replied. Zhang Jinfang got up as well and glanced outside. Dawn was breaking. It was summer, and the sky brightened early. Had it been winter, the outside would likely still be shrouded in darkness at that hour. Zhang Jinfang suddenly comprehended Xu Erlong's intention to rent a house in the city. If they did not reside in the city, it would be arduous for Xiaoling to rise early and return late every day. Shall I prepare breakfast for you? Zhang Jinfang inquired. No need, Xu Erlong replied. There are plenty of food options near the school, and Xiaoling and I can find something to eat nearby. Mom, since you are home today, you can tidy up. Or I can give you some money to stroll around the city and buy anything you might need. Zhang Jinfang responded affirmatively. Xiaoling went to the back to fetch water, brush her teeth, wash her face, and apply the snow cream she had just purchased yesterday. She then donned a newly bought white shirt, blue trousers, and pristine white mesh shoes. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, Xiaoling resembled a student from the era depicted in her textbooks. Brother, does this look all right? Xiaoling asked, feeling somewhat awkward as she fiddled with her braided hair. This outfit was the first new attire she had ever owned, making her feel slightly out of place. It looks wonderful. My Xiaoling will surely shine, Xu Erlong praised her. Hurry along, you mustn't be late. Today is your first day of reporting, Zhang Jinfang urged. Xu Erlong and Xiaoling set off towards the children's school at the chemical factory, illuminated by the morning light. Thanks to Li Yongyan's earlier promise, Xiaoling was able to enroll smoothly in the school. After finishing her studies at the village school, she had not continued her education, and now she was starting from the first year of junior high. She was assigned to class 3 of the first year, with a young teacher named Duan Hongmei as her homeroom instructor. Although her experience was not as extensive as that of older teachers, her youth allowed her to connect easily with the children. Upon arriving at the finance office, Xu Erlong and Xiaoling found all the parents of students lined up to pay fees, as compulsory education had not yet been implemented. Various school fees still needed to be paid, which was why Xiaoling had only attended the village school before. The parents surrounding them were mostly employees of the chemical factory, and all the students were city children. Even though Xiaoling was dressed in new clothes, it was evident that she was a child from the countryside. Her complexion and demeanor could not be altered simply by a change of attire. Before arriving, Xiaoling had been quite cheerful, but now, under the scrutinizing gazes of others, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Xu Erlong noticed her discomfort and gently took her hand. After paying the tuition and fees, Xu Erlong led Xiaoling to her classroom, where they collected textbooks based on the payment receipt. With all procedures completed, they awaited the official start of school on September 1st. Xu Erlong waited outside the classroom for Xiaoling to finish gathering her books and exit with her backpack. The initial excitement of starting school had faded, leaving Xiaoling with a sense of trepidation. She felt acutely aware that she did not belong in this circle. All around her were children raised in the city. Their smiles and attitudes exuded a sense of superiority. Do you dislike it here? Su Erlong observed her despondent demeanor and understood her feelings. Xiaoling lowered her head, shaking it, then nodded in affirmation. Second brother, I will persevere. I will diligently pursue my studies here. In the past, she had yearned for the opportunity to learn, but had been denied it. Now, her brother had procured this invaluable chance for her, even renting an apartment in the city for her sake. For this reason alone, she could not easily give up. Second brother, I will strive with all my might. Though I come from the countryside and am different from them, as long as I put in the effort, my results will surely not be inferior. Xiaoling clenched her fists. Su Erlong reached out, affectionately ruffling Xiaoling's hair. Although the disparity between urban and rural life was stark, it was an unavoidable reality. He vowed to work hard to help his sister transform her circumstances. Chapter 78. I want to be with you. The duo had just exited the children's school affiliated with the chemical factory when they heard someone call out to Su Erlong with a tone of evident irritation. Turning around, they spotted a young lady standing beneath a yellow cassia tree. It was Li Yingtong. Do you need something from me? Su Erlong inquired. Li Yingtong stamped her foot in frustration. Why couldn't she seek him out? If she didn't approach him, would he never come to her? I do need to talk to you, Li Yingtong said, steeling herself. Glancing at Xiaoling behind Su Erlong, she asked, Is this your sister? Yes, Su Erlong replied. Li Yingtong continued, I'll be waiting for you at the riverside dock. Come alone, as I have something important to discuss. Su Erlong was torn. As he had numerous errands to attend to that day, he turned to Xiaoling, saying, Xiaoling, why don't you head to the guest house and see if mother has arrived? Also, check if there is anything else we need to buy. Oh, Xiaoling responded, nodding her head, and with her backpack slung over her shoulder, she walked away. After a short distance, she turned back to sneak a glance at Li Yingtong. This sister must have feelings for my second brother, she mused. Li Yingtong led the way to the riverside, which was none other than the mighty Yangtze River. In the days before the advent of expressways, the Yangtze served as a golden waterway, facilitating immense cargo and passenger transport for Su Erlong and his companions. Traveling to the city often meant taking a passenger boat. As Li Yingtong walked ahead, Su Erlong trailed behind at a distance of several meters. Frustrated by his reluctance to catch up, Li Yingtong snapped, Why aren't you coming closer? Are you afraid I might bite? I'm right behind you, aren't I? Su Erlong replied straightforwardly. If you have something to say, just say it here, we'll reach the dock soon. Li Yingtong halted, clutching her handkerchief, overwhelmed with unspoken thoughts. What have you been busy with lately? She asked, gazing down at her toes. I've been selling things. Didn't I tell you to stop selling those items? Li Yingtong retorted, visibly displeased. Su Erlong looked at her in silence. Miss, I need to earn a living. You know my mother and sister depend on me. I said you don't have to do that. I can ask my father to arrange a factory job for you as a worker. That would be just fine. Li Yingtong suggested. I don't want to be a worker, Su Erlong asserted. Being a worker leads nowhere, he reflected, recalling the lessons learned from his past life. What does it matter if the chemical factory is thriving? Each month, I still receive that meager salary. Moreover, a decade from now, even the chief engineer of the factory will likely venture out to establish his own enterprise. Are you truly so eager to become a vendor? To operate as a sole trader? Tears welled in Li Yingtong's eyes. Does Su Erlong not comprehend her feelings at all? Do you realize that if you choose to be a vendor, a future with you is impossible for me? My friends would ridicule me, Li Yingtong lamented. Su Erlong let out a heavy sigh. He had sensed that the young woman's thoughts were somewhat amiss, having already severed ties with the factory's business. He refrained from visiting in hopes that she would reconsider her inclinations. To his surprise, today she boldly summoned him to express her feelings. Now that they had reached this point, feigning ignorance would hardly be gentlemanly. He replied, We are fundamentally from different worlds. It is only natural that we do not belong together. No, I wish to be with you, Li Yingtong declared loudly. Pampered since childhood, she was a headstrong and willful girl, accustomed to placing her desires above all else. Su Erlong, patient, gently explained, You are merely caught in a moment of impulsive fervor. I am just a country boy, not worthy of you. You are a wonderful girl. In the future, you will encounter someone who truly loves you and is willing to share a life with you. He had never anticipated that in this lifetime, he would find himself issuing a good person card to someone else. Having lived a second life, his mindset had aged. devoid of passion and patience to engage with the whims of such an unstable young woman. He would never stoop to coaxing her into happiness. "But I want to be with you," Li Yingtong shouted, disregarding everything, and lunged towards Xu Erlong, attempting to leap into his embrace. This sudden action startled Xu Erlong, causing him to retreat repeatedly. In his backward steps, he inadvertently stepped on someone else's foot. "I'm so sorry." Xu Erlong apologized profusely. When he turned to see whom he had stepped on, he was taken aback to discover it was Zhouya. His foot had landed squarely on her instep. Since the recent scandal involving Xu Damin, Zhouya had suffered immense humiliation. Overwhelmed by her emotions in the sweltering heat, she had fallen ill and remained bedridden for days. She had expected Xu Damin to visit her, perhaps even to invite her to the university for orientation. Although they were attending different universities, they were still in the same major city. To her dismay, she had waited in vain for Xu Damin, only to learn later that he had left prematurely. Anger brewed within her, yet she quickly forgave him, understanding that they were both under scrutiny and needed to lay low. Her illness lingered, but she could not afford to delay, for it would jeopardize her university enrollment. Thus, dragging her illness along, she resolved to head to the dock, intending to take a boat to the city and then a train to the university. As Li Yingtong lunged forward, she seized the opportunity to link her arm with Xu Erlong's. Upon noticing another girl nearby, her innate intuition as a woman instantly kicked in. She linked her arm with Xu Erlong's and, with a tone of inquiry, asked him, "Xu Erlong, who is she?" Xu Erlong had no intention of making introductions. Should he say, "This is my ex, who betrayed me with my cousin"? How embarrassing. "Let us go," he said, pulling Li Yingtong away, intending to distance himself. Zhou Guofu, carrying his luggage, followed closely behind Zhouya, determined to see her off to university. At that moment, he piled his bags on his shoulder and called out to Xu Erlong, "Xu Erlong, you stop right there." Xu Erlong ignored him. However, Zhou Guofu, like a man grasping at a weak point, rushed forward. "Xu Erlong, I knew you were too eager to break off the engagement with my daughter. Turns out you have someone else outside. What nonsense are you spouting?" Xu Erlong stood his ground against him. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak indiscriminately." "Am I speaking indiscriminately?" Zhou Guofu pointed at Li Yingtong. "Look, she is holding your hand. How can you claim there is no relationship between you?" Xu Erlong insisted. "I truly have no relationship with her." As he spoke, he made an effort to pry Li Yingtong's hand away, yet to his surprise, she tightened her grip and exclaimed, "I like you. I want to be with you." Chapter 79. Zhouya dimmed in comparison. What is she trying to prove? Xu Erlong found himself unable to shake her off, yet he hesitated to exert too much force. The riverside was strewn with pebbles, and a careless move could easily lead to a fall. In Zhouya's eyes, it appeared as if the two were engaged in a tug-of-war. As a woman, she possessed an innate sensitivity. Even without a word exchanged, she could swiftly discern the nature of their relationship. Li Yingtong and Zhouya, though silent, could both surmise their connection to Xu Erlong. At that moment, Li Yingtong's actions were more a provocation towards Zhouya. "Humph, I want to hold on to him." "What can you do about it?" "Shameless," Zhou Guofu scolded. "How am I shameless? I like him, and I am willing to be with him. Is there a problem?" Li Yingtong retorted. Zhouya's face paled. She believed that after calling off the engagement, Xu Erlong would never find someone as exceptional as herself. He would end up marrying a coarse, uneducated village woman and spend his life in the rural confines of Qianan commune. Yet here he was, standing beside a vibrant and charming young woman. This girl clearly hailed from a privileged city background, effortlessly overshadowing Zhouya. "Xu Erlong, is she from your village?" Li Yingtong inquired. "Sort of," Xu Erlong replied. Li Yingtong snorted lightly. "No wonder she dresses so poorly. She exudes a sense of small-town modesty." Zhouya felt a surge of indignation. She had dressed with care that day, donning a quality shirt, blue trousers, and black cloth shoes. Her hair styled into a braided bun with a red ribbon, a respectable appearance in the village. After all, many village girls wore patched and tattered clothing. Yet, facing Li Yingtong, Zhouya felt as if she were merely a country bumpkin. Just look at Li Yingtong, with her delicate, fair face adorned in a puff-sleeved dress, standing gracefully like a princess from a film, noble, willful, and exquisite. Upon comparison, the distinction becomes unmistakably clear. Not only does Li Yingtong perceive herself as unsophisticated, but even she acknowledges her own lack of refinement. "Father, let us depart," she implored, as Zhouya felt an overwhelming sense of shame and yearned to leave swiftly. However, Zhou Guofu was determined to salvage some semblance of dignity. He addressed Li Yingtong, saying, "Do not look down upon us rural folk. My daughter is a university student. Do you understand what that means? She is not to be compared with people like you. A university student? Li Yingdong scoffed disdainfully. What is so impressive about that? This year, our factory received over a dozen university graduates, and they all obediently follow my father's commands. Su Erlong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Li Yingdong certainly had a knack for retorting. Zhou Bufu seethed with anger, yet found himself at a loss for a counterargument. What do you mean by that? Am I mistaken? My father is the factory director. Those university graduates ought to heed his authority, Li Yingdong asserted, her chin raised defiantly. Zhou, you bit her lip? The color draining from her face. She was acutely aware that their pursuit of higher education was aimed at escaping the confines of rural life, securing stable employment, and embracing urban existence. Yet, in the eyes of others, her efforts seemed utterly insignificant. With her head bowed, she hastily made her way towards the docked vessels. Eager to escape this moment of humiliation, her figure resembled one fleeing in disgrace. Zhou Bufu, burdened with his load, hurried after her. Humph. Li Yingtong snorted at the retreating figures. She was not blind to Zhou Ye's true character. It was hardly admirable. Turning to Su Erlong, she inquired. You wouldn't be interested in her, would you? Impossible, Su Erlong immediately refuted. That's more like it, Li Yingtong declared, resembling a proud little duck. If you could fancy someone like her, I would lose all respect for you. Then, her demeanor shifted to irritation. But what about me? Do you look down on me as well? Not at all, Su Erlong replied, though his heart contradicted his words. We simply aren't suited for each other. Where do you find the incompatibility? Li Yingtong countered. I think it's rather promising. When you're working at the chemical plant, we could nurture our relationship daily. Su Erlong understood that continuing this discussion would lead to endless back and forth. At this age, young women exhibit both passionate impulsiveness and rebellious stubbornness. The more he insisted on their incompatibility, the more determined she would become. Contemplating for a moment, Su Erlong resolved to appeal to her emotions with reason. The reason I claim we are not suitable is that I already have someone dear to my heart. What? Li Yingtong's brows shot up in disbelief. It cannot be the girl from earlier, can it? Not at all. Please let me finish, he urged. My beloved has shown me profound affection. During my most challenging and helpless times, when everyone looked down upon me, she was the only one who quietly supported me. She has taught me many things and pulled me from the depths of despair. Her kindness towards me is a debt I can never repay. As Su Erlong recounted these memories, they were subtle yet impactful. There were no grand gestures or dramatic displays, but her presence made the world appear softer and more endearing. While speaking, his expression gradually softened. Thus, her kindness towards me has solidified my resolve to marry no one but her. If I were to abandon her, would I not be a man worse than a pig or a dog? Would you truly wish to be with such a heartless individual for a lifetime? Are you not afraid that he may also cast you aside in the end? A barrage of probing questions weighed heavily on Li Yingtong's conscience. She listened quietly, not uttering a word. Although she could be willful and headstrong, she was not devoid of principles. With reddened eyes, biting her lip, she softly replied, hearing you say this. It seems I have no justification to disrupt your relationship, despite the flourishing literary scene. With a plethora of poets and writers emerging to extol love and encourage young men and women to liberate their thoughts and boldly pursue romance, such courage must be tempered by circumstance. You understand, don't you? Therefore, our connection is unsuitable. You are a good girl and will surely find someone truly worthy of your affection, Su Erlong reiterated. At last, Li Yingdong managed to smile through her tears, certainly. Someone far more handsome and valiant than you. Indeed, can we return now? Su Erlong inquired. You know my sister has just enrolled in school, and there are many matters to arrange. We can head back, Li Yingdong replied. She took a few steps, then turned back to Su Erlong, saying, You must treat your beloved well. You both deserve happiness. If you mistreat her, I will not spare you. Su Erlong gazed at her radiant face, reminiscent of summer blossoms, and smiled gently. I promise to treat her exceedingly well. When the time comes for our wedding, I shall invite you to be my bridesmaid. It's a promise. A promise. Chapter 80. Moving to the city having resolved matters with Li Yingtong, Su Erlong breathed a sigh of relief. He, who lacked even a wristwatch, hardly qualified as a master of time management. Reflecting on this, he realized he truly needed to purchase a watch. Recently, he had been acquiring various items, yet somehow had not managed to buy one. In this day and age, watches, bicycles, sewing machines, and radios were all categorized as essential commodities. As a representative of a prosperous family, one must possess these items. Naturally, there was a hierarchy of priorities among them. Men eagerly anticipated acquiring bicycles, for the convenience they offered in travel. Women, on the other hand, yearned for sewing machines, as they facilitated mending for the entire family, saving considerable time. Watches, however, were of lesser urgency. Xu Erlong only thought of needing a watch when he wished to ascertain the time. He ventured to a department store to browse. The counters showcased brands such as Shanghai, Plum Blossom, Seagull, and Rose, with prices ranging from 80 to 200 yuan. Additionally, they required tickets for purchase. Lacking such tickets at the moment, Xu Erlong realized he could not buy one even with money. It appeared he would have to wait a while longer. As he exited the department store, Xu Erlong sensed someone trailing him after only a few steps. A slight frown crossed his face as he maintained his pace, walking steadily into a narrow alley. When the follower caught up, Xu Erlong executed a swift sweep, bringing the individual down. "What are you following me for?" Xu Erlong stepped onto his back. "Big brother, spare me. I mean no harm," the other party pleaded. "Then why are you following me?" Xu Erlong inquired sharply. "I just wanted to ask if you want a watch," the man replied. "I have no other intentions." "Do you possess a watch?" Xu Erlong asked, withdrawing his foot. The man scrambled up from the ground, dusting off his hands, with shifty eyes glancing around before he whispered, "Which kind do you want?" Upon hearing such a question, Xu Erlong sensed something amiss. Perhaps these watches were of dubious origin. After all, in these times, pickpockets were rampant, and it was common for stolen watches to be sold off. Xu Erlong immediately lost interest. Although he did purchase items from the black market, at least those goods had legitimate origins, they were merely overpriced. However, these watches were clearly stolen goods, and he had no intention of accepting such a hot potato. "No, I don't need it," Xu Erlong said, turning to leave. With a sense of caution, Xu Erlong walked ahead, ensuring no one was following him before he turned and headed to the Dongfanghong guest house. At this moment, the round-faced lady was on duty. She was sitting there, knitting a sweater. Xu Erlong greeted her with a smile and handed over his introduction letter. "Sister, here is my introduction letter." The round-faced lady took the letter, glanced at it, and accepted it. "All right, here is the key." After processing his check-in, she handed him the key. This settled his accommodation issue in the city. "I've made sure the bed linens and blankets are all clean for you," the round-faced lady said amiably. This was clearly a result of the sunflower seeds he had given her yesterday. Xu Erlong thanked her and went to inspect the room, which was indeed well arranged, ready for him to move in with just a bag. He chose to stay at the guest house rather than rent an apartment because the guest house provided many necessities, sparing him the trouble of purchasing them. In the short term, renting was certainly more economical than buying. Satisfied with everything, Xu Erlong then returned home. Xiaoling had arrived before him and told Zhang Jifang that a beautiful girl was looking for Xu Erlong. Zhang Jifang felt a mix of joy and concern. Joyful that a girl was interested in her son, but worried about the possibility of rejection. Upon seeing Xu Erlong return, Zhang Jifang eagerly asked, "Erlong, I heard a girl is looking for you? Which family is she from? How old is she?" Xu Erlong shot Xiaoling a teasing glare, suspecting she was the one who spread the news. He explained to Zhang Jifang, "Mom, it's nothing serious. She is just an ordinary friend." Xiaoling managed to study at the children's school thanks to her family's connections. She was merely inquiring about how Xiaoling's enrollment is going. "Oh, I see," Zhang Jifang said, feeling utterly disappointed. She had thought her son might have a romantic interest. Xiaoling, standing aside, found it hard to believe. She felt that the girl clearly had an interest in Erlong. "Have you finished tidying up?" Xu Erlong changed the subject. "We're almost done," Zhang Jifang replied. Xu Erlong looked at the various bags and packages piled up, feeling quite speechless. How could he be unaware of the considerable possessions in his home? He unwrapped the bundle, extracting various inconsequential items. "This is unnecessary. This too can be discarded. Let us throw this away." "Mother, this item is both large and heavy. Moving is exhausting. Besides, it won't fetch much money. Better to give it away," Xu Erlong remarked. "If we do not take these, we will have to spend money to buy them again later," Zhang Jifang insisted, proceeding to pack the jars and bottles into the bundle. Xu Erlong, feeling resigned, acquiesced to her decision. Knowing that Xu Erlong and the others were relocating to the city, Yu Ping, despite her missing teeth, was reluctant to part ways. The most affected were the two siblings, Huang Xiaojiang and his sister. After much difficulty, they had been able to enjoy a few hearty meals with Xu Erlong, only to find their good fortune abruptly coming to an end. "Please don't say that. I'm moving to the city solely for convenience. Once I have everything arranged and find my footing, I will certainly include you," Xu Erlong assured them. Huang Xiaojiang remained apprehensive. He and his sister were small and frail, lacking any competitive edge. If Xu Erlong were to forget about them, where would they find food? Brother, may I come with you? We don't need money or anything. Just a meal would suffice, Huang Xiaojiang pleaded. Xu Erlong replied, in the future, when I have a new opportunity, I will definitely call upon you. However, there is no need for you to rush to join me now. You have some money in hand. It would be wise to send your sister to school first. During this time, Huang Xiaojiang had earned a bit of money from catching eels and selling school bags, enough for them to get by for a while. Yet, the siblings, being so young, were ultimately fearful of the future and wished to stay close to Xu Erlong. Xu Erlong was organizing the logistics of their departure. By the way, I'm moving to the county seat, and I still owe money to Xiong Yaowei. If he comes looking for me, please inform him to find me at the Dongfanghong guest house in the county, Xu Erlong instructed, gesturing for Xiao Ling to bring him a pen. He wrote down his new address and handed it to Yu Ping. Keep this safe. Remember to give it to Xiong Yaowei when he arrives. Once everything was arranged, they all helped carry the bundles and push the cart to the Dongfanghong guest house in the county. Chapter 81. Selling blood to make ends meet. The news of Xu Erlong bringing Zhang Jinfang and her daughter into the city quickly spread throughout the production team. Xu Erlong truly is remarkable, managing to take his mother to the city. They had thought Xu Damin was the most successful in their production team, having escaped the agricultural life, but Xu Erlong's actions were even swifter as he now departed from rural life. This was likely due to the frustrations caused by Xu Dongsheng. Moving away was a relief, as it would remove him from their sight. Xu Erlong's decisive actions spoke volumes. He had evidently been aware of Xu Dongsheng's troubles but had chosen not to voice them. When it was time to separate, he did so with clarity and resolve. Now, he was simply leaving, a refreshing change. One could imagine Xu Dongsheng regretting his decisions at home, perhaps even contemplating a self-inflicted consequence. The villagers gathered at the entrance of the village, resting and engaging in light-hearted banter about daily affairs. With no entertainment, they relied on the gossip of others to fill their lives. Xu Dongsheng remained at home. Indeed, in recent days, he has been too embarrassed to step outside. Meanwhile, Xu Chenxing has left home in a fit of rage. Yes, he has fled from home. He has always worked as a bricklayer, often absent from the house. Now, with a brother who behaves like a beast, a wife who is deemed unworthy, and the unsettling possibility that his son may not even be his own, what reason does he have to remain? He would rather set the house ablaze, cleansing it entirely. Presently, only Xu Laoda, Xu Dongsheng, Xu Xiaofei, and Zhou Fengru remain in the household. Xu Xiaofei, in his innocence, does not fully grasp the turmoil unfolding around him. He continues to venture out to play with other children in the village. However, when they taunt him about his mother, it ignites his anger. He rushes home, shouting at Zhou Fengru, "You unworthy woman, why must you bring such shame upon me? Everyone scorns you, and in turn, they scorn me." Being berated by her own son. Zhou Fengru covers her face and weeps. "I cannot live like this. I am too ashamed to face anyone." In her despair, she rises, intent on throwing herself against the wall. Xu Dongsheng cannot bear to watch her harm herself and rushes to embrace her. "It is all your fault, all your fault." Zhou Fengru cries, pounding her fists against his chest. "You are the cause of this disgrace. I cannot show my face to anyone. I cannot go on." Xu Laotai lies in bed, fuming, expelling breath without taking any in. She had prided herself on her ability to manage the household, believing in the strength of family values. With her two sons maintaining a harmonious relationship, the elder son had always been responsible, obedient to her wishes, ensuring the family remained united. Yet, the sordid truths hidden beneath the surface have shattered that illusion. If death is your fate, then go, without your disgrace. The Xu family would not be the subject of ridicule. She curses from her bed. Zhou Fengru's sobs grow louder, while Xu Dongsheng remains silent, his face darkened. The turmoil began with him, and he must find a resolution. "Brother, I wish to return to my maternal home." Zhou Fengru weeps to Xu Dongsheng, contemplating the situation. He realizes this is the only viable option. Departing from here would spare them the burden of gossip. "Very well, I shall escort you tomorrow," Xu Dongsheng replies. "It would be beneficial for you to stay with your family for a while." Yet Zhou Fengru laments, "But I have no fare. All the money we had went at Damin." "Do not worry about that. I shall devise a solution," Xu Dongsheng assures her. That night, as he lies in bed, Xu Dongsheng tosses and turns like a pancake on a hot skillet, unable to find sleep. The heat of the weather is one factor, but the weight of his worries is another. He is troubled by the fare he promised Zhou Fengru. The family is already burdened with debt, from funding Xu Damin's education. Having borrowed from everyone possible, the fact that others have not yet come to demand repayment is fortunate enough. It is unlikely they could borrow more. After a restless night, Xu Dongxing finally conceives a plan. He could sell his blood. He knows someone who, after suffering an accident and breaking a leg, had to rely on selling blood to cover medical expenses. With this idea, Xu Dongxing feels a sense of relief. He is strong and healthy. Selling blood should pose no issue, and he can gather enough for Zhou Fenru's fare back to the city. At dawn, Xu Dongxing rises, washes his face, and fetches water. Su Laoai continues to lie in bed, seething with anger, while Zhou Fenru prepares her belongings, slinging a small bundle over her shoulder. These are her spare clothes and some personal belongings. It seems that this journey will mark a point of no return. Let us depart while the dawn has yet to break and the streets remain sparsely populated. Xu Dongxing spoke in a hushed tone. The two donned straw hats, pulling the brims low, and set off from the village, one after the other. As they progressed, Zhou Fenru gradually realized that Xu Dongxing intended to sell his blood for money. In the eyes of society, blood is an immensely precious substance. Without it, one's vitality diminishes considerably. Zhou Fenru gazed at him, astonished that he had resorted to such a means. It's fine, my health is robust. Selling a bit of blood won't harm me, Xu Dongxing reassured her. Trailing behind, Zhou Fenru wrestled with her thoughts before finally saying, "Then make sure to drink plenty of water. I've heard that the more water you consume, the more blood you can produce." "All right," he replied, passing by a well. Zhou Fenru gestured for Xu Dongxing to approach and drink. He gulped down water like a thirsty beast, filling his belly until he could drink no more. Then continued towards the city with Zhou Fenru by his side. Drawing from his previous experience, he found the place to sell blood. Half an hour later, he emerged from the blood bank. Having sold a considerable amount of blood, his complexion appeared slightly pallid, and his steps felt unsteady, as though he were treading on cotton. "Here, take the money," he said, extending his hand to present the bills to Zhou Fenru, a pleasing smile gracing his face. Zhou Fenru regarded the handful of notes. Realizing that it equated to the wages of a worker over 2 months, she accepted the money, crumpling it into a ball and stowing it in her pocket. The trousers of that era were not as androgynous as those of today. Women's trousers had buttons on the side, featuring a small pocket specifically designed to hold a watch. Known as a watch pocket, this was a relatively safe place to keep it, as it was not often targeted by pickpockets. Su Erlong observed the scene from a distance, surprised to witness Xu Dongxing handing money to Zhou Fenru so early in the morning, the sum appearing to be substantial. Indeed, Zhou Fenru and Xu Damin were the treasures of Xu Dongxing, the ones he would care for until his last breath. Su Erlong couldn't help but smirk at the irony before looking back towards the area behind Xu Dongxing. That must be the underground blood bank, he thought, narrowing his eyes. During the 1980s and 1990s, many individuals resorted to selling blood. People only saw the immediate financial gain, unaware of the dire consequences that could ensue. Numerous individuals contracted AIDS from underground blood banks. In some villages, entire communities flocked to sell blood, turning their home into infamous AIDS villages. The repercussions of such actions would not garner attention until decades later, when newspapers would flood the media with reports. Unfortunately, by then, it would be too late. Chapter 82. A wretched existence unworthy of comparison. Xiaoling, trailing behind Su Erlong, witnessed this scene with wide eyes, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. In the absence of comparison, there can be no pain. Living in the Su household, they endured a life of utter humility, performing countless tasks yet receiving not a single kind word. Even a desire for an extra bowl of thin rice porridge would earn them scorn for being ungrateful. However, at this moment, father would rather sell his blood than not provide money for Aunt Yell. Xu Dongxing turned around and discovered that Su Erlong and his siblings were watching them. Given the circumstances, there was no longer any need for concealment. In his eyes, there was only disdain for Su Erlong and his brothers. "Let us go to the restaurant to eat," Xu Dongxing suggested to Zhou Fenru. "I will take you out for a meal." Earlier, while selling his blood, he had heard others share their experiences, emphasizing the importance of consuming pig liver soup to replenish blood and drinking yellow wine to invigorate the circulation. Moreover, Zhou Fenru was returning to her maternal home, and he wished to treat her to something delightful, which was his small selfish desire. "All right," Zhou Fenru replied. Having lost her appetite the previous day and setting out early today, she too felt hunger pangs. The two made their way to the state-run restaurant. Zhou Fenru tugged at Xu Dongxing's coat and whispered, "Erlong is following us." Xu Dongxing turned around and shouted at Su Erlong, "You scoundrel! What are you following us for? I have severed ties with you. You are no longer my son. What do you want? Are you displeased to see me dining at the state-run restaurant? Do you wish to come along and clear the plates?" He thought to himself that this wretch might very well cause a scene by barging into the restaurant. In contrast to his agitation, Xu Erlong appeared quite indifferent. "Is this state-run restaurant owned by your family?" he retorted, brushing past Su Dongxing and entering the establishment. At that moment, Su Dongxing and Zhou Fengru noticed Zhang Jinfang seated at a table inside. On the table sat a steaming basket of small dumplings alongside 3 bowls of white rice porridge. Zhang Jinfang also spotted the group at the entrance, and in an instant, her face paled. Knowing that her partner was having an affair was one thing, but witnessing them together was entirely different. At that moment, she wished to be an ostrich, burying her head in the sand to avoid the sight. Su Dongxing's expression was equally grim. Just moments ago, he had fancied himself the object of Xu Erlong's attention, only to realize that the mother and child had been waiting there for breakfast all along. At this moment, he felt a mix of shame and anger. "Let us go," Zhou Fengru said, feeling disheartened as she tugged at Su Dongxing's sleeve. Su Dongxing inexplicably felt a surge of defiance. "Why should we leave? This state-run restaurant is not theirs. If they can eat here, why can't I? I just sold my blood. Can't I enjoy a decent meal at the state-run restaurant?" Striding boldly into the establishment, he exuded an air of triumph as if he had just stumbled upon a windfall. This was clearly a contest of wills with Zhang Jinfang and her son. Having divorced, he was determined not to be worse off than they were. Zhou Fengru lowered her head and followed him into the restaurant. Su Dongxing took a seat at a table opposite Zhang Jinfang and her children, addressing the waiter. "Bring me a bowl of pig liver soup and 2 portions of yellow wine." Xu Erlong, genuinely concerned, casually tossed a few coins on the table. With a cold smirk, he instructed the waiter, "Waiter, bring us a bowl of steamed egg custard." Su Dongxing echoed, "And we'll have a bowl of steamed egg custard here as well. We also want a portion of soft fried spring rolls," Xu Erlong called out. Su Dongxing shouted, "We need an order of soft fried spring rolls over here." The two of them seemed to be competing, drawing the attention of the surrounding diners. Observing their resemblance, one could easily mistake them for family. Even Zhang Jifang, unable to contain her anger, stood up, ready to spit at Su Dongxing. Xu Erlong stopped her, signaling her to remain calm. It was not worth getting upset over such a person. With a smile on his face, he turned to the waiter and said, "Please bring us another beef pancake." Su Dongxing was about to call for another dish when Zhou Fengru anxiously pulled him back. They had only made a few dozen yuan from selling blood. Indulging in such lavishness at a state-run restaurant would quickly deplete that hard-earned money. How could she continue on her journey if they spent it all? "Stop ordering," Zhou Fengru insisted. Xu Erlong raised his eyes and said with a smile, "Why not call for more dishes? Isn't it invigorating to dine at a state-run restaurant? Should we really be stingy about ordering?" His tone was amiable, yet his expression and eyes were filled with contempt. Su Dongxing's face flushed. At that moment, he was determined to stand his ground. He could not let Xu Erlong overpower him. "I want a beef pancake," Su Dongxing insisted, forcing himself to place the order. Zhou Fengru's face darkened. "Damn it, eat, eat, eat. Enough already." She stood up abruptly, grabbed her satchel, and headed for the exit. "You can eat by yourself. I'm leaving." Su Dongxing sat there, his face burning with embarrassment. He was furious at Xu Erlong for opposing him and equally frustrated with Zhou Fengru for lacking foresight. Could she simply walk away now? Wouldn't that make them look foolish? He had to maintain his composure. In that moment, Su Dongxing felt a tinge of disappointment towards Zhou Fengru. He had thought they were united, that they would stand together through thick and thin. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Fengru had chosen to leave alone. Watching her silhouette disappear through the restaurant door, Su Dongxing suddenly recalled that he had given all his blood money to her. He didn't even have enough to pay the bill. He stood up and hurried after her. Zhang Jifang observed this scene, her eyes reddening. "So he does care about someone?" she mused. "Hey, you need to pay." The waiter called out to Su Dongxing. "Settle the bill." Su Dongxing felt embarrassed. He had no money to pay. "I don't want it, I don't want it." In his haste, having just sold blood, he felt faint, and his legs gave way, causing him to fall clumsily in the restaurant. "Damn it, you don't want it? What are you doing here acting like a big shot? And you dare to shout?" The waiter rushed over, taking the menu and striking Su Dongxing several times. Do not think that the sign prohibiting the arbitrary beating of customers was merely for show. Such incidents were common, necessitating such explicit warnings. Moreover, he had ample justification now, so he struck with considerable force. Zhang Jinfang could no longer hold back and rushed forward. One might have thought she had lingering feelings for Xu Damin and was eager to help him. However, to her surprise, she snatched the menu from the waiter and began to strike Xu Damin mercilessly. As she struck and cursed, "You miserable creature, worse than a pig or a dog. You are not even human, neglecting your own children. After all these years of servitude, toiling like a beast for you, you choose to indulge in the company of another woman. I have followed you, burdened with our children, enduring days of hunger, only to see you feasting with her in a restaurant. How is it that I am so unfortunate to be entangled with such a scoundrel?" Chapter 83. A Violent Reckoning with the Heartless Man. As her tirade continued, tears streamed down her face. She could endure the hardships of life, as everyone faced their struggles. With patience, one could persevere. Yet, the betrayal from her own man, how he treated her and their children, was unbearable. The surrounding diners understood the situation. Here was a modern-day Chen Shimi, flaunting his mistress in a state-run restaurant, unrepentant and brazen in the face of his wife. Yes, beat him. He is unworthy. Deliver him a lesson. If you cannot, we shall assist you. The onlookers, reveling in the drama, rallied with fervor, realizing the ire he had provoked. Xu Damin dared not argue further. He scrambled to his feet and fled the restaurant, fearing that he might be caught and beaten by the crowd. Once outside, he searched frantically for Zhou Fengru, but she had already dashed off toward the dock with her belongings, leaving him behind without so much as a farewell. Filled with anger and confusion, he collapsed onto the ground but soon found some clarity. It mattered not that Zhou Fengru had treated him poorly, after all. She had given him a remarkable son, Damin. As long as Damin succeeded, all his sacrifices would be worthwhile. Zhang Jinfang unleashed her pent-up frustrations on Xu Damin, alternating between laughter and tears. After so many years of repression, she finally felt a release. She tidied her disheveled hair and, embarrassed, apologized to the onlookers. "I'm sorry for the spectacle." Returning to her seat, she found that their ordered dishes were ready. Su Erlong brought them over. Eat heartily, indulge," Zhang Jifang declared with fervor. Transforming her anger into a ravenous appetite, she resolved to feast. If Xu Damin wished to flaunt his affair with Zhou Fengru, then she too would revel in dining out. Indeed, she would eat even better than they. Su Erlong, observing Zhang Jinfang's demeanor, gave her a thumbs up. This was the spirit, living well and making others envious. In the crisp autumn air of September, Xiong Yaowei was making a delivery, once again traveling along National Highway 319. He pondered the fate of the last batch of backpacks and decided to stop and check on how Su Erlong was managing. After navigating 2 narrow paths, he arrived at Su Erlong's residence, only to find the front door firmly locked. Just then, a villager passed by, and Xiong Yaowei inquired, "Comrade, may I ask where Su Erlong is gone?" "Su Erlong? He moved away just a couple of days ago. I only know he relocated to the city. I'm not sure where exactly," came the reply. Hearing this, Xiao Luo grew anxious. Could it be that he took off with that shipment in his backpack? Just how many bandits and rogues would want to seize their goods, only for them to come here and willingly hand over their cargo? The more Xiao Luo pondered, the more indignant he felt, nearly cursing aloud. "I don't believe Erlong is that kind of person," Xiong Yaowei remarked. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. Xiao Luo pointed at the tightly shut door. "The villagers are all saying he has moved away. What else could it mean but that he absconded with our goods? That's 1,000 yuan worth of merchandise, enough for these folks to earn for quite some time." At that moment, Yuping approached, carrying a bucket of manure. Before he even saw them, he overheard Xiao Luo's complaints. "Stop your nonsense. It's true that Erlong has moved, but he never intended to abscond with your goods." As he passed by, he deliberately tilted the shoulder pole, allowing the bucket to brush against Xiao Luo's clothing, leaving a stain of manure on it. Xiao Luo's face turned green with anger. Under the eaves, Yuping set down the bucket and said to Xiong Yaowei, "Don't fret. Erlong left an address for you and specifically mentioned this matter, urging you to seek him out at that address." He entered the house and quickly retrieved a piece of paper from a cigarette box, on which Su Erlong's current address was clearly written. He moved to the city to facilitate his sister's education and to ease future business endeavors, Yuping explained. "Thank you, brother." Xiong Yaowei expressed his gratitude to Yuping, casting a glare at Xiao Luo as he turned away. "See? Speaking ill of others behind their backs, and you end up being doused with manure." Xiao Luo felt wronged. In these times, deception was rampant, and having faced many lessons while out in the world, his imagination ran wild. Xiong Yaowei offered a cigarette to Yuping as a token of thanks before he took the address from the cigarette box and made his way to the county town. eventually locating Xu Erlong at the Dongfanghong guest house. Taking advantage of these rare days of leisure, Xu Erlong had been busy organizing everything at the guest house. He had helped carry back 100 honeycomb coal balls and had also chopped 2 bamboo poles to serve as clothes-drying racks. Furthermore, he found some wooden strips to assemble a simple, movable clothes rack, the kind that stands on the ground. As he was hammering away in the backyard, he heard someone asking in front, "Comrade, I'm looking for Xu Erlong." Upon hearing the accent, Xu Erlong immediately recognized it was Xiong Yaowei. He dropped the hammer and walked outside. "Brother Xiong." "Erlong." Xiong Yaowei smiled. "I can't believe you moved here." "Indeed, I was concerned you might have trouble finding me. So I made sure to inform them," Xu Erlong replied. Xiong Yaowei thought to himself, "You really are thoughtful." In the presence of the guest house staff, Xu Erlong refrained from speaking too much with Xiong Yaowei. He gestured for Xiong Yaowei to follow him into his room. The room was dimly lit. So Xu Erlong pulled the string for the light bulb, illuminating the space. "Please, have a seat." Xu Erlong handed over a long bench, gesturing for Xiong Yaowei to take a seat. "No need to sit. I merely came to have a look," Xiong Yaowei replied. "Now that I've found this place, I can visit you in the future." Xu Erlong, unfazed, moved closer, lit a cigarette, and said, "I have sold all the backpacks from your last batch." Xiong Yaowei patted his shoulder. "Brother, that's impressive. You truly managed to clear out that entire stock?" "Indeed," Xu Erlong responded. "I'll pay you the agreed sum of 1,000 yuan." "Sounds good," Xiong Yaowei replied. Xu Erlong retrieved a deposit slip from beneath the mattress behind him. "Let us go. Since it's still early, I'll head to the bank and withdraw the funds for you." He was cautious about carrying too much cash. Any amount exceeding 1,000 yuan would be deposited, converted into a deposit slip. Though it was a bit inconvenient, it ensured safety, alleviating the constant fear of theft. Moreover, the bank was less than 100 meters from the guest house, making deposits and withdrawals quite convenient. Chapter 84. My fear of death. The two arrived at the bank, where Xu Erlong filled out the slip and withdrew 1,000 yuan in cash, handing it over to Xiong Yaowei. Xiong Yaowei did not bother counting the money. After witnessing the withdrawal firsthand, what was there to doubt? He simply tucked it into his waist pouch, making it appear bulkier. "Let us go, Erlong. You've helped me resolve a significant issue. This time, it's my treat," Xiong Yaowei said, patting Xu Erlong on the shoulder. Treating Xu Erlong to a meal was one matter. He also wished to converse further. He genuinely wanted to invite Xu Erlong to join him in the transportation business. The backpack incident had demonstrated that Xu Erlong was quite suited for commerce. Having driven goods daily, Xiong Yaowei recognized the immense business opportunities at hand. With a partner, he could earn far more than mere transportation fees. "I'll head back and inform my mother," Xu Erlong said, wanting to prevent Zhang Jifeng from unnecessarily cooking for him at home. "All right, I'll wait for you at the restaurant," Xiong Yaowei replied. The reason he did not invite Xu Erlong's mother to join them was not due to the additional meal cost. Rather, he was concerned that Zhang Jifeng, an unworldly rural woman, would vehemently oppose the idea of venturing into business. Such open disapproval would complicate his attempts to persuade Xu Erlong to join him. Not long after, Xu Erlong returned to the restaurant after informing Zhang Jifeng. Xiong Yaowei ordered a few cold dishes and signaled for 2 bottles of beer. "Brother, let us skip the alcohol," Xu Erlong interjected. "Drinking and driving is dangerous." Although no one seemed to enforce laws against drunk driving these days, the risks were significant. "It's just 2 bottles of beer, merely to quench thirst," Xiong Yaowei insisted. Yet, Xu Erlong remained resolute in his refusal. Seeing his firm stance, Xiong Yaowei ceased further arguments. The two slowly enjoyed their meal while engaging in conversation, eventually steering the topic towards their potential partnership in transportation. "Honestly, brother, you should come out with me. The world outside is quite exhilarating," Xiong Yaowei said in a hushed tone. "Do you know? Many of my acquaintances are involved in smuggling goods, like electronic watches, which they sell for 7 or 8 yuan each. They can sell 100 or so in a day, and it makes me envious. In just half a month, one could effortlessly become a wealthy individual. Consider the watches in department stores, most of which are priced around 100 yuan, some even requiring tickets. Meanwhile, electronic watches are merely 7 or 8 yuan. Indeed, the allure of such a bargain is immense. Are you tempted?" Xiong Yaowei leaned in to inquire. He, a truck driver traversing the vast expanses to deliver goods, believed he had seen wealth and worldly affairs, yet he too felt a stir of temptation. Xu Erlong chuckled softly. "Brother Xiong, I am indeed tempted." "Then join me," Xiong urged. Xu Erlong playfully blinked and replied, "But I am quite fearful of death." In his previous life, while he was incarcerated, his sister Xiaoling tragically drowned. And shortly thereafter, his mother succumbed to illness, worn down by labor. The sorrow of failing to protect his loved ones, of not even being able to bid them farewell, remained a profound regret. This unresolved sorrow granted him a second chance, a chance he vowed not to squander. He would safeguard his sister and mother, allowing no room for missteps. Only by ensuring his own safety could he protect them. In an era where opportunities abound, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in smuggling. Such a reputation could never be cleansed, even decades later. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Xiong, but I must decline, Xu Erlong stated firmly. He continued, if there are other avenues, I remain open to collaboration. Xiong Yao pondered for a moment. I understand your perspective. You are willing to engage in commerce, provided it remains legitimate, correct? Xu Erlong had indeed taken over the handling of his backpack. Exactly, he affirmed. Xiong Yao clapped him on the shoulder. Good, that simplifies matters. As he transported goods, his connections would surely be broader. During my recent trips past your area, I noticed your citrus fruits are exceptionally delicious. Why not transport a batch to the provincial capital? He proposed. At the very least, the profits should multiply tenfold. The red oranges were a local specialty, and September marked the peak season for their harvest. With thin skins and sweet flavors, they were remarkably inexpensive locally. One could get a large quantity for just a fraction of a yuan. However, prices soared outside their origin, often escalating 10 to 20 times due to transportation costs and various intermediary fees. Even with the rise of e-commerce, there would still be fruits rotting in the fields while city dwellers lamented their inability to afford them. Sales channels pose no concern. I have connections at the supply and marketing cooperative there. Selling to them would be entirely feasible, Xiong Yao assured. Xu Erlong considered this, recognizing the advantage of such a sales channel. All right, I will return to organize the collection, he replied. Excellent, aim for at least 10 tons, Xiong urged. If we are to embark on this venture, let us do it grandly. His truck could carry 5 tons in a single trip, and calling for another vehicle would be most suitable. Hurry. Once I finish this load, I will have a 3-day window. I will bring along another friend to assist. Xiong Yao coordinated with Xu Erlong. As Xu Erlong took a couple of steps, he called out to him, Brother Xiong, do you have any connections? Could you help procure a few bicycles? A few bicycles? Xiong Yao was taken aback by Xu Erlong's tone. In this day and age, the average citizen would be fortunate to possess a single bicycle, and he was asking for several? Well, at least 3, Xu Erlong replied. You've seen that you have a truck and can move swiftly, while we are still relying on our own 2 legs. Therefore, I wish to acquire 3 bicycles. In his heart, Xu Erlong desired 5, 1 for himself, 1 for his mother, and 1 for his sister. The remaining 2 were intended for Yu Ping and the toothless man. However, fearing that requesting 5 would be too daunting, he halved the number and conservatively estimated his need at 3. During my time in the county, I have scoured every avenue for tickets, but to no avail. No amount of money can secure more. Hence, I must trouble you, Xu Erlong expressed. All right. I will do my utmost to assist, Xiong Yao replied. After parting ways, Xu Erlong began preparations for the procurement of red tangerines. To amass such a quantity, he would need to visit various townships. Within 3 days, he aimed to gather 10 tons, a considerable amount. Even with the assistance of the toothless man and Yu Ping, manpower was still severely lacking. He planned to mobilize the masses. Each commune and township would dispatch a representative to oversee the effort. Xu Erlong hurried back to Qining commune. From a distance, Huang Xiaojiang spotted his return and rushed over. Second brother. The warmth of his greeting was more affectionate than that of seeing a biological brother. Good boy, Xu Erlong said, reaching out to ruffle his hair. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Huang Xiaojiang's hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, with lice crawling at the roots. Xu Erlong immediately reconsidered his gesture. What have you been up to these past few days? Xu Erlong inquired. Listening to your advice. I sent my sister to school, Huang Xiaojiang responded. Currently, she attended the village school, and with only a tuition fee of 3 yuan, he could manage. How long he could sustain this, however, would depend on his future earnings. Indeed, it's always better to pursue education, Xu Erlong concurred. He added, have you checked if Yu Ping and the toothless man are free? Ask them to come over when they are. Understood, Huang Xiaojiang replied with a spirited tone. It seemed that the second brother had tasks for them once again. True to his word, even after relocating to the city, he still summoned them for business. Huang Xiaojiang dashed off barefoot, eager to find the toothless man and Yu Ping. Xu Erlong proceeded to seek out Huang Jingnong. Huang Jingnong was in the fields, wielding a bamboo knife to slice strips of bamboo. In rural areas, whether for household baskets, carrying bags, benches, or mats, nearly everything was crafted from bamboo. Weaving these items was a skilled craft, with some individuals relying solely on this skill for their livelihood. Typically, they would weave these items and sell them at the market during trading days. Huang Jingnong's craftsmanship was lacking, and his current work was purely rudimentary. He was merely weaving a couple of large baskets capable of holding cabbages. "Uncle Jingnong," Xu Erlong called out. "Is that you, Erlong?" Huang Jingnong was surprised. "Didn't you move to the city? You've only been gone 2 days, and you're back already?" "Yes, I returned to check in," Xu Erlong replied. As Xu Erlong observed Huang Jingnong crafting a bamboo basket, a thought struck him. Transporting 10 tons of red oranges could not be managed in the same manner as Huang Shan, using urea bags. Firstly, it is aesthetically unpleasing, and there is no guarantee the goods would be accepted. Secondly, when stacked in urea bags, the weight could easily crush them, resulting in excessive loss. Utilizing such bamboo baskets would be far more advantageous. "Uncle Jingnong," Xu Erlong inquired, "how much do you sell these baskets for? If you want one, take it." "Money is not an issue," Huang Jingnong generously replied. "I require quite a number," Xu Erlong stated. "Perhaps you could see if there are others in the village skilled in this craft. Call them over and inquire whether they could produce a few hundred within 3 days." "A few hundred?" Huang Jingnong was taken aback. "Is that unfeasible?" Xu Erlong chuckled. "In truth, I could procure these from nearby towns. But I believe this task does not demand specialized skills. Rather than benefiting outsiders, it would be better to support our village folk, allowing them to earn a little extra while remaining at home." Huang Jingnong gave a thumbs up to Xu Erlong, acknowledging his insightful perspective. It is better to nurture our own than to cater to others. Crafting such coarse baskets indeed requires minimal skill, and most men in the village are capable of it. "All right, I will gather everyone," Huang Jingnong said, rising to fetch a rusted iron bell from inside. This bell belonged to the production team and was once used to summon members for work. With the land now allocated, it had not been rung in quite some time. Huang Jingnong lifted the bell, took a moment to prepare himself, and then struck it. As anticipated, the long-absent sound of the bell echoed, causing villagers, whether engaged in household chores or farming, to pause and investigate. "Now, we have work weaving bamboo baskets priced at 10 cents each. Is anyone interested in taking on this task?" Huang Jingnong called out. 10 cents each? That seems rather low," someone murmured. "Be grateful. A cabbage, from planting to fertilizing to watering, takes a long time to grow and sells for merely 2 cents. What are you unsatisfied about?" Huang Jingnong replied. This prompted the villagers to reconsider. Xu Erlong gestured. "I require these coarse baskets, capable of holding red oranges without spilling. The size should conform to these dimensions." He extended his hand, drawing a rough outline on the ground with a stone, estimating the dimensions based on the width and length of Xiong Yao's truck, ensuring efficient use of space without overcrowding. "I will take on this task," declared Wu Laohan, the village's limping elder. A pitiable figure. He lost his wife early on and raised 3 sons by himself. Ultimately, they abandoned him upon marrying. In his youth, he was capable of farming to sustain himself. But now, at 70, his health has deteriorated, and he lacks the strength to work the fields. Only 3 sons take turns caring for him, with one son hosting him for a month at a time. Yet, even under such circumstances, the daughters-in-law express their disdain, regarding him as a burden, merely consuming resources. When the time comes, the daughters-in-law hastily pack his belongings as if discarding refuse, pushing him out the door to the next household. He has even contemplated ending his own life. However, he now feels capable of weaving baskets, a task that requires minimal physical strength, allowing him to sit on a stool and complete the baskets despite his limping leg. Xu Erlong glanced at him and said, "All right, you can join." Gradually, several others signed up. Xu Erlong instructed, "Discuss among yourselves how to divide the work. Within 3 days, I need 400 baskets completed. I have goods to pack. As for payment, the usual method applies. You keep a record, and I will settle it upon my return." "No problem," the crowd responded. Following the previous incident with the eels, Xu Erlong's credibility among the members remained remarkably high. The bookkeeping was straightforward, and payments were made in full every few days. Furthermore, remember, these baskets need to have lids, correct? They must not compress the goods below. Do you all understand? "Understood," the crowd replied. Seeing their comprehension, Xu Erlong felt relieved. He turned to Huang Jingnong and said, "Uncle Jingnong, I will rely on you to follow up on this matter." Huang Jingnong smiled and replied, "Of course." As the team leader, he felt reassured seeing Old Man Wu sign up for this work. Earning even a small amount of pocket money would be beneficial for Old Man Wu, regardless of the sum. Huang Jingnong had also been involved in resolving some of the Wu family's domestic issues. Although Old Man Wu appeared pitiable, the daughters-in-law's concerns were not unfounded. Each household had numerous children, and with so many mouths to feed, they could barely manage another person. Ultimately, it was all a consequence of poverty. If there were a little more money, such chaotic situations would not arise. Huang Jingnong felt the weight of his responsibilities as a team leader, constantly preoccupied with various matters. Fortunately, Xu Erlong had helped alleviate some issues in the village, such as the recent eel collection, which provided some financial relief to the community. Chapter 86. The Free-Fly Massage Zone. Having resolved the packaging issues, Xu Erlong began contemplating the collection of red oranges. Due to regional characteristics, every household in their area cultivated citrus, much like how households in other regions commonly grow jujube and persimmon trees. Xu Erlong entrusted the task of acquiring red oranges to Huang Jingnong. Team leader Huang, focus on the collection for 3 days. Gather as many as you can, and I will compensate you at a rate of 5 yuan per day. How does that sound? Xu Erlong intended to incentivize the work with monetary compensation. A daily wage of 5 yuan was indeed substantial, especially since it was local work that did not require traveling, thus not interfering with other responsibilities. Huang Jingnong readily agreed. Xu Erlong reiterated the collection standards. The oranges should be large, sweet, and not overly ripe. Those that appeared unmarketable would certainly not be accepted. 2 cents per pound. Collect as much as you can. Huang Xiaojing, Yu Ping, and others were somewhat surprised that this task was assigned to Huang Jingnong. Had Xu Erlong stopped involving them? Xu Erlong had his own plans in mind. In 3 days, a quantity of 10 tons must be secured, necessitating the recruitment of additional manpower. Xu Erlong, tirelessly, led a few individuals to several neighboring towns, armed with cigarettes. He sought out reputable figures within these towns to continue the acquisition of red oranges. The rationale behind enlisting these local dignitaries was their familiarity with the area, which would facilitate the procurement process and mitigate the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Should Xu Erlong attempt to gather supplies with his own team, he might encounter local ruffians and troublemakers. Caution, as they say, is the mother of safety. He would rather earn a little less than risk an unfortunate incident. Time is money. Any delay could result in the loss of opportunity. Xu Erlong instructed the likes of K. Yadi and Yu Ping, along with others, to consolidate the harvested red oranges in one location, ensuring ease of loading for the trucks later on. Meanwhile, during a break, Su Shaoling remained in the classroom, engrossed in her studies. Her classmates were all children of chemical plant workers. These children had essentially grown up together within the factory premises, attending daycare, kindergarten, elementary school, and now, high school, as a cohesive group. The sudden emergence of Shaoling as a new student did not elicit a warm welcome. Even her deskmate showed little inclination to engage her in conversation. She felt utterly invisible within the classroom. As the bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Duan Hongmei, entered, cradling a stack of textbooks. In her hands, she held a roster that had been filled out by the students the previous day, detailing each child's family background, including their parents' identities, occupations, and residence. Duan Hongmei concocted a somewhat grandiloquent rationale for rearranging the seating, claiming it was for the betterment of everyone's development. One by one, students were reassigned to new positions. Shaoling found herself relegated to the back of the classroom, near the sanitation corner. In those days, students shared an unspoken understanding. The sanitation corner was synonymous with a refuse heap, a free zone for flies. Those seated near such areas were often either repeaters or troublemakers. Su Shaoling, you are taller. Sitting in the front would obstruct the view for others. Duan Hongmei justified her decision, her reasoning conventional and difficult to contest. The roster in her hands succinctly outlined Shaoling's family situation. Her parents were divorced. She lived in a rural area, engaged in farming, and currently resided in rented accommodation. Having taught a class before, Duan Hongmei was acutely aware that ingratiating herself with students from influential families was essential for her own advancement. Consequently, the first 3 rows were occupied by those with connections. Students like Su Shaoling, deemed unconventional, were relegated to sit beside the refuse pile. As the afternoon bell rang, Shaoling, burdened with her backpack, made her solitary way home. Upon reaching the entrance of the guest house, she endeavored to uplift her spirits. Zhang Jifeng had prepared dinner and was particularly delighted to see Shaoling return. Xiaoling, you're back. How was school today? It was quite good, she replied. Xiaoling laughed, saying, both the teachers and my classmates are wonderful. That's good to hear, Zhang Jinfang replied. Your second brother has worked hard to secure this opportunity to continue his education. You must study diligently. This was a sentiment commonly expressed by parents. Xiaoling nodded. I understand, Mom. Having been out of school for over a year, she was acutely aware of how precious this chance to return to her studies was, and she vowed to cherish it. Zhang Jinfang prepared a bowl of steamed egg custard and a spicy pickled fish for her. Xu Erlong had specifically instructed that she should ensure an ample intake of protein daily to support her growth. Although Zhang Jinfang did not fully grasp the concept of protein, she understood that providing her children with good food was always a wise choice. When Xu Damin was studying, the family tightened their belts to ensure he had eggs every day. Now that she had some money, she was more than willing to provide eggs, meat, and fish in various forms. After dinner, Zhang Jinfang went to wash the dishes while Xiao Ling sat at her desk, diligently completing her homework. The electric light illuminated the room, casting a reflection of Xiao Ling's slender figure on the window glass. She gazed at her reflection, admiring her two braided pigtails. Then, she untied her braids and, mimicking the city girls, gathered her hair into a high ponytail, resembling a playful tail. Hearing her mother's footsteps approaching, she quickly let her hair fall loose over her shoulder. What are you doing, Xiaoling? Your hair is all messy, Zhang Jinfang inquired. Xiaoling felt a bit embarrassed, akin to a little girl who had sneakily tried on her mother's high heels. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered. Oh, it's nothing. Just a little itch, I was scratching. Are you sure there are no lice? Should I comb through it for you? Zhang Jinfang asked. No, Xiaoling hastily shook her head. In truth, she simply wished to style her hair like the other girls, opting for a high ponytail instead of the two small braids that made her look like a country bumpkin. Xu Erlong returned home late that evening, weary from his extensive errands. Upon arriving, he ascended to the second floor of the guest house to check on his mother and sister. Xiao Ling was intently washing her face, scrubbing it thoroughly before delicately applying a layer of snowflake cream. She was acutely aware of the rejection she faced from others, and she yearned to transform herself quickly. How was school today? Anything special happen? Xu Erlong inquired with concern. It was fine. Nothing particularly special, Xiaoling replied. She felt her second brother was working too hard, and she did not want him to worry about her schooling. As long as it's good, Xu Erlong nodded. Noticing the considerable amount of snowflake cream she had used, he was somewhat taken aback. Has it only been a few days? He said little more, urging his mother and sister to retire early, for school awaited them the next day. Descending from the second floor, Xu Erlong handed several red oranges to his round-faced elder sister, engaging in casual conversation that eventually turned to the topic of milk delivery. He had discerned that Xiao Ling was eagerly hoping to lighten her complexion, which explained her liberal application of the cream. But lightening one's skin is a gradual process, he thought. In the countryside, running around the hills, which child isn't tanned? Just keep covering up and drink more milk, and it should hasten the process. Would you like to order some milk? The round-faced lady cheerfully inquired. My son has a subscription for milk as well. If you're interested, I can assist you with the order. Just give me the money. She accepted the red oranges he offered with a smile. It is a small favor to help order the milk, especially when she often shares treats with them. Thank you, Sister Sunday. Please help us order 3 servings. Xu Erlong expressed his gratitude. The round-faced lady, surnamed Sun, felt a sense of closeness as Xu Erlong addressed her as Sister Sunday. 3 servings? Sister Sun was taken aback. Yes, 3 servings, Xu Erlong confirmed. In our household, each person will have 1. Sister Sun felt a pang of envy. Such a family was truly fortunate and generous. Ordering 3 servings of milk was quite a notable expense, even for families of town employees. Xu Erlong merely thought to himself, what is this luxury? When I can provide my mother and sister with a daily milk bath, then that would be something. With Sister Sun's assistance, it was no surprise that within a couple of days, the 3 of them were enjoying milk. The next morning, before dawn, Xu Erlong rose early to check on the delivery status at several collection points. In an age without private cars, motorcycles, or even bicycles, managing just a few points was quite a task. Fortunately, with others like Yu Ping and the Toothless Man overseeing the other locations, he could save some effort. After a quick round, he returned to Qianan village to check on the situation with bamboo basket weaving. A few skilled artisans had collaborated the previous day to craft nearly 200 bamboo baskets. This task did not require much technical skill. As long as the red oranges were contained and did not fall out, it was deemed acceptable, allowing for a swift pace. Not bad. Everyone keep up the good work. Xu Erlong encouraged them, contemplating having someone deliver the completed baskets to the town. In the Jiang family's courtyard, Jiang Guangwen was smoking a cigarette, watching as Huang Zhongnong busily harvested the red oranges nearby. The fact that they could sell the oranges without leaving their homes was a source of great joy for everyone. Jiang Jun, go follow Xu Erlong and see if he has any tasks for you, Jiang Guangwen suggested to his son. All of them were of similar age. And looking at Yu Ping, the toothless man, and Huang Xiaojiang, it was evident that each was working tirelessly alongside Xu Erlong. Even orphans like Huang Xiaojiang could share in the benefits of Xu Erlong's endeavors, transforming their situations from hunger to being able to send their younger siblings to school. It would be disingenuous not to feel envious. Jiang Jun deeply regretted having passed up the opportunity Xu Erlong had once offered him. Had he not stood Xu Erlong up, he might have been in a far better position now. With a sheepish demeanor, Jiang Jun approached Xu Erlong and greeted him. Brother, are you busy? Not really. Just taking a look around, Xu Erlong replied casually. Jiang Jun hesitated before speaking again. Brother, do you need any help with deliveries? I have some free time and could assist you. Xu Erlong squinted slightly, sizing up Jiang Jun. Would he rely on someone who had previously let him down? Not at the moment. Everything has been arranged, he responded with a smile. I'll call you if an opportunity arises in the future. Xu Erlong had no intention of associating with such individuals. Once disloyal, forever untrustworthy. Jiang Jun Baba explained, second brother, last time I took a wrong turn while wandering outside. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Xu Erlong smiled at him, responding, yes, I understand. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall call upon you. He did not entirely sever ties. After all, being in business, he would not readily make enemies. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Jiang Jun's vengeful nature, deeply ingrained in his character. He suspected that Yang Limin and his brothers had fallen victim to this young man. An old adage states, it is better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. Who knows when such a person might lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to strike? Listening to these words, Jiang Jun remained oblivious to the underlying insinuation. Very well then, second brother, I shall take my leave. Please remember to call upon me next time, he said. As he departed, Xu Erlong withdrew his gaze and unexpectedly caught sight of Su Dongsheng by the village entrance. For the past few days, Su Dongsheng had been sequestered at home, devotedly caring for the ailing Su Laodai. The once vibrant Su family now lay in tatters. Xu Erlong and his mother had separated to live independently. Xu Damin had gone off to university, Su Chunsheng had run away from home, and Su Fengru had returned to the city. Now, the only members left were the bedridden Su Laodai and young Su Xiaofei. The elderly and the young were left to the care of Su Dongxing. As Su Laodai's health improved slightly, the household faced dire financial straits. He had to fetch water, do laundry, cook meals, and tend to the pigs. Ultimately, he sold the sole pig they had to another family in the village. Your pig is so scrawny. By the time New Year rolls around, it may not even gain any weight, the neighbor complained. Su Dongxing replied, this pig has potential. It was thriving not long ago. You know it was thriving? If you don't feed it properly, of course, it will lose weight, the neighbor retorted. Su Dongxing found himself at a loss for words. The pig had been well fed thanks to Su Shaoling bringing back fodder every day. Although he incurred a slight loss, Su Dongxing managed to resolve one of his troubles. Now, he needed to return to the quarry to continue working and earn money. The quarry was situated on a cliff to the left of the commune, a remarkable stone mountain standing proudly. In an age devoid of machinery and stone-cutting machines, it required sheer human effort to wield heavy iron hammers, chiseling the stone into long slabs for construction. Equipped with his tools, Su Dongxing made his way to the quarry. The place was filled with rugged men, their upper bodies bare, laboring tirelessly with heavy hammers. During a break, these coarse men began to exchange crude jokes, turning the conversation towards Su Dongxing. Su Dongxing, they say you have a fling with your brother's wife. How does it feel? Come on, tell us. Indeed, I've grown up without ever experiencing a woman. Yet you've managed to have 2 affairs. Do share. Is it steamy? Did she climb into your bed? Or did you push her down in the cornfield? The remarks grew increasingly outrageous. Su Dongxing, with a stony expression, remained silent, merely striking the stone before him with his hammer. Yet, those around him showed no signs of ceasing their taunts. Unable to endure any longer, Su Dongxing could no longer restrain himself. With a fierce swing of his iron hammer, he aimed it at his opponent. The action was nothing short of cataclysmic. Had it struck true, it would surely have resulted in death. The onlookers, terrified, scrambled to evade the impending disaster. "You wretched curs, I will smash you to pieces," Xu Damin threatened vehemently, gripping his hammer tightly. Chapter 88. Seeking money from Xu Erlong, the hammer flailed wildly in his grasp. Witnessing his frenzied display as he raised the heavy tool once more, everyone instinctively recoiled. An older individual, sensing the potential for tragedy, seized the moment when Xu Damin was off guard, colliding into his shoulder and causing the hammer to slip from his grasp. Xu Damin retaliated, engaging in a scuffle. The quarry, strewn with stones, became the backdrop for their struggle. During the tussle, Xu Damin pushed his adversary, whose head struck a sharp, protruding rock. "Blood! There's blood! Xu Damin, stop! You've killed him! Xu Damin, cease at once!" The rough men surrounding the scene, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to intervene. With Xu Damin momentarily disarmed, they approached him, restraining him with a flurry of hands. Gradually, he calmed from his rage. Glancing at his opponent sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his forehead, Xu Damin's limbs trembled as dread began to settle in. "Quick, get him to the hospital." The quarry manager urgently waved for assistance, instructing everyone. If the bleeding continued unabated, it could surely lead to a fatal outcome. A group of men hastily lifted the injured party onto a stretcher and rushed towards the hospital. Fortunately, due to timely medical attention, the individual's life was spared. "Did you injure my husband?" A woman confronted Xu Damin, standing defiantly before him. She was a family member of the injured, accompanied by a gathering of relatives who had come upon hearing of the misfortune that befell their breadwinner. "If anything happens to my son, I will hold you accountable," cried a frail old woman, tears streaming down her cheeks. The quarry manager glared at Xu Damin, seething with anger. "What madness is this at the quarry? You've wasted an entire day's work." He addressed Xu Damin sternly. "You must take responsibility for this incident. You will cover all medical expenses and lost wages." "Or else," Xu Damin retorted defiantly, "they provoked me first. But you were the one who struck first. That is an undeniable fact." The quarry manager's expression was stern. "I care not for your grievances. You must bear this cost." Xu Damin stumbled homeward, his legs feeling as though they were leaden. His family was already on the brink of destitution, and now he had to shoulder this additional medical expense. At home, old lady Xu struggled to rise, gesturing for Xu Xiaofei to assist her as she began to prepare a meal. With rice long since exhausted, their only sustenance consisted of sweet potatoes. She chopped the sweet potatoes into pieces, added a ladle of water, and instructed Xu Xiaofei to kindle the fire. Noticing Xu Damin's dejected return, old lady Xu inquired, "Damin, what has happened to you?" With a heavy sigh, he fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, instinctively reaching for his cigarettes. As he touched the corner of his clothing, he realized he could no longer afford even an 8-cent cigarette. "Mother, I got into a fight and injured someone," Xu Damin lamented, squatting at the threshold with his head cradled in his hands. "Why today, of all days, could I not keep my composure and resorted to violence?" Xu Laotai exclaimed, "What shall we do now?" "We must compensate for the medical expenses," Xu Damin replied, his words causing Xu Laotai to nearly collapse onto the ground. They were already struggling to make ends meet. How could they afford to pay for medical bills? "We can't pay. We simply have no money," Xu Laotai insisted defiantly. Xu Damin remained silent. This was not a matter to be brushed off with mere defiance. "Go ask second brother for money," Xu Xiaofei interjected swiftly. Being young, he didn't fully grasp the complexities of adult grievances, but in his mind, Xu Erlong, despite having divided his household, was still a part of their family. Xu Laotai found wisdom in this suggestion. "Yes, let us seek out Xu Erlong," she declared. "He is your son. It is unreasonable for him not to help when his father is in trouble. Besides, he is financially well off now." Habitually, Xu Laotai wiped her hands on her apron and turned to leave. "Mother, don't go," Xu Damin pleaded, holding her back. "Why not?" Xu Laotai raised her voice. "Xu Erlong is of our blood. When trouble arises, he must take responsibility." She resolved that even if she had to throw a tantrum, she would demand money from Xu Erlong. However, Xu Damin, as a man, could not bring himself to lower his dignity in such a manner. "Do not seek him out," he insisted. "As a father, I cannot beg my son for assistance. I will find a way to resolve the financial issue myself." "What way could you possibly devise?" Xu Laotai inquired. "You need not concern yourself. I will manage it," Xu Damin asserted, a thought of selling blood creeping into his mind. Xu Erlong headed to Lion Town, where the citrus yield was the most abundant. Observing baskets of ripe tangerines being collected, he casually took two, peeled them, and tasted them. Ah, large and sweet. The sight of this vibrant red is quite festive. Surely, this batch will please Xiong Yaowei. Keep an eye on things. Xu Erlong instructed Yu Ping before turning to attend to business matters. Yes, business. Since he was already there, he intended to seek out Wen Yi, following a dirt path. After crossing 2 hills, Xu Erlong arrived at Haiyang Primary School. This was akin to a village-run school, consisting of 3 rows of earthen-walled classrooms arranged in a neat formation. Wen Yi was one of the private teachers at this village school. Private teachers emerged as a product of a specific era, created to supplement the deficiencies in grassroots education. Their educational qualifications were generally modest, often at the junior high school level. Spotting a middle-aged man wearing glasses passing by, Xu Erlong approached him to inquire, "Hello, teacher. May I ask if Teacher Wen Yi is in school today?" The man glanced at Xu Erlong with a dismissive expression as if to say, "Another one seeking out Wen Yi? Over there." He pointed nonchalantly before walking away, following the direction indicated. Xu Erlong arrived at the entrance of Class 1 of the 1st grade. At this moment, during class time, the dilapidated elementary school reverberates with the sound of earnest reading. Peering through the wooden lattice windows, one can observe Wen Yi, clad in a simple floral shirt, wielding a teaching pointer as she instructs a group of young children. 1. Everyone read along with me. 1. Her voice is exceedingly gentle, harmonizing beautifully with her unique, melodious tone, soft and sweet. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, she resembles not a teacher, but rather an older sister, tenderly encouraging her younger siblings to learn. Xu Erlong, standing outside, watches with a smile, never having imagined Wen Yi possessed such a side. As time progresses, the afternoon bell rings, signaling the end of classes. The little ones bid farewell to Wen Yi and hastily exit the classroom. Teacher Wen. Xu Erlong steps forward, blocking Wen Yi at the classroom door as she is the last to emerge. Who are you? Wen Yi raises an eyebrow, and upon recognizing the handsome figure before her, exclaims, "Oh, it's you." Indeed, Teacher Wen, it's me. Xu Erlong feels a surge of joy. It seems his first impression was favorable enough for her to remember him. Wen Yi inquires, "Didn't you say you would bring your sister to study here? Have you come to enroll her?" Xu Erlong is momentarily speechless. He had merely spoken in passing to strike up a conversation. But now, he has no sister to bring to Haidang Elementary. He cannot transfer Shaoling here. Nor can he bring Huang Xiaoxia. Teacher Wen, didn't he clarify last time? My sister's household registration isn't here, so she can't study in the school. Xu Erlong remarks, desperately seeking a topic to discuss. Oh, I see. Wen Yi replies with a warm smile, gently reassuring him, but as long as one can study, it doesn't matter where. Yes, so I truly appreciate your guidance on this matter, Xu Erlong replies. How about I treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude? Wen Yi glances at him, stepping back cautiously. Oh, that is not necessary. Xu Erlong feels a pang of regret. Has he come on too strong? Like a wolf eagerly wishing to carry a lamb back to its den? I haven't really assisted you in any way. If there is nothing else, I must be going. Goodbye. Wen Yi bids him farewell, turning to leave. Xu Erlong, in a flurry, calls out, "Wait." He rushes a few steps forward. Actually, I have something particularly important I'd like your help with. Please, listen to me. Wen Yi halts, silently observing him, and the air around them seems to still. In her tranquil gaze, Xu Erlong feels that everything is worthwhile. To be honest, I wish to continue my studies, he admits, steeling himself. He truly has no sister to fabricate an excuse. You want to study? Wen Yi replies, astonished. Aren't you a bit old for that? Am I? Xu Erlong counters. Well, yes, quite old, she affirms. Xu Erlong, disheartened, responds, you mustn't discriminate against me. I possess a heart eager for self-improvement. To be candid, I have always excelled academically since childhood. If all goes well, entering a university shouldn't be a problem. Xu Erlong continues, however, my father, due to our impoverished circumstances, forbade me from furthering my education. My dream of attending university has thus been shattered. Akin to a bird with its wings clipped, the more he speaks, the more emotion wells up within him. Just moments ago, I sought to engage in conversation with Wen Yi, striving to concoct a reason for our dialogue. However, as the words flowed, memories of past injustices from a previous life surged forth, leaving me inexplicably constricted with emotion. From a young age, my cousin dined heartily while I could only subsist on the dregs. During our school days, he had pencils to inscribe words, while I scavenged the remnants of his writing tools. Yet, despite this, my educational opportunities were abruptly curtailed in high school, as my family chose to support my cousin's studies alone. Presently, my singular desire is to return to school and fulfill my dream of attending university. Yet I find myself at a loss as to how to navigate my circumstances. Su Erlong turned the conversation toward Wen Yi. Teacher Wen, you are now an educator. Could you offer me some guidance on what I should do in my situation? Wen Yi furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed. Our institution serves only young children. How could someone of your age attend elementary school? Teacher, if you do not assist me, I fear no one else will. It appears that my aspirations of returning to education are entirely hopeless. Why must my fate be so wretched? Su Erlong lamented, covering half his face with his palm. An expression of deep regret etched upon him. He recognized that his current approach was somewhat unscrupulous. Yet he deemed it necessary to pursue the affections of the girl he admired. Pursuing a virtuous maiden is not a disgrace. In truth, the pure-hearted and kind Wen Yi was no match for Su Erlong, who quickly ensnared her with his plea. In your particular situation, I am unsure how to resolve it, but I will inquire and see what options may be available to you. Do not despair. Solutions often outnumber difficulties. As long as you possess a genuine desire to improve yourself, there will undoubtedly be a way, Wen Yi reassured him. Really? That is splendid news, Teacher Wen. Please remember this matter and diligently investigate how I might continue my education given my circumstances. Su Erlong was genuinely elated. The pursuit of knowledge weighed heavily on his heart, and if Wen Yi could assist him in resolving this, it would be a tremendous blessing. Rest assured, I will look into it, Wen Yi promised. Please keep this matter in your thoughts and remember to follow up with me. I shall return next week, Su Erlong stated. Also, I am currently residing at the Dongfanghong guest house in the county. My name is Su Erlong, so if you receive any news, you may come directly to the guest house to inform me promptly. Su Erlong instructed her. Understood. Su Erlong, Dongfanghong guest house, when you repeated his name with care. Su Erlong smiled. Teacher, do you have paper and a pen? I fear you may forget. Allow me to write down my address for you. Wen Yi retrieved a lesson preparation notebook and a fountain pen from her bag and handed them to Su Erlong. He carefully inscribed his address in the notebook. After bidding farewell to Wen Yi, Su Erlong exited Haidang Primary School and plucked a tuft of foxtail grass from the roadside, finding it remarkably pleasing to the eye. That night, Su Erlong dreamt of Wen Yi, who appeared as a vision of tenderness, her enchanting eyes glimmering with allure, captivating all who beheld her, especially her delicate lips. Alas, in reality, I had not acted upon my feelings for Wen Yi, yet in my dreams, I indulged in all that I had refrained from doing. Su Erlong rose. Refreshed after a cleansing shower, ready to embrace a new day, Xiong Yawei arrived punctually in his truck, accompanied by another driver, evidently a familiar associate. How has the red citrus acquisition fared? Xiong inquired, expressing concern that, despite bringing both men and vehicle, the goods might not yet be gathered. Rest assured, everything is in order, Su Erlong replied, gesturing for Xiong to accompany him to inspect the cargo. At the crossroads of several towns, mounds of red citrus were piled high, presenting a truly impressive sight. Indeed, Erlong is a man of substantial undertakings, Xiong remarked, patting his shoulder. Entrusting the local residents with the collection was a splendid idea, sparing us from unnecessary complications. Let us begin loading, Su Erlong announced. Yuping and the others organized the manpower, loading basket after basket of red citrus onto the truck. Su Erlong's measurements were precise. The baskets were arranged in neat rows, maximizing the space without a hint of waste. It was conservatively estimated that they would collect 10 tons. However, the total from several points exceeded that figure, significantly surpassing the limit. Get it all loaded, Xiong directed. A competent truck driver must never shy away from maximizing capacity. All the red citrus was loaded onto 2 trucks. Xiong then instructed his men to cover the cargo with tarpaulin, securing it tightly with ropes. This served to prevent any goods from falling off and to deter any potential thieves along the journey. Once all was arranged, Su Erlong joined the convoy, setting off towards the provincial capital. This cargo represented their inaugural collaboration, and he felt compelled to accompany it for peace of mind. Chapter 90. Selecting personnel for the journey. The journey to the provincial capital would take approximately 20 hours, not to mention crossing 2 formidable mountains. The roads remained perilous. Akin to the ancient adage, the path through Shu is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Though many roads have been constructed across the nation since the founding of the Republic, this region remained dominated by towering peaks. It was through unwavering human resolve and the indomitable spirit of the revolutionary masses, undaunted by hardship or peril, that numerous winding mountain roads were forged, linking disparate locales. Even with these roads established, their conditions were often deplorable. In narrow stretches, only a single vehicle could pass, while in certain treacherous sections, cars precariously hung with half a wheel suspended in midair. In such environments, even seasoned drivers had to exercise utmost caution, often progressing at a pace slower than that of an old ox. Little Luo cautioned, "The route ahead is fraught with danger. Perhaps we should rest tonight and tackle the mountain roads in daylight?" From a safety perspective, this was a reasonable suggestion. However, doing so would delay the shipment by an additional 2 days. Xiang contemplated the matter. "No, we must depart immediately. This way, we can traverse the most hazardous portion before nightfall." Yet, after dark, they would have to pass through Taiganshan, an area notorious for banditry, which caused concern to little Luo. "We must exercise caution," he advised. Xiong Yaowei remarked, "After all, these oranges, if left for a couple of days, are prone to spoilage." As a co-partner, Su Erlong naturally could not afford to lag behind. With such a large quantity of oranges collected, swift transportation was imperative, otherwise, they would be left to rot in their hands. It is understandable that Xiong Yaowei felt a sense of urgency. "All right, let us set forth now," Su Erlong said. "At worst, I can summon a few more people. After all, many hands make light work. With a greater number on our side, the highway bandits would think twice." Upon hearing that they were going to the provincial city, the Toothless One eagerly crowded around Su Erlong, exclaiming, "I want to go. I want to go." He had long wished for the opportunity. Yu Ping also chimed in, "Erlong, I wish to go as well." Huang Xiaojiang remained silent, but his gaze towards Su Erlong was filled with longing. He too yearned to accompany them. However, he understood that he was young and would not be of much assistance, so he refrained from voicing his desire. Unfortunately, there was only room for one additional person in the vehicle. "This is already risky enough," Xiong Yaowei stated. After much debate, the Toothless One ultimately secured the chance to ride along. He exchanged smug glances with Yu Ping and Huang Xiaojiang, wearing a triumphant expression. "Enough of that. This is a transport mission, not an excursion for leisure. What are you so proud of?" Su Erlong lightly kicked him. "Even so, I am delighted to go. This is a chance to visit the provincial city," the Toothless One replied. His farthest journey had only been to the county town. "In the future, you will all have the opportunity to travel across the nation," Su Erlong assured. At this, Yu Ping and Huang Xiaojiang's spirits lifted. Though they had missed this opportunity, Erlong had promised them that they would soon experience the world beyond. After a meal at the restaurant, they filled several thermoses with tea and packed some provisions for the journey. The Toothless One, along with 2 other drivers, occupied the front of a cargo truck, while Su Erlong, accompanied by Xiong Yaowei and Xiao Luo, settled into the rear truck. This arrangement allowed them to provide support in case of any unforeseen events with the front vehicle. The 2 trucks, one leading and the other following, departed from the county town, setting their course for the provincial city. The initial stretch of road after leaving the county town was relatively smooth. However, after approximately 10 kilometers, the truck gradually ascended the winding mountain road. As they navigated the serpentine path, Xiong Yaowei leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, and began to doze off, conserving energy for the demanding hours ahead. Su Erlong, however, remained alert, gazing out the window at the mountain road that coiled into the distance, disappearing into the peaks beyond. Such mountain roads had transformed the travel experiences of many. Su Erlong was deeply moved by the tenacity of the older generation, who had bravely sacrificed their blood and sweat. In an era devoid of machinery and with rudimentary bridge and tunnel technology, constructing mountain roads had been a necessary endeavor forged through the labor of many hands, each blistered and bloodied. As the vehicle continued forward, it became evident that the trucks ahead were slowing down. They were approaching a treacherous section of the road. The Toothless One, experiencing his first journey, felt nauseous from the jolting of the truck. Sitting by the window, he gazed outside at the sheer cliffs and precipices, his heart racing with trepidation. Several times, he observed the vehicle's tires precariously grazing the edge of the cliff. A moment's lapse in caution could spell disaster. It is no wonder that in these times, drivers are able to earn substantial sums. They are quite literally wagering their lives. The realization dawned on him. It made sense why his elder brother had previously discouraged him from accompanying the journey. He had foreseen the inherent dangers. With the vehicle's speed diminishing, he decided to disembark and opt for walking instead. Xiao Luo also brought the vehicle to a halt. The well-rested Xiong Yaowei opened his eyes and gestured for Su Erlong and Xiao Luo to exit the vehicle while he took the wheel himself. Xiao Luo assisted from the side, guiding the truck cautiously along. Indeed, Xiong Yao's driving skills proved formidable as he navigated the treacherous stretch without incident. Even Xu Erlong, a man of considerable experience, found it difficult to endure such heart-stopping moments. It is true that in these times, there exists no easy money to be made without effort. After passing through the perilous zone, Xiong Yao instructed Xiao Luo to continue driving while he retrieved a long, rectangular metal toolbox from beneath the passenger seat. Upon opening the box, alongside the usual maintenance tools, he revealed several regulated knives. Xiong Yao extracted 2 substantial machetes, each measuring several decimeters in length, and handed one to Xu Erlong, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Erlong, do you dare to wield this?" Xu Erlong regarded the gleaming machete. Such weapons were not uncommon in these times. Many thieves and pickpockets favored carrying daggers and other regulated knives. He himself kept a machete beneath his pillow. Even after the regulations imposed in 1983, many continued to conceal such items. "I shall not use this," Xu Erlong replied, returning the machete. Instead, he pulled out an iron rod from the toolbox, weighing it in his hand. "This will suffice." "Very well," Xiong Yao exhaled softly. His intent was merely to prepare for any eventuality. Better to be equipped and cautious. Ideally, this journey would proceed smoothly, free from peril, even should they encounter minor thieves. Xiong Yao remained confident in his ability to handle the situation. Xu Erlong shared this faith in Xiong Yao's combat prowess. After all, during their time in prison, the strength of Xiong Yao's grip was well acknowledged. The nickname Bear Paw was not without merit. A single strike from him could leave many disoriented. As the sun descended, weary birds returned to their nests. The mountains, both grand and humble, loomed in the encroaching darkness like lurking beasts, ready to pounce upon the unwary. In these times, highway bandits were rampant, and many convoys exhibited the same audacity. Encounters on the road often resulted in violent confrontations with numerous bandits. It was likely that passing trucks would be stripped bare, perhaps even costing the drivers their lives. Conversely, if a convoy were to be substantial in numbers, the outcome might be fatal, leading to tragic collisions that would leave nothing but remnants behind. In an era plagued by highway robbery, the hardships were palpable, hindering development in various regions. It would take another 2 decades until highways connected the land for such banditry to gradually diminish. The vehicle continued its journey, navigating around the summit of the ridge, and began its descent. It appeared as though they were about to leave the territory plagued by bandits. However, Xiong Yao did not relent. On the contrary, he heightened his vigilance. His extensive experience in the underworld had taught him that often, the calmest moments herald the greatest dangers. He warned Xiao Luo to exercise caution and to closely follow the vehicle ahead. Xu Erlong gripped the iron rod tightly, peering out of the window towards the hillside. Faintly, moving torches could be discerned. They had indeed encountered robbers. Due to the poor road conditions in the mountainous area, their speed was slow, and 2 petty thieves had caught up, clinging to the rear of the vehicle. They had even begun to slash at the canvas and hemp rope securing the cargo. Should the rope and canvas be severed, these miscreants could toss the goods one by one to their accomplices waiting by the roadside. By the time the owner realized the cargo was missing and reported it to the police, there would be no trace of anyone to be found. Clearly, this was their plan. Xiong Yao and Xu Erlong swiftly climbed atop the vehicle. "Damn it, how dare they attempt to steal from me?" Xu Erlong cursed vehemently. Raising the iron rod, with one hand grasping the hemp rope for balance, he swung the rod down at the hand that gripped the vehicle's rear. The strike landed with force, eliciting a cry from the thief, who loosened his grip and fell away. Simultaneously, Xiong Yao dispatched the one attempting to slash the canvas with equal ferocity. His intent mirrored that of Xu Erlong. He hoped that such a brutal response would convey to their assailants that they were not to be trifled with, prompting them to retreat. The thief who had fallen to the ground emitted a painful groan. However, it was evident that Xu Erlong's expectations were misplaced. This band of robbers was relentless, and the number of fiery torches surrounding them was increasing. There appeared to be 20 or 30 of them, exchanging a glance with one another. Xu Erlong and Xiong Yao realized they had encountered seasoned criminals. A fierce battle was imminent. "Damn it, they've come to rob us. If we show fear, what will become of us in the future?" The duo engaged in a fierce struggle with the approaching bandits. Xiao Luo, though anxious, maintained a steady grip on the steering wheel, focusing intently on driving. He accelerated the vehicle as much as safety would permit, knowing that only by increasing their speed could they hope to shake off their pursuers. Ke Yizhi, in the lead vehicle, was already aware that the vehicle behind was in peril. "We must return. We must assist Ergo," he exclaimed to Master Chen in his vehicle. We cannot. Master Chen replied with a wry smile. If we stop, they might just climb aboard our vehicle and steal our cargo, or even kill us. Kei Yaji was in a state of agitation, desperate to help. He had not been brought along to merely enjoy the scenery. He had come to follow and support. In the face of danger, how could he possibly refrain from intervening? He leaned halfway out of the window, shouting towards the rear, Ergo. I'm getting out to help you. His shout startled Xu Erlong, making him jump. The toothless man won't truly come back to assist them, will he? If he genuinely steps out, there would be no avenue for escape. Chapter 92, A Perilous Night of Quickwit in a Moment of Desperation. Xu Erlong shouted at the toothless man behind them. Retrieve the soil hammer from beneath the vehicle and aim it at their heads. The soil hammer beneath the vehicle? Upon hearing this, the toothless man realized they possessed such a formidable weapon. He bent over in the driver's cabin, rummaging through the toolbox. With the toothless man temporarily subdued, Xu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the corner ahead, where a bamboo pole jutted out at an angle, a plan formed in Xu Erlong's mind. Get down, he yelled to Xiong Yaowei. Without hesitation, Xiong Yaowei lay flat on the roof of the vehicle. Xu Erlong seized the opportunity, reaching out to grasp the protruding bamboo pole tightly. As the vehicle sped further away, the tension in the bamboo increased, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. Feeling the ultimate strain, Xu Erlong released his grip. The bamboo, propelled by the force of reaction, swept toward the group of adversaries with a whistling sound. The momentum was swift and fierce, knocking down a wide swath of pursuers who fell to the ground, unable to rise. Impressive. Xiong Yaowei gave Xu Erlong a thumbs up. Thanks to this maneuver, they momentarily escaped the clutches of their pursuers. The truck gradually navigated out of the mountainous terrain and into a flat, open area, effectively shaking off the group behind them. The vehicle ahead, driven by the toothless man's crew, halted at the roadside, waiting for Xu Erlong and his companions to regroup. Xiao Luo approached in his vehicle. The toothless man rushed over, anxiously inquiring, Ergo, are you all right now? I saw you engaged in such fierce combat earlier and wanted them to stop and help you, but they wouldn't. We're fine, Xu Erlong replied with a smile. In truth, they had not escaped unscathed. His arm bore several cuts from the adversary's blade, and Xiong Yaowei's arm was similarly marred. After a brief bandaging of their wounds, Xiao Luo produced prepared rations and water for everyone to replenish their strength. Indeed, these highway robbers lived up to their infamous reputation. Xu Erlong mused as he bit into his egg pancake. Such a group is quite rare, Xiong Yaowei remarked. Fortunately, the chances of them traversing this route are low. Otherwise, we might not have made it here safely. After a short rest, Xiong Yaowei took the lead, driving them directly to the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Each region has such cooperatives overseeing the local supply stores. The existence of these cooperatives not only stabilizes prices and ensures market supply, but also assists farmers in resolving income issues. It can be said that whatever the farmers produce, they sell through these channels. Xiong Yaowei was evidently familiar with this place. He entered and soon emerged with someone who promptly guided them for weighing their goods. This batch of red oranges was clearly of satisfactory quality. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching on the 15th of August, it was customary for everyone to visit friends and family, bringing mooncakes and fruits as gifts. The Mid-Autumn Festival naturally calls for the gifting of mooncakes. However, presenting fruit requires careful consideration. Apples priced at a mere 4 dimes, weighing less than 2 pounds, appear rather unremarkable when placed in a mesh bag. In contrast, the vibrant red oranges exude a festive aura and cost nearly half as much as apples. When weighed at 2 to 3 pounds, they fill the bag impressively. Initially, this batch of red oranges was to be purchased at 20 cents per piece. Yet, discreetly conversed with the person in charge, resulting in a revised price of 23 cents. Ultimately, this transaction yielded over 6,000 yuan. After deducting various expenses, and each received 2,000 yuan. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, led the group to a nearby guest house, securing a spacious room for everyone to share. Exhausted from a night devoid of rest, they hastily consumed a light meal before collapsing into slumber. Uncertain of the duration of their sleep, awoke to the afternoon sun warming his body. He felt the substantial stack of money nestled at his waist and realized he could not afford to be as careless as, while primarily resided in the truck. Minimizing interactions with others and thereby reducing the risk of theft, S' journey back to his hometown would involve a crowded bus and a ferry, increasing his vulnerability. After and the others awakened, they prepared to transport another batch of goods to a different location, which was not on their route. Having experienced the previous night's perils, expressed disinterest in accompanying them and opted to return home with. They bid farewell, agreeing to reconvene when circumstances permitted. Chapter 93. Depositing money in the bank. First sought out a bank to deposit his 2,000 yuan in cash, receiving 2 slender deposit slips in return. At this time, banks lacked the concept of universal access and were not interconnected. Funds deposited here could only be withdrawn here. Presenting the deposit slip back home would be futile. Nevertheless, remained resolute in securing his money. In the future, should he need to return to the provincial capital for business or to procure goods, he would not have to carry a significant amount of cash. He tucked the 2 deposit slips into his anti-theft underwear, a common practice in those days. The inside of these undergarments featured a small pocket for safeguarding valuables, a peculiar yet practical innovation of the era. With his funds secured, planned to divide the remaining money fairly with and upon his return. After safeguarding his funds, took on a leisurely exploration of the provincial capital. Since they were there, he made it a point to show the sights, broadening his horizons. They indulged in the most renowned local delicacies and visited the square for photographs. This marked S' inaugural experience with photography. Despite the antiquated technology of the time, creativity flourished, with individuals employing large canvases to create various exquisite backgrounds for their portraits. With the backdrop of Chang'e ascending to the moon, palatial castles, and even successful gentlemen clad in suits and ties, one only needs to carve a hole at the facial position. When taking the photograph, one simply needs to reach their head into the void, aligning their face with the empty area, thus creating a seamless illusion. The resulting image transforms you into a distinguished gentleman in a suit and tie. I want to take another one. With the palace castle in the background, he insisted, missing a few teeth, and snapped 2 pictures in quick succession. If you need it urgently, you can collect the photos in 2 hours. Otherwise, they will be ready in 3 days, the photographer informed. Urgent, Xu Erlong replied, paying the expedited fee. The 2 then meandered about, the toothless man observing the bustling city, while Xu Damin contemplated various avenues for financial gain. After several days of adjustment, Xu Damin gradually acclimated to university life, leaving behind the hardships of his days in the Qinan commune. He now stood as a legitimate student of a prestigious institution, a prodigy of sorts. Among his dorm mates were several individuals from diverse backgrounds, including one nearly 40 years old. Clearly, this represented a generation that had lost time but, upon gaining the opportunity to study, now aspired to rise once more. The school provided them with a monthly allowance of 195 yuan for meals, along with an additional 2 yuan for living expenses. Life had become relatively comfortable. As for their 30-something roommate, he was married and subsisted on simple cornmeal buns, diligently saving money to send home and support his family. You young folks have it easy, with no family burdens. Your monthly scholarships are more than sufficient. Unlike us who have families to think about, he lamented. Xu Damin remained silent, contemplating his inability to assist his family. He noticed many classmates possessed bicycles, while he did not. This thought led him to reminisce about Li Yongyin's home, which epitomized a life of affluence, complete with a spring sofa, television, radio, and bicycle. He wondered when he might attain such comforts. A shift occurred within Xu Damin's heart. If he were to find a partner like Li Yingtong, blessed with supportive in-laws, many complications could be alleviated. Initially infatuated with Zhouya, he had been coerced into a breakup by his family, leading him to reevaluate his choices. How could he have been so short-sighted as to become involved with Zhouya, thus burdening himself with immense social pressure and anxiety? Moreover, Zhouya came from a poor family, offering no aid to his life's journey. Xu Damin, there's a girl looking for you, a roommate announced, entering with a basketball. A girl is looking for me? Xu Damin was momentarily taken aback, rising to head outside. As he passed the circular plastic mirror by the door, he instinctively tidied his hair, striving to present a neater appearance. Exiting the dormitory and traversing the long walkway, Xu Damin scanned the area, curious about who sought him. Damin. Underneath the French parasol tree, Zhouya waved to him, clad in a white shirt. Xu Damin was momentarily stunned. To his surprise, it was Zhouya who had come to seek him out. Zhouya trotted over and halted a few steps in front of him, playing with her braid, and with a hint of playful reproach, addressed Xu Damin. Damin, why didn't you invite me to university with you? Xu Damin momentarily lost his train of thought. He cleared his throat twice and replied, our situation has become quite public, and if I were to call you, it would merely provide others with ammunition. Indeed. Zhouya lowered her head, gazing at her toes and displaying a bashful demeanor. However, being at university is a blessing. Here, no one knows us, and we can continue to be together. When the time comes for job placements, we can request to be assigned to the same location and remain together forever. She had already envisioned their future together. Xu Damin hesitated. Joya, I think it's best that we pause for now. What? Joya lifted her head. Her eyes no longer shy. I mean, let us put our relationship on hold for the time being. The circumstances were widely known, and my family disapproves, Xu Damin explained. So, you have resolved to break up with me? Joya challenged. So, you want to even invite me to university? Xu Damin felt guilty and could not bring himself to admit it. Joya, please calm down. My family is making significant sacrifices to support my education. If I disregard their wishes, they may threaten drastic measures, Xu Damin elucidated. That is nonsense. Joya exclaimed loudly. The school offers scholarships, and the monthly stipends are sufficient for living expenses. There is no need to rely on your family for support. If you put in some effort, you could even earn a scholarship. You are merely making excuses. I am not making excuses. My family is forcing me to sever ties with you. Or else they threaten to take extreme actions, Xu Damin stated coldly, hardening his heart. Is that your way of using your parents as a shield? Joya glared at Xu Damin, her anger palpable. She was intelligent enough to gain admission to university and, after a moment's contemplation, she scoffed, Xu Damin. Are you truly this heartless? Do you not reminisce about the joyful times we shared? Xu Damin's face flushed slightly. He indeed cherished those moments. Damin, please don't break up with me. We have overcome so many obstacles to be together. How can you so easily give up? Joya implored. In the city, you are all I have. What will I do if you leave me? Xu Damin's resolve began to waver. There was something comforting about being needed. Damin, your shirt is dirty. Take it off, and I will wash it for you. Joya adopted a gentle approach. Xu Damin glanced at his white shirt. During his time studying in the countryside, he had always preferred white shirts, which gave him an air of sophistication, setting him apart from the muddy villagers. Back then, he had help at home from Shaoling and Zhang Jifang, but now, at university, he was solely reliant on himself. The prospect of someone offering assistance with laundry was appealing. Xu Damin thought that perhaps they could date for now and part ways later when he found someone more suitable. Meanwhile, Xu Erlong, with his missing teeth, wandered aimlessly around the provincial city. The wholesale market for my memories has yet to officially come into existence. However, due to its proximity to the railway station, some audacious individuals still engage in clandestine transactions here. Among them are numerous people with distinct accents, including those who speak Mandarin with a thick coastal inflection, unable to pronounce it correctly. Xu Erlong and the Toothless Man walked through this area, their attire unmistakably revealing their rural origins, a blue tank top paired with tattered blue trousers and liberation shoes. Xu Erlong's clothing even bears the stains of a recent altercation, marked by blood and remnants of orange juice. They present an utterly disheveled appearance. As they approach a public restroom, Xu Erlong remarks, I need to use the restroom first. Are you coming? No, Toothless Man replies. In the countryside, they had always detested the filthy communal latrines, yet here in the city, they find that the poorly maintained public restrooms are even worse than the ones back home. Those old-fashioned toilets lack running water, the pits overflow with excrement, and many individuals, disgusted by the filth, relieve themselves nearby, resulting in an unbearable stench. Unless one is in dire need, one would generally avoid such a torment. All right, you can wait for me here, Xu Erlong says. No way, I'll walk a bit farther to avoid the smell, Toothless Man chuckles, opting to distance himself. Xu Erlong, with a resigned smile, heads to the restroom. Toothless Man stands at the intersection, awaiting Xu Erlong. Unbeknownst to him, his attire marks him as an outsider, and his youthful naivety draws the attention of others. A middle-aged woman approaches him, saying, Oh, young man, could you do me a favor? I need to buy fabric to make clothes for my son, but I'm unsure how many meters to buy. Your build resembles his. Would you help me take his measurements? Rest assured, my entire family will be grateful for your assistance. The woman appears to embody the sincerity of rural folk, instantly endearing herself to him. Toothless Man considers this an opportunity to perform a good deed. Seeing him hesitate, the woman adds, Don't worry, the shop is just at this intersection. It won't take more than a few minutes. Plus, my son works at the cinema, and if you help me with the measurements, I'll give you a movie ticket as a token of gratitude. Toothless Man's face lights up with joy at the prospect. That sounds wonderful. I'll help. But it needs to be quick. It will be quick. We'll just take the measurements, the woman assures him as she takes his hand, leading him away. She guides him around a corner and then to the left. But didn't you say it was at that intersection? Toothless Man questions. This is a shortcut. It's closer this way, she responds. Trusting her words, he continues to follow. Before long, the woman leads him into a sewing shop where a few bolts of fabric lie, and two men stand inside. "Master, come, let us take his measurements," she calls out. A middle-aged woman pushed the toothless man forward. The two men, armed with a measuring tape, proceeded to take his measurements. In no time, they completed their task and, with stoic expressions, extended their hands, stating that the attire would cost 120 yuan. The toothless man chuckled, claiming, "This is not mine. It belongs to that lady." As he turned around, he realized that the woman who had brought him there had vanished without a trace. It turned out that she had stealthily slipped away while he was distracted by the measuring process. Regardless of whom the clothing belongs to, we see that you are here to have your measurements taken, and the fabric has already been cut. How could you possibly back out now?" shouted the man in his 20s in a fit of anger. The toothless man was taken aback, bewildered. "But I merely had my measurements taken. It cannot be that the fabric was cut so swiftly." The older man, appearing to be in his 30s, sneered and tapped the fabric on the table. "Isn't this already trimmed?" The toothless man felt a dawning realization. He had fallen into a trap. Having spent some time with Xu Erlong, he understood that they viewed him as a naive outsider, someone to be easily dismissed. "I have no money. Let me go, or I will report you to the police," he declared. However, his adversaries remained unperturbed. Their audacity was hardly surprising, for it was indeed an era where reason often failed to prevail. Even in modern times, many individuals encounter dubious beauty scams that lure them into seemingly free treatments, only to reveal exorbitant costs later. Even if one were to summon the authorities, the outcome often necessitated a payment before one could leave. "I advise you to be sensible. Pay the 120 yuan, and you may collect your clothing in a month," one of them threatened. It was a calculated move. They would agree to give him the clothing, but only after a month's wait. Who among the outsiders could afford the time and expenses to return for such a trivial matter? The prospect of wasted time and money would likely lead to an unceremonious conclusion. "No," the toothless man retorted defiantly as he turned to flee. However, at the entrance, two more men appeared, encircling him, ready to strike. In that moment, the toothless man conceded, crying out, "Please, don't hit me. I will pay." "Now that's more like it," they relented, releasing him. One of the younger men even playfully patted his face. "If you had been reasonable from the start, we wouldn't have to resort to this. Even if you called upon the King of Heaven, you would still owe this money today." The toothless man lamented. "But I have no money." "No money? Are you jesting? You traveled to the provincial capital without funds?" one of them barked. The toothless man replied, "All my money is with my friend." The men exchanged glances and instructed two of their group. "All right, you two go with him to retrieve the money from his friend." They escorted the toothless man through the alleyway, leading him out into the open. Chapter 95. Encountering a fraudulent gang, Xu Erlong emerged from the public restroom. Noticing the absence of the toothless man, he assumed that the man had proceeded ahead and began searching for him. After not locating him, he retraced his steps, but still found no trace of him. To avoid the stench of urine, was it really necessary to run such a distance? Xu Erlong, disregarding his image, cupped his hands around his mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted, "Toothless! Toothless!" Unexpectedly, while searching for someone in the countryside, he had to shout across the hillside. And now, in the city, he found himself shouting again. Toothless, upon hearing his call, felt tears welling up. The voice of his elder brother was simply too endearing. How could he have just moments ago complained about the foul odor and wished to distance himself from Erlong? "Brother, I'm over here," Toothless called out. Xu Erlong turned his gaze towards the sound and saw Toothless emerging dejectedly from an alley. Just as Xu Erlong was about to inquire what he had been up to, he noticed two individuals flanking Toothless, effectively sandwiching him in between. Alarm bells rang in Xu Erlong's mind. Had Toothless gotten himself into trouble? He remained still, patiently waiting for them to approach, already calculating the various possibilities in his mind. "Brother Toothless," one of the individuals sneered at Xu Erlong, dismissing him as just another outsider. "Are you his friend? He came to our shop to order clothes, but refused to pay, claiming the money was with you, and that you would settle it for him." Toothless anxiously explained, "Brother, I didn't tea. They set a trap to deceive me." Before he could finish, one of them struck him. Xu Erlong gasped in shock. Was he really encountering a fraud gang? It was unfortunate that he had not educated himself better on such scams. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he had not handed over too much money to them. Otherwise, if Toothless had indeed carried a significant sum, it would have already been taken from him. Xu Erlong scanned his surroundings, seeking to ascertain whether there were any accomplices nearby. What was the situation exactly? Clarity was necessary. He responded calmly, even pulling out a cigarette to smoke. Toothless, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Brother, can't you see I'm being held? You still have the presence of mind to smoke?" The two men exchanged glances, puzzled by the fact that this country bumpkin was smoking a high-quality cigarette. "He came to our shop to get measured for clothes," one of them continued, seizing the moment when the other was distracted. Xu Erlong flicked the cigarette, but directly at the man's eye. The man instinctively flinched, and in that instant, Xu Erlong lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the other assailant, shouting to Toothless, "Run." Upon hearing this, Toothless took off in a sprint. Xu Erlong, having repelled the two attackers, followed Toothless in a wild dash. As he had anticipated, they were not alone. Several more figures emerged in pursuit. Initially, Toothless led the way, but, unsure of where to go, faltered for a moment. Xu Erlong quickly overtook him. He was determined not to veer into narrow alleys, but instead chose to run along the bustling streets. The city was densely populated, and soon the two men blended into the crowd, finally evading their pursuers. As the bus ahead was about to depart, Xu Erlong, tugging at his toothless companion, leapt aboard without a second thought. In the haste of closing the door, his friend found half of his arm caught outside. Xu Erlong shouted several times before the driver heard him and reopened the door, allowing his companion to withdraw his arm. "Are you all right?" Xu Erlong inquired. "I'm fine," his friend replied, rubbing his arm. "Just got a little pinched, nothing serious." Xu Erlong shot him an exasperated glare. "I meant, did those people give you any trouble?" "No," his friend said with a sheepish smile. "They tried to pick a fight, but I told them all the money was with you, and they let me go find you." He cautiously asked Xu Erlong, "You're not annoyed with me for passing the trouble on to you, are you?" "Of course not," Xu Erlong chuckled. "When you're out of town and face such situations, it's wise to be conciliatory. Even the strongest dragon doesn't bully the local snake. With so many people against us, they might have connections elsewhere, so it's best to delay and, if possible, escape." Relieved that Xu Erlong bore him no ill will, his friend felt a sense of ease. Just as he was about to say more, the ticket collector approached, glaring at them. "Buy a ticket," she demanded. Xu Erlong handed her $1, and she maintained a stern expression, returning with change and 2 tickets, which she shoved into his hand. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though Xu Erlong had wronged her. After the day's turmoil, neither felt inclined to wander the city any longer and opted for a long-distance bus back home. Upon their return to the county town, Xu Erlong's friend regained his spirited demeanor. Indeed, away from home, one could easily become a target for bullies. Upon arriving at the guest house, as soon as they entered, Zhang Jifang spotted them and approached. "Erlong, you're back. You've been away for a few days." Xu Erlong, concerned she might see his injuries, hastily replied, "Mom, I need to take a shower first. I'll talk to you later." He quickly pulled his friend along to the bathing area. Together, they relished the warmth of the hot water. "Brother, staying at a guest house is quite nice," his friend exclaimed. "There's hot water available 24 hours a day. Whenever you want a hot shower, it's there." Xu Erlong shot him a disapproving glance. He checked his underwear to confirm that the 2 deposit slips were still there, which reassured him. Through the door, he called out, "Mom, bring me a set of clean clothes, and bring an extra one for my friend." After a moment of thought, he added, "and a long-sleeve shirt." Zhang Jifang, hearing him, went to his room, retrieved his clothes, and followed his instructions, bringing 2 sets. Xu Erlong reached out to accept the clothing through the crack in the door. He tossed the short-sleeve shirt to his friend while he changed into the long-sleeve shirt himself before stepping out with him. Before leaving, he made sure to tuck his prized underwear into his pocket. He signaled to his friend to take care of the laundry while he guided Zhang Jifang to his room. "Mother, during this journey, I ventured to the provincial capital. It was quite delightful, and I ended up spending a few extra days with my toothless friend." Xu Erlong explained with a smile to Zhang Jifang. "Oh, I see. I noticed you hadn't returned home for several days, and I was quite worried," Zhang Jifang replied. "It was my oversight, mother. Next time I set out, I will find a way to send you a telegram," Xu Erlong assured her with a grin. Chapter 96. Viewing House's Mother. "Look here, these are the gifts I've brought for you and my sister from the provincial capital." Xu Erlong pulled items from the snakeskin bag, which he had purchased during his stroll through the city. There were new seasonal clothes for Xiaoling and their mother, as well as single-layer shoes for both. Once the rains come and the weather turns cool, they will be ready to wear. Additionally, there were snowflake cream, Haya shampoo, and Finghua hair conditioner, among other items, all ensuring that Xiaoling and their mother would have smooth and shiny hair, free from the dryness and split ends of the past. Oh, you child. Why do you keep spending recklessly? The snowflake cream from last time hasn't even been used up, Zhang Jinfang chided, though her heart brimmed with joy. Her child was capable and understood filial piety, which brought comfort to her parents' hearts. She gently advised Su Erlong, in the future, refrain from purchasing things for us. You have already provided enough clothing. It is not easy for you to earn money in all kinds of weather. Save it for your future wife. Do you understand? Su Erlong felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, as a young boy of 17 or 18, he had fully grasped the nuances of caring for his mother, often too shy to express his feelings. However, he learned that time waits for no one, and now, in this new life, he would double his efforts to care for his mother and sister, attending to their needs without leaving any regrets. Toothless was at the laundry sink, running the faucet as he washed the clothes. The boy's laundry technique was rather rough. He tossed the garments into the water, applied some soap, and scrubbed vigorously. Stubborn stains remained, but given that it was just summer shirts with sweat marks, it was no great inconvenience. "Brother, where's the clothes hanger?" Toothless inquired. Standing at the door after finishing the laundry, Zhang Jinfang rose to her feet, saying, "The hangers are in my room. I will fetch them for you." The two ascended the stairs to her room, where Zhang Jinfang retrieved several hangers and helped to hang the clothes properly. The September sunlight was just right, bright, yet not scorching, and it wouldn't be long before they were dry. Toothless returned, rummaging through his own belongings. He too had bought a plethora of items during his time in the provincial capital, an eclectic assortment of peculiar goods. He intended to take these back home to impress others. "Brother, I will head back now," Toothless announced. "Very well, I want to keep you. You should also visit Grandma and Grandpa. They haven't seen you in several days. And I wouldn't want them to worry," Su Erlong advised. Then, pointing to another bag, he added, "This bag contains items for you, Ping. And these are for Huang Xiaojiang and his sister. Since both you and I have bought things in the provincial capital, we cannot neglect the others. It is only right." "Understood. I shall comply." With a playful salute, missing a few teeth, he returned with those items in hand. A gentle hum of a tune resonated from the front desk of the guest house. The evening breeze caressed the waters of Penghu Bay, where white waves danced upon the sandy shore. There were no palm trees adorned with the setting sun, only an expanse of azure sea. Sitting on the low wall in front of the door, he reminisced repeatedly, where the twilight beach held the faint imprints of footsteps, 2 pairs and a half. It was at this moment that the round-faced sister, humming a tune, approached for her shift. Upon seeing Su Erlong return, she greeted him. "Su Erlong, you're back?" He smiled. "Indeed. After staying here for a while, we are all quite familiar now." The round-faced sister chuckled. "Your return is timely, not long ago. You asked us to inquire about housing, and now there happens to be a suitable place. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure," Su Erlong readily agreed. Initially, in a rush to facilitate Xiaoling's schooling, he had moved to the city. Finding a rental was challenging, let alone purchasing a home. So he had temporarily settled in the guest house as a stopgap measure. In these times, without real estate agents or numerous guides to show you around, he relied on the service staff at the guest house to utilize their connections to help him find suitable accommodations. "Mom, we're going to look at the house," Su Erlong said, turning to Zhang Jinfang. "Then I'll change into another outfit," Zhang Jinfang replied. In her mind, she regarded this house hunting as a significant event, akin to venturing from the countryside into the city. When going to the city, she would certainly choose the cleanest, tiddiest clothes and groom her hair. Feeling it would be inappropriate to enter the city looking unkempt, poor as they were, she believed one should never appear disheveled. "All right. Let us go with the new clothes you brought today," Su Erlong suggested. "Oh no," Zhang Jinfang replied, feeling quite embarrassed, having grown accustomed to wearing worn-out garments. The prospect of donning new attire left her feeling awkward and constrained. The round-faced sister remarked enviously, "Your son is truly filial. Every time he returns, he buys you new clothes." Zhang Jinfang humbly responded, "Your children are quite good as well." As they spoke, Zhang Jinfang ascended the stairs to change into a clean outfit. The round-faced sister informed her colleague to switch shifts, and then she led Su Erlong and his mother to view the house. At that moment, it was the time when children were returning from school, clusters of them with backpacks, some rolling iron hoops, others blowing paper windmills, or strolling in pairs, chatting merrily. Indeed, childhood is a time of carefree joy. The round-faced sister indicated that the house they were to view was located near the cinema, in a bustling area, aligning with Su Erlong's preferences. However, halfway through their journey, Su Erlong sensed something was amiss. He inquired of the round-faced sister, Didn't you say the house was near the cinema? Why are we heading this way? The house I'm taking you to is near the Hajia cinema. She confidently replied. Xu Erlong couldn't help but laugh. In their locality, there were two cinemas, the city cinema and the Hajia cinema. He had specifically requested accommodations near the city cinema when he had asked the service staff for assistance. Unexpectedly, the round-faced sister listened attentively only to leave halfway through. She retained the knowledge that it was a cinema building but failed to distinguish between the city cinema and the River Street cinema. Nevertheless, since they were here, they might as well take a look. The trio walked to the house that was up for sale. The unique wooden partition walls characteristic of the eastern Sichuan region defined the deep interior, which lacked adequate lighting. Aside from a small window measuring less than half a square meter at the front, there was no source of light or ventilation at the back. The only illumination within came from the bright tiles on the roof. As dusk approached, the house grew even colder and more desolate. The property was being hastily sold for a mere 800 yuan, the round-faced sister remarked. Xu Erlong shook his head. The monetary aspect was not the crux of the matter. He simply had no interest in this house. Not only was the lighting and layout unappealing, but the location also offered no potential for future redevelopment. He would not spend a few hundred yuan on such a dilapidated property. No worries, sister. We are not in a hurry. We will keep our eyes peeled. After all, we are temporarily residing at the guest house, so we have a place to stay. Xu Erlong reassured her. Chapter 97. Xiaoling was bullied. This trip could be deemed fruitless. Observing the round-faced sister glistening with beads of sweat due to her heft, Xu Erlong purchased 3 popsicles from a roadside vendor, handing one to her as a token of gratitude for her efforts. The 3 of them leisurely made their way back, enjoying their popsicles. Sister, please just help me inquire. If a deal is struck and the house is purchased, I shall reward you with 20 yuan as a token of appreciation. Xu Erlong reiterated his offer. Why would a stranger be invested in your plight? What would compel them to exert effort in taking you to view properties, potentially in vain? It was only reasonable to provide adequate incentives for genuine assistance. Rest assured, we will certainly keep a lookout. My brother-in-law works at the housing authority. He has more information than outsiders, the round-faced sister assured him. Suddenly, Xu Erlong halted, his gaze shifting to the other side of the road. Xiaoling, burdened with her backpack, walked alone, her demeanor despondent, resembling a forlorn puppy. She even appeared on the verge of colliding with a nearby utility pole. Xiaoling, Xu Erlong called out, hastily crossing the street. Fortunately, in this era, traffic was sparse. Yet, his movements were a moment too slow. Xiaoling indeed bumped into the utility pole. Xu Erlong caught her, observing the bruise forming on her forehead, and inquired, "Does it hurt?" Xiaoling paused, recognizing her brother. She attempted to muster a smile while shaking her head, declaring, "It doesn't hurt." However, as soon as the words left her lips, tears streamed down her face in a torrent. Xu Erlong was aware that his sister was sensitive and prone to tears, but her current state was evidently one of profound grievance. Zhang Jinfeng and the round-faced sister hurried across the street as well. "Does it hurt terribly? Let me see," Zhang Jinfeng urged. Xiaoling resisted her scrutiny, yet her tears flowed even more freely. Xu Erlong recalled the scene he had just witnessed. He gently held her, slightly bending down to meet her gaze. "Tell your brother, have you been wronged? Who has bullied you?" Beyond this, he could think of nothing else. After all, children from rural backgrounds are quite resilient. "No," Xiaoling replied. "Do not lie. Look me in the eyes as you speak." Xu Erlong's voice inadvertently carried a hint of authority. Xiaoling burst into tears, sobbing even louder. Between her sobs, she managed to say, "Today, when I went to the restroom, Yulili fell by herself. Yet she insists on blaming me, claiming that I pushed her from behind." Several classmates corroborated her story, stating they saw me push her. The teacher believed their words. "Not only was I punished today, but I was also made to write a self-criticism, apologize to Yulili, and bring money to cover her medical expenses." By the end of her lament, she was nearly incoherent. "Second brother, I truly did not push her. I swear, I did not, but no one believes me." Xu Erlong was infuriated. He had brought his sister to school only to discover that she was being bullied to the point of tears. "Do not cry. Your brother is here," he reassured her, wiping her tears, though her tears seemed endless. He took her hand and led her towards the school. "Come. Your brother will accompany you to see. They cannot simply wrongfully accuse you." Zhang Jinfeng apologized to the round-faced older sister. "Sister, I'm sorry, but I will go and take a look." "Go ahead," the round-faced sister replied. "Xiaoling is such a polite child. She always greets us. How could she possibly do such a thing?" Su Erlong hurriedly took Xiaoling towards the chemical workers' children's school. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the school was deserted. During the journey, Xiaoling's mood gradually calmed. Knowing that Erlong was there to support her, she felt less fearful of the injustice. It's all right, we will come back tomorrow. Your brother will surely help you clear your name, Su Erlong thought to himself, grinding his back teeth in frustration. He understood his sister all too well. She had always been overlooked at home, a quiet presence, rarely speaking up. How could she possibly push someone without reason? Duan Hongmei was simmering syrup in her room. A kerosene stove was set atop a makeshift table made of bricks, and a small pot was boiling a pear. As a teacher at the chemical workers' children's school, she enjoyed decent benefits due to the factory's good performance. She had her own single dormitory, which, compared to other smaller factories where families were crammed into a single room, she found quite satisfactory. Duan teacher, a woman's voice called from outside. Duan Hongmei pulled aside the half-drawn curtain at the door and saw it was Yuli Li, followed by her mother, a woman named Duan Shuichin, who was a group leader in one of the factory's workshops. Hello, Yuli's mother. Please come in. Duan Hongmei gestured for them to enter. Duan Shuichin, accompanied by Yuli Li, stepped confidently into Duan Hongmei's home. Noticing the pot on the stove, Duan Shuichin inquired, Teacher Duan, haven't you eaten yet? I have already eaten, Duan Hongmei replied. I had my meal at the factory's canteen. However, after a day of teaching, my throat feels uncomfortable. Someone recommended a remedy, suggesting that I drink boiled pear water, so I thought I would give it a try. She gestured for them to sit down. Since the beginning of the school year, I have expressed my desire to engage in more communication with Teacher Duan, but unfortunately, I have been too preoccupied to do so. Ms. Yu, you are too kind. It should be I who visits you, yet I have yet to make that happen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation swiftly turned to the incident involving Yu Li's fall today. Teacher Duan, she began, since we share the same surname, I shall speak candidly. My daughter, Li Li, has always been well-behaved and obedient. However, I was taken aback to learn that she was pushed and fell at school. Just look at my Li Li. With her delicate skin, this fall has caused significant harm. Her lip is injured, her nose is bruised, and I heard there was considerable bleeding at the time. As parents, we cannot simply let such matters go, can we? She is a girl and must rely on her appearance. What will happen if her looks are marred? Duan Shuichin spoke with fervor, her words sharp and assertive. Duan Hongmei interjected, Ms. Yu, please do not be overly agitated. I too feel deeply saddened by the unfortunate incident involving Li Li today. I have already addressed the student responsible, mandating her to publicly apologize to Li Li and submit a written reflection. Additionally, I have asked her to compensate for 20 yuan in medical expenses. Do you believe this approach is adequate? Upon hearing this, Duan Shuichin nodded. This resolution seems somewhat acceptable. However, I insist that she must reflect on her actions during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, in front of the entire school. Her demands were resolute. As she was aware that Su Xiaoling was merely a transfer student from the countryside, did such a person merit excessive courtesy?